You are listening to the recording of Troubled Throne, written by Aisha Urooj, narrated by Fairytales. This book is dedicated to nature in all its untamed wilderness and wonder. Our world is infinitely more beautiful because of it. Chapter 1. A hint of old, a glimpse at new, a whisper of a tale you once knew.
"Please, don't kill me,"
Marcel begged. Cloaked in shadows, the beast growled back at him, causing his heart to constrict further. The creature was even more terrifying in person. Its eyes were ablaze with a feral glow that showed no hint of humanity, no spark of compassion. It hadn't struck him down yet, and in that fleeting moment, Marcel clung to a shred of hope. He may yet live to see another day. The throne upon which the creature reclined loomed ominously over him, decrepit and falling apart. It seemed a fitting seat for such a sinister being. Worn velvet hung in tattered shreds, and claw marks slashed through the fabric, suggesting a violent past. The armrests were in pieces, splintered as if torn off in a fit of anger. A small raven, glossy black feathers glowing like obsidian, perched on the creature's shoulder. It tilted its head, its keen eyes piercing through the dimness, calculating, as if it understood the futility of Marcel's plight. Marcel silently cursed himself for foolishly wandering into the creature's lair. He battled the rising panic, pushing himself to plead once more, desperate to stave off the inevitable.
"I didn't mean to intrude your home. Please, let me go,"
Marcel implored, his voice trembling. And what a home it was! Ancient tapestries, once vibrant, now hung moth-eaten and faded along the crumbling stone walls.
"You lie,"
the creature's voice rumbled through the vast room, more of a low growl than human, filling the air with an oppressive weight.
"You knew exactly what you were doing. Now you must pay for it."
The menace in the beast's words dug deep into his core, striking terror in his heart. Marcel fell to his knees, the cold stone floor pressing unforgivingly against him.
"I won't tell anyone, I swear,"
he cried, the desperation creeping into every syllable. No one would believe him even if he tried. Who would take seriously the ramblings of a man who claimed to have stumbled upon a terrible monster living in a castle? The townsfolk would sooner label him as insane.
"No."
There was ice in the beast's voice, stark and unyielding towards his cries.
"It is too late. You have seen too much. For your egregious crime, you will spend the rest of your miserable human life rotting in the dungeon."
The finality of those words struck Marcel harder than any blow could, a fate worse than death looming before him. He could scarcely comprehend the depth of his impending imprisonment. Thoughts of darkness and despair searched through his mind. In that instant, the raven on the creature's shoulder screeched a sharp, scratchy sound that sliced through the tension, and the beast's gaze darted to it. Time seemed to stretch. Marcel's pulse thundered in his ears, the shadows around him tightening their grip in that moment. All he could think of was the life he would never return to. No, this can't be happening to him. The image of Marcel's daughter flashed before his eyes.
Isabelle!
What will happen to her? The thought twisted like a knife in his heart. In his mind's eye, he could see her bright, curious face, framed by tousled brown hair, always bursting with questions about the world around her. She would never learn of his fate. The harsh reality sent a shiver down his spine. The child he had sworn to protect, to guide through the trials of life, would think that he had abandoned her, the one person he cherished above all else, leaving his only child at the mercy of this cruel world. How would she survive, without both her mother and her father? Would she cry herself to sleep, wondering why the people who loved her had vanished? To all appearances, Isabelle would become an orphan. His heart clenched at the thought of her wandering through life alone. As the walls closed in around him, Marcel battled against the suffocating despair. He could not let this be her fate. No matter the overwhelming odds stacking against him, he had to find a way.
Please,
he begged, his voice cracking.
You can't keep me here. Please, let me go. I have to go back to my daughter.
There was an odd, sinister gleam in the monster's eyes. The beast bared its sharp teeth, a snarl forming on its lips just inches from Marcel's throat.
Perhaps I should just end your misery.
Marcel was openly weeping, his breath hitching between desperate gasps. The beast growled, its voice low and menacing as it regarded Marcel's tears with revulsion.
A short life would be better than one spent in a cold, dark dungeon. Wouldn't you agree?
The creature unsheathed its claws, razor-sharp and glistening, likely to slit his throat. Marcel stumbled back a few steps, horrified as his heart raced violently in his chest. His mind screamed for him to flee, but his feet felt as if they were anchored to the unforgiving ground, locked in place by sheer terror. Surprisingly, the beast didn't lunge at him as he feared. Instead, it paused, its attention diverted by the raven. Marcel had nearly forgotten the small creature in front of the frightening monster. The dark bird called a few times, each call sharp in the heavy silence. Was it trying to communicate with the beast? His eyes darted between the two, one a creature of malice, and the other a mere bird. And Marcel wondered what dark counsel they might be exchanging. Was the small creature an ally, or was it simply orchestrating his demise? Marcel felt his sanity fraying. The fear was overwhelming. What was to be his fate? After what felt like an eternity in the grasp of terror, the beast finally broke the silence.
My pet wants to know why you came here,
it declared. This was his chance. Perhaps his only one. Marcel seized the moment, desperation fueling his words.
During my travels in Chambord,
he began, his heart pounding in his ears,
I heard the legend of the lost king.
The raven cawed excitedly, a frantic dance of feathers and sound that was almost encouraging. Yet the beast remained a statue, its stillness unnerving. Marcel pressed on.
While searching for him, I stumbled across this path and I found your castle.
In that moment, the raven cocked its head, eyes glinting with a spark of understanding. The beast furrowed its brow, contemplating the weight of Marcel's revelation. The artist held his breath, poised on the precipice of fate, waiting for the monster's response as the matter of life and death hung in the air.
Why are you searching for this king?
The beast asked, neither confirming nor denying the truth of the legend.
I want to help end his curse. You believe this king is not only lost, but cursed as well?
The beast growls.
Yes, that is what I believe.
The beast's eyes remained fixed on him.
Why would you do that? What is in it for you? Because, in return, he can help me,
Marcel replied, steeling himself against the weight of the creature's scrutiny.
He can help me create a better life for my daughter and the people of my impoverished town. Again, that does not explain much.
The beast growled.
You were searching for the king, so why are you here?
Marcel hesitated. The air around them felt charged, each second stretching like a taut bowstring ready to snap. One wrong statement could mean certain death, but the yearning to share his truth clawed at his throat.
I believe you are that great king.
The beast's lips curled into a grin, a slow, languorous smile spreading from one corner of its mouth to another, as if savouring the absurdity of the idea.
You believe I am the great king of legend?
Marcel felt a tremor of uncertainty run through him, but he met the beast's gaze.
Yes, you believe I am cursed, merely because I possess fangs and claws as sharp as knives."
Marcel gulped, but nodded once more, unwilling to show weakness. The creature laughed then, a torturous sound that echoed in the hollow space around them, haunting his very soul.
"You've come to the wrong creature. The king you seek is long dead."
No, it can't be.
"He is dead?"
Marcel felt the last ember of hope flicker and fade.
"Yes, he is dead. In fact, it has been many years since."
The beast's tone shifted, low and gravelly.
"How did he die?"
Marcel asked, his voice barely a whisper, thick with the weight of dread.
"Are you sure you want to know?"
The beast's eyes narrowed, its cruel smile widening, implying a terrible answer. Marcel felt his world tilt. He had been mistaken. His only chance was gone. The king of legend, who he hoped to be their saviour, was snuffed out by the very creature that stood before him now. Disbelief clawed at his throat. The only knowledge he had gained from his journey about the beast was that it was a formidable predator, a phantom that lurked in the woods, showing no mercy, and possessing incredible strength enough to crush his bones. Reasoning with the king seemed plausible, but now he faced an unknown beast of terror. He could have given into despair. However, Marcel was no ordinary man. He was resourceful, tempered by hardship and loss, and he would not give up yet.
"I can still help you,"
he offered desperately, forcing his mind to spin and weave new possibilities.
"Is there anything you want? Anything I can give you to spare my life?" "No, there is not."
The raven cawed angrily in the backdrop, but the beast merely flicked an ear, barely affected by its cries.
"Human, I've heard enough of your nonsense, and I shall humour you no more."
The beast turned its gaze, sharp and predatory, toward a shadowed lump on the ground.
"Gabriella, take him to the dungeons."
The name sent a jolt through Marcel, his mind racing. Who was this Gabriella? What he initially thought was a piece of debris fallen from the overhead beam revealed itself to be a giant crocodile, emerging from the dark corner and into the dim light. Its beady eyes gleamed with an unsettling intelligence as it inched toward him. Its scales shimmered, moving in hypnotic, undulating twists, as if the creature were a dark enchantment come to life. Marcel's instinct screamed at him to run, but as he considered the heavy creature lurking before him, he quickly realized that to flee would be futile and likely fatal. The beast seemed to sense his thoughts, its lips curling into a knowing smirk.
"Gabriella is faster than she looks,"
it said, amusement flickering in its voice.
"Aren't you, Gabby?"
Without warning, the crocodile lunged, snapping its jaw near Marcel's ankle at lightning speed. He barely leapt aside, feeling the rush of air from its bite. Marcel abandoned any thoughts of escape. There were surely more dangers than just Gabriella, lurking in the shadows, creatures drawn to the scent of a cornered human. Ironically, the safest place for him might be the dungeon. He would have to wait for his chance to escape, patiently biding his time until the opportunity presented itself. Bowing his head with resignation, and with no other schemes roaming in his mind, Marcel quietly followed the lumbering creature as it led him to his new residence. The raven gave a low, gurgling croak behind him, seemingly displeased over what had just transpired. Once the human prisoner and his scaly, cold-blooded guard had left the throne room, the raven spoke.
"Ark, why did you call me your pet?"
The bird asked, ruffling his glossy black feathers. His beady eyes sparkled with indignation, as if the very term was an affront to his dignity. The beast chuckled, the sound a low rumble.
"Did you want me to call you my adviser? That wouldn't make me look very threatening in front of a human, now, would it?"
His clawed hands flexed languidly, emphasizing the point as he reclined back against his battered throne, which creaked under his weight. The raven cawed loudly, flapping his wings.
"What about Gabriella? You called her by her name."
The resentment in his voice was biting.
"Gabby has razor-sharp teeth and a terrible temper,"
the beast replied.
"I know where to pick my battles."
"Yet you don't know when to ask for help,"
the raven quipped.
"This human is unlike the others. He could have found the castle only through sheer luck, or with a shrewd mind. I am thinking it is the latter. Perhaps he could help us."
The beast scowled, baring sharp fangs in a grimace.
"Don't be so naive. He is just like the rest."
"No, he is not,"
the raven insisted, lifting his head with a confidence that belied his half-sized stature.
"He is knowledgeable in law, for one."
The glimmer of hope in his eyes met the beast's unyielding glare. When he saw Balthasar was unconvinced, he pressed on, his voice gruff.
"Look, I trust outsiders as much as you do, which is not at all, and I would rather peck his eyes out than keep him here. But we are running out of options."
The beast rose abruptly from his throne, startling Coronis, and causing the raven perched on his shoulder to flap awkwardly. The raven took flight, hovering above the beast at eye level. Coronis didn't trust Balthasar to remain still enough to settle back on his shoulder again.
"What is new, then? I already know what our fate holds,"
the monster said in a low voice.
"Destiny can change,"
the bird countered, puffing out his chest defiantly.
"This trespasser human can help us find a different fate."
"No one can help us,"
the beast answered, his voice becoming distant and hollow.
"You should know that by now, Coronis. There's no point in hoping."
The raven cawed back.
"That is what you think, Balthasar."
"No,"
the beast growled in a low voice, displeased at being contradicted.
"This is what I know. That is the only truth. It would be foolish to think otherwise."
His fists clenched tightly, the sharp claws digging into the flesh of his palms. The raven was determined to sway him.
"What about his daughter?"
Coronis asked slyly, eyes gleaming with cunning.
"She will always wonder what happened to him. What a terrible fate awaits her, to never know what happened to her dear papa."
The raven's voice dripped with calculated melancholy, hoping to exploit the beast's hidden vulnerabilities. The beast flinched ever so slightly. Any other creature would have missed it, but not his long-time friend, despite his outward facade. Balthasar felt uneasy about the situation, though he would never admit it openly. He could see the flicker of humanity still lingering within the depths of his soul.
"Her father shouldn't have come here. Now he will rot in the dungeon for the rest of his life for that mistake,"
Balthasar said obstinately, his voice hardening. When it came to stubbornness, the beast was unmatched. The raven shook his head, a mixture of sympathy and frustration swirling within him.
"This isn't fair to her."
He hovered midair, his black wings casting a shadow across the beast's brooding figure. The beast growled, the sound deep and threatening.
"And whose fault is it? The human should have thought twice before poking his nose where it didn't belong."
Coronis opened his mouth to retort, but the beast roared.
"Likewise, you would be wise not to provoke me and to shut up."
In a fit of rage, the beast slashed its claws through the throne, sending splinters flying as the aged seat cracked and gave way under the assault. The raven narrowly avoided the flying shards with an agile flap of his wings.
"Consider it done,"
Coronis replied icily, his patience wearing thin.
"Enjoy your solitude."
He huffed, irritated by the shift of the beast's mood. Balthasar never listened when he became unreasonably angry, as he was now. With that, the black bird spread his wings wide and soared through the broken window.
"Bah! He tells me to shut up. The nerve of him!
Coronis squawked as he soared above the castle.
Balthasar can take out his anger at someone else. I won't be his punching bag.
Back in the throne room, Balthasar felt a pang of remorse the instant he yelled at Coronis. His anger had erupted out of him unbidden. The beast wanted to call the raven back, to apologize for losing his temper, but his pride and stubbornness kept him rooted in place. Despite his agitation and anguish, Balthasar remained where he was, alone in that decrepit room. He sat brooding on his throne, a desolate figure, as shadows danced all around him. Time dragged on, each tick of the clock, amplifying the emptiness of his heart. The beast continued to wallow for hours in his own poisoned mood, allowing the bitterness of his thoughts to erode what remained of his human soul. Isabelle Beaufoy's father was missing, and there was only one person who could help her, Gustave Rochefort. However, he was the last person she wanted to turn to. The price for asking Gustave would mean more to Isabella than her life. It will cost her her freedom. Gustave Rochefort wanted to marry her, and on paper it would appear to be a perfect match. He was wealthy, strong, handsome, and ran the most influential newspaper in town. His publication, The Daily Truth, had the power to build or ruin reputations, its influence reaching even the most remote corners of the country. If she could convince Gustave to have The Daily Truth publish a missing person report, thousands of readers would see it. One of them might know what happened to her father. Her rational mind eventually overcame her fears, which is why Isabella found herself in Gustave's office today, despite wanting to be anywhere else. The door to his office was open, removing one less barrier for her to overcome. She knocked gently, and he looked up from his desk, initially annoyed, but his expression softened when he saw her.
Isabella, what a pleasant surprise!
A perfect smile spread across Gustave's handsome face.
What brings you to my humble office? Come on in.
She crossed the threshold, but left the door open behind her. Frames covered each wall, none of which displayed family portraits or pet pictures, only images of himself, smiling eerily from every corner. His eyes followed her gaze, and he remarked,
I see you admiring my collection. Which one of me is your favorite?
Collection. Isabella was at a loss for words.
Tough question, I know.
He smiled.
It would be impossible to choose just one.
Gustave didn't stand, but gestured to the chair in front of his desk.
Have a seat.
Isabella did as he said. She wasted no time and got right to the point, eager to be out of the office. My father is missing, and I need your help to find him, Gustave.
Is he still missing?
His face contorts in mock sympathy.
How long has it been?
Nearly 3 weeks today, Isabella replied, her voice trembling.
Doesn't Marcel usually wander off on his mini excursions from time to time?
Gustave asked.
It doesn't seem that unusual for him.
He was playing up the comment as nonchalant, but Isabella heard the underlying judgment beneath his words. She had overheard him calling her father an eccentric lunatic in front of others, and knew exactly what Gustave thought of him. Father has never gone so long without sending me a message, Isabella said, defending her father. This is unlike him. Gustave examined his fingernails.
I can help you, Isabella, but you know, I am a busy man running my small paper.
I can pay for your trouble, Isabella said quickly. She fished out a check that contained the total of her remaining savings. I'm not asking for your help without compensation. Gustave barely glanced at the check.
It must be so hard for you, he said with pity. I imagine you must be so worried.
He is the only family I have, she whispered. Can you please help me? Gustave had a pleasant smile plastered over his face, but took his sweet time to answer her. Isabella was desperate enough to ask again. Will you help me find my father, Gustave?
Unfortunately, you are asking the wrong question, but luckily
I have the perfect solution for you. I know exactly what you need, Isabella, and it will help solve all of your problems."
Isabella closed her eyes, dreading what she would hear next. His following words confirmed her fears.
"What you need is a nice, strong husband to take care of you," Gustave said with a smile. "What do you say, Isabella?"
He didn't listen to a word she had said. "This is not why I came," she replied, her hands shaking. Isabella foolishly believed she could appeal to his heart, but Gustave had sold his soul, along with any trace of his humanity, building his newspaper empire. "I am only here for my father." Seeing her hands tremble, Gustave's eyes took on a disturbing sheen, similar to that of a predator about to pounce on its prey. He leaned forward, grabbing her hand. Noting its roughness, Gustave made a sympathetic sound.
"What a waste! You should be treated like fine porcelain, Isabella, not made to wither away in a workshop. Look at all these calluses on such beautiful hands. Why spend your life toiling for that old man, sweetheart?"
How dare he speak about her father that way? He was the kindest man she knew. In her desperation, she had forgotten just how despicable Gustave truly was. She quickly pulled her hand away from his, but this only made him more determined. He rose from his chair and crossed to sit on the desk in front of her. Placing his large hands on her trembling shoulders, he leaned in and said,
"I can help you, but first, help me. Become my wife, and I will make your troubles disappear."
Gustave offered this with a sly grin.
"You are the most beautiful girl I have ever laid eyes on. It is only fitting that you should be my wife, my dear, sweet Bella."
"My name is Isabella," she replied tersely. He confines her, gripping her shoulders with his large hands, his fingers pressing deeper. Gustave only grinned, licking his lips as he stared at her with barely contained desire. His lustful gaze crawled under her skin. He arrogantly believed she wouldn't refuse him, that this offer was irresistible, unavoidable even, but Isabella was no fool. Gustave was offering her a way out of poverty, only to take away her voice in freedom. She refused to be reduced to nothing but a pretty doll, who walked and talked at his command, for that is all she will be to him, a trophy, not a life partner. All Isabella wanted was to find a father, instead of helping her like any kind and compassionate person would. Gustave was forcing her to accept his proposal. Just then, the telephone rang, thankfully diverting his attention and breaking his intense gaze. He released her shoulders, and Isabella felt a rush of relief as the pressure subsided.
"Think it over,"
he said, before rushing behind his desk to answer the call. Isabella took a deep breath, trying not to let her frustration spill over as tears, when her eyes caught sight of a piece of paper on the corner of his desk, neglected. At the top of the page, a red stamp, marked urgent, snags her attention. She reaches for it. It was a correspondence for the Daily Truth. Her eyes quickly scan the paper and a few phrases jump out at her. Missing people, possible kidnappings, or foul play. Send a reporter to Chambord immediately. Chambord. The name was familiar to her. Where had she heard it before? Isabella searches her memory and recollects that her father made a stop at Chambord, a village on the border near Chambord. During one of his previous art tours, he mentioned a local law that had interested him greatly. Isabella's heartbeat quickened with that discovery. Was it possible her father might have gone to Chambord this time around? More troubling, did he really leave the country without letting her know? She barely had enough time to compose her thoughts when Gustave returned, looking smug. Again, his eyes roving freely over her body, lingering over her lips.
"So, have you made up your mind?"
he asked.
"I can solve your problem with only one phone call. Just tell me the words I long to hear, Bella."
She gave him a grim smile, which Gustave, judging by the elation on his face, mistook for something else.
"Are you saying yes?"
There was a certain eagerness in his question, a hunger in his eyes. Isabelle quickly shook her head. "I wanted to thank you for your time," she said, abruptly standing up from a chair before he got a false idea. "But I no longer need your help."
"Is that so?"
he asked, a muscle twitching underneath his chiseled jaw, and a dark shadow passed over his face. His tone had become low, almost threatening. He stood to his full height.
"Are you saying you don't want my help any more?"
Isabelle felt a shiver running down her spine. Gustave did not like being refused. That much was clear. Her instincts were warning her to run far away from him. Before she could reach the door, however, Gustave walked over and stood in front of it, arms folded over his chest.
"Have you given up on your father, then?"
he asked. His eyes narrowed. Isabelle gave him a smile, wider this time, saying, "I think I was worrying for nothing, but talking to you has helped me see that. Perhaps father will return soon. He might even have returned as we speak. So I won't take any more of your time, and will leave now. Goodbye, Gustave." Her bright smile momentarily caught him by surprise, and Isabelle took the moment to squeeze past him, exiting the office. She took long strides, her heart hammering in her chest, hoping that he wouldn't follow or try to block a path again.
"No one else can help you but me,"
Gustave yells behind her.
"Think about what I just said, Bella. You will come back to me."
He was wrong. No one could help her but herself. She knew that now. Once she was out of his sight, Isabelle opened her hand to reveal the crumpled paper she had secretly stashed. It was the same one from Gustave's desk, the clue Isabelle had been searching for. Chapter 2. Isabelle might have escaped Gustave's office, but she was still not out of danger. The Daily Truth headquarters was a 4-story building, the largest in town, second only to the town hall. The agency was a lifeblood for the community, providing employment for many and shaping public opinion with its reporting. Gustave's office occupied the top floor, a space he preferred to keep secluded. Fast on her heels, Isabelle sped down one flight of stairs and then another, nearly tripping over her own feet as she dashed past the last step. Her breath came in short bursts, but to get out, she just had to cross the hall and navigate past the secretary, who thankfully was in a heated argument with the delivery man over a late package. The room buzzed with their raised voices, a welcome distraction. "Isabelle!" She closed her eyes for a heart-stopping moment. She feared it was Gustave, but this voice was warmer, more inviting. Her eyes flickered open, and she recognized it as belonging to Gregory, Gustave's younger brother. Relief washed over her as she turned to see his familiar, friendly face.
"Thanks for waiting. What a surprise to see you here, Isabelle,"
Gregory exclaimed, quickening his steps to catch up with her. His enthusiasm was contagious, but it also sent a pang of guilt through her. "Wait, does it mean what I think it means? Do I have the pleasure of calling you sister-in-law now?" "I came to the agency for a different reason, but you can always consider me a friend," she replied, forcing a genuine smile despite the turmoil in her chest. Gregory's face fell, disappointment flickering in his eyes. "You haven't accepted Gustave's proposal, then? That will surely put my brother in a mood." His tone was concerned, and she could see him mentally bracing for the fallout. "I am sorry," she said gently, trying to soften the blow. "I just don't think your brother and I are a good match." Gregory's brow furrowed as he pondered her words, a thoughtful look crossing his face. "Things would have been different if my brother—" He cut himself off, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. Isabella's heartbeat quickened. What did he mean? Would things have been different between Isabelle and Gregory had Gustave not been involved? Or would they have changed if Gustave pursued a girl who actually reciprocated his interest? A few months ago, those words would have filled her with hope, but now they only served as a reminder of how far removed she was from that dream. Gregory had been a first crush, but she was painfully aware she could never be more than a friend to him. He would never stand in the way of his brother. Gustave's looming presence overshadowed whatever connection they once had. Gregory ran a hand through his tousled hair, a gesture she had always found endearing. I know you will be good for him, Isabella. Gustave gets carried away sometimes, but he isn't a bad person. He just needs someone to rein him in. That's all. He will listen to you. Gustave gets carried away? Was Gregory being serious? Despite all she knew about his faults, the lies, the manipulation, Gregory still couldn't bring himself to speak ill of his older brother. She felt a mix of sympathy and frustration for him. You overestimate the influence I have on your brother, Gregory. Isabella replied, her voice steady. It was good seeing you, though. I should be on my way. She turned to leave, but not fast enough. We have a party in 2 weeks, Gregory blurted out, a spark of hope lighting his eyes. Promise me you will come. Isabella hesitated, inwardly groaning at her inability to escape the invitation in time. The Rocheforts had an extravagant party nearly every other weekend, never missing any opportunity to flaunt their wealth and high social status. She was certain there would be another one soon enough. I won't be in town, she replied, but upon seeing Gregory's crestfallen expression, she reluctantly added, Maybe we can plan for next time. Gregory beamed, the disappointment dissipating as quickly as it had appeared. Yes, definitely. He was a good brother, she thought, watching the genuine joy on his face. It was a shame Gustave was nothing like him. Gregory Rochefort, with his warm smile and kind, thoughtful nature, would have been the ideal person to run the newspaper agency, even if he was younger. At 20, he was a stark contrast to his 22-year-old older brother. However, the Rochefort family had chosen Gustave for his rootlessness, a decision that had paid off handsomely as Gustave led the family business to unprecedented success. The Rocheforts turned a blind eye to his questionable ethics because of the financial rewards and luxurious lifestyle he provided them. As long as their wallets were full and their lifestyle maintained, the family conveniently overlooked the less savory aspects of Gustave's methods. In the years since he took over the Daily Truth, the Rochefort family had risen to prominence, becoming the most influential family in their small town. Young women crafted elaborate schemes to capture the affections of either of the handsome sons, hoping to secure their own slice of the Rochefort fortune. The elder son was deemed the more eligible bachelor, but Isabella, fully aware of his true nature, had no desire to be associated with him or be a part of his family. Among the Rocheforts, Gregory stood out, holding a special place in her heart. Their shared moments at the local library, discussing favorite authors and the latest novels, felt like a lifetime ago. It was Gregory who first introduced his older brother to her, unwittingly entangling her in Gustave's web. With a deep breath, Isabella left the building through the front door, grateful to step into the fresh air. Rather than waiting at the bus stop, she walked home instead. This way, she could save money on the fare, and, more importantly, have time to think and clear her mind, even if it meant traversing several miles on foot. The rhythmic sound of her footsteps echoed in her ears as she set off. She was still free, at least for now. When Isabella finally entered a neighborhood, 2 hours later, a wave of calm washed over her. The familiar sight of the small brick houses greeted her, their once vibrant colors, now dulled by years of neglect, many of which were falling into despair, and the overgrown gardens hinted at the lives that once thrived within those walls. Her own house, nestled at the end of the quietest lane in town, felt even more isolated now, at the absence of her father's warm voice greeting her from the porch. She rummaged through her purse for the key, her fingers brushing against crumpled receipts and loose change, but paused when she noticed a shadow pass in the window across the street. Before she could call out Mrs. Jenkins' name, however, her elderly neighbor swiftly drew the curtain shut. The movement was subtle, but it pierced through Isabella, evoking a sense of loss that had become all too familiar. She missed the warm welcomes she once received from Mrs. Jenkins, whose laughter would often drift across the street. Their conversations used to be lively, stretching on for hours, filled with stories and accompanied by home-baked treats. She missed the warmth of the kitchen, filled with the sweet scent of her famous chocolate chip cookies, but ever since Mrs. Jenkins became the target of one of Gustave's columns, her once vibrant neighbor had retreated into the shadows of her own home, becoming a recluse overnight. It wasn't fair. Mrs. Jenkins did nothing wrong. The words echoed in her mind as she recalled the incident that had triggered the downward spiral. If anyone was to blame, it was Gustave, who had been recklessly driving his jeep, nearly running over Mrs. Jenkins' beloved dog, Toby. A neighbour had witnessed the traumatic scene unfold before her eyes, her desperate screams falling on deaf ears as Gustave continued down the road, not even glancing back to check what had happened in his rearview mirror. Toby had survived, albeit with a broken leg, but the emotional scars ran deeper than any physical injury. In her anger, Mrs. Jenkins had filed a police complaint against Gustave, a decision that had turned her life upside down. In retaliation, Gustave unleashed a torrent of scathing articles that painted a grotesque picture of Mrs. Jenkins, branding her as a delusional and dangerous woman. The columns suggested, with cruel insinuations, that she stored the bodies of animals she had killed in a basement. All the townsfolk knew it was a lie. Everyone who had grown up alongside Mrs. Jenkins knew her kindness and the way she doted on her garden and her dog, but no one dared to come to her defense. The silence of the community hung heavily in the air, a collective betrayal that left Isabelle reeling. Isabelle had pleaded with Gustave on behalf of a neighbour, even begging him to reconsider the damage he was causing, but he only laughed.
I have no control over what my reporters write or what appeals to the reader,
he scoffed. There was a glint of triumph in his eyes. Ratings were at an all-time high, it said, as if that justified the suffering he inflicted on innocent lives. Isabelle couldn't decide what shocked her more, the ease with which lies flowed from Gustave's lips, or the chilling realization that he had no intention of stopping his attacks. Ever since that fateful day, Mrs. Jenkins had retreated into her shell, shutting herself off from the world. Isabelle had not seen her outside in months, her absence a constant reminder of the cruelty that thrives in the shadows. This was the reason Isabelle could never marry Gustave. In one instant, he had shown her the depths of his heartlessness. She despised him for what he had done to Mrs. Jenkins, but the truth was, no one was safe from his whims, not even her. The townsfolk kept quiet, living in fear of becoming his next target. Isabelle felt the weight of this fear pressing down on her, and with each passing day she grew more uncertain about how much longer she could refuse his marriage proposal without becoming his next victim. Gustave was only being polite about the marriage proposal for now, as Isabelle hadn't yet come of age, but the clock was ticking, and with each tick a sense of urgency heightened. In less than a month, when she turned 18 and he could legally marry her, she knew he would force her hand. With a sigh, Isabelle entered her house and found it hauntingly empty. "Hello? Father, are you home?" The silence echoed around her, amplifying the ache in her heart. Despite her desperate hopes, her father had not returned during her absence, nor did she find any message waiting for her. Isabelle fought back tears as she closed the door behind her, sealing herself off from the world outside. Chapter 3. Isabelle had a quiet meal by herself, but out of habit she set out plates for two. She wolfed down her food, hardly tasting it. After finishing, she covered the plate she had set out for her father. Being back at home only intensified the uneasy feeling she had about his disappearance. Where had her father gone, and when was he coming back? She stared at the phone, willing it to ring with the reassuring sound of his voice. Anxiety twisted in her stomach with each passing second. Why hadn't he called her, or left a message? Isabelle rose and left the kitchen, heading towards the workshop. Each step echoed in the empty hallway, the house cold and silent. She flicked the switch to the workshop, and the overhead light flickered to life, illuminating a space scattered with wood shavings and half-finished creations that bore testament to her father's passion. Among the projects her father had last been working on was a stand shaped like a bespectacled owl, its round eyes lovingly carved, but left untouched for weeks. The creature caught more than just her eye. It brought a reluctant smile to her lips, a fleeting warmth amid the worry. People loved her father's whimsical designs, not for their perfection, but for their imperfections, as if each flawed curve and edge whispered stories of their own. He had a knack of finding beauty in the rawness of broken branches and salvaged woods, making everything a little less ordinary. As he said, Art didn't have to be flawless. The charm lay in its soul, in its history. Isabella, in her role as an unofficial assistant, mastered not only the techniques of woodworking, but also the financial intricacies of the business. Together, her father and she worked tirelessly to keep their heads above water. They often laughed into the late hours of the night, chatting about their hopes for the future, dreams that swirled between the smells of sawdust and the comfort of home. They lived in a world of famine or feast, and Isabella had become adept at managing the swings of their fortunes. Thanks to her disciplined habits, Isabella used a portion of her savings to help Mrs. Jenkins to cover the surgery bill for her beloved pet, Toby. It was a small act of kindness, done quietly so as not to burden her neighbour. Isabella had spoken with the vet in private and asked him to keep the payment confidential. However, it was precisely because of her family's strained finances that Isabella couldn't continue her education as she had hoped. Attending university became a distant dream. Once, she had aspired to stretch her wings beyond this small town, but she had learned to find peace with the choices life had given her. Books became her refuge instead. The small local library, a treasure trove. She devoured every title it held, reading and rereading each story, the words becoming woven into her memory. Within the pages, she found worlds where adventure waited at every corner. She and her father had little money, but had enough to survive. Despite the challenges, their simple life had moments of true joy. Her father had often travelled to sell their creations in different villages and towns. Woodworking was his passion, but over time, Marcel's heart had also embraced a different calling. He collected stories as he moved from place to place, tales of magic, adventure, and far-off lands from the people he encountered. Isabella could still see the sparkle in her father's eyes as he recounted these lores. This love of storytelling had blossomed from the ashes of her mother's legacy, Claudette, a writer whose very spirit thrived in the wonders of imagination. She had spent evenings curled up with her daughter, their laughter intermingling with the words of fantastical tales. Marcel had done everything to make Claudette happy, often returning home with rare legends from his travels. Isabella was acutely aware of how her father's fascination with ancient laws began, a spark ignited by her writer mother. But her father had since chosen to avoid mentioning her mother, fearing that even a passing reference would remind Isabella of the loss. Instead, he crafted a different narrative. As Isabella sat cross-legged on the worn rug of their modest home, she could hear her father's animated voice, rich with excitement. "Consider, Isabella," he said, leaning closer as if sharing a grand secret. "What would happen if I were to stumble upon one of the fabled sites of relics from long ago? What if we found something that could change our lives forever?" "But, Papa," Isabella replied, tilting her head in playful disbelief, "those are just fairy tales. They don't exist."
"What if they do, my dear Isabella? How would we know if we didn't dare to seek them out?"
Marcel's eyes sparkled with a kind of passion that could ignite a fire in the hearts of even the most cynical.
"What if there was a fountain of youth hidden deep in the woods, or a pot of gold waiting for us at the end of a rainbow, or a chalice that can turn water into wine?"
Isabella giggled, imagining the absurdity of it all. "What good would the chalice do if it only makes us all drunk? We'd be a bunch of stumbling fools."
"Then we will sell it to the king and make a fortune,"
Marcel replied, his laughter ringing out like a joyous bell.
"We will use the money to build a new road in our neighborhood, or even fix the homes that are falling into disrepair. We could help our neighbors bring joy to their lives."
His unwavering consideration for their neighbors often left Isabella speechless. She admired how her father's heart was as vast as the sky, always yearning to uplift those around him. "Oh, Papa," she exclaimed, her heart brimming with pride. "That would be wonderful." That was Marcel Beaufoy. He was always thinking of ways to help others. His head was full of fantastical, grand ideas. He had a knack for turning the mundane into the extraordinary, while her father was a dreamer, considered an eccentric by some. He was truly a kind-hearted man, whose laughter could light up even the dreariest of days. He had an infectious enthusiasm that inspired those around him to believe in the impossible. Isabella was lost in her thoughts, reminiscing that she didn't hear the knocking on the front door until it grew louder, followed by an angry voice.
Isabella! I know you're in there. Open the door this instant.
Gustave roared, his fist pounding on the door with force, shaking the old wooden frame. With her heart thudding in her chest, she rushed through the dimly lit hallway to open the front door before he broke it down. The moment Gustave entered the hallway, his towering height and broad shoulders covered most of the small space. The walls seemed to close in around his imposing frame. The dim light from the overhead fixture cast shadows across his chiseled features.
"Gustave, what are you doing here?"
she asked, surprised. Standing wide-eyed, Isabella felt tiny compared to him. His tie was loose, the knot askew as if he had tugged at it in frustration, while strands of his dark hair were windswept, suggesting Gustave had likely sped his jeep down the winding road to get to her house. His disheveled state bewildered Isabella, causing a flurry of questions to dance in her mind. She struggled to understand why he was here.
"Did something happen?"
she asked tentatively, her brow furrowing in concern. The air in the hallway felt thick with unspoken tension.
Isabella, what is this I hear about you going out of town?
Gustave asked, his tone sharp and urgent.
Gregory told me, and I had to ask you myself.
Isabella should have known better. She should have told Gregory to keep the conversation between themselves. Gregory had a kind heart, but he always seemed to share everything with his older brother.
You are not seeing someone, are you?
Gustave asked, his voice tinged with suspicion, each word laced with a hint of accusation.
Hiding a boyfriend out of town.
The heat of his gaze felt like a spotlight, illuminating her every thought, her every hesitation. Gustave had some nerve to ask her a question like that. They weren't even dating.
"No, it's nothing like that,"
she replied, trying to keep a temper in check, even if his jealous behavior irked her to no end.
"I'm not in any relationship, nor am I interested in being in one right now."
She hoped he would take the hint.
Then, what is it, Isabella?
Gustave pressed, his voice dropping to a low, intense whisper. He moved closer, invading a personal space, and placed a hand on the wall above her head, forcing her to step back slightly. The proximity was overwhelming, and she could feel the heat radiating from his body. He leaned in, his eyes locking onto hers with an intensity that made her uncomfortable.
What are you hiding from me?
Gustave was behaving strangely. Did he not hear what she just said, or was he deliberately ignoring it? Isabella couldn't tell him she was going to go search for her father. Judging by his earlier outburst, Gustave would definitely not let her go out of town. Reacting quickly, Isabella said,
"I was going to visit an aunt."
An aunt? You never mentioned her before.
He narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting from curiosity to suspicion.
What is her name?
"Her name is Marie."
So when am I going to meet this aunt, Marie?
Gustave asked, a slight grin tugging at his lips, masking the tension in his voice.
We are going to be family, after all.
"Never,"
Isabella thought bitterly.
"For I'm never marrying you. And because Aunt Marie doesn't exist."
Isabella was alone in the house, and no one else knew Gustave was there. Now was not the time to argue with him. She thought about how to reply, but coming short of anything else, she said,
"You will meet her soon."
Why don't you call Aunt Maria to come over to our little party next weekend?
Gustave suggested, his grin widening.
That way, you can spend time with her without having to be away from home.
Without being away from him, more likely, Isabella believed the only reason he suggested that was to keep an eye on her.
"My aunt doesn't have a phone,"
she quickly stated. It was a believable lie, as their small town had only recently gotten phone lines, and most villagers were still catching up with the times, including fictional Aunt Marie.
Then why don't you write to her instead?
He suggested, his tone casual, but the glint in his eyes told another story.
She doesn't live too far away, does she?
Isabella felt the walls of her deception closing in around her. She couldn't continue fabricating stories about her imaginary aunt. "That is a lovely idea, Gustave," she reluctantly replied, trying not to feel sick inside.
"I am full of these lovely ideas,"
he replied with a lazy smile, a self-satisfied look on his face.
"Stay with me, and you will see how wonderful I can truly be."
He leaned in to kiss her, but Isabella quickly turned away.
"Keeping yourself chaste before our wedding, Bella. I can appreciate that,"
Gustave said with a wicked grin, misreading her rejection.
"The reward for my patience will only taste that much sweeter in the end."
Isabella had to keep herself from recoiling back in disgust. Gustave didn't notice her discomfort.
"I will come by tomorrow afternoon to pick up the letter to Aunt Marie and deliver it to the post office for you."
Until this moment, she thought Gustave was only being delusional, but now she knew he had gone completely mad. You don't have to do that," Isabella stuttered.
"But I insist,"
Gustave said with a smile that made her skin crawl.
"Isabella, I expect to see you at the party once we have sent off the letter. Gregory will come and pick you and your aunt up next Saturday. I'm not willing to accept a no for an answer. Not this time."
There was an underlying threat in his words, as Isabella felt her stomach twist in knots. "You are giving me no choice but to agree," Isabella replied, the words tasting bitter on her tongue.
"What is your answer, then?"
Gustave reached out his hand and toyed with a lock of her flowing hair, causing Isabella to flinch. His proximity and his odd demeanour made her nervous, her mind racing for a way out. The silence stretched painfully between them.
"Isabella,"
he growled in a low voice, his eyes darkening.
"It drives me crazy when you get quiet. Tell me what you are thinking."
He stopped playing with her hair, closing his hand into a tight fist, wrapping a lock of her hair around it. As he tugged, she could feel the pull on her scalp. The longer she hesitated to reply, the stronger his tugging became. "I am sure Aunt Marie would be delighted to attend your party," Isabella lied again to save herself, her voice shaking slightly. Gustave appeared satisfied with her answer and released her hair. As soon as he did, she felt instant relief from the pain, but it was short-lived.
"That's my girl,"
he said, a perfect smile now plastered on his handsome face.
"Wear your prettiest dress. I want to show you off and make everyone green with envy, knowing that you are mine."
He added a wink that made Isabella sick to her stomach. As he turned to leave, Isabella held her breath, anxiously waiting for him to disappear from her sight. However, just as he was about to cross the threshold of the front door, Gustave paused.
"How is your father?"
he asked, as if he had just remembered him. His eyes briefly landed on the kitchen table, towards the covered plate, and then shifted toward the light spilling from the workshop at the end of the hallway. She had forgotten to turn it off. "Father returned earlier," Isabella lied, twice in 5 minutes. It was a record for her. "You know how he is. Once Father is in his workshop, he becomes so busy that sometimes he forgets to eat dinner. Should I call for him?"
Good. There's no need to bother him,"
Gustave replied a bit too quickly, stepping away. Judging by how flustered he got, he had definitely thought they were alone in the house.
"Marcel can attend the party too, if he likes,"
he added as an afterthought, his tone suggesting that the invitation to her father was highly optional. "It is so kind of you to offer," Isabella replied, her sarcasm barely masked. "I will let Father know." Gustave stared at her lips, his gaze lingering as he leaned in again, but Isabella stumbled back, desperate to create distance.
"Remember, I'm coming tomorrow afternoon to pick up the letter,"
he said, not bothering to hide his chuckle, clearly enjoying her discomfort. "I won't forget," Isabella promised through clenched teeth. Gustave gave her another flawless smile before finally leaving, the door clicking shut behind him. As soon as he was out the door, Isabella dropped to the floor, shaking. Gustave could make things very difficult for her if he knew what she was planning. He would definitely keep a close watch on her. This she was sure about. She would have to act fast. If Isabella wanted to escape, she only had until the break of dawn. She would have to catch the first train leaving tomorrow morning. With her heart pounding, she worked out a plan, every second counting down like a ticking clock in her mind. She needed to gather supplies, a small bag of essentials. The thought of Gustave sent another wave of nausea through her, but she knew she couldn't let her fear dictate her actions any longer. It took her all of 10 minutes to pack a suitcase for the journey ahead. She fit in all of her clothes, and there was still room remaining in the luggage. Writing the note for her father took longer than packing. Isabelle didn't know what to tell him. Should she mention Gustave's visit to their home, or his increasingly aggressive attitude toward her, to accept his marriage proposal? The thought of his smirking face made her stomach turn. Isabelle took a deep breath, trying to steady herself against the tide of anxiety. No matter how much power and status Gustave had, he would not force her to marry him. He would not decide her fate. She reminded herself that Gustave was, at best, a nuisance and, at worst, a mean bully. Ultimately, it would be her choice to whom she married, and she would not have that choice taken away from her so easily. Resolute, Isabelle decided she wouldn't tell her father about what had transpired between her and Gustave. She wrote a short note, only stating that she had left home in order to search for him. "I will return as soon as I can," she wrote, "and if you come home first, please don't worry." She folded the note carefully, her heart heavy. After clearing the kitchen table, she placed the note in the center, hoping it would be the first thing her father saw upon returning. A million possibilities of things that could go wrong flashed through her mind, but she pushed them aside. With a few hours left before she needed to leave, Isabelle lay on her bed, her mind racing. The idea of sleep was a million miles away. Instead, she pulled out the letter she'd stolen from Gustave's desk, the piece of paper that had jump-started her journey. As she read it again, doubt crept in. All she had was this fragile piece of paper and the knowledge that her father had once been around that area. Was she making a mistake in going there alone? Isabelle felt more uncertain, especially as she reread the line about people going missing in those parts. But her father had vanished without a trace too. Would fear stop her from searching for her father? Before Isabelle second-guessed her plan, she quickly tucked the letter into the dresser drawer next to her bed, convincing herself that if it were out of sight, it would be out of mind. Just as she was about to close the drawer, her eyes caught sight of a golden heart locket nestled among her meager belongings. Isabelle used to wear it all the time, a cherished gift from her mother, but now it lay there, almost forgotten. It was the last birthday gift her mother had given, a token of her love. Despite the passage of time, the pain of her mother's death remains vividly clear, deeply ingrained in her heart alongside her grief. The locket was a painful reminder of her loss, but perhaps she could find a different perspective. Isabelle could allow it to represent something beyond tragedy. It could symbolize the strength her mother instilled in her, or a reminder that her mother's love would guide her through difficult times. With a deep breath, Isabelle picked up the locket and fastened it around her neck. The cold metal warmed against her skin, and she felt her mother's presence with her, and she was finally ready for her journey. It was pitch black outside when she locked the front door. As she stepped into the cool night air, Isabelle nearly jumped out of her skin when a figure emerged from the shadows on the side road. Her heart raced until she realized it was one of her neighbors, a kindly old man, taking his dog for an early morning walk. He tipped his hat to her, and she returned a quick nod, grateful that the dog pulled him away before her neighbor could ask questions about what she was doing out so early. Keeping a wide-brimmed hat down to hide her face, she stepped into the train station. The bus had been late, and she had to run to make it there on time. Her heart raced with urgency. She was in for another shock when the booking clerk informed her that there were no trains heading directly to Chambord. The only option was a train to the next town over, Cambrai. Dread pooled in her stomach. She would have to figure out another way to reach her destination once she arrived in Cambrai. Isabelle thanked the clerk and handed over a note, exchanging it for a ticket, with the dwindling bills in her purse. She had packed sandwiches for the 2-day journey, hoping she wouldn't have to spend any more money until she reached Cambrai. Her heart pounded in the minutes leading up to the train's departure, willing it to move faster. She couldn't take her eyes off the platform, startling each time she spotted a tall, well-dressed figure standing there. Consoled by the thought that Gustave did not yet know where she was, so she had the upper hand. The train whistle blew loudly, and then the engine moved faster, leaving the platform far behind. Isabelle let out a breath she didn't know she had been holding. She had made it out. without Gustave knowing. However, as one worry receded, another quickly took its place. Isabelle had never ventured this far outside their town before, especially not on her own. The fear of getting lost weighed heavily on her mind. All she could do was hold on to her courage and pray that she would quickly reunite with her father once she reached Chambord, and that she could do it without Gustave ever finding out where she was going. Chapter 4. Cherise wielded a beauty like a sword and a tongue like a whip. They had been close once. Now, the remnants of those feelings lay twisted and broken under the weight of the curse they could neither escape nor ignore. Balthasar had just escorted her in, the heavy doors creaking shut behind them. He strode the length of the throne room, each step a battle to contain the tempest brewing within him. Cherise and her party had nearly breached the outer edges of the forest. Had he not intervened, the outcome would have been catastrophic, affecting not only them, but the precarious remains of their existence. Her hair cascading in wild waves, and a piercing gaze fixed on him with ferocity. Balthasar knew he had to confront her, even though bitterness twisted between them, thick and suffocating. He would privately address the others at a later time, but recognizing her as the instigator, she would be the first.
You deliberately defied my orders, Cherise. Why were you in the forest?
You may be content to hide in your castle, but I will not rest until I am free again,
she shot back defiantly, her tone steeped in a resentment that clawed at the edges of his patience. This was not going to be an easy conversation, and Balthasar silently prayed for the restraint he so desperately needed. His temper was nearing a breaking point, but he pressed on.
What were you planning to do exactly?
The only thing we should do. Hunt the goddess who put the curse on us, and end her once and for all.
Her voice rang out with conviction, not a trace of doubt. Balthasar groaned, raking a claw hand through his hair.
Cherise, I've told you countless times. Even if you managed to do the impossible, killing her might not necessarily end the curse you placed on us.
You may have accepted your fate, like the naive fool you are, Balthasar, but I won't stop until I am dead.
The bitterness in her voice mirrored his own inner turmoil, but it was a feeling he could not indulge.
You might get your wish sooner than you think,
he replied, his words meant not as a threat, but as a warning.
Not only are you endangering your own life, Cherise, but everyone else's as well. You took 6 with you. People we can't afford to lose. Every person who turns brings the rest of us that much closer to the edge.
We're already in the abyss. The only difference is whether you fight with your last breath in these final hours, or lay there awaiting a doom decided by some accused goddess.
Cherise screamed, each word charged with raw emotion. Balthasar took a deep breath. Anything he said now, any mistakes he made, could have dire consequences for what lay ahead.
Cherise, please reconsider what you're doing. Don't force me to take actions we both will regret.
What will you do, Balthasar? Lock me up forever? Good luck with that. I will make your life a living hell.
Her laughter echoed, a bitter sound that rang through the chamber. As if it isn't already, his mind whispered darkly.
I'm giving you a final warning, Cherise. Don't let me find you in the forest again. I won't be so understanding the next time.
Then hear my warning as well, Balthasar. Neither will I.
The retort was like a dagger, meant to strike his heart. His former love had turned and swept away, a cloak trailing dramatically behind her. Balthasar rubbed his temples, trying to fend off the headache that was building behind his eyes, when he heard a croak.
"Sheesh! That could have gone better,"
Coronis said, emerging from the shadow where he had been hiding. The light from the flickering torches danced on his glossy feathers.
"How much did you hear?"
Balthasar asked, glancing sideways at the raven, who had a penchant for eavesdropping.
"I may have been there from the start,"
the raven replied, tilting his head with amusement. Balthasar shook his head.
"I could have used your help earlier, Coronis."
"As if I would willingly walk into that disaster,"
the raven exclaimed, flapping his wings dramatically.
Charisse is your problem, Balthazar.
She'll be everyone's problem if she keeps leaving the castle,
Balthazar retorted sharply, his voice a low growl.
Perhaps Charisse has a point. The goddess is the only one who can break the curse,
Coronis continued, unfazed by Balthazar's frustration.
And the goddess won't be able to do that if she's dead.
Balthazar countered, a bitter edge to his tone.
I have news for you,
the raven said in a somber tone, his usual sarcasm replaced by something heavier.
Please tell me it's better than the issue I just dealt with,
the beast groaned, bracing himself. Whatever it was couldn't be great, given how serious Coronis had become. The raven was rarely serious. When he was, it usually foreshadowed catastrophe. Coronis made a clicking sound.
The prisoner has stopped eating.
You mean the human?
Balthazar asked, his brow furrowing.
And this concerns me how?
Coronis croaked.
It might not concern you, but you know very well it will affect the curse. You and your wicked court were to harm no one. Or did you forget? Why do you think we are in the state we are in now?
Get on with your point. What do you expect me to do?
Balthazar said, exasperated.
Spoon-feed him?
No, that would be something,
Coronis replied with a hint of a grin.
I'd love to see that.
Balthazar could almost picture the lazy grin on Coronis's face in his human form, mischief in his coal-lined eyes. He hadn't seen that smug expression in years. It felt like a ghost from a happier past.
Is the big scary beast actually using a utensil?
Balthazar arched an eyebrow.
Is that what you long to see, Coronis?
No, I want to see that the deadly monster of Chambord still has a heart,
the raven retorted. Balthazar looked away, unable to meet his gaze as he murmured.
That would only be a lie. The goddess cursed my heart and my humanity along with it.
I don't believe that. Not yet,
Coronis insisted, his voice firm.
Believe what you must,
the beast replied, irritated.
I am done talking on the matter.
He will wither away to death, Balthazar. Already his bones are showing,
Coronis said with a shudder, the movement causing a loose dark feather to fall out and flutter to the ground.
We could make it more comfortable for him. The human is in his cell at all times.
Balthazar wore a grim expression.
That is for his own protection. We can't let the others find him.
They will find him soon enough,
Coronis replied, his tone dark.
Yes, but until they do, he has a chance to stay alive,
Balthazar argued, his voice taut.
For once I agree,
Coronis conceded, his voice softening.
I would rather keep him in a room than locked in the dungeon, but he keeps trying to escape.
The human wants to go back to his daughter, Balthazar had realized. He kept repeating her name, over and over again, like a desperate prayer. His grief was enough to drive anyone mad, a wound that bled openly in solitude. Coronis sighed.
He must be bored out of his mind being stuck in there. I know I would, be circling an empty chamber day in and day out.
Balthazar huffed, irritation growing within him.
Are you suggesting that I should let him go? If I do that, he will bring in others of his kind, and I won't be responsible for the following bloodbath.
Shish, Balthazar. I don't want that either. I'm saying he needs something to keep him occupied,
Coronis explained, his wings ruffling in agitation.
Like what?
the beast asked. He's an artist. Give him the tools of his trade, and he'll carve the misery and despair out through his work.
Coronis tilted his head.
If it's any good, we might even sell it.
Balthazar suppressed a smile.
You're quite the patron of the arts, aren't you?
He asked, sarcastically. Coronis gave an exaggerated bow, a glint of mischief in his eye.
I do what I can.
Fine. Give him what he needs to stay busy. And if it doesn't work, I don't want to hear another word about it. If he starves, he starves. Is that clear?
As clear as day, Balthazar,
Coronis replied, though his tone suggested he would entertain no such ending. With a heavy heart, Coronis hoped the plan would work, even if he didn't say his concerns to Balthazar out loud. He didn't want another death weighing on his conscience. His soul was already cursed as it was. All of theirs were. The station was nearly empty, and Isabella was the last one to leave, accompanying a handful of disinterested passengers. The train's whistle echoed eerily in the stillness as it pulled away, leaving Cambray shrouded in an uncomfortable silence. It appeared Cambray was not a popular stop, which left her surprised. The town boasted a charming vibe, with its wooden houses adorned with shutters painted in cheerful hues, and quaint sunlit cobblestone streets winding through an idyllic setting. As Isabella stepped out, the warm sunshine that bathed the town and the picturesque views captivated her. Bright flowers spilled over from window boxes, and the inviting aroma of freshly baked bread wafted from a nearby bakery. However, the further she went into the town, the less enchanted she became. Neglect and despair crept into view. The grand arch that welcomed visitors at the town's entrance was a dismal sight. Its once vibrant paint had long since faded. The letters meant to spell welcome to Cambray, barely discernible under layers of grime. Above, a string of decorative lights hung limply, many bulbs missing, while the lights that remained flickered weakly in the harsh daylight. The streets were almost deserted. The few people that had disembarked with her from the train had vanished into side alleys, leaving Isabella to navigate an unsettling eeriness alone. As she passed, the local townspeople regarded her with cold stares and barely concealed suspicion. The initial warmth of the sun felt increasingly overshadowed by the chilling atmosphere, almost as if the warmth was being drained right out of her. Despite the lack of hospitality from the townsfolk, Isabella was determined to press on with her mission. Worry clawed at her heart as she approached an elderly woman who was sweeping the front of her home, and summoned the courage to ask about her father. The woman stopped briefly, eyeing her up and down, but quickly turned back to her task, muttering something that sounded like,
"Not my concern."
Isabella felt a prick of dismay. Determined to find someone who would listen, she wandered toward a small cafe, hoping for even the briefest conversation. She showed the few customers on the patio the most recent picture she had of her father, the family portrait taken last Christmas, with her mother sitting between them, a bright smile lighting up her face. Yet again, they quickly shook their heads, barely glancing at the photo, leaving her with no additional information. Her eyes lingered on the smiles in the photo, frozen in time. Isabella hadn't looked at the picture since then, and seeing it now threatened to overwhelm her with grief. Her heart ached for her mother. The only other person who would have cared about her father's disappearance was no longer there. Isabella whispered, "I will find him." The promise to her mother resonated in her mind like a silent prayer. Several hours passed with no new leads on her father's whereabouts. She realized that a search in Cambray may need to extend beyond just a single day. Isabella could return home, but her instincts were urging her to stay. She would just need to find a place to stay. Isabella sighed, looking at the money she had left, feeling constrained by her limited funds. She searched for affordable inns in the area, only to find that most were beyond her budget or, oddly enough, had no available rooms, despite appearing vacant. What was going on in Cambray? The people she encountered wore pleasant expressions, but their smiles didn't quite reach their eyes. They seemed wary of strangers and were quick to shut their doors. No one stopped to offer her help or ask why she was out there alone. Isabella had been wandering the streets for hours. The chill of the evening air nipped at her. But what chilled her more was the solitude that surrounded her. The bustling town seemed to ignore her plight. At every corner, she hoped that, by some stroke of luck, she would run into her father, but the streets remained empty of his familiar face. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows as the day faded. Feelings of homesickness overwhelmed Isabella, and she longed to return to the warmth of her home. She missed her father's reassuring presence. Memories of his big dreams and comforting words swirled in her mind, yet they felt like distant echoes, fading with each passing moment. As the day grew late, Isabelle, exhausted from the hours of walking, sank down onto the cold pavement. She felt disheartened, as if the world had turned its back on her. Her suitcase rested at her feet. She hung her head, defeated by her thoughts and the persistent ache in her heart that seemed to intensify with each breath. In her hand, she clutched her mother's necklace, hoping it would bring her the strength she so desperately needed. Just as she contemplated sleeping underneath a blanket of stars that were beginning to twinkle overhead, an unexpected creature came to her rescue. It was the first friendly encounter she had since arriving in this desolate town. A large Maine Coon cat, majestic and wild, appeared as if summoned by her despair. Its dark brown fur shimmered with golden flecks in the fading light, and it strutted towards her with an air of confidence, nuzzling against her ankles as if they were long-lost friends. The cat's fluffy tail swayed behind it like a banner of hope. Isabelle noticed that its left hind leg sported a golden paw, striking against the rest of its dark limbs. One of its eyes had a golden spot around it.
"My goodness, aren't you a darling little creature?"
Isabelle exclaimed, her heart warming at the sight of the feline. The cat purred, a soothing sound that made her feel momentarily lighter. She reached down to give it a scratch, her fingers brushing against the soft fur, and felt a sense of connection that she hadn't experienced all day. Her hand grazed the collar, revealing the cat's name, Sparrow.
"Sparrow? Is that your name?"
she asked. In response, the Maine Coon chirped like a bird, a sound that sent a ripple of laughter through her.
"I can see why they named you Sparrow. Wait, where are you going?"
Sparrow was leading her down the street with purpose. The cat would glance back to make sure Isabelle was following. When Sparrow vanished into a maze of alleyways, Isabelle felt a pang of worry, calling out softly,
"Sparrow, where are you?"
Before she could panic, the cat reappeared, meowing insistently and nudging her toward the right path. Isabelle rejoined the little game of follow the leader, navigating the winding streets together. Their adventure came to a delightful halt when they stopped in front of a small, cozy inn named the Sparrow. Was the cat the owner of the inn? Isabelle wondered vaguely, a smile on her face. The place reminded her of a bit of home, with its crooked, cramped layout. Sparrow had already entered the inn ahead of her, disappearing into the shadows. The inn itself appeared almost empty.
"Hello?"
Isabelle called out tentatively as she stepped inside. Her eyes were drawn to Sparrow, lounging imperiously on the counter, like a queen on her throne, surveying her domain with an air of regal indifference. Isabelle felt a wave of relief wash over her at the sight of the feline companion.
"There you are!"
she exclaimed, unable to contain her joy. The soft laugh pulled her attention away from the cat, and she finally noticed the innkeeper standing nearby.
"Oh, I'm so sorry,"
she stammered, her cheeks warming.
"I followed Sparrow in here. You wouldn't be the first person to tell me that,"
the lady behind the counter said with a warm smile that brightened her kind features.
"Welcome to my inn." "So you are the owner?"
Isabelle asked, her curiosity piqued.
"Yes,"
the woman chuckled.
"Despite the name, I am the owner."
She glanced at Sparrow, who was now grooming herself with an air of aloofness.
"I swear, Sparrow is a marketing genius. Somehow, she always finds our best customers."
Isabelle felt a blush creep up her neck.
"I am not sure about being your best customer, but I'm looking for a place to stay." "I should have said that Sparrow finds the best people,"
the owner replied, a twinkle in her eye.
"I am Beatrice Dubois."
She extended a small, warm hand towards Isabelle.
"I am Isabelle Beaufoy,"
she said, shaking Beatrice's hand.
"Welcome, Isabelle. What brings you to Cambray?"
Beatrice asked. Before Isabelle could respond, a boy around 12 thundered down the stairs, his footsteps heavy and chaotic.
"Ma, have you seen my notebook?"
he called out. Beatrice folded her arms, a look of mock sternness crossing her face.
"Where was the last place you put it, Freddie?"
When the boy spotted Isabelle, he quickly fixed his tousled hair, trying to appear more composed.
I didn't know we had a guest, he said, attempting to deepen his voice but failing miserably.
Isabella tried to hide a smile, while Beatrice rolled her eyes at her son's antics.
I was just talking to Miss Beaufoy when you came crashing in like a hurricane. Your notebook is most likely buried in the chaos of your room, camouflaged among the piles of dirty clothes on the floor.
Freddie's ears turned crimson as he protested.
Ma, you are always embarrassing me.
I think you do a fine job of it yourself.
His mother shot back playfully.
Now that you are here, why don't you take Miss Beaufoy's suitcase and put it in the guest room?
But I haven't paid yet,
Isabella interjected, her heart sinking at the thought of being a burden.
We will work out the details later,
Beatrice assured her with a smile.
Hurry up now,
she urged the son, who let out a dramatic sigh, but listened.
It will be my pleasure,
he said, bowing to Isabella with a flourish.
I am Frederick, but you can call me Freddie.
The boy extended his hand towards her, but Sparrow, who was still lounging on the counter, batted it away with an indignant flick of her paw, as if to say, not on my watch.
Frederick Christopher Dubois,
Beatrice interjected, with a playful scowl, hands on her hips.
Stop flirting with our guest and try to be useful.
Freddie muttered something that sounded like,
"You don't get any respect around here,"
casting a resentful glance at both his mother and the cat, before grudgingly taking Isabella's suitcase. With slumped shoulders and luggage in tow, he slowly returned upstairs.
"What do I owe you?"
Isabella asked, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment.
"I'm not sure if I have enough."
Beatrice waved her hand dismissively, a warm smile gracing her lips.
We have a policy of never turning a guest away from the Sparrow. It is bad luck for business,
she explained, her tone light but sincere.
I will take whatever you can give me.
Isabella hesitated, her heart heavy. She reached for the only valuable possession she had left, the delicate necklace that had belonged to her mother.
"Will you accept this?"
she asked, her voice trembling as she unclasped it, feeling as if she were giving away a part of herself.
No, no, my love,
Beatrice replied, her eyes widening.
It is clear someone gifted it to you with a lot of love. I simply cannot take it from you.
What about my payment?
Isabella pressed, her voice barely above a whisper. Beatrice placed a comforting hand on her shoulder.
I have experienced what you are going through, so your company will be more than enough for me.
Her smile radiates warmth and understanding. Isabella felt the tears prick at her eyes, overwhelmed by the generosity of the stranger.
Thank you for your kindness. I will be forever grateful to you,
she managed to say, her voice thick with emotion.
No need for all that, my dear,
Beatrice reassured her.
Your coming here is a sign of better things to come. Nowadays, we hardly get out-of-town visitors. It wasn't like a few years ago.
The owner's worry struck a chord with her. Isabella understood the challenges of operating a small business firsthand, especially through managing her father's work.
What has changed?
She asked, concerned. Beatrice sighed, her expression darkening.
I suppose Cambrai is still faring better than Chambord. That is where the actual problem started, and seemed to have seeped over to our town.
Isabella felt a jolt at the mention of Chambord, a name that had frequented her thoughts recently. Beatrice continued, her voice low and grave.
Overnight, Chambord cut off the rest of the world. The only road there was flooded, and no one has been able to cross the water, even with a boat. As the waters became too rough, that was only the beginning.
Isabella listened intently as Beatrice shared the unsettling news.
There are whispers of dark happenings in the forest,
Beatrice said, shaking her head.
I paid no heed to such rumours. Then people mysteriously started disappearing. Hardly anyone visits from that town anymore. Chambord was our most valuable trade partner, and the absence of their support has greatly impacted the prosperity of Cambrai.
It is all very strange indeed,
Isabella said with empathy.
I'm sorry to hear about the hardships Cambrai is facing.
She took a breath, feeling the weight of her own journey pressing down on her.
I'm afraid that my journey might continue to Chambord. Is there no other road left to reach there?
Beatrice's face showed surprise.
Why would you want to go there?
It is not safe for anyone, especially for someone on their own.
After weeks of isolation and uncertainty, Isabelle felt the weight of her worry crashing down on her like a wave. She struggled to hold back tears as she spoke.
My father is missing. I came here in search of him. Did you see him?
With trembling hands, Isabelle showed the inn owner the photograph of her father, but Beatrice shook her head gently, sadness clouding her features.
I am very sorry, dear,
Beatrice replied.
I was away visiting my sister for the past few weeks and just returned this morning.
Isabella's hope was fading fast, but Beatrice added,
It's possible that my husband knows something. He was looking after the inn while I was away. He's out running errands, but I can ask him when he gets back.
The glimmer of hope sparked at Beatrice's words. Sparrow stretched languidly before leaping down from the counter, meowing loudly at her owner's feet, demanding attention. Beatrice chuckled, her eyes twinkling with amusement.
Are you hungry, Your Highness?
She teased gently. The cat meowed again, and Beatrice smiled.
Her Majesty is demanding food,
she said regally, making Isabelle chuckle despite her worries.
Isabella, would you like to join us for dinner? Thank you for your offer, but I have already eaten,
Isabella replied, but her stomach betrayed her with a loud rumble at that very moment.
Please, I insist,
Beatrice said, her tone firm yet friendly, tactfully ignoring the growls coming from Isabella's stomach. With a reluctant nod, Isabella acquiesced, and together they made their way to the dining area. The mismatched collection of chairs and tables created a homely, inviting atmosphere that made Isabella feel a little more at ease. As Isabella took a seat at the dinner table, she watched Beatrice hustle in and out of the kitchen, her movements graceful and practiced, as she brought out a variety of delicious dishes. The aroma of roasted vegetables and savoury meats wafted through the air, making Isabella's mouth water. When Isabella offered to help, Beatrice politely declined each time, insisting that she had everything under control. However, when Isabella insisted again, Beatrice relented, asking her to retrieve the plates from the dining cabinet. As Isabella reached for the plates, a collection of small, intricately carved animal figurines on the top shelf caught her attention. They were delicate and whimsical.
Did you see my figurines?
Beatrice called from the kitchen.
Yes, they're lovely,
Isabella replied, genuinely captivated by the craftsmanship.
Aren't they?
Beatrice said with great fondness.
I wish I had a better place to display them. I'm always afraid they might fall and break. We have to keep the glass doors closed, otherwise Sparrow will get in. That silly cat loves knocking things off the corner.
Sparrow protested loudly with a meow, even as she was eyeing the figurines greedily, her tail flickering back and forth.
I bet she wants to do it right now.
Beatrice teased the cat, prompting another yowl from the accused. Their playful banter made Isabella smile. By the time they finished their meal, Pierre, Beatrice's husband, returned with 2 large bags of groceries. Beatrice stood up from the table to kiss him on the cheek, her face lighting up with affection as she helped him with the bags. He greeted Isabella with a quick hello, his demeanour welcoming. Sparrow, ever the attention-seeker, followed Pierre around, meowing insistently until he gave her a scratch behind the ears. After they put away the groceries, Beatrice promptly introduced Isabella to her husband and inquired about her missing father.
Pierre, have you met anyone who resembles the man in Isabella's photo?
She handed him the picture.
His name is Marcel Bufoy.
Have you seen him? Isabella asked, her heartbeats quickened at the prospect of new information. But to her dismay, Pierre shook his head apologetically.
I am sorry that I haven't,
he said gently as he returned the photo to her. Isabella held it right to her chest.
You will find him,
Beatrice said encouragingly, her hand resting on Isabella's shoulder as she sensed a disappointment. Isabella nodded, though she didn't feel the same hope.
There is no point worrying right now, dear. It is getting late. You can go upstairs and rest for the night, and start fresh in the morning. Miss Isabella, do you mind staying for just a moment longer?
Pierre asked, surprising them both. Seeing the sombre atmosphere, he wanted to lighten the mood.
Beatrice, I had been meaning to give you this,
he said, disappearing into the back room before returning with a present wrapped in cheerful gift paper.
What is this? Beatrice was puzzled.
Why did you buy me a present? It is not my birthday.
I missed you while you were away. As soon as I saw it, it reminded me of you. Her husband replied, causing Beatrice to blush with delight. She opened the gift, revealing a whimsical cat carved out of wood, its playful expression seeming to dance in the candlelight.
Pierre, this is wonderful,
Beatrice exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she quickly gave him a kiss.
I will add it to the others.
Isabella immediately recognized the unique style of the carving.
That is one of my father's,
she exclaimed.
That must mean that he came here to Chambord. Where did you get this, Pierre?
Beatrice asked. I bought it from Charles' gift shop, Pierre replied, a thoughtful look crossing his face. Come to think of it, Charles mentioned he bought it of a travelling artist, but I didn't make the connection until just now.
Did he mention anything else?
Isabella asked eagerly, her heart pounding with renewed hope.
Did he say where my father went, or if he was still staying in town?
No, I didn't ask, as I was in a hurry, but I can find out for you in the morning, Pierre offered, his tone sincere.
Take Isabella with you when you go to see Charles so that she can ask him herself,
Beatrice suggested. Pierre nodded, agreeing with the plan.
Thank you. I truly appreciate everything you're doing for me,
Isabella said gratefully, feeling overwhelmed. Despite being perfect strangers, the heartfelt concern and support from Beatrice and Pierre in finding her father deeply touched her heart.
You don't have to thank us. It's what anyone with a decent heart would do,
Beatrice sniffled, her eyes glistening as she hugged Isabella tightly.
You're that much closer to finding your father, dear. I know you will find him soon. Now, wipe those tears.
Sparrow will show you to your room. She then looked at the cat, who was paying rapt attention.
Isabella is your guest, after all, isn't she?
The cat meowed in agreement and dutifully led Isabella towards the guest bedroom, where Beatrice's son, Freddie, had already placed a suitcase neatly in the closet. The room was cozy, with cheerful floral patterns and soft, inviting colours. As Isabella changed into her nightclothes, Sparrow claimed a spot on the bed, curling up contentedly and intending to keep her company for the night. Isabella was grateful for her little new friend. She would have felt lonely in a new place. But now, for the first time in weeks, Isabella went to bed and fell asleep peacefully, with no nightmares haunting her. For the first time in a long while, she felt hopeful. She was going to find her father soon, and finally find out what happened to him. Chapter 5. Corona strutted into the throne room, his wings folded neatly behind his back. He wasn't alone. A small monkey timidly trailed behind him, clutching a tiny pouch in its paws. The raven could have flown and arrived much faster, but Corona slightly wanted to get a dramatic entrance. Balthazar waited patiently, perched on his throne, his sharp gaze fixed on the raven. He tolerated the theatrics, though his patience was wearing thin.
"Why are you here? What do you want?"
he growled when Coronis was within hearing range.
"Is that a way to greet your friend?"
Coronis replied, feigning offence. He appeared to be in a remarkably good mood, which usually spelled either mischief or mayhem. Balthazar wondered vaguely which of the two it would be this time.
"Get on with it,"
Balthazar said, his tone clipped.
"My patience is running thin today."
"As it always does,"
Coronis quipped, his dark feathers gleaming in the dim light of the room.
"However, I am well aware of our dynamics by now, and may have even grudgingly accepted it at this point."
"Our dynamics? Pray tell, what might that be? Annoying advisor to a most patient lord?"
Balthazar retorted.
"Comforting friend to a bothersome beast,"
Coronis replied, his voice dripping with mischief. If he could smile, he would be grinning with all his perfect teeth on his annoyingly handsome face.
"More like a court jester than a comforting friend,"
Balthazar muttered under his breath.
"What I have will help dispel even your sour mood away,"
Coronis claimed confidently, gesturing dramatically to the monkey, who nervously came forward with the pouch in hand, its tiny fingers trembling.
You brought Rufus with you?
Balthasar asked, surprised to see the monkey awake. Then again, the beast was losing track of his court members and their schedules. Perhaps it was Rufus's time to be awake.
I saw him wandering aimlessly around the castle, so I gave him a task,
the raven replied smugly. Balthasar wasn't impressed.
Couldn't you carry that pouch in your beak?
I can't hold the bag and talk at the same time,
Coronis said, flapping his wings in exasperation. Balthasar smirked.
And that would be a bad thing? You can finally be quiet for once.
Coronis glared at the beast.
Rufus was shadowing to be my assistant, weren't you? It's not like I am forcing him into it.
The monkey let out a small squeak. Whether it was from agreement or nervousness, Balthasar couldn't tell.
Rufus agreed to be your assistant? When?
He asked.
Before we were turned,
Coronis replied, a hint of nostalgia creeping into his tone.
Long before the curse, when he could still speak, that is.
That was 10 years ago, a decade that stretched like a chasm before him. Did Rufus even remember agreeing to such a thing? His gestures indicated no sign of him even recognizing that he was once a human.
Give it to him,
Coronis commanded the monkey. The tiny creature placed the pouch at Balthasar's feet, keeping his eyes glued to the floor the entire time. Anyone else might have assumed it was an act of reverence, but Balthasar knew it stemmed from sheer terror. The terror of facing the beast he had become, sheer terror of his beastly form. Balthasar paid no mind to Rufus's reaction. In the past, the beast would have tried to tone down his behavior in order to appear more gentle, a facade to mask his true nature. However, he had discovered that any efforts to transform his notorious image would only terrify others even more.
What is it? What are you giving me?
The beast asked, his voice a gravelly whisper, following Rufus's hasty retreat.
That is the culmination of my hard work,
Coronis replied, a smug smile spreading across his beak.
Or rather, the result of my careful cultivation of the talents of the imprisoned artist.
Balthasar rolled his eyes, the gesture heavy with sarcasm.
You should add it to your titles. Cultivator of art from the miserable and prison-bound.
Miserable and prison-bound? Yes,
the raven croaked, puffing out his feathers in a display of indignation.
But he is no longer starving.
Coronis's words grabbed his interest.
Has he started eating, then?
Balthasar asked.
Yes, but he no longer sleeps.
Coronis sighed as if the weight of the world was on his shoulders. Balthasar allowed himself a small smile, a fleeting moment of camaraderie amongst their shared suffering.
It appears you have exchanged one problem for another.
Coronis ruffled his feathers, irritation flaring in his eyes.
I will work on resolving it, too. That is a problem for another day, however.
Balthasar let out a scoff, irritating the bird.
Even you won't be sneering once you see what the artist created. Open the bag, Balthasar.
Don't tell me what to do,
Balthasar retorted, feeling annoyed at being commanded by the raven.
I wish you had been cursed to be a creature with opposable thumb so that I wouldn't have to tolerate this nonsense.
Well, I'm not. Quit stalling,
Coronis replied impatiently. Before Balthasar could grab the bag, Rufus shrieked, a sound of sheer terror, looking at the beast as if he had never seen him before.
What's wrong, Rufus?
Balthasar asked, concerned, but his voice only startled him further. All of Rufus's attention was on the broken window, looking at it for escape, desperation in his eyes. Before they could stop him, he lunged for it, disappearing into the night.
What's gotten into him?
Coronis exclaimed.
Rufus, come back here.
The raven spread his wings and took flight, a dark shadow against the silver moonlight, chasing after the agitated monkey. Balthasar felt his heart sink. He should have seen the signs, having witnessed it all before. He sensed that Rufus's mind had grown quiet, not a whisper of human thought anywhere. The curse had completely overtaken him, and now he would never remember his true identity. He was lost to them. Each loss in his court felt worse than the one before. When would it all end? He didn't want the answer to that. Balthasar already knew the tragic fate that awaited them all. He mentally added Rufus's name to the countless others he had lost over the years. including his father and mother, haunting him until the end of his days, until he too joined them. The pouch that Rufus had brought in, which Coronis insisted he open, lay at his feet. He reacted almost automatically, reaching down to grab it, then pulling at the strings. The weight of the object in his hand surprised him. He opened the pouch, revealing a few wooden figurines, each one meticulously carved by hand. The first one of Coronis himself, a raven with a mischievous gleam in its eyes. The details were remarkable, with each feather etched onto the surface to perfection. For once, Balthasar felt Coronis had been humble in his praise, and that this was truly the work of a master artisan. The next was a figurine of Balthasar in his beastly form. Balthasar studied the grotesque snarl and deadly sharp claws depicted in the wood, examining it as if it were a reflection of himself rather than a mere creation of an artist's hand. He saw how Marcel perceived him, a terrible monster that lurked in his worst nightmares. A monster, a killer. Perhaps that was the truth. The pouch still felt heavy. Balthasar reached deep inside and discovered one final figurine nestled within, a girl around his human age. Her sweet countenance and delicate features stirred something deep within him, arousing a strange sensation in his chest. She must be the artist's daughter, the one he had heard about repeatedly ever since his imprisonment. Unbeknownst to Coronis, Balthasar had visited the artist several times while he slept, hearing him murmuring words in his dreams. What did Marcel say was her name?
Isabella.
His heart lurched again, and he felt a tightness in his breath. What was happening to him? He remained mesmerized by the figurine in his grotesque hands. If the likeness was true, Balthasar hoped she would never come here searching for her father. He hoped that he and Isabella never came face to face. It was not merely her beauty that startled him. Her brilliant eyes seemed to pierce through the layers of his soul. They possessed the power to devastate him, if the curse didn't end him first. At that moment, Balthasar felt a flicker of longing ignite within him, a desire for redemption, a desperate wish to reclaim the humanity that had been stolen from him. But as the darkness loomed over his thoughts, he wondered if such a thing was ever truly possible. A light knock on the door woke Isabella from her sleep, the dim morning light from the window signalling that morning had arrived. It was Beatrice at the door, urging her to get ready to meet the gift store owner, Charles. Isabella hurriedly changed her clothes while Sparrow lazily yawned, still feeling the effects of the early hour. The cat soon drifted back to sleep, snoring loudly. Isabella smiled at the sweet, sleeping creature and left the bedroom, keeping the door slightly ajar. Sparrow can sleep for a while longer. Heading downstairs, Isabella came across Beatrice reprimanding her son at the breakfast table.
"Freddie, why are you reading that? It's just gossip and lies,"
she heard Beatrice scold.
"It will just fill your head with useless nonsense." "Ma, it's not a big deal,"
Freddie replied nonchalantly.
"You worry too much, and it seems you don't worry enough."
Beatrice grumbled, but her irritation softened into a smile when she saw Isabella.
"Oh, good. You're ready?"
Freddie quickly fixed his hair and flashed her a bright smile, putting away whatever he had been reading.
"Yes, I am ready,"
Isabella replied, returning her smiles.
"Pierre is waiting outside as soon as you are ready to go. Charles' gift shop is not too far away, so you will have to walk there," she said.
"Have some breakfast before you leave?" Freddie quickly stood up and pulled the chair near him for her, a delicious breakfast spread of croissants, fruits, French toast, sandwiches, and coffee was before her, but Isabella had no appetite.
"I don't think I can eat a morsel until I know where my father is,"
Isabella said. Beatrice looked at her sympathetically.
"I understand, dear. I can hardly eat anything when I'm anxious either. Maybe take a light sandwich with you. This one has fresh cucumbers and tomatoes from our garden in it."
Beatrice quickly wrapped the sandwiches in parchment and handed it to her. Isabella took it, even if she didn't think she would eat it. She didn't want to appear rude to Beatrice, who had been nothing but kind to her. The inn owner called out to her husband, and together Pierre and Isabella made their way to the gift shop, where he had bought the cat carving made by her father. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but more people were staring at her than the previous day, and whispering behind their hands as soon as they caught sight of her. Pierre, oblivious to the attention, continued to chatter on, pointing out various sights in his town and sharing their history with Isabella. Isabella was glad to step into the shelter of the gift shop, away from the prying eyes and murmuring voices. While searching for her father, Isabella hadn't noticed the charming shop nestled in its cosy corner. The storefront had a weathered wooden sign bearing the inscription, Charles Souvenirs. The soft chime of a bell above the door greets their arrival to the shopkeeper. Antique shelves and tables inside the shop beautifully display an array of whimsical treasures and trinkets. The warm glow of vintage chandeliers illuminates the colourful showcases filled with handmade jewellery, scented candles, artisanal soaps, and other intriguing art curiosities. This was the exact spot where Pierre had stumbled upon her father's art, and Isabella couldn't have imagined a more ideal and befitting place for it. Charles, the owner of the gift store, was incredibly helpful.
Yes, I met with your father. How could anyone forget such an interesting man? He had been to more places than I hoped to go in a lifetime, and had a remarkable story to share for each of his travels.
Did he share where he was heading next? Isabella asked, her heart beating fast with excitement. Her father had been here, and as much as she would love to hear more of their conversation, finding him was more important and took precedence.
I recall. He said he was staying in Chambord for the night, Charles said. He didn't mention where he would go after that.
Isabella tried to conceal her disappointment, even if it was hard to do so.
Did you discuss anything else?
Pierre asked.
Perhaps it will provide a clue as to where his mind was at.
Isabella nodded.
Is there anything else he seemed interested in?
We discussed at great length about his travels. At some point during the conversation, the topic shifted to the troubles in Chambord. Your father appeared especially intrigued by the local legend surrounding the town.
Charles recollected.
Could that be it? Pierre pondered aloud to Isabella. Maybe your father headed there?
There was a hint of concern in his voice.
You're not considering going there, are you? Charles interjected, worried. I warned myself that only a fool would venture to Chambord, especially now. I believe he would have listened to my caution.
Isabella knew better than to contradict him.
Thank you,
Isabella expressed gratefully. You've been very helpful. Isabella was unsure if she would journey to Chambord herself without further information, but it was more than likely her father had gone there. While it may have deterred others, the danger would have only drawn him in further. It would have beckoned his adventurous spirit like a doomed ship to a siren's call.
I hope your father returns to my shop with more of his art than stories, Charles said. His figurines were our most popular item and sold out immediately. I'm glad I got one for Beatrice,
Pierre said, his eyes smiling. Isabella promised Charles that she and her father would return together. As Pierre and Isabella made their way down the cobblestone street, her unease intensified with each step. The stairs followed her like an unwelcome shadow. The whispers had started again as soon as they stepped out of the gift shop. The only difference was that even Pierre noticed it this time around.
What has gotten into people lately?
He asked, shaking his head.
Maybe they're just intrigued by the newcomer in town,
Isabella suggested, trying to keep her voice light. She had always been the quiet observer, the one who blended into the background, and now it felt as if she was under a spotlight, every move dissected and discussed.
Don't let it bother you, Isabella. People can be nosy,
he assured her.
What matters is finding your father. We'll figure this out together.
Isabella felt relieved she wasn't just imagining the stares and hushed whispers that had followed her through the streets of Chambord, but that did nothing to explain the reason for it, that is, until they reached the inn. Upon seeing them, Beatrice quickly ushered both of them inside and flipped the inn sign to, "Sorry, we closed," behind her. She pulled the curtains tightly shut, her movements hurried and anxious, but not before peeking out to make sure that no one was watching.
"What is the matter, Bee?"
Pierre asked, worry etched across his forehead.
"Freddie discovered something that you should see."
Beatrice nodded towards her son, who was clutching a wrinkled newspaper. He handed it to Isabella, and she recognized it immediately as the Daily Truth. Shock coursed through her to learn that the notorious paper reached as far as Chambord. Nothing good would ever come from the newspaper. She was sure of it. Isabella didn't notice it at first, her mind swirling with questions, but then the headlines jumped out at her, and she gasped. Gustave had finally put up a missing person ad, but it wasn't for her father. It was for her. Panic surged through her as she scanned the page, her heart sinking further when she saw the reward amount listed in bold letters. The numbers blurred in a vision, her eyesight hazy. "Why is there a missing ad for you, Isabella?" Pierre asked, his eyebrows knitted in confusion.
"Because the owner of this paper is obsessed with me,"
Isabella thought bitterly.
"It is probably a misunderstanding,"
Beatrice said softly, reading the expression on Isabella's face. Isabella nodded, feeling slightly dizzy and unable to share with them anything more. Suddenly, an overwhelming thirst hit her throat feeling dry.
"Can I have a glass of water?"
she asked weakly. Freddie immediately got up and hurried to the kitchen to get her a drink. When he returned, he handed her the glass. Isabella accepted it gratefully, her hands trembling as she lifted it to her lips. She took a sip.
"Are you in some kind of trouble?"
Freddie asked, his childlike curiosity bubbling to the surface.
"Freddie!"
his mother warned in a low voice, casting a disapproving glance his way.
"What? It's just a question,"
he replied defensively. Isabella shook her head, then took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment. She knew she had to come clean.
I'm in trouble because of Gustave. He doesn't take no for an answer, and now he's making a spectacle of me."
Freddie blew a low whistle, his eyes wide.
"Gustave Rochefort? You mean this man?"
He pointed to the front page, where Gustave's picture was displayed in the top corner, a smug grin plastered across his face. It was as if Gustave feared people might forget his existence, if he didn't draw attention to it. He had always been that desperate for validation.
"Yes, that is him,"
Isabella replied, her voice heavy with misery.
"He's relentless. He has some nerve,"
Freddie said, anger flaring in his voice.
"There's a rotten mind behind that stupidly handsome face of his."
"Freddie, we don't judge others by their looks," Beatrice exclaimed, a tone sharp, but not without affection.
"What? You are thinking it too, Mom,"
her son shot back with youthful indignation. Isabella's heart warmed at the young boy's protectiveness towards her.
"No matter. You can stay here as long as you want, dear,"
Beatrice offered to Isabella, her voice gentle. "It will all die down in a few days. You'll see."
"Thank you, but it isn't safe for me to stay at the inn any more,"
Isabella said firmly. The kindness in Beatrice's eyes only deepened her resolve. Judging by the looks and whispers she had received in the gift shop earlier, she was sure it wouldn't be long before someone revealed a location to the Daily Truth, and ultimately to Gustave. Both Freddie and Beatrice opened their mouths to protest, but Pierre was the only one to agree with her. He had been quietly contemplating while she relayed a story. "I think she is right, Bea. Many people are having money problems around here. The reward will entice them," he said in a grim voice.
"But where would she go?"
Beatrice protested. Now that Isabella was certain of where her father had gone, she couldn't stay in Chambord any longer. As soon as word reached Gustave that she was here, it would likely involve the police, causing trouble for the Dubois. Isabella could not bear the idea of burdening these kind-hearted people with any problems, especially one as bad as Gustave.
"I am not going back home, but I would need help to get out of town with no one seeing,"
Isabella said. She sighed. Gustave just made things much more complicated for her. Isabella had to move quickly to stay one step ahead of Gustave and his twisted obsession with her.
"Out of town? Where?"
Freddie asked.
Chambord.
Pierre had a strange expression on his face.
We learned from Charles that Isabella's father might have gone there.
Both Freddie and Beatrice gasped, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief.
"No!"
they protested in unison.
"I must go. I need to know what happened to my father,"
Isabella said with tears in her eyes. Beatrice's face was a portrait of horror.
"But dear, it is too dangerous, and who will take you there?"
"I know someone,"
Pierre replied, his tone grave.
"He is the only one I know who will be able to."
"Will it be safe?"
Freddie asked.
"He hasn't lost the person yet,"
Pierre replied with a grim smile. The room fell into an uneasy silence until the shrill ring of the telephone shattered it. They all jolted simultaneously at the sound.
"Should we pick it up?"
Freddie asked, glancing nervously at the phone. Before anyone could respond, Beatrice's hand shot out, and she answered the call. Her words were terse and clipped, but Isabella could recognize Gustave's harsh voice on the other end of the line.
"No, she's not here,"
Beatrice said, her voice firm. No, I won't let you know if she comes here. She hung up the receiver with a decisive click. Was that him? Isabella asked, turning pale. Beatrice nodded slowly. Wow, that was quick, Freddie remarked, his eyes wide. Someone must have leaked that you were here. The phone rang again, relentless, shrilling like some possessed creature. It even woke Sparrow, who padded down the stairs, mewling angrily at being disturbed. The cat approached Freddie, scratching at his legs like a scratching post. Based on his lack of reaction, it seemed he accepted it as part of his morning routine. He absent-mindedly scratched behind the ears. The phone continued to ring, a maddening sound that Isabella wished she could drown out. She wanted to cover her ears to make it stop. Gustave is relentless when he wants something, she said, her voice heavy with resignation. He won't quit. Well, I have a cure for that, Beatrice said angrily as she yanked the telephone line out of its socket. The silence that followed was blissful. Way to go, Mom, Freddie said, impressed, which made Beatrice crack a small smile. That was a good idea, Pierre remarked, nodding in approval. But we all know it's only a temporary solution. We need to consider our next steps. Why does she have to go to Chambord, of all places? Beatrice exclaimed, distress etched across her features. It's a lawless country out there. What do you mean? Isabella asked. Freddie, can you take Sparrow upstairs? Beatrice requested, glancing at the cat, who was now weaving around Freddie's legs. I want to listen too, Freddie protested, but quickly changed his tune when his mother raised an eyebrow at him. I never get to hear the good stuff, he added resentfully as he scooped up the cat and trudged upstairs. Beatrice waited until her son was out of earshot and checked the stairs to see he wasn't eavesdropping. Once reassured, she leaned closer to Isabella, her voice dropping to a whisper. How much do you know about Chambord? Only that it is dangerous to go there, but not much else, Isabella admitted. Chambord has its own king, though no one has seen him in years, Beatrice explained. In his absence, thugs and robbers have taken to the highways, leaving the people of Chambord to defend their own homes. What about the king's court or his armies? Aren't they doing anything? Isabella asked. Beatrice shook her head, her expression bleak. His court was as wicked as they come. Then there's the matter of getting there. This just kept getting better and better, Isabella thought. What do you mean? Mysterious forests that appear overnight cut the roads to Chambord off, Beatrice said, her voice low. From Chambray, there is only one way inside, but that road remains underwater. You can take a ferry if the water is calm enough, but lately it hasn't been so. How often does the ferry stop at Chambord? Isabella asked, dread pooling in her stomach. Perhaps once a month? Nowadays it can be months in between, Beatrice replied. Months! Isabella exclaimed, panic surging through her. By then it would be too late. I only have at most a day. Gustave already suspects I'm here. He will come after me. I would reconsider going there. It's a strange, cursed place, Beatrice warned, her eyes wide with concern. And the forests are even worse. There's a rumour of a shadow that lurks within, along with stories of travellers going missing because of that very creature. Isabella felt silent, a chill running down her spine. She recalled a letter that she had stolen from Gustave's office, which spoke of people vanishing. But it hadn't mentioned the dark creature. The letter had hinted at foul play or kidnappings. What are you thinking? Pierre asked, seeing that she had gone quiet. Chambord sounds exactly like the kind of place my father would go. There's a good chance he's there. So I must go as well, Isabella said, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside her. I just don't know how I can make it there before Gustave arrives. There is another way, Pierre said hesitantly, glancing around as if the walls themselves might be listening. You know of it because it's very dangerous. The path to Chambord is inaccessible most of the time, but there's a brief window each night when it opens. The problem is that it's never consistent, and no one knows how long it lasts. You would need fast transport and a daring driver willing to take the risk. And you know such a person? Isabella asked, to which Pierre nodded. That would be Louis. He's a friend of mine. Pierre, you can't be serious, Beatrice exclaimed in disbelief. We aren't sending Isabella with Louis, of all people, on a god-forsaken road to a cursed town. He may be a little odd, but Louis hasn't lost the soul yet, Pierre replied, a hint of pride in his voice for his friend. He's not getting a chance to either, Beatrice shot back. Isabelle quietly interjected. I'm willing to take that chance for my father. Beatrice was taken aback by her decision, her mouth opening and closing as if searching for words. But...
The choice is Isabelle's to make, Pierre said gently. If you're ready, we must leave now to make the journey in time.
Beatrice looked on in horror, unable to voice her fears, her heart torn. Isabelle took Beatrice's trembling hands in hers and looked deeply into her eyes. I promise nothing will happen to me. Please don't worry, she said. I cannot abandon my father now that I know where he is. I won't be able to live with myself if I do. The innkeeper sniffled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, but she nodded reluctantly. Take care, dear. I hope you find your father and return safely to me. Thank you, Isabelle replied, pulling Beatrice into a tight hug. I promise I will. Beatrice hugged her back fiercely. After a lingering moment, she took a deep breath, her expression shifting from doubt to one of determination. Okay, now that it's all decided, I'll go get things ready for the journey, she said, her voice steadied by purpose.
Isabelle, why don't you hurry and get your suitcase from upstairs? I'll start the car,
Pierre said, relief flooding his features now that Beatrice agreed with him. With any luck, the old girl won't break down before we get there. He winked at his wife, who looked both mortified and deeply worried by the prospect. It will be fine, Isabelle reassured herself. At least now she knew where she needed to go. She just had to leave for Chambord before Gustave found her. Chapter 6. Isabelle hurried to the guest room to quickly retrieve a suitcase, only to be confronted by both Sparrow and Freddie at the door. Sparrow gazed up at her with wide, expectant eyes, clearly wanting to be picked up, while Freddie shifted from foot to foot. Isabelle smiled, bending down to scoop Sparrow into her arms. The cat purred and nuzzled against her, chirping like a bird, clearly pleased with being held. All right, I got you, Isabelle murmured, scratching her behind the ear, her fingers tangled in the soft fur. Freddie pressed for information, his expression earnest. What did Mum say, Isabelle? Is everything okay? His tone was cautious, as if he was bracing himself for bad news. He was still young, and like his mother, Isabelle wanted to shield him from an unnecessary fright. She chose her words carefully, thinking them through. Yes, but I can't tell you everything, she finally replied, her voice light yet firm. She wanted to reassure him without overwhelming him with adult concerns. Are you really going to Chambord? Freddie asked, his eyes widening with both awe and fear. Isabelle nodded in response. Yes, but that is all I can share with you, she replied. The cat appeared to sense the tension, letting out a low, concerned purr. Freddie's expression shifted from concern to contemplation. Suddenly, he sprang into action, darting away from the hall with a determined urgency. Wait for me here, he called over his shoulder. Curious and slightly amused, Isabelle turned to Sparrow. What do you think he's up to? She asked. Sparrow let out a disgruntled chirp, a noise that Isabelle couldn't quite decipher, but assumed expressed some feline annoyance at the sudden hustle. Moments later, Freddie returned puffing slightly from his excursion, clutching a small bag in his hands. I got something for you, he announced, his own excitement bubbling over. What is it? Isabelle inquired, intrigued by his enthusiasm. This will help you on your trip, he said proudly, holding the pouch aloft like a trophy. I got them from my Boy Scout kit. Isabelle looked inside and her eyes widened in surprise. Among the various items, there was a compass, a small flashlight, a whistle, and even a pocket knife. These are great, she exclaimed, genuinely touched. Thank you, Freddie. This is incredibly thoughtful. Better to be safe than sorry, Freddie said seriously. Seeing that Isabelle's hands were full with Sparrow, he said, I'll take Sparrow so you can get ready. It was an awkward exchange. He carefully took the fluffy cat, who growled angrily at being removed from Isabelle's embrace. It will be okay, Isabelle reassured both of them, seeing the concern on their faces. Don't worry.
Please, be safe.
Freddie implored. The protectiveness in his voice touched her deeply.
I will. Now that I have your compass with me, I can't get lost,
she said. The words coaxed out a toothy smile from him. Just then, Beatrice's voice echoed up the stairs from below.
Are you ready, Isabella? Pierre started the car.
She could hear the relief in her voice. Freddie startled at the sound of his mother's voice, his eyes widening in panic.
Don't tell her I'm here,
he whispered urgently.
I'm supposed to be working on my homework. If Mom finds out, she'll make me do chores.
He looked genuinely terrified at the prospect, and Isabella couldn't help but smile at his plight.
Don't worry, I won't say a word,
she promised, a grin spreading across her face.
Your secret is safe with me,
she replied conspiratorially, which made the boy grin with glee.
I hope you find your dad,
he said.
I hope so too,
Isabella replied, sharing in his anxiousness. Freddie wavered in the hallway, a fierce storm of emotion swirling within him. He longed to say goodbye properly, but the words stuck in his throat. Sensing his worry, Isabella reached out to reassure him, echoing the same comforting words she had shared with his mother.
I will be okay, Freddie. I will come visit the inn again with my father.
The boy nodded, and after a moment a grim smile broke through his worry.
Promise?
Promise, she affirmed, feeling the weight of that word. He looked so much like Beatrice when he was worried, Isabella thought to herself. Luckily, Freddie was at an age when the troubles of the world quickly faded away during playtime, and she was grateful for it.
Come on, Lady Sparrow. We've got some monsters to defeat,
Freddie shouted, his spirit rekindled by the call to adventure. Sparrow chirped in agreement, her tail flicking with excitement as she dashed after him. Together they made quite the pair, a knight and his trusty sidekick, off to vanquish the unseen evils of their imaginative realm. Isabella watched them run, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. She would miss the inn and its warmth, the laughter within these walls. It had become a place that felt almost as comfortable as her own home, a feeling she would cherish forever. She gathered her belongings and safely tucked the bag Freddie had given her inside a satchel. It felt like a token of friendship, a promise of return. With a deep breath, Isabella readied herself for a new adventure and to greater danger.
Ready or not, Chambord, here I come,
she whispered. Isabella would hold on to her newfound friendships, promising to find a way back to them. Pierre's car sputtered dangerously a few times during the trip, but somehow it kept going without breaking down completely. The sunlit dappled streets and charming houses of Chambord were far behind them, replaced by a landscape that felt increasingly remote. They eventually stopped in front of a deserted tunnel.
"We're here,"
Pierre announced, his voice tinged with an unexpected excitement that caught Isabella by surprise. She couldn't understand why they would have stopped here in the middle of nowhere. They got out of the car and waited. Long minutes passed since they had arrived, and they stood waiting.
"He should be here,"
Pierre muttered under his breath, his brow furrowing as he peered into the dark tunnel, which seemed to stretch endlessly. Pierre suddenly placed his fingers in his mouth and blew a sharp whistle. The sound hung in the air, a call into the void. The eerie silence lingered until Isabella heard it. The faint clip-clop of hooves in the stillness. She would never have believed what emerged from the tunnel. A Gothic carriage appeared, drawn by a team of dark horses, with a driver grinning from the seat. The carriage itself was a work of art, its exterior and elaborate carvings of twisted vines, grim gargoyles, and snakes that seemed to twist and writhe. The gilded wrought-iron ornamentations shone dully under the sunlight. The wheels were large and spoked, with black leather coverings that resembled the wings of some dark creature. Heavy velvet drapes in deep purples and black framed the window of the carriage's interior. The horses harnessed to the carriage were pure black, their coats glistening. They moved with an ethereal grace, as if they were gliding rather than trotting. With every clip-clop of their hooves on the ground, the carriage and its driver floated through the shadows. Dressed in a long, flowing black coat that billowed around him, the driver was as much a marvel as the carriage. Beneath the impressive coat, he wore a high-collared shirt and a cravat, all in shades of deep grey and silver. A tall black top hat sat atop his head, casting a shadow over his sharp, angular features. Isabella would have been frightened if she met him in a dark alley, but Pierre smiled as he looked at his friend.
Louis.
Louis's face was pale, almost ghostly, with piercing eyes. A well-groomed beard framed his lips, which curled into a faint, knowing smile. He gripped the reins with gloved hands, as if he commanded not just the horses, but the very air around him.
There he is,
Pierre said, relief flooding his voice.
You gave me quite a fright, Louis. Then my life is complete.
His friend replied with a mischievous smile.
Is this my next victim? Stop scaring the poor girl,
Pierre said when he saw Isabelle startled. He turned to her, the warmth of his gaze reassuring.
Isabelle, this is my good friend Louis. He will be your driver to Chambord.
Isabelle gave a polite bow, and Louis raised his hat in response. He seemed from another era entirely, a lost figure in modern times, as if he had stepped straight out of a storybook. Is this what she was about to expect in Chambord?
Thank you so much, Louis, Isabelle said,
finding a voice.
I'm really grateful for your help. I've heard that the path to Chambord can be quite difficult, and Pierre assures me you're the only person who can take me there.
Her words were earnest, but made him break out in laughter.
The people don't call me Loony Louis for nothing,
he replied with a smile, revealing a missing side tooth that Isabelle hadn't noticed before, adding a touch of charm to his enigmatic persona.
Yes, you shouldn't listen to those people,
Pierre replied, a hint of sadness in his voice.
You're a kind man who doesn't deserve their scorn or ridicule. You're a good friend, Pierre, but the girl needs to know the truth. She needs to be aware of what she's getting into,
Louis said with a smile.
Do you still trust me to go on this crazy ride?
He asked Isabelle, his eyes sparkling.
I never pay attention to rumors or what others say. In fact, the best people I know have been called such names.
Isabelle replied, thinking about her father. I've learned long ago not to form my opinion based on the prejudices of others. Both men seemed impressed with her reply, returning admiring glances.
Smart girl,
Pierre said, beaming.
Such wisdom at such a young age. And you forgot to add brave too.
Louis chimed in, a bright twinkle in his eye, as if he recognized a kindred spirit in her. Isabelle didn't have uncles, but she imagined they would be like Louis and Pierre, supportive, adventurous, and perhaps a bit eccentric. Perhaps her wish would come true, and her father would become good friends with them when they met.
Where did you find them?
Isabelle reached out to pat a horse, which snorted slightly at a touch.
They are magnificent creatures, are they not?
Louis remarked.
They are the ones who found me, magically appearing out of the forest one day, and being with me ever since.
Will we be going to Chambord in this carriage?
She asked. The carriage was magnificent, and Isabelle hoped Louis would say yes. If she had to visit a place plagued by curses and shadowy figures, she would rather do so in a manner that was befitting.
You're in luck. No other transport can take you there,
Louis replied, as if reading her thoughts.
Chambord does not take kindly to modern technology. It is a world of its own, cut off from the rest.
Just like you,
Isabelle thought, though she kept it to herself.
Be careful, Louis. Beatrice will never forgive you if something happens to Isabelle,
Pierre said, his tone shifting to one of concern.
I gave her my word, you know, and I will never forgive myself for letting my friends down,
Louis replied, his expression serious for a moment, before the smile returned, softening his features.
Farewell, Isabelle,
Pierre said.
I should head back to the inn before my luck runs out and my car breaks down completely. You can always get a carriage ride from me,
Louis offered with a wink.
No, thanks. I think I'll take my chances with my car,
his friend replied, joking. Pierre waited until Isabelle was settled comfortably in the plush interior of the carriage. He waved as they disappeared into the dark tunnel, the last image Isabelle saw being Pierre attempting to start his car, which was making a strange noise.
Oh no,
Isabelle thought. I hope his car doesn't give him trouble now. As the carriage rolled forward, she made a silent prayer for Pierre's safe reunion with his wife and son. The weight of gratitude settled in her heart for the kindness his family had shown her, a relative stranger. It was dark where they were. Isabelle took deep breaths to calm herself, but her heart continued to pound, matching the rhythm of the horses, echoing through the tunnel, Louis sang an old tune, the lyrics about adventure and grand quests, his voice soft. The tunnel seemed to stretch on for miles, with each twist and turn deepening her unease, but finally Isabelle spotted the light of the opening. As the carriage was leaving it, they came across another large archway that signalled the town's exit. This arch was in worse condition than the one she had seen when entering Chambord. Heavy vines had overtaken the columns, twisting and curling, reaching for the sky. Someone had painted all over it, splashes of red jarring against the muted tones of the stone. The surface had drawings of skulls and crossbones, alongside warnings for those passing by. Reading messages like, "Stay away," "Danger," did nothing to calm her already fraught nerves. If Gustave hadn't been following her, Isabelle might have reconsidered going into Chambord. The thought of turning back seemed impossible now.
"We are here,"
Louis announced, his voice steady, but the tension in his shoulders betrayed him. Isabelle's gaze fell upon the road ahead. A narrow path wound before her, barely wide enough for the carriage, flanked by water on both sides, dark and foreboding. One wrong turn and they would slip into the watery abyss. The thought sent a shiver down her spine.
"Do you still want to continue?"
he asked. It was a last chance. She could return to her life, back to an empty home and always wondering about her father. "Yes," she replied, her voice firmer than she felt, realizing there was no turning back now. She had to find her father.
"Best hold on to your courage, then."
Louis tugged on the reins, urging his horses to move forward. The animals seemed nervous, their muscles tense under the harness, and Isabelle could not blame them. After a little coaxing, the horses finally complied and took their first hesitant steps onto the path. The sun was setting, casting streaks of grey across the sky. As they trotted along, Isabelle caught sight of more of Chambord. During the car trip, Pierre had mentioned that it was a tidal island covered in thick forest and only accessible at low tide. At least visibility wasn't an issue, and she could still see the road ahead of her. But just as she considered this, a heavy mist suddenly materialized, curling around them like a living entity, bringing with it a sense of despair. She could hardly see the path ahead in the fog that had surrounded them, and sensed the horses' nervousness as they huffed out thick vapor from their nostrils. An odd prickling feeling took over, warning her to turn back. The horses clambered along on the paved path, but the water around them seemed as restless as she was.
"I don't like the looks of that water,"
she heard Louis mumbling to himself, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. No sooner had they moved forward a few feet than the water surged from the sides, frothing like a great hungry beast. The horses' neighs grew louder, a chorus of anxiety that echoed her own rising panic. She noticed inch-deep water had risen on the path and was rising still. If it kept up, it would wash away the path and the carriage, and the horses along with it. "You must go faster!" Isabelle yelled over the rising roar of the waves. She feared her voice would be lost among the noisy water, but Louis heard her. He nodded his head and urged his horses to move faster. The thunder of their hooves, the crashing of the water, and the hammering of her heart created a dissonant harmony. But they had almost made it. Now, only a few meters away, the deep, dark forest of Chambord was within sight. A giant wave crashed in front of the path ahead, a wall of water that seemed to rise from the depths of some hidden ocean. Louis didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Fearing they would be washed away if they paused, he bravely dashed the carriage through the wave. For a brief moment, Isabelle was completely submerged underwater. The cold shock of the water stole her breath as her hair floated like seaweed in the swirling currents. She watched transfixed as the carriage sank deeper and deeper, the dark horses transforming into mythical kelpies, their forms melding with the water. Panic clawed at her throat as she screamed soundlessly in the water, bubbles rising from her mouth. Everything faded to black as she lost consciousness, the weight of the water pulling her down into the abyss. Chapter 7. The beast's eyes were riveted on the scene unfolding before him. A black carriage thundering down the paved road in Chambord, desperately trying to escape the deadly rising tide. Balthasar had come to the tower for a secret meeting with Coronis, the only place where they could find privacy from the others and avoid being overheard. While he waited for the raven by the window, Balthazar had been lost in thought, until the sight of this unfolding mystery snatched him from his reverie. The driver of the carriage was driving like a madman, the hoofs of the horses thundering against the cobblestone, resembling creatures from hell itself.
Who could be inside?
Balthazar felt sorry for them. As his gaze followed the slow curve of the glossy frame, he spotted her, a girl, peering from the narrow window, each shadow of the carriage mirrored in her terrified expression. The sheer panic that clung to her seemed to pierce the barrier of the storm, seeping into Balthazar's soul. No, it couldn't be her, but the face was unmistakable, a living replica of the delicate figurine he had held in his hands far too many times. Isabella, the artist's daughter. Had she risked everything to find him? The thought sent a cold rush through him. Another monstrous wave crashed into the carriage with a deafening roar, sending it teetering perilously close to the dark, swirling abyss below. Balthazar felt a clench in his chest, a primal instinct to intervene surging within him. He hadn't called upon the goddess in many years, but desperation clawed at him now.
Please,
he begged into the tempest.
If you are listening, show mercy. Do not let her die.
As though daunting his plea, a colossal wave rose high, swallowing the carriage from view for a heart-stopping moment. Just when Balthazar feared the worst, the vehicle re-emerged, battered but still galloping towards safety, his breath released in a shaky sigh. They were so close to Chambord. Only a few more meters remained before they reached refuge.
"What are you looking at?"
Coronis's voice startled him as the raven flew in, its dark feathers glistening like polished ebony, and perched on his shoulder.
"It's nothing,"
Balthazar replied too quickly, his pulse racing.
"It doesn't seem like nothing,"
Coronis countered, eyeing him skeptically. The raven's eyesight was nearly as sharp as his own, an unexpectedly useful outcome of the curse, and it seemed to pierce through his lie. Balthazar deliberately moved away from the window to avoid giving Coronis a clue to what was diverting him.
"Do you have the report ready?"
he asked brusquely, redirecting the conversation.
"Of course, Your Majesty,"
the raven replied, sarcasm pouring from his beak. He gave a mock bow.
"I love to serve."
Balthazar chose to ignore the snark.
"How are the others faring? How many remain?"
"The next circle will awaken soon, and so far it doesn't seem like the curse has taken hold of them. We will only know for sure once they are fully awake,"
Coronis reported, hopping nervously on Balthazar's shoulder.
"I would like another report soon,"
Balthazar said, sensing that their time was slipping away. The fate of Chambord and its inhabitants hinged on their ability to maintain balance, a skittish equilibrium among the cursed. The raven croaked, its tone morose.
"If the current pattern holds true, we might stave off the curse for another decade."
"That is good,"
Balthazar said, relief washing over him.
"A lot can change in 10 years.
"Then again, it might not,"
Coronis interjected, and the words hung heavily in the tense air.
"Luckily, I am one for optimism."
Balthazar made a non-committal sound.
"Anything else to report? Who else is due for their sleep cycle?"
"Some of the patrol guards, and Charisse,"
Coronis uttered, the name making him uneasy. The beast's heart sank. He understood why the raven was so ruffled.
"Did she agree?"
Balthazar asked, already bracing for the grim answer.
"No,"
Coronis replied sharply.
"and she nearly chewed my head off when I asked."
"I will talk to her,"
Balthazar said, though he felt a little chance of changing her mind.
"Anything else?"
"All seems fine,"
Coronis replied, though hesitantly.
"Any changes in mood or observations that stand out?"
Balthazar pressed gently, well aware of the importance of vigilance within their ranks. Coronis only needed a little more prodding to crack.
"Felix has been more restless of late,"
the raven blurted out.
"Felix? Is he stationed in the group of scouts overseen by Atlas?"
"Yes."
Coronis clicked his beak, the sound too sharp.
"He covers the grounds in the outer perimeters of the forest."
"What seems to be the matter? What have you observed?"
Coronis had the keenest intuition, one that Balthazar trusted with his life. He knew his companion wouldn't voice concern without good reason.
Felix often requests to return to the forest despite having twice the number of shifts than the others.
That is strange. Did he say why?
Balthasar's curiosity piqued.
He says he feels restless in the castle.
It could be nothing.
Yet even as he said that, Balthasar felt an unsettling tightness in his gut.
Perhaps we could change his post. Any signs of him turning?
Not yet.
Coronis's voice dropped, heavy with reluctant acceptance. They both understood the underlying truth. They would all turn. It was only a matter of when the curse struck.
Where would you like to post him?
The greenhouse,
Balthasar said, though a part of him hesitated.
The greenhouse? Are you sure, Balthasar?
The greenhouse will be the closest thing to the forest. It might calm him,
Balthasar argued, though the reason felt tentative.
But it will definitely make others ask questions. What if they become suspicious? Uneasy minds lead to uneasy hearts. And worst, it might cause them to panic.
Coronis cautioned, his wings rustling anxiously.
The others will be fine,
the beast insisted.
Even if they are, which I doubt, we do not yet know of this transformation. What if Felix turns into a horned beast? Would it be wise to confine him somewhere with glass walls?
Balthasar paused, contemplating the raven's words. Randomness was inherent to the curse, making it utterly terrifying. He realized that sometimes transformations took them. In his own case, the terrible implications of the curse had emerged slowly. As a leader, Balthasar placed an even higher value on maintaining tranquility within the group, often prioritizing that over his own search for the goddess.
Place Felix in posts around the castle, and if he still feels restless, then, and only then, station him at the greenhouse as a last measure. Is that a better plan?
Yes,
Coronis agreed, suddenly sounding wary.
Very well,
the raven said, his usually vibrant spirit deflated.
I will order the change.
Anything else to report?
The beast asked, his own exhaustion beginning to pull at him.
No, but I will let you know if anything comes up.
The raven didn't wait for Balthasar's acknowledgement, soaring out of the room with an urgency that left Balthasar both relieved and unsettled. Their meetings rarely lasted long, a careful design to avoid raising suspicion among the other court members. As soon as the raven faded out of view, the beast quickly returned to the window, which had been lingering in the back of his mind during their conversation. The carriage was gone. The waves surged and crashed, nearly obscuring whatever little remained of the road. Now the carriage made it safely to the other side, or had Isabella lost her life trying to reach her father?
Goddess, I hope you are listening,
Balthasar murmured to the entity he had not seen in 10 years, an echo of his heart's prayer.
Please grant me this wish. Do not let her die.
As he spoke, Balthasar sensed movement on the other side. Through the turbulent waters, a dark shape emerged. It was the carriage, the same ominous silhouette that had captured his imagination. Both the carriage and its wild driver, along with the beastly horses, remained unscathed. But the question loomed, had the girl made it through unharmed? Balthasar envisioned monstrous waves tossing her inside the carriage, threatening to crush her small, fragile body against the unyielding iron frame. He shuddered involuntarily. The image striking him like a blow, he made another fervent prayer, despite knowing that all of his previous prayers had gone unanswered.
Isabella,
he thought, desperately,
please be okay.
Water. There is water everywhere. Isabella moves her feet in a feeble effort to swim, but they feel locked in place, ensnared by unseen chains. The water horses surrounded her, their massive forms undulating gracefully through the dark depths, casting ominous shadows, stretching toward her with a life of their own. There is hunger in their red eyes, fierce and predatory, glowing like embers. She can feel the chill creeping over her skin, the weight of the water pressing down with an unrelenting force. So this is how she dies. A single thought pierces through the panic. She should have never come there. The dark creatures swim forward, their sinuous bodies gliding effortlessly, causing her to sink within herself, as if instinctively trying to disappear. A mix of terror and resignation washes over her. Then in that moment of hopelessness, an ethereal light appears, pulsing like a heartbeat in the murky blue around her. Drawn to the light, the water horses abandon her, their powerful tails propelling them forward towards it with speed. The emerald green light forms a feminine figure, radiant and alluring, a beguiling smile both enchanting and frightening, as she nuzzles the noses of the water horses, offering comfort to the dark, monstrous beings. Even though Isabelle can't see the woman's features, a sense of dread washes over her. Her every instinct is warning her. Something terrible will happen if she approaches the light, if she moves closer to this being. Yet she can't shake the compulsion to do so. Her resolve weakens, and she inches closer to the light, but a voice breaks through and stops her.
Isabella! Isabella!
Someone was calling her name, the voice muffled by the fog clouding her mind. It took a great deal of effort to look away from the alluring light. She groans, torn between the two.
Wake up, Isabella!
With a gasp, Isabella opened her eyes, surprised to find herself alive. Instead of being submerged in cold, dark water, she was inside a carriage, the smell of leather and dampness anchoring her to reality. How was that possible? She had been completely underwater only moments ago, and now the comforting confines of the carriage felt both foreign and familiar. Groggy and confused, Isabella scanned her surroundings. Whose voice had woken her? It had sounded close, whispered almost intimately into her ears, yet no one was around. The voice was new, unfamiliar, solemn and terrifying, yet tinged with a hint of something. It was a concern. Someone who was gravely concerned for her. Someone who wanted her to live. What about the others? Louis was just getting out of the driver's seat, kicking the tires as if testing their stability, when he noticed her peeking through the window. He flashed a smile, the now familiar grin with a noticeably missing tooth.
"I thought you were dead,"
Isabella said, astonished.
"I was so sure that the carriage had gone underwater."
Not this time, Louis said. I haven't lost a soul yet. My claim still holds true, something that would please Beatrice and Pierre to know.
There was something spectral about his pale face now. The shadows made him appear even more ghostly, as if he had always endured a terrible trial. Isabella stepped out of the carriage and approached the front, her heart still thrumming with residual shock. The horses stood waiting, looking a bit more annoyed than before, their breath steaming in the cooling air, but certainly no longer the mythical, watery beasts of her previous vision. What had she seen? Was it real, or a mere trick of the mind?
It was a bumpy ride. We're lucky they're still willing to pull us further,
Louis said, noting the direction of her gaze.
It might take a while before my pets trust me enough to go back on the path again.
So, we're in Chambord, Isabella said, trying to ground herself to reality.
Yes, we made it,
Louis answered grimly. They were in Chambord, for better or for worse. As her disorientation dissipated, the reality of her ordeal weighed heavily on her mind, especially the mysterious voice that had pulled her back from that watery grave. Isabella suspected she may have caught a glimpse of something else, but trying to remember it only exacerbates a headache.
"Louis, where are we going now?"
she asked, more to divert herself from the chaotic mind.
Our next stop is at a tavern, Louis informed her. It's the only place that I trust to be safe. Once there, you can gather more information about your father.
Her father. She almost forgot. After the storm, or whatever it had been they had endured, she nearly lost sight of the very reason she ventured into the heart of Chambord, a desperate search for the missing artist. Nodding in understanding, she felt a wave of gratitude towards Louis for having brought her safely through the tempestuous ordeal. Louis acknowledged the gesture with a respectful tip of his hat before resuming his position on the driver's seat, guiding the horses with deft precision as they continued onward. Silence enveloped them during the carriage ride, the tension punctuated only by the rhythmic clopping of the horses' hooves against the cobbled road. Over time, her senses sharpened as her gaze took in the surroundings. The road was faintly illuminated by flickering street lamps, their flames struggling to hold against an encroaching darkness. There was an unsettling absence of life. No people wandered the streets, no animals scuttled about, only the heavy stillness accompanied them. It was quiet, eerily quiet, as if everything, Isabelle included, were holding their breath, waiting for something. "Not much has changed since I was last here," Louis remarked, raising his voice above the steady sound of the horses. "It's still the same spooky, dark place. It gives me the creeps." His words made Isabelle smile despite her anxiousness. "I didn't think anything would spook you, Louis." "I've seen many strange things in my life, but Chambord has a way of getting under my skin. Hopefully you won't have to stay here long."
"I hope so, too,"
Isabella thought. It would all depend on how quickly she could find a father amidst the shadows of this unsettling place. Chapter 8. It took less than an hour to reach the destination. There were no other buildings or signs of civilization along the way, only trees. The thick branches loomed overhead, blocking the remaining sunlight from reaching the ground as the sun dipped below the horizon. Isabella had lost sense of time, so perhaps it had already set by now. As the tavern came into view, Isabella felt a sense of relief. The building was welcoming. A warm two-story cabin that shone like a beacon against the despairing backdrop of Chambord. Lanterns hung from the branches nearby, casting a warm, flickering glow that illuminated the winding path leading to the tavern's wooden door. Vines adorned with luminescent flowers draped from the entrance, their soft glow adding an enchanting charm to the otherwise sombre landscape. However, Isabella couldn't shake the feeling that something lurked just beneath the surface. Secrets waiting to surface, threats waiting to emerge from the shadows. Her heart was warning her to remain vigilant, that the real journey was only beginning. Louis asked Isabella to go inside while he tended to the horses in the stables and secured the carriage to a safe spot. As Isabella entered the venue, her attention was drawn to the exposed wooden beams gracefully arching overhead. On the left, a wooden staircase ascended to the ceiling, leading to the second floor. With each step, the old hardwood floors creaked softly beneath her feet. She sensed the tavern had a long history, having welcomed countless patrons over the years. The dim lighting cast a warm glow over the rustic wooden tables and chairs, while a large stone fireplace crackled in one corner, providing warmth on this cool night. On the mantel rested aged mugs and trinkets from travelling adventures. The tavern had an enduring charm, ideal for sharing drinks and laughter. In front of the fireplace lay a large dog bed, where a Great Dane slept, curled in a donut shape. The dog lifted his head and glanced in her direction, but then quickly settled back down. The bar, far corner at the back, crafted from dark, weathered wood, had local beers and ciders alongside traditional spirits. Shelves behind the counter held glass jars filled with homemade preserves and pickled vegetables. Isabella was so charmed by her surroundings that she almost missed the bartender, a petite young woman who looked like a pixie from a fairy tale, with large grey eyes and short pink hair. The bartender was drying a glass with a towel, but paused when she noticed Isabella. The tavern, though warm and inviting, was completely empty, leaving only the two of them. The absence of customers made Isabella wonder where everyone was.
"Welcome to Great Oak,"
the girl said with a warm smile.
"That's Bruno, whom you've already met. Sorry about him. He's usually friendlier, but today he's waiting for his favourite person, so he might be a bit stingy with his attention,"
she added, tilting her head toward the sleeping dog.
"I'm Mira. How can I help you?"
The Great Oak. Isabella hadn't noticed the name of the pub outside the building, but it felt fitting.
"It's nice to meet you and Bruno,"
Isabella said.
"I am—"
A shrill sound interrupted her, a phone ringing in the background. It continued to ring several times. Shaking her head, she continued.
"My name is Isabella. I came here because—"
She paused, her voice interrupted again by the persistent ringing of the phone. After a quick glance around, her eyes found the small black phone sitting on the bar counter, within arm's reach. Why wasn't Mira answering it? Isabella wondered, her attention increasingly diverted by the jarring noise. Mira noticed her bewilderment and offered a small smile. However, she continued to ignore the phone. Even the resting dog wasn't perturbed by the sound. It was only Isabella who was affected. Aren't you going to pick it up? Isabella asked, no longer able to contain a curiosity. Rather than offering an explanation, Mira hummed softly. Ring, 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 what's the matter, darling? Lost love is a tragedy, but a jilted heart is maddening. Ring, 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 ring. Want to end all your worries? Block the noise, don't fret a thing. Ring, 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 ring. Would you answer it? Mira asked after her peculiar song. Isabella furrowed her brows. Me? Why would I answer it? It's your phone. It's my phone, but call is for you. Mira was studying her face with keen interest, trying to gauge a reaction. A guy named Gustave has been calling non-stop since all morning, searching for a girl who looks like you and whose name is Bella. Is it you? Isabella's heart sank. Gustave called here. Yes, he seems pretty desperate to find you. Isabella felt a surge of indignation. So he had found her here too. He mentioned something about the road, but I stopped paying attention at that point, Mira said. Gustave had some nerve. He outright refused to help Isabella in her search for her father, even going as far as suggesting that her father was crazy. It wasn't enough that he had cornered her in her own home, trying to intimidate her while she was alone. She could still feel the tug of his grip as he pulled at her hair, trying to force her into agreeing with him. Isabella had to leave in the middle of the night just to escape his clutches, so he wouldn't know where she was going. Worse yet, he was actively impeding her own search for her father, instead of placing a missing persons ad for Marcel Beaufoy, as she had requested. He posted one for her instead, offering a reward for anyone who could reveal her whereabouts. Gustave was acting like a madman, his relentless pursuit making him desperate. It was unnerving. He claims to be your boyfriend, Mira prodded, her brow raised. Isabella's teeth clenched as the words came out tersely, each word like a dagger stabbing against the very idea. He is not my boyfriend. Does he know that? Mira asked, more amused than anything. Yes, I thought I made it abundantly clear, several times in fact, that he is not. Isabella replied, frustration leaking through every syllable. Gustave seems to be having a hard time accepting the truth. I can see how that could be a problem, Mira replied, her tone sliding towards sympathy. Desperation rarely leads to good outcomes. No, it doesn't, especially when it tries to force someone against their wishes. The ringing continues, stoking Isabella's anger even further. She reaches for the phone. She would tell Gustave to leave her alone, give him an ultimatum if she had to, but when she picked it up, all she heard was static on the other end. Hello? Isabella called out, turning to Mira, bewildered. I don't hear anything. Is the phone working? The connection must have dropped. You only get reception a few hours a day anyway, Mira informed her. And it gets worse the further you get into Chambord, lucky for you. Mira added, noticing relief in Isabella's tense posture. Yes, I suppose that is fortunate. Isabella sighed, grateful for something at last falling in her favour. But a dropped connection isn't going to stop him. That guy sounds like a jerk. I'm really sorry for the trouble he's causing you. Thank you, Isabella replied, pained that she was imposing on this kind girl. I'm sorry too. Gustave has been calling here and making your life harder because of me. Don't fret about it, Mira said, gesturing toward a nearby bar stool with a friendly smile. Isabella took a seat, grateful for the offer. I have a feeling you already have enough to worry about, Mira added, her voice tinged with concern. What made you say that? People don't come to Chambord of their own free will. They are risking their lives to do so. Mira's intuition was sharp, honed from years of interacting with people and listening to their stories. I had no other choice, Isabella admitted, the weight of the truth pressing against her. I came searching for my father. He's been missing for weeks now. His name is Marcel Beaufoy. Did you happen to meet anyone by that name? I have, Mira replied. But if Marcel hasn't returned home yet, that means he didn't heed my warnings. It was as if a dam had broken inside Isabella and a flood of questions surged forth uncontrollably. You met my father? When was he here? Do you know where he went? He was here 3 weeks ago, Mira replied, her tone suddenly grave. You didn't ask why he came here, but as his daughter, You might already have a pretty good guess. Was he interested in a local legend? Isabelle ventured, her heart pounding with dread. Mira nodded slowly, her eyes darkening, but before she could elaborate, the door swung open with a sudden burst of energy. Bruno, exuberant, leapt from his cosy spot, bounding toward the newcomer with all the gusto that had been missing before. He latched onto Louis and began happily licking his face. "Down, boy!" he exclaimed with a chuckle. "It's good to see you, too." After showering Bruno with affection, Louis managed to calm the dog by slipping him a treat from his pocket. With Bruno distracted, he was free to join the others. He turned to Mira first, his broad grin lighting up the room. "How are you doing, kid? What has happened to your hair?" "You two know each other?" Isabella asked. "Yes, she is the only daughter of my sister," Louis replied, crossing the space to ruffle Mira's hair affectionately. "What Uncle Louis meant to say is that he's my mother's only brother," Mira interrupted with a mock glare, smoothing back the strands he had dishevelled. "A brother who hasn't visited his sister in months?" Louis merely grinned sheepishly. "Guilty as charged, but I swear I'll make it up to your mum." "You've said the same thing before," Mira protested, folding her arms. "This time it's a promise," he insisted, then swivelled his attention to Isabella. "Did you find out anything about your father?" "Yes," Isabella replied urgently. "Mira was just telling me about him. Can you please continue?" "Of course. Your father was fascinated with two of the local legends, the legend of the Lost King and the one of the cursed beast." "Ah, I see," Louis muttered. He placed the hat on the counter, revealing streaks of grey in his dark hair, before taking a seat on the bar stool beside Isabella. Mira moved quickly, grabbing him a drink, which he accepted with a nod of thanks. As their expressions grew dark, a knot of panic twisted in Isabella's chest. "I don't understand," she said, casting glances between Louis and Mira. "You need to explain what this all means." "No one talks about the legends," Mira said, lowering her voice as if it were a secret. "It's considered dangerous to do so, especially around here." Louis quietly sipped his drink, his silence suggesting he understood more than he was letting on. A frown deepened between Isabella's brows. "What do you mean, dangerous, Mira?" she pressed. "What makes discussing these legends so perilous?" "I think my uncle is the best person to tell you, considering he was the one who first told me about them," Mira explained. Louis seemed hesitant to recount the tale, but he caught Mira's encouraging nod and began. "I will start with the lore of the Lost King," he said, his deep voice settling into the atmosphere. "Legend has it that the king of Chambord enraged Mother Nature by disrespecting her lands. Before Chambord was thriving and people came from all over to admire its natural beauty, but the king succumbed to his greed, harvesting more crops than the land could sustain, leeching from its precious nutrients, stealing homes away from animals that once roamed freely." Both Isabella and Mira listened attentively to his words, even though his niece was already familiar with them. Using his deep and grey voice, Louis had a talent for storytelling. His words painted a vivid picture, and the foreboding aura around them thickened as he continued. "The land was dying, and the goddess offered the king one final chance. His arrogance led him to reject it outright, so she fulfilled her vow, reclaimed her lands, and the people never saw the king again. The consequences rippled through Chambord. Nature became a wild thing, a force to be reckoned with, refusing to be tamed by those who disrespected it. That, in all, is the essence of the legend." "People avoid discussing it, fearing that any disrespect toward the goddess will come at a steep price. They fear disappearing forever, just like the king," Mira added, her voice a whisper. The words had chilling implications. "I need to know more about this other legend," she requested. "What about the cursed beast?" "That one is the more intriguing lore of the two," Louis replied. "A terrible monster roams the forest of Chambord, said to be a servant of the goddess, punishing anyone trespassing into her territory. Several who have ventured out seeking the beast have simply vanished." "Why on earth would anyone want to go looking for such a creature?" Isabella questioned, incredulous. "There is a sizable bounty promised to anyone who can bring back the beast's head," Mira answered, a tone laced with disbelief. "People hope that once the monster is slain, Chambord will be safe again." Isabella gasped, the realization striking her. You don't think my father would try to hunt down the beast, do you? That would be reckless. I wish I could assure you that Marcel wasn't considering it. But your father hasn't shied away from the legend. Mira replied, glancing meaningfully at Louis. How did her dad react? Louis asked, his interest piqued. He didn't seem terrified at all, Mira replied. A heavy weight settled on Isabella's heart. What did he say? Marcel believed that the legend of the lost king and the tale of the cursed beast were intertwined, not separate stories. Mira divulged. Louis grew contemplative, his gaze drifting as if he were piecing together an intricate puzzle. Your father's logic is quite compelling. The timelines of the two stories align. It was only a few years after the king went missing that sightings of the beast first emerged. In that respect, the lost king could indeed be the cursed beast. I understand the rationale behind your father's desire to find the monster. Seeing Isabella's horrified expression, he quickly added, Of course, it is all still speculation at this point. It would be dangerous to pursue a law, even if one was trying to find out the truth. Chambord is hardly a place for grand adventure anymore. It's treacherous. I must find him. I must find him right away, Isabella exclaimed, rising to her feet. She felt the urgent compulsion to rush out of the tavern and call her father's name, stopping only when he answered back. You can't leave now, Mira said, touching her hand gently to calm her. It's dark outside. Nothing compared to the oppressive darkness clouding her mind. Isabella felt as though time was slipping through her fingers like sand, and she needed to act quickly. Even if you determined to search for him, where would you go? Louis asked, his brows knitted with concern. He understood her restlessness, but wanted her to think logically. You can't just wander blindly in Chambord without a plan. Isabella could go to the village and ask around, Mira suggested. Someone there must know the direction he went. That's a good idea. I'll go with you, Louis said. While I'm there, I can visit my dear sister and fulfill my promise to my niece. He turned to Mira. Oh, I won't hear the end of it, he added with an exaggerated sigh. His words made Mira smile. See that you do, she replied. Isabella clutched a necklace for strength, fighting the urge to rush out immediately. But she had to trust the wisdom of her newfound friends. That's a lovely necklace, Mira remarked, noting the way Isabella held on to it. My mother gave it to me before she passed, Isabella replied, warmth flooding her heart at the memory. That must be a cherished item, along with all the memories it carries, Louis said solemnly. It is, Isabella said, letting go of the chain slowly and finally feeling the tension ease just a little. What time can we leave? Louis took a moment to ponder. We must leave at the crack of dawn if you want to avoid any unsavory company. Unsavory company? Isabella echoed. Robbers, to be precise, he clarified. Any time works for me. Isabella responded, resolute. As long as we leave quickly, she thought, sensing that the longer they waited, the greater the danger her father was in. At dawn? Mira's tired yawn broke through. As much as I'd like to join you, count me out. That's way too early for me. I refuse to wake before 10. What about your customers? Isabella asked, surprised at the thought of a tavern operating for so few hours. The Great Oak has limited hours, but I'm lucky. I have loyal customers who willingly risk coming here daily. Considering the rampant robberies, I'm surprised you have any customers left, Louis noted dryly. Myra folded her arms, her gaze sharp as she commented. The robbers won't dare come here. And why not? Louis asked playfully. Have you taken some extra security measures? I don't have to. Bruno will take care of them, Mira answered confidently. They looked in unison at the sleeping dog that scratched his ear in his sleep. And what will that big lug do? Louis asked, his tone playful, but their smiles quickly turned into laughter as Bruno let out a giant snore. Isabella couldn't imagine Bruno harming anyone, even if he manages to leave his cozy spot by the fireplace. I'm sorry I can't go with you, Isabella, Mira said, her tone sincere, but I'd love to hear what Mom says to Uncle Louis once she sees him. I'm quite surprised you don't want to hear it in person, her uncle countered. Some of my best customers don't show up until late. I wouldn't want to make old Bernie cranky. He comes all the way from the village. He'd be upset if I'm not here. Is that the reason you don't want to upset old Bernie? Louis asked, his eyes dancing with mischief.
Of course it is. What other reason could there be?
Mira shot back. I may have heard that Bernie wants to set you up with Calvin, Louis teased, watching her reaction closely.
What?
Mira's cheeks flushed bright pink.
That's ridiculous. Who is Calvin?
Isabella inquired, intrigued. His son, Louis replied, a smirk on his lips as he noticed Mira had already closed her ears with both hands.
La 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 la, I'm not listening,
she said, a spirited attempt to dismiss the conversation.
Are you only teasing her, or is this true?
Isabella asked Louis, completely captivated by the unexpected family drama. Bernie asked me the last time I visited. I'm sure we'll approach Mira's mother next. He is working his way up gradually. Louis chuckled. He's a man on a mission, eager for a daughter-in-law who can handle his son, and as a bonus, look forward to free beers as a reward. Mira busied herself at the bar, wiping down the already pristine counter, a flustered look on her face. Isabella leaned toward her uncle.
Does Mira like Bernie's son?
Of course she does, he replied, noting Mira's embarrassment. She'll deny it if you ask, but just look at her face.
I would like to meet him,
Isabella said, curious about this budding romance. Calvin brings the groceries every week. He can carry bags that weigh more than he does. But there's not much going on in his head, Louis said, chuckling. Still, he's a good lad, but don't expect anything to blossom any time soon without outside help. That kid gets tongue-tied around Mira, so unless he receives some encouragement, their love story may take a while.
All right, it's enough, Uncle Louis,
grumbled Mira, tossing her white pink cloth aside, exasperated.
But I was just getting started,
he protested, unfazed. Mira huffed out an exaggerated breath, then even Bruno stirred, raising his ears as if sensing the rising energy around him. Okay, I was only teasing, Louis said with a playful smile. You know I adore you, kid.
Don't I know it?
Mira replied, rolling her eyes but unable to hide the smile that crept in.
Come with me, Isabella. I'll take you to the guest room.
We'll meet first thing in the morning, Louis promised, his tone shifting back to seriousness. We will find your father. He remained at the bar, finishing the last of his drink while mulling over the logistics for the day to come.
Thank you,
Isabella said, gratitude spilling over in her voice. Dawn was only a few hours away, yet she felt the weight of each passing minute pulling her toward an uncertain future. She wished she could sprint into the night, calling for her father until her throat went raw, but she understood the necessity to wait. Louis had finally brought her to Chambord, and she would need to defer to his guidance once more. With robbers and an unknown beast lurking in the forest shadows, Isabella understood they would likely face peril. She would muster every ounce of courage she had to find her father, and she would need it, for the journey had become even more dangerous. Chapter 9. True to her word, Mira was absent when Isabella arrived in the kitchen at dawn. The first light filtered through the lace curtains, casting delicate patterns on the wooden table. Breakfast was there, patiently waiting, loaves of bread, jars of golden honey glimmering like liquid sunshine, and an array of delicious-looking jams that promised a burst of sweetness with each spoonful. The scent of the bread mingled with the fruity aroma of the preserves, igniting a gnawing longing in Isabella's stomach. Bruno was not in his usual spot by the fireplace. He was likely sleeping soundly in Mira's room upstairs, blissfully unaware of the unguarded food. The early hour caused Isabella's stomach to audibly grumble in protest. As she reached for the bread, the phone rang abruptly, its sharp tone piercing the serene morning silence. It was strange that someone would call at such an early hour, especially knowing that Mira's customers didn't start arriving until later in the day. Gustave, she thought, a cloud of resentment forming at the mention of his name. He was causing trouble again. With every ring, her animosity towards the phone rose. Despite her instincts to tune out the noise, Isabella felt an increasing tension the longer the phone rang. Should she take Beatrice's example and simply unplug it, once and for all? She recalled Pierre saying that was nothing more than a temporary fix, a band-aid over a deeper problem. What should she do? With trembling hands, Isabella finally answered it, but a voice was already shouting at her from the other end.
Listen, you little witch! I had enough! I know she's there. I demand to speak to Isabella this instant.
His voice, brimming with arrogance, was unmistakable. Gustave must think he was addressing Mira directly, the contempt dripping from his words.
You cannot hide her from me forever. I will find her. You hear me, you little witch? I will find her.
His voice escalated, becoming increasingly unhinged, fueled by a volatile mix of desperation and madness. Isabella fought to summon her courage, to push back against the storm of his rage.
Gustave, this is Isabella. I need you to stop calling this number,
she managed, though her voice quivered at the edges.
Do you hear me? You need to put an end to whatever you're doing. This is insane,
he responded, but the static crackled over the line, turning into an erratic jumble, muddling his words beyond comprehension. Moments later, the call dropped abruptly, leaving Isabella clutching the cold receiver, shock settling deep within her. Did Gustave even hear her? Perhaps not, but there's nothing she can do about it now. Judging by his outburst, it was clear that Mira had already gotten under Gustave's skin. She took a sliver of comfort in that. She hoped Mira wouldn't have to deal with his madness for too long, but deep down, she suspected that the spunky bartender would be more than capable of handling him. As if the universe conspired to shift the focus yet again, the front door of the tavern creaked open, and Louis strode in. He had risen before her, devoured breakfast, and gone to check on the horses. She could see he was ready to leave. Isabella slowly replaced the phone in its holder, an unwelcome weight of responsibility still lingering in her chest. "Is there a problem?" Louis asked, his gaze sharp, noticing her grim expression.
"No,"
Isabella replied, the words slipping out too quickly. Not anymore. Barely had she spoken when the phone began ringing again, an instant noise that made her groan internally. Should she answer it, or let it be? "It will be a while before we reach the village, so I hope you had something to eat," Louis said casually, glancing at the untouched spread before her.
"Yes, I ate,"
she lied, her stomach twisting in knots as she forced a smile. She had completely lost her appetite. Gustave's threat still echoed in her mind. Louis noticed her uneaten food but chose not to comment, a quiet understanding passing between them. "What about that phone?" he continued, raising an eyebrow as he eyed the device that continued its relentless ringing. "Should we get that?" Isabella shook her head slowly, a slight frown crossing her features. Louis didn't appear worried in the slightest. He shrugged dismissively before turning his attention back to the entrance, clearly unperturbed. Let it ring, she thought, resolute in her decision. It was time to stop worrying about Gustave. She had more pressing matters. For a fleeting moment, guilt washed over her for shifting the burden away. But then she recalled Mira's cheeky poem. Block the noise, don't fret a thing, ring, 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 ring. Isabella had no room for distractions, not even one as bothersome as Gustave. She needed a full concentration for what lay ahead, finding her father. "Are you ready?" Louis asked, breaking her thoughts. He donned his own travel cloak, prepared for whatever lay ahead. Outside the tavern, it was pitch black, the dawn yet to break completely, but strings of fairy lights flickered in the trees, casting a warm glow that resembled magical fireflies in the night. "Wait for me here. I'll be back in a minute," he instructed before stepping outside towards the stable. Isabella busied herself with thoughts about their journey, her heart pounding as dark tremors of uncertainty danced in her chest. When Louis returned, he held the reins of 2 horses, sturdy and proud. He handed her the reins of a striking white horse. "This is Mira's horse, Meadow," he said, his voice imbued with a touch of warmth. "You'll find that Meadow sweet and well-tempered, basically the opposite of my sassy niece."
"I would agree, but only add that Mira takes after her uncle quite a bit,"
Isabella replied, prompting Louis to burst out laughing. It was a welcome sound from the tension that hung heavy in the air. "I see my niece has already made a friend," Louis said, a genuine smile crossing his face. "From now on,
I'll be careful about what I say about her around you, or I might just be inviting myself to be roasted."
"Yes, you will," Isabella responded with an affectionate grin, taking the horse's reins from him. "Why aren't we taking the carriage?" she asked. It seemed like a safer option. Louis shook his head slowly. It would be too loud and attract too much attention, and attention is what we want to avoid. "Understood," Isabella replied, the knot in her stomach tightening. Louis's expression turned grave, mirroring her unease.
"Stay close to me at all times, and don't stray from the path,"
he instructed, the gravity of his voice resonating.
"If you get lost, stay where you are, and I will come find you, and whatever happens, do not enter the forest."
Isabella nodded, a chill running through her at his seriousness. She inhaled slowly, steeling herself.
"If robbers attack, I want you to return to the tavern immediately," Louis continued, unwavering in his guidance. "If we're very lucky, we'll reach the village without incident, but luck is getting harder to find in Chambord."
"How likely are we to be attacked by robbers on this route?" she asked, attempting to prepare herself for the worst.
"It's far more common than it should be. Much more frequent since the king went missing."
His voice dropped, the weight of his words sinking in.
"With the king lost, we no longer have his armies to protect us."
"Why not? Surely others can take charge in the king's absence, command the armies to shield the people of Chambord." Isabella's mind reeled at the very idea of a land devoid of protection.
"No, there's no one left. The entire court vanished along with him," Louis replied, his eyes dark with concern.
An entire court vanished? How was that even possible? Isabella felt the pulse of intrigue quicken within her, igniting the curiosity that had always burned brightly beneath the surface. The mysteries surrounding Chambord were utterly irresistible, and she finally understood her father's obsession with unearthing its secrets, even at the risk of his own safety, just like she was about to do herself. As they trotted on their horses at a slow, steady pace, the woods grew denser beside the road, swallowing the path in shadows as they ventured further in. The trees appeared different too, seeming more alive and menacing than those they had passed before. They loomed taller, their gnarled branches weaving a tangled canopy overhead that filtered the light, casting twisted shapes on the ground below. The murmur of the wind through the leaves sounded almost like a person moaning. Isabella couldn't shake the feeling that the trees were watching her. Perhaps it was a fatigue, but she could have sworn she glimpsed grotesque faces peering out from the bark, faces contorted in sneers, hollow eyes filled with an ancient judgment. Each gust of chilly air sent a shiver down her spine, making her tremble despite the warmth of her cloak. Whispers among the trees resembling faint conversations sent a chill creeping across her skin. She preferred it when the forest had been quiet. Louis rode in tense silence, his brows furrowed in concentration as he scanned the dense underbrush for signs of movement. Any sign that spoke of danger in this increasingly sinister environment. A lonely crow cawed from a hidden branch, its mournful cry fading into the distance, and then, just moments later, the sudden snap of a twig echoed through the stillness, sharp and jarring, like a gunshot in the quiet woods.
"It might be an animal," Louis murmured cautiously, "or it might not. Keep your guard up."
He didn't need to say it. Isabella had never felt so acutely aware of her surroundings. Every rustle and distant cry heightened anxiety, and she could only wish the journey would end soon, could only imagine the warm embrace of the tavern waiting for them. Suddenly, a bear burst from the underbrush, darting across their path, causing their horses to neigh loudly in fright. It took several intense moments for the animals to calm down, their heartbeats matching those of their riders, all on edge in this foreboding place. Isabella's pulse raced, thundering in her ears as she fought to keep her breath steady. They couldn't be much farther from the village, she assured herself, repeating the thought like a mantra to calm the dread gathering in the pit of her stomach. She was closer to finding her father after all, close to safety. What was that she just heard? It hovered on the edge of her consciousness, before solidifying into keen clarity. A whistle. sharp and distinct. Louis glanced at her, and their shared apprehension was palpable. He had heard it too. He halted his horse, straining to spot the source of the sound. Up ahead on the shadowy road, flickering lights emerged from the ever-thickening underbush, illuminating the shadows that writhed around them. A brash voice drifted back, loud and mocking, singing a kind of cheerfully sinister ditty about murder, punctuated by raucous laughter. "We should turn back now," Louis said urgently, his voice low and tense, but the lights had already come close enough to them to see the figures wielding lanterns in the darkness. Masked men with malicious grins creeping across their faces. The glint of metal shone ominously in their hands. Isabella's breath caught in her throat as she recognized the weapons strapped to their bodies. Knives, axes, and machetes. One man even leaned on a large spear. These men were no innocent travelling party.
"What were you saying, Wellesley, about it being too early?"
came the leader's mocking voice, his tone dripping with condescension.
"I take it back, boss,"
Wellesley replied, exuberant, his weapon glistening in the lantern light.
"Never ignore my instincts, Wellesley. They're worth more than gold on nights like this," the leader remarked.
"Leave now, Isabella. Go back to the tavern,"
Louis warned, his eyes still locked on the advancing men.
"I won't leave you with them,"
she declared, her voice trembling but resolute.
"I am staying."
Louis swore under his breath, his mind racing. He was recalibrating, searching for a path to safety, a way to defuse the encroaching threat.
"What are you fine gentlemen doing here?"
he asked, jovial, though every muscle in his body was tense.
"You know how it goes,"
the leader replied, his demeanour nonchalant, almost gleeful.
"Give us your valuables, and we will let you live."
Louis countered.
"We have nothing of value, I'm afraid."
With a practised ease, he reached into his pocket and tossed out a small bag of coins. It landed in the dirt, clinking slightly as the thieves dove to retrieve it. One of them eagerly picked it up, but quickly scowled after counting its meagre contents.
"It's not even a week's worth,"
he spat.
"What about the horses, boss?"
Wellesley asked, his eyes gleaming with greed.
"Good idea, Wellesley," the leader chuckled. "Just for that, you get to pick one for yourself." "Can you even ride a horse?"
a third man asked, seething with jealousy.
"I don't need to, Boris."
Wellesley sneered as he eyed the pair of steeds.
Boris smirked. "Then what will you do with one?" "I haven't had meat in a long while."
Wellesley's grin stretched wider as he licked his lips and rubbed his stomach, looking hungrily towards Mira's horse.
"Spoken like the true weasel that you are, Wellesley."
Boris laughed, and Isabella felt the bile rise in her throat.
"No one is taking our horses,"
Louis suddenly declared, his voice angry.
"We've already given you all the valuables we have. Now let us pass in peace."
"I think not," the leader replied, dismissing him with a wave. "You lied about giving everything. What about the necklace the girl is wearing?"
"No,"
Isabella exclaimed, gripping her mother's necklace tightly.
"You can't have that,"
Louis insisted.
"Now let us go."
"Not before we get that necklace,"
the robber demanded, swinging his knife threateningly in Louis's direction. In that instant, Wellesley raised his spear, aiming directly at Louis's heart. The cold glint of iron sparkled menacingly in the faint light, but before he could throw it, Isabella quickly intervened, fumbling to remove her necklace.
"Wait! Don't hurt him. You can have it,"
she cried out.
"Isabella, no!"
Louis protested, but Isabella didn't listen, heart dripping at the seams. She removed the necklace, the last gift from her mother, and tossed it to the ground before them. Though it broke her heart to part with it, she would not let them harm Louis. In an instant, a robber lunged for the jewelry, seizing it triumphantly with greedy hands as he snickered at Isabella.
"This might be worth something,"
he gloated, causing Isabella to shudder at his words.
"Not as much as the horses, though."
Greed glinted once more in his beady eyes. An anguished look washed over Louis as he regarded Isabella, recognizing the weight of a sacrifice, and how much that necklace had meant to her. Louis straightened, his expression hardened as he turned to the robbers.
"Let us leave now, or you will regret it," he warned, gripping the reins tight.
Isabelle mirrored his movement, slowly reining her horse in.
Yeah, and who's going to save you?
The leader sneered.
Will it be the king's army, or the king himself? Or better yet, maybe you're counting on the beast that lurks in this forest.
At this, the men erupted into laughter, a cruel, taunting symphony, but the leader's smile faded as he took a step closer. His expression hardened. The game was over. Now it was time for business.
Get them, men!
With a sudden, horrifying frenzy, the robbers closed in around them, weapons drawn, poised to strike. They slashed at Meadow, but the horse kicked bravely, sending the assailant staggering backward with a cry.
Whoa there! We got ourselves a fighter!
Wellesley remarked, with a malicious grin.
Leave now, Isabella.
Lewis urged, his breath coming in sharp bursts as he maneuvered his horse to shield her, trying to fend off the throng of robbers. They were closing in, encircling them, their laughter echoing like a death knell in the still night.
Where do you think you're going, darling?
Wellesley taunted, stepping into Isabella's path as she tried to turn toward an opening. His spear arced dangerously close as he lunged, missing her by a fraction. But the second assailant wasn't as negligent. He struck with a knife, catching the tender flesh of her leg. The jolt of pain sent a shock through her system, and she cried out. The sound of her anguish was swallowed by a new, imposing roar that erupted from the forest, deep and resonant. In their moment of frozen terror, the robbers stumbled back, uncertainty painted on their faces as they scanned the darkness for the source of the sound.
What was that?
They asked, their bravado fading, their eyes wide with fear. The horses whined in a frenzy, rearing back in unease, but one was more frightened than the other. Instinct took over. Meadow, sensing imminent danger, bolted forward, leaving the robbers and even Lewis far behind. Wellesley tried to stop the horse by throwing his spear, but it flew past Isabella's head by mere inches, embedding itself into the earth beside her. Despite her frantic pleas for Meadow to stop, the horse was beyond control, driven by an unrelenting urge to survive. Isabella gripped the reins with all her strength, struggling to maintain her hold as the world whirled past her in a blur. Chapter 10. Meadow kept running, fleeing from an invisible enemy. The trees flew past her, low-hanging branches scratching her arms and face with sharp stings, but Isabella miraculously stayed on the horse. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the animal skidded to a halt, likely exhausted, its coat glistening with sweat and breath escaping from its flared nostrils in heavy puffs. Isabella reached out instinctively to pat Meadow on the shoulder, her fingers sinking into the silky fur.
It's all right. It's all right. You did great, girl,
she murmured in a soothing voice, her heart still pounding against her ribcage.
We're safe now.
But the illusion of safety shattered when the distant howling of wolves pierced through. Isabella turned her head, scanning the unfamiliar landscape, trying to fathom where they had ended up. With no sense of the place, she was utterly and hopelessly lost. Remembering Freddie's gift, she took out the compass for direction, a token meant to guide her through the wilderness. Heart racing, she fished it out, along with a small knife for protection, just in case. The compass wavered in her hand, spinning as if it were as disorientated as she felt. Without a map and an unsettling sense of detachment from her surroundings, she remained lost, helpless in the vastness of untamed woods.
Do you know where we are?
She asked Meadow, who stood tense, ears rotating to catch sounds. The horse grunted softly, a seemingly indifferent response that only heightened her anxiety. The howls of the wolves weren't merely echoes in the night. They seemed to draw closer. She called out Lewis's name, but the only sound that met her ears was the rhythmic sound of her own heart beating.
What do I do now?
The urge to break down in tears clawed at her, raw and insistent, but she swallowed hard, forcing the tears back. She clutched the reins firmly, knowing that crying would only provide temporary relief. Desperate, she turned Meadow's head toward the thickening forest, hoping that hidden among the trees there might be a cabin or some semblance of shelter. But as she urged the horse forward, a voice echoed sharply in her mind, a warning reverberating like a drum.
"Don't go into the forest."
It was the same voice she had heard when she woke in the carriage, after crossing the bridge, a melancholic voice that seemed genuinely concerned for her.
Then where should I go?
She asked the question, not caring if it made her seem delusional. Unsure of what lay ahead, she fought to quell the rising panic.
"Go back to the road and turn right."
Isabelle guided Meadow, following the mysterious instructions. The voice kept telling her the path forward, and she quietly followed.
"Turn left."
Isabella did. She followed the now familiar voice, not knowing whether it was leading her to safety or putting her astray. Slowly, the howls of the wolves became more distant.
"Keep going. You are almost there."
Where was the voice leading her? She didn't see the robbers or the wolves, but she hadn't seen Louis either. Lost, Isabella had no alternative but to follow the phantom voice guiding her. With unwavering confidence, he supported her through her greatest fears, remaining at her side until the path diverged in two. Now, where should she turn? Only then realizing that the voice had gone silent for the past few minutes. The right path, dark and overgrown, led into the heart of the forest. To the left, however, the trail appeared somewhat familiar. In the distance she spotted the silhouette of the tavern, and a wave of relief washed over her. She had made it, but the comforting presence of the voice that had guided her was no longer there, leaving a hollow disappointment gnawing at her heart.
"Don't be ridiculous,"
Isabella told herself, brushing a wayward strand of her hair behind her ear.
"You don't even know who he was."
Yet, no matter how she rationalized it, she felt a longing to thank her unseen benefactor, if only to express her gratitude for steering her to safety. Isabella directed Meadow to turn left, and the horse trotted along for a few paces before coming to an abrupt stop. Right in the middle of the path was a raven, its feathers gleaming black. The bird stood defiantly. Each time Meadow dared to inch forward, it released a sharp caw of disapproval, its beady eyes glinting as if to say, "Not so fast."
"What do you want from me?"
she asked the bird, her voice low but filled with curiosity. In response, the raven cawed loudly again, a raucous sound that seemed to echo through the trees. Then, with an unexpected hop, it moved a few paces to the right, glancing back at her as if challenging her to follow. The mysterious voice was no longer there to assure her if it was safe to pursue this strange creature. A fleeting thought of caution crossed her mind, but it evaporated as quickly as it had come.
"I suppose I can follow it,"
she mused.
"I already know the way to the tavern now. There's no harm in following the creature for a little while."
She urged Meadow to turn right, but the horse was resolute, refusing to budge an inch. With a sigh of exasperation, Isabella dismounted.
"Stay here, Meadow. I will join you in a few moments. I just need to check something."
She reached out to soothe the horse, who nuzzled against her, conveying its displeasure through grunts and gentle nudging, while eyeing the path that led back to the tavern.
"I know you want to go to Mira, but this won't take long, I promise."
Meadow stood stubbornly on the road, grunting with displeasure. With a final pat on the horse's neck, Isabella stepped off the known path. The raven hopped again, leading her deeper into the shadowy forest, and Isabella followed, glancing back at Meadow one last time, before stepping into the emerald embrace of the trees. It was an astounding sight. The raven hung suspended in mid-air, but it wasn't flying. Its glossy black feathers gleamed in the light, each iridescent strand catching the light like shards of onyx.
"How are you doing that?"
Isabella asked the bird, her voice filled with wonder and disbelief. The creature simply continued to preen its feathers with an air of nonchalance, its beak skillfully untangling the silky strands. As she moved closer for a better look, she realized the raven wasn't actually floating in the air. It had perched itself on an invisible gate. In the right light and angle, the gate glimmered faintly. Isabella reached out to touch it, her fingers trembling, and gasped as the gate fully formed before her when she did. It materialized like an ancient artifact from a forgotten world. The metal structure was majestic and intricate, adorned with ornate carvings of mythical creatures magnificent phoenixes rising from flames, elegant unicorns rearing on their hind legs, and fierce griffins with their wings spread wide, ready to take flight.
"This is amazing,"
Isabella whispered in awe, casting her eyes over the craftsmanship that seemed to pulsate with life. The raven, acknowledging her wonder, cawed back. It seemed pleased by her reaction, tilting his head, as if inviting her to delve deeper into the mystery surrounding them.
"Where does it go?"
Isabella asked, a voice barely above a whisper, as if she were afraid that speaking too loudly would shatter the enchantment of the moment. The raven paused, a knowing glint in its eye, and responded with a single purposeful call before taking off into the distance. In that fleeting moment, its wings unfurled, a flash of black against the pale sky. To her dismay, she could not see beyond the gate. A strange fog shrouded the area, swirling like smoke, obscuring her view with shadowy figures that danced just beyond the threshold. Shadows coalesced into shapes, fleeting glimpses of what could only be dreamlike visions of unimagined landscapes, otherworldly beings, and perhaps even her own wondrous destiny. Isabella took a hesitant step closer. What lay beyond the gate? Should I go in? She wondered. It felt like a missed opportunity to leave this mystery unsolved, especially considering she was already there. Isabella pushed against the gate, which creaked slowly in response to a touch. As soon as she stepped through the gate, the howling began, a chilling chorus that sent shivers down her spine. She should turn back now and return to her horse before it gets spooked and bolts. She worried about Louis and Mira. They must be anxious about her too. She could picture Mira's face, etched with anguish, while Louis braved the woods to search for her. Yet something held her back, a magnetic pull drawing her inside. Just a few feet from the gate, an object glimmered on the ground, a single brass button. It had fallen from her father's jacket, which had been loose before his last trip. Isabella remembered offering to sew it on, but her father had been in a hurry. She had asked again, concerned, but he had reassured her with a warm smile.
"It's just a button, Isabella. Nothing to worry about."
Thank goodness she didn't fix it. This button was proof that he had walked this very path and felt the ground beneath his feet. Her resolve strengthened. She pressed on, even as the howls grew louder around her. With each step, a single trail of blood dripped from the wound on her leg, the one inflicted by the robber's knife earlier. The sting intensified with every step, burning like fire. It hadn't been so bad when she was riding Meadow, but she didn't have time to stop and tend to it now. The animal sound, far too close. Isabella felt like a walking disaster, an open invitation to the wolves. Panic swelled inside her chest, but thoughts of her father urged her forward. He had to be here somewhere. She would find him. Suddenly, the earth trembled beneath the approach of something large. The shadow shifted at the edge of her vision. She quickly picked up the nearest branch from the ground to arm herself, the rough bark scraping against her palms. When the wolves emerged from the mist, she realized how defenseless she truly was. They were massive beasts, surrounding her on all sides. 4 in total. Had her father faced them as well? Was he even alive at this point? She wondered with a sinking heart. The creatures growled, with the grey wolf being the largest of the pack, likely their leader. Without warning, they lunged at her. Primal instinct kicked in as she swung the branch, her breath coming in frantic bursts. Tears blurred her vision as fear took over. Nipping at her heels, the wolves were relentless, hungry shadows dancing just out of reach. She struggled to fend them off, but the branch slipped from her grasp as one wolf launched itself at her cloak, yanking her down onto the cold, unforgiving earth. Instinctively, she shielded herself with her arms, bracing for the worst. It was as if she were a sacrificial offering, waiting for the inevitable end. She expected sharp teeth, but heard the deep, anguished cries of the animals instead. With a trembling heart, Isabella peeked through her fingers to behold an unimaginable sight. A colossal beast stood before her. The air vibrated with its roar as it faced off against the pack, fierce and unwavering. Here was another predator, even larger than the others. Was he there to eat her too? The wolves snarled, their focus shifting as they warred with this unexpected rival, fighting for dominance over their next meal. There was nowhere to escape. The animals blocked the path ahead, and behind her lay a rocky cliff. During the attack, she hadn't noticed where the forest ended, but now she felt the stone wall pressing against her back. Around her, the fray reached a fever pitch. The beast engaged in primal defense. Against 3 wolves, a fleeting glance to her right revealed a narrow clearing. To her right, that leads up the cliff. Isabella knew she had to seize the opportunity. She dashed toward it, her heart pounding and her breath coming in short gasps. Mustering every ounce of will, she ran, her heart pounding like thunder in her chest, breath hitched, as she put distance between herself and the melee below. As she climbed higher, the air grew frigid, and she could feel the chills seeping into her bones. Patches of snow appeared the higher she climbed, and she realized that what she had mistaken for a small cliff could actually be much larger. For a moment, Isabella allowed herself to believe she was finally safe, that the worst was behind her. But the illusion shattered upon the sound of a low growl, sending a jolt of terror straight to her core. The grey wolf, the cunning predator, had tracked her, emerging from the shadows like death itself. How did he get here so quickly? The animal must have known another route up the terrain and intercepted her. While the others had been fighting the beast, he had been stalking her, anticipating her next move. As the wolf advanced, a flicker of dread gripped her heart. She stumbled backward over an icy patch. The ground slicked beneath her. In that instant, the grey wolf lunged, teeth bared and eyes seething with hunger. Just when she thought it was all over, the colossal beast leapt from behind, a blur of fur and muscle, intercepting the savage attack with such ferocity that the claw marks on its body erupted in crimson. It's the beast who takes the blow meant for her, appearing out of nowhere to save Isabella. His injuries were bad, but hers were worse. The ground rushed up to meet her, a heavy thud resounding as her head connected with the icy surface. Before darkness enveloped her, a final thought brushed against her consciousness. Voices, human voices, murmuring softly in the distance. Isabella believes she hears them conversing, but her vision fades before she can see what happened to the beast. The last memory was reaching out her hand towards him. Chapter 11. Isabella was no longer shivering. Instead, she felt a warmth that reached deep into her heart. The soft, thick fur enveloping her shielded her from the bitter wind. As consciousness returned, she became aware of her surroundings and realized she was no longer lying helplessly on the ground. Someone, something, was carrying her on its broad back. Jumbled human voices echoed in her mind, a distant memory of alarm and fear as she fell, striking her head against the unforgiving frozen earth. Her mind was foggy, fragmented images flitting just beyond reach. But then clarity surged like a tide, and her heart froze in her chest. It wasn't a person carrying her. It was a fearsome beast. With panic clawing at her throat, she screamed, desperate to escape. She thrashed against the creature's broad back, the world blurring in a dizzy rush as she teetered dangerously close to the deep abyss below. The creature navigated a narrow ledge, with jagged rocks threateningly close on one side and a sheer drop on the other, each step a testament to its agility and strength.
"It's taking me to its lair,"
the thought pierced through her fear. In a frenzy, she shouted,
"Let me go!"
as she beat against the monster's back. But instead of a growl of anger or the snap of jaws, she heard a soft groan from the creature. As she pulled her hands back, she felt something sticky on her fingers. Confusion turned rapidly to horror as she raised one trembling hand to see the dark crimson that stained her skin. Blood, but not her own. Panic twisted in her gut. The realization struck hard. The wolves had injured this creature, her captor. While it defended her from their feral assault, they had attacked not just once, but twice, and she could feel a fresh wave of guilt wash over her. She put the beast in jeopardy. However, in return, it had acted selflessly in her defense. "Get a hold of yourself," a voice urged her within her mind, sharp.
"Don't be a fool. You're about to become the monster's next meal. Think of something.
But there was nothing Isabella could do. What choice did she have? She could either allow the beast to carry her to its lair, where she might meet her demise, or she could fall to her death and die instantly. But if the beast takes her to its lair, perhaps there would be an opportunity to escape, especially now, given the creature's injuries. She stopped squirming, trying to gather her wits about her, and for a fleeting moment she could have sworn she heard the beast sigh in relief beneath her. As time passed, the creature continued its ascent, each step methodical and unyielding. Minutes drifted by, and by the second hour, Isabella felt her eyes growing heavy. She fought fiercely to stay awake, every instinct screaming at her that sleep could spell death, yet fatigue wove itself into her bones, restless in its pursuit. The creature's soft, warm fur, and the rhythmic movements of his slow, steady climb lulled her like a soothing lullaby. Despite her best efforts, Isabella soon succumbed to sleep. When Isabella awoke, the first thing she noticed was the soft, silky sheets against her skin. She looked up at the canopy of the four-posted bed, intricately draped in deep burgundy velvet that cascaded like a waterfall over the edges. The bed was enormous, with carved mahogany frame, yet it occupied only a fraction of the space. Dazed, she rubbed her eyes, hoping to clear the remnants of sleep. The room was a tapestry of rich hues and textures. The walls were painted a deep plum, accented with dark gold mouldings. A crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, its elegant glass arms sparkling with a myriad of reflections that danced across the walls. Isabella swung her legs over the side of the bed and planted her feet on the plush, patterned carpet. The scent of sandalwood and cedar sweetened the air. A large ornate mirror stood across from her, reflecting not just her confusion, but also the surrounding opulence. A lavish armchair, upholstered in embroidered silk, sat near a fireplace, glowing with its last embers. Elegant candles and a delicate collection of porcelain figurines lined the fireplace mantel. Was this a dream? This was a far cry from what she had expected. She lay not on a cave floor, but in a room fit for a princess. Where was she? How had she gotten here? Her last memory was of the beast scaling the mountain, carrying her like luggage on his back. Where was the beast now? Isabella was surely meant to be his next meal, yet here she was, safe and alive. Did someone rescue her from the monster? That seemed the most likable explanation. But who was her rescuer? Just then, someone cleared their throat, and Isabella realized she was not alone in the room.
"It is good that you are awake,"
he said. She could only make out his silhouette, his face hidden from the light. He was tall and well-built.
"Where am I?"
she asked.
"Rosewood Castle."
The voice matched his physique, deep and sturdy. Isabella fought for clarity, her mind still in a haze.
"Did you bring me here?"
"Yes."
The stranger didn't talk much. If anyone else had rescued her, she was certain they would have bragged endlessly, as it couldn't have been an easy feat.
"Thank you for saving me from the beast,"
Isabella said.
"I was certain the creature was going to eat me."
The man chuckled, a low laugh that resonated deep within her bones.
"Don't thank me, then, for I have done no such thing."
"What do you mean?"
He remained quiet, using the darkness as his cloak.
"Can you come into the light where I can see you?"
"Are you sure you're ready for that?"
Despite his hesitation, the stranger stepped into the light, and a gasp escaped her lips. What was he? His face was not entirely human. It flickered like a flame, more beast than man, even as he stood and spoke like one. To heighten the horror, his hands ended in sharp claws, half human and half shadowy beast. Pure terror.
"Do you still want to see me?"
His voice was laced with amusement at her astonishment.
"You're the creature that carried me here."
Despite the considerable effort, he spent hours scaling the frigid mountain with her on his injured back.
"But why?"
"Didn't you already surmise that I was going to eat you?"
Isabella blushed when he echoed her words.
"That was before I realized the one who saved me and the creature were one and the same."
"You don't believe I'll eat you? You think I'm not the vicious monster you thought I was just moments ago?"
The beast bared his fangs, sharp, mocking her. Isabella shakes her head. No. The beast was genuinely curious.
What made you change your mind?
You rescued me from the wolves, and suffered injuries while doing so. The creature's back was already bandaged, with spots of blood seeping through. Then you brought me here to this room. If you wanted to eat me, you wouldn't have gone through all that trouble. The beast grinned, a terrifying predator's smile.
Perhaps I just like to play with my food.
Or maybe you enjoy teasing. Isabella added a smile. Wait, was she joking with him? Perhaps she was. There was something about his eyes that made her unafraid, despite his fearful appearance. What name can I call you?
Beast, monster, animal.
He growled low at the last word.
You can take your pick, he said, but if you want to be polite, you can call me Balthazar.
Balthazar. Isabella felt an electric current course through her body. It was a fine name, well suited to him. I shall call you that. My name is Isabella Bevoy. She stood up from the bed, surprised to find her leg wound bound and cared for. Did you do this? She asked the beast.
Did you see anyone else?
He replied, amused.
Why are you here, Isabella?
Hearing her name on his lips felt surreal, as if it truly belonged there. What was wrong with her? She tried not to let her thoughts show, for they were strange even to her. I came to Chambord in search of my father. He is an artist, with a passion for collecting stories, and I believe that he might have come here, in pursuit of a local legend. He left without a word or message, and I am worried about him. It is so unlike him.
You believe he would have stayed here? Why do you think that? You already know how dangerous it is to remain in Chambord. Perhaps he already left.
I wouldn't have believed it myself, but now that I am in Chambord, I realized it's exactly the kind of magical place that would have captured his imagination, despite the danger. Yes, I believe he would have stayed. I found a button from his jacket on the path leading here, which all but confirmed it.
The beast listened to her skeptically. She had expected him to deny or dismiss her words. Instead, he asked, Tell me, Isabella, is your father good at understanding legends? What a strange question. Definitely not what she expected. While it was possible that Balthazar was merely engaging in polite conversation, the tone of his voice suggested otherwise. He genuinely wanted to know the answer. My father is modest about his abilities, but I believe he has a gift for it. He sees connections in a way that no one else can. A wave of pride swelled within Isabella as she spoke of her father. Balthazar was silent for a long time, and she began to wonder if something she had said had upset him. I guess I should have expected your intrusion, the beast replied in a manner much colder than before. His reply genuinely perplexed Isabella. Why would you expect me? She asked, startled. How do you know about me? You are a lot like your father, wandering in places where you shouldn't be, the beast replied. The moment she mentioned her father, his demeanor underwent a sudden change. He became both angry and irritated, but the change was more noticeable to her now. Have you seen my father? Where is he? Isabella asked desperately, not caring if a question irritated him. The beast ignored her and turned to leave abruptly. I will send someone to fetch you later. You are to stay in this room until then. Wait! You didn't answer my question. It was too late. The beast had closed the door with a resounding boom. She reached for the doorknob, but the creature had locked it behind him. That was bizarre, Isabella thought. Balthazar had even seemed pleasant at first, but that calm demeanor had shifted the moment she mentioned her father. His expression turned dark and unreadable. What did he know about him? What was he hiding? Unease twisted in her stomach like a knot, her mind racing with questions. Hello? Is somebody there? Can you please let me out? Isabella kept knocking on the door, calling out for anyone nearby to let her out, but there was no response. Realizing it was futile, she took a deep breath and stepped away from the door. She needed to find another way out. She scanned the room, her eyes darting over the tall windows shrouded in heavy velvet drapes.
Then she noticed the balcony, its door ajar. Cautiously, she stepped onto the stone balcony attached to the room. The chill of the mountain air whipped around her, and she gasped as she peered over the edge, seeing the vast sea of clouds stretched out below. The drop was steep, and the thought of jumping sent a shiver down her spine. Attempting to escape would mean certain death. If only she could grow wings to fly away from her prison. She was trapped in a beautiful room in a Gothic castle at the top of a hidden mountain, isolated from the rest of the world, and at the mercy of a temperamental creature. What was his problem, anyway? She couldn't even begin to guess. All she could do now was wait for Balthazar to send someone. Isabelle hoped the beast would stay true to his word and wouldn't forget her. Chapter 12. Balthazar couldn't believe the odds. First, the artist found the castle, and now his daughter had done so as well. It was the first time in 10 years that a human had discovered it, and now he had twice as many to protect from the others. He didn't like locking Isabelle in that room, but he needed time to think. Was the magic hiding the castle fading? Was that yet another threat looming over him? He felt the weight of the ever-present risk grow heavier with each passing moment of reflection. It was already challenging enough to keep his court from ravaging and killing the people of Chambord. Now he had to worry about more and more humans discovering their way here too. He could not rely on his court for restraint. The grand stone corridors echoed with the soft rustling of servants as they bowed low with fear and respect. Balthazar barely glanced at them, continuing on to the throne room. So lost in his thoughts, he didn't even notice Coronis perched on the broken arm of his throne. He jolted when the raven spoke.
So, how do you like our new guest?
How did you know? Were you following us?
Balthazar's voice held a sharp edge, both incredulous and accusatory.
Of course. How could I leave when things were just getting good?
The raven's tone was light, teasing almost, hinting at something deeper, an undercurrent of mischief that Balthazar recognized all too well. Only then did Balthazar make the connection.
It was you, Coronis. You must be the one who showed her the gate.
You're welcome,
the raven said smugly, preening his feathers, as if he had done nothing more than deliver a message. Balthazar glared at the bird, barely able to digest the outrageousness of the situation.
Coronis, why in the heavens would you do such a thing? Why would you bring her here?
Don't put it all on me. I wasn't the one who carried her in.
The bird retorted sharply, flapping his wings with an indignant flourish. The beast clenched his fists, a growl rumbling low in his throat.
Thanks to your careless antics, she got injured.
The girl was already bleeding when I saw her. The others didn't touch a hair on her head.
It could have been much worse. If they had lost control.
Balthazar's voice trailed off, grim images filling his mind.
You worry too much, Balthazar. You got there before anything happened, didn't you?
Coronis ruffled his feathers with an air of unconcern, as if the potential for disaster were merely a passing breeze.
Besides, I was bored and thought I'd mix things up by bringing in some new company.
You put her life in danger.
Balthazar snapped, his voice rising in frustration. A storm brewed behind his eyes as he contemplated the myriad of consequences that could arise from this reckless action. A human girl trapped in a castle filled with cursed creatures.
I gave you a chance to become the hero,
Coronis replied nonchalantly.
You can thank me any time now.
Do you even realize who she is? That she is the artist's daughter, Isabelle?
No, I didn't.
The raven stumbled for a second, but then ruffled his feathers.
What difference does it make who she is?
The beast shook his head in disbelief.
This isn't a game, Coronis. You're toying with her life. She doesn't belong here.
I think you are overreacting, Balthazar. It won't be as bad as you think.
I don't think you are quite grasping the gravity of the situation,
Balthazar said angrily.
I comprehend it perfectly fine. It is you that is not quite getting it,
Coronis said in a rare display of annoyance.
Wait. You are the one who caused this mess, and now you are the one being angry. How does that make sense?
I am right to be angry. At least I'm trying, Balthazar,
Coronis said.
What is that supposed to mean?
the beast asked, but the raven remained silent.
Speak plainly. Explain what you mean and stop talking in riddles.
There are a few of us left who still hold our ability to speak. Soon we'll succumb completely to the curse, and you will be left all alone, with only the walls to talk back to.
The raven replied, aggrieved.
Your inevitable descent into madness will leave us with no chance of ever regaining our humanity.
It was as if a dark cloud had rolled into the throne room. The situation had quickly turned grim, and even Balthasar couldn't bear for it to continue like this. Seeing Coronis become serious was rare, and always pushed him to do the opposite.
So this is more for your sake than mine. What makes you think I want your squawking voice in my ears all day?
The description, just as Balthasar had hoped, incensed the raven.
Excuse me, how dare you describe my voice as anything other than pure velvet?
Pure velvet,
the beast scoffed, as if the idea were utterly ridiculous.
You did make one thing abundantly clear to me, Coronis.
Pray tell,
the bird interrupted, unable to resist.
What did the mighty Balthasar learn from poor humble Coronis?
You think of me as a moron who needs all the help that he can get,
Balthasar said, a sarcastic bite to his words.
If it makes you sleep better at night, you're right,
Coronis replied coolly.
At least you can thank me for bringing you someone pretty to talk to.
The beast snarled.
What has a beauty got to do with anything?
So you are not completely blind. You do find her beautiful.
Don't evade my question. Explain yourself, Coronis,
the beast growled, getting annoyed.
Tell me the reason you brought her here.
Have you looked at yourself in the mirror lately? It is the same sorry face I have to see day in and day out, while the others sleep. I am sure that even you tire of looking at that hideous face of yours.
Ha!
A muscle twitched on the side of the beast's face.
Says the ugly bird.
Not just any bird, a majestic raven,
Coronis huffed.
And I always take care of my appearance, whether as a human or a cursed beast. Can you say the same?
He looked up and down the beast's body in disdain.
Look at all that tangled, matted fur.
Balthasar rolled his eyes.
You should have been a peacock instead of a raven, with all your vanity.
Whatever. If I had your beastly form, I would have owned it. Outside of this blasted, cursed form, we both know I am the more handsome one of the two, and way more popular with the ladies,
Coronis said wistfully. The beast's grin was lopsided.
Should I give you a crown for it?
That would be nice, but unnecessary,
the raven replied.
I can't be that bad since you're in my court. By your own free will, I should add,
the beast countered.
You are mysterious when you are quiet, Balthasar. I will give you that. Even after all these years, I cannot tell what goes through that thick head of yours,
Coronis admits.
But perhaps that is my flaw. I am giving you too much credit and nothing goes there at all,
the raven said, pecking at the side of his head. Balthasar couldn't match Coronis's biting remarks, so he resorted to a low blow.
Why are you still here? Don't you have some mice to hunt?
Again, I'm a raven, not a creepy owl. Ugh, mice for dinner.
The bird shudders, causing the beast to laugh.
No, I would much rather stay now that we have such lovely company amongst us.
The knot in Balthasar's stomach had loosened slightly with Coronis's admission. He couldn't deny the thrill coursing through him, both terrifying and exhilarating. The girl and her father were here for a reason, and perhaps, despite the dangers, it was time to discover what that reason was. While the magic still protected the castle, and he was certain that Isabelle hadn't simply wandered in, he faced another dilemma, one that was more personal this time. He didn't want Isabelle to leave. Balthasar sensed something different about her the moment she stepped onto the bridge. It took a miracle to prevent the carriage from sinking to the bottom of the ocean. There was an unexplainable connection between them he had never experienced with anyone else, and Balthasar wanted to understand why. Isabelle was fearless, but that also made her a magnet for danger. First with the bridge, then with the wolves. He reasoned that if he kept her close, he could protect her. However, since she hadn't technically trespassed, he couldn't hold her as a prisoner. Hence his dilemma.
You stop talking.
Coronis tilts his head to one side.
You want her to stay, don't you?
Even if I wanted her to.
I can't, Balthazar said, finding it difficult to make the admission even in front of his closest confidant. This feeling was new, strange, and oddly irresistible.
You rule this domain. You can do anything you want,
the raven replied.
I can do anything,
but it must be fair.
It was our carelessness that incurred the goddess's wrath.
The beast rose from his throne and paced the room, visibly agitated and distressed.
I don't see a problem at all,
Coronis teased. The beast's agony was almost delicious to witness, yet there was a simple answer to his troubles.
But this is a problem, a big one, in fact.
The raven cawed.
I'm your advisor, and I can advise you. All you have to do is ask nicely.
Balthazar was struggling to see a solution, but he knew Coronis was the sharper of the two. He sighed.
Can you tell me what I should do, Coronis?
You didn't ask nicely,
the raven said.
Please, Coronis, in all your wisdom, could you tell me what I should do?
The raven remained quiet, relishing the moment.
Tell me now, or leave this instant,
Balthazar said, growing annoyed.
Okay. So the girl didn't trespass. The father did.
And? The beast prodded.
Do an exchange. His life or hers.
The raven replied, nonplussed. Balthazar made a face.
I can't do that. That would be immoral.
Make up a reason. If he does something for you, he can have his daughter back. This way, you'll have time to spend with the beautiful Isabelle, while her father embarks on this life-saving quest. Who knows? While she's here, the artist's daughter might even grow to like it and want to stay.
Balthazar became pensive.
It is a brilliant idea, is it not?
Coronis asked.
I will have to think about it,
the beast replied.
Don't take too long. You left her locked in her room. If you want to enchant her to this place, she needs to get out sooner or later.
Yes, I suppose she would have to deal with you,
Balthazar quipped.
It might be good to have someone else manage your nonsense for once.
If Coronis could stick out his tongue, he would have, but instead he pecked at the beast, who swatted him away lightly, but he did so with a grin. It was good to see him in a lighter mood after so long. Perhaps bringing the girl had been a good idea, Coronis thought.
We are running out of time. Pretty soon Balthazar will forget to laugh. He may even forget he was even human at all.
I will talk to the father, the beast said. You prepare the daughter as best as you can.
Coronis gave a small bow, which was amusing coming from his raven form, but the cheeky bird didn't protest at being assigned the task, nor did he probe further to what Balthazar said. The raven felt a level of excitement he hadn't experienced in a while, adding an extra hop to his steps. Balthazar watched as Coronis quickly left the room without a word of complaint. He would have liked to observe Isabella's reaction to a talking bird. However, there was a more pressing matter. The beast needed to make a transaction with her father, rootless and unfair as it might be. Chapter 13. Something was rapping on the door. It was so slight that Isabelle thought she was imagining it. She had almost given up hope of the beast returning, and had returned to the bed. She got up and quickly opened the door, and a raven walked in, with its wings folded behind its back. The raven was examining her from head to toe, tilting his head. It was an unusual sight, and she couldn't make sense of it. But when the bird spoke, she nearly screamed in fright.
It is good to see that you are well,
the raven said.
May I ask what your name is?
Did you just talk?
Isabelle stammers. Did the glass of water she drank from contain something? Was it a hallucination? How long had she been locked away for her to conjure up this companion? At that moment, all of it seemed possible, certainly more so than a talking bird.
You will see many more unusual things in this castle. I suggest you get used to it quickly, or you may not survive long.
The bird warned ominously.
Perhaps I should start first. My name is Coronis Draven. I am an advisor to the beast.
The beast? Balthazar, you mean? Isabelle said.
So, he already introduced himself.
The raven seemed both miffed and pleased, and couldn't seem to decide which of the two he was more of. I am Isabelle Beaufoy. If you don't mind my asking, why are you a bird? Or why are you a bird that can talk?
We are all cursed here, you see,
the raven replied in a grave voice.
It is a great travesty. I wish you would have seen me in my human body. It would have been glorious. Glorious for you, I mean.
Isabella wanted to laugh, but could see that Coronis was quite serious.
You might have even fallen in love with me,
the bird continued. Now, Isabella did laugh. You can't be serious.
But I am, darling,
the cheeky bird said.
Before I forget and win you over for myself, Balthazar's waiting for you with someone you know.
Someone I know. Isabella's thoughts immediately drifted to Mira or Louis. Do they come looking for her here? Who are you talking about? She asked the raven.
You're an unusual girl. I expected you would have missed your father by now. Granted, he is odd, but still.
My father is here. Where is he? Isabella's face lit up with joy. Can I see him now?
Good Lord,
the raven thought.
At least the girl had beauty on her side, even if she wasn't so quick to catch on. Yes, that's where I'm taking you,
he said, attempting to muster the patience of a saint.
If you would kindly follow me.
With a spring in her step, Isabella followed, a bright smile plastered on her face. Coronis shook his head at her expression. She was in for an unpleasant surprise. Apparently Balthazar had not shared the details of how he was keeping her father prisoner, nor the circumstances that had led to his captivity.
How convenient for Balthazar,
muttered Coronis darkly. As they passed through the dimly lit corridors, Isabella peeked into each room they passed. Which of these rooms is my father staying in? Is he close to the one I was in? She asked.
Not quite,
the bird replied, his tone evasive. Should he dare mention the truth? Not if he wanted the pleasantries to end. Then where is he staying? She asked sweetly. Her sweetness made the charade all the more unbearable for the raven.
You'll find out everything from Balthazar soon enough,
Coronis said, attempting to appease her. He would exit long before the moment arrived, before the truth unravelled.
Here we are.
They stood before two enormous doors, locked from the inside. Coronis felt a knot tighten in his chest as they waited. He needed a sign from the beast before they could enter. He just hoped Balthazar wouldn't chicken out from making the deal. The beast flinched when the guards brought the artist in. Marcel was a shadow of his former self, dark circles beneath his eyes, his clothes hanging loose and tattered. The artist's hands trembled, despair weighing heavily on his shoulders. It was a painful sight, and a painful mistake, making Balthazar regret how he had mistreated him. Now the beast was about to do something that was worse, something unconscionable. The exchange of the artist's freedom for his daughter's. The reason for keeping Isabella in the castle was a farce, a fact he and Coronis would know, but the unfortunate father would see it as all too real. Balthazar's heart pounded in his chest, a wild thing thrumming against the bars of its cage. He would have to proceed quickly if he didn't want to lose his nerve.
Do you know why you are here?
The beast asked.
No,
the artist replied, almost listless. Are you going to take my life? Balthazar tried once more to ignore the despair in the artist's voice, though it was becoming increasingly difficult not to be affected by it.
You claim to know a lot about legends,
Balthazar said.
Is that true?
Marcel nodded slowly, the gesture exhausting him.
I know a thing or two,
he replied, his voice hoarse.
What makes you think you can break my curse?
Balthazar asked, intrigued by this broken man's claim. I have an entire archive of lore and legends at my disposal. The artist had been right about the curse, but Marcel didn't feel vindicated. He didn't show any emotion at all. The human seemed lifeless, the burdens of his prolonged captivity weighing heavily upon him. It had been weeks since he had been first brought in. Perhaps the isolation had extinguished some of his fears, or perhaps it had simply drained him of hope. The artist was fussing with a part of his jacket that was missing a button. a futile attempt to restore order to himself. Balthasar wasn't sure if he was listening, but then Marcel spoke, his voice a low murmur.
I can do one thing that you can't.
The beast leaned slightly forward.
What might that be?
I can go outside this castle and talk to people. You can't find all the knowledge of law in books. Certain stories are passed down orally through the generations, Marcel said, his hand steadying. I found the gates to the castle because I listened, truly listened. Searching for the truth among the winds of whispers and rumors and lies isn't easy. Everyone I spoke to had a different story, but there was a common thread among them. Balthasar tilted his head, intrigued.
And you could discover this connection?
Yes, Marcel said, the glimmer of defiance returning to his sunken eyes.
How?
The beast asked. I listened to the ones that spoke to my heart.
He is impressive,
Balthasar thought, observing the artist. There was a remarkable intelligence hidden beneath an unassuming demeanour. Marcel had achieved something no other human had managed in the past 10 years. Perhaps there was truth to his claims. It was now time to test them.
It's ironic, isn't it?
Balthasar murmured.
Your daughter certainly seemed to believe in your abilities.
My daughter? Marcel's head snapped up, his eyes widening as they locked onto the beast. What do you know of her?
Her name is Isabelle, is it not?
Balthasar asked. Every fibre of Marcel's body was on alert now, like a taut string ready to snap. Why are you talking about my daughter? He demanded, his voice rising with protective anguish. The beast noted the anger swelling within him. Good. He would need that fire to fuel him for the Herculean task ahead. Balthasar released the gauntlet.
Break my curse, and you will earn your freedom. In the meantime, I will keep your daughter as an incentive for your return.
Marcel stepped back as though struck.
My daughter is here.
There was palpable panic in his voice, a sound that tugged at something deeper than Balthasar, a long buried shout of humanity.
Let me show you,
the beast said, gesturing with a sweep of his arm, and the heavy oak doors of the throne room burst open. Isabelle came rushing in like a bright candle against the oppressive gloom. Cronus must have told her about who was waiting for her beyond the threshold, but the raven himself did not follow her into the room.
Father!
She cried, her voice ringing with relief and love as she rushed into his waiting arms. Marcel enveloped his daughter in an embrace, pressing his lips to her forehead, as if the very act could shield her from the horrors surrounding them.
Isabella! How did you get here? Why did you come?
The words tumbled from him, filled with a mixture of gratitude and fear.
I came looking for you, Father. I knew you were alive,
she said, tears shimmering in her eyes.
No, you shouldn't have come here.
Marcel's voice was desperate, an aching sorrow that twisted within him.
What are you saying, Father?
Isabella asked, her brow furrowing in confusion.
Neither of you should have trespassed in my domain,
Balthasar interjected, his voice deep and laden with authority.
And now both of you will pay the price.
He pointed to one of his guards, a hulky figure cloaked in shadows, who stepped forward to seize Isabella.
Wait! You can't do this!
She yelled at the beast, who was standing between her and her father, his towering height blocking him from sight. As the guard pulled her from the room, a scream filled with terror escaped her, her grasping hands failing to reach her father.
Promise me,
Marcel pleaded, hearing the cries of his daughter now fading behind the heavy closed doors.
You will keep her safe.
I will do everything to keep her from harm.
Balthasar vowed, though the weight of that promise felt sinfully heavy on his conscience.
However, the longer you take, the greater danger she will be in. And if you don't return,
what will happen then? Marcel asked, the fear etched onto his face.
She will become one of us,
the beast replied gravelly.
Now go.
I will answer no more of your questions, and you cannot return unless you find the way to end the curse.
The artist stood there, stunned, unable to comprehend the stake set before him. Before he could gather his thoughts or words, the guards came forward, dragging him through a hidden passageway, away from his beastly captor. As the guards shoved him outside, The heavy castle door slammed shut behind him with a resounding boom. Marcel pounded his fists against the doors, crying out his daughter's name. The monster had barred his way, separating him from his daughter once more. But maybe this time it was forever. Chapter 14. I should have stayed with her. This thought plagued Marcel repeatedly as he stumbled blindly along the path. It haunted him through the gardens and followed him as he went into the forest. It tormented him during his descent down the mountain and lingered as he crossed the accursed gate. Why didn't I stay with Isabella? He thought, recalling the terrified look on his daughter's face. At least they would have been together, facing that monster, whatever their fate. Whenever Marcel felt lost, which was often, the beast Raven called at him, guiding him back to the path. It had been following him, ensuring he stayed on track, and reminding him of the terrible bargain he had struck. In a daze, the artist pressed on, crashing through the bushes and piles of leaves, weighed down by the guilt that lay heavy on his shoulders. Why did he leave her? It was for the same reason he had come to Chambord. Even the guilt was fleeting, overshadowed by an overwhelming hunger for glory. Chambord had tested him in ways he had never thought of. It stirred something primal within, encouraging him to venture further in pursuit of the mysterious and unknown. It urged him to find the missing key to unlocking secrets of the universe that had eluded humankind for centuries. The thrill of discovery beckoned him, drowning out the more rational parts of his mind that whispered caution. Marcel had often reminded himself that so many had laughed at him for his obsession with laws. Skeptics had dismissed him as a fool, chasing shadows, while others claimed the stories were just that, stories. But now, on the precipice of realizing his ambitions, he felt invincible. Couldn't he taste it, the vibrant thrill of unearthing the truth? The world would bow before him, recognizing him as a pioneer, a champion of the arcane. As he journeyed deeper into the realm of legend, thoughts of his daughter faded like mist, replaced by dreams of accolades and the relentless pursuit of his next great discovery. How could he abandon her, the child he had cradled in his arms, in favor of a pursuit so inherently selfish? The gnawing terror of losing her to his reckless quest haunted him. What was the cost of glory, if it meant losing the very light in his life? That haunting voice whispered that he might be close. What a prize it would be to find the goddess. Little by little, his ambition triumphed over his conscience. In the end, it was that insatiable desire for recognition that eroded his judgment, yet left Isabella behind, stepping into the unknown, chasing the shadows of beasts and dreams, all while she remained waiting. He was a selfish father, yes, but also a man ensnared by the intoxicating allure of mirth, irreparably torn between the legacy he yearned to create and the daughter he risked losing forever. The beast had promised her safety, but could he really trust such a monster? On the surface the creature resembled a figure drawn from nightmares, tall and shadowy, its movements both graceful and unnerving, but beneath that fearsome exterior there was a flicker of something unnameable. Perhaps hope, or the promise of redemption. Still, Marcel wrestled with doubt. He must have strayed further than ever from the path he knew, for the raven blocked his passage, perched ominously on a gnarled branch, feathers ruffled, sounding both angry and irritated, as if he were wasting its time. The damage had been done, and he knew he could not return without risking everything. To turn back now would place both his daughter and himself in dire danger. The only course of action left was to fulfill his promise to the beast, whatever that might entail. Marcel clenched his fists, swearing that he would not lose Isabella, nor would he relinquish his dreams. He will prove worthy, both to himself and the daughter he loves. To do that, he needed to find the goddess and accomplish what the beast could not achieve on his own. As he trudged forward, the smoke from the village chimneys came into murky view, twisting into the sky. The raven cawed once more, a final frustrated sound before it took flight, its wings slicing through the air with an acute certainty. It was a reminder that time was not on his side. Marcel had to act quickly and decisively if he ever wanted to see his daughter again. Although the artist had not slept in days, Marcel couldn't allow himself to rest. That was a luxury he could not afford. He had to start right away. He quickened his pace, wading through the damp earth scented with the mossy undergrowth of the fading forest. The sounds of the village grew clearer, mingling with the distant laughter of children and the murmur of adults gathered in the marketplace. He steeled himself. Amidst the mundane, there would be whispers of the extraordinary, tales of a goddess who wandered the woods, sought by many but found by few. With each stride, Marcel imagined what he would say to her, how he would plead for her blessing, and the strength he would need to confront the beast at the end of his journey. He could feel Isabelle's spirit urging him forward. Driven by desperation and love for his daughter, he pressed forward through the uncertainty to accomplish his impossible task. She was calling him. Corona shook his head to ward off her sweet voice, casting a spell over his mind. Each syllable, like a delicate thread, wove through the air, pulling at the corners of his heart. "Come to me," she whispered. "You can stop suffering." What a beautiful promise her words carried, making the raven forget what he had been doing. It was a siren's call, echoing through the depths of his soul, urging him to abandon his purpose and surrender to her. But Coronis knew better. He had followed the artist, his keen eye catching glimpses of Marcel's frail figure trailing through the underbrush, each step a burden. The raven was further away from the castle than he had ever ventured, yet he had to make sure Marcel made it to the village safely. The artist was their hope. Coronis needed him to be. She called him again, beguiling, bewitching. With a heavy heart, he forced himself to focus, to shake off the intoxicating allure of her voice. He could not afford to be ensnared by her promises when Balthasar and the others were relying on him. Coronis glanced back, half expecting to see a face materialize from the shadows, her ethereal beauty drawing him deeper into temptation.
"Stay strong, Marcel,"
he murmured. The village was close now, and the artist was almost there, but within him a battle raged on. What if her promise was true? What if he could ease the suffering that weighed so heavily on his spirit?
"No,"
he thought fiercely.
"I must resist."
The artist wandered off, and Corona swore under his breath. He had to intervene, grudgingly putting himself at great risk, for the stakes had never been higher. The raven flew down and perched on a branch, his sharp eyes trained on the human below, cawing loudly. He summoned every ounce of his strength, trying to steer the artist away from his mistake and guide him into the correct path. Marcel had almost reached his destination, but the raven couldn't wait. Time was slipping away, along with Coronis's hopes of protecting the man he had once been. Shadows lurked hungry and patient, waiting to ensnare him in their dark embrace. Coronis quickly took flight, his wings slicing through the air with a fervour that matched the urgency in his heart. The world below blurred into a tapestry of greens and browns, the sounds of the forest fading into a distant hum. He fought against the prime instincts clawing at his mind, the wild urges that threatened to drown out his humanity. With every flap of his wings, he felt himself slipping further away. He had no clue where he was going for the rest of his flight. Then he passed over the gate, his wings carrying him there instinctively. A sudden rush of clarity washed over him, and it was only then that he regained a sense of himself. Coronis had almost lost his human voice, replaced by the primal instincts of the bird his body occupied.
"This was much too close,"
Coronis thought, his heart hammering in his chest. He had taken a great risk and lived to tell the tale, but the weight of it settled heavily upon him. He could feel the lingering tendrils of shadows curling around him, whispering promises of freedom for his surrender, but he wasn't sure he could survive another journey like that. Coronis silently prayed that he wouldn't have to. Each flight wore him, each descent into the depths of his own nature, carving away at the lines between man and bird. Balthasar was unaware of his mission, nor would he ever have approved of it. However, Coronis felt a profound obligation to the artist, an obligation that now extended to his daughter, perhaps even more intensely this time, as he was the one who had brought Isabelle into their world. As the guard dragged her back to her room, Coronis did not stay to witness the end of the scene. Instead, like a coward, he turned away. He had seen enough. Her tears, a cascade of sorrow, and a desperate screams that echoed in his ears. Coronis immediately pursued Marcel, and witnessed a sight that struck him like a dagger to the heart. The artist was at the grand entrance, pounding at the heavy doors with his fists, his voice raw as he cried out for his daughter. He could still fix this, no matter how grim it looked. Not ready to face the beast just yet, he flew over to the girl's balcony to see how she was faring. Through the slightly ajar door, he saw her sitting like a statue on a bed, stunned.
I brought her into this mess,
Coronis thought, guilt overwhelming him. He was determined to make things right.
She will love it here,
he promised.
And she will love the beast and set us free.
Locked in a room, hours passed, but Isabella remained still, perched at the edge of her bed in a stupor. It felt as though time had come to a standstill. There was only one question on her lips. How could Balthasar do this to my father? The raven, Coronis, flew in through the balcony door, eager for her company, though she wasn't sure why. She had nothing to offer him but her worries, her heart heavy with a sense of betrayal. Isabella asked him the same question that haunted her mind. How could Balthasar do this to my father? At first, Coronis tried to distract her with jokes.
Why did the raven cross the road?
He quipped, puffing out his chest.
To prove he wasn't chicken.
But the humour fell flat in the gloom of her despair. He then attempted to entice her with trinkets scattered around the room, a music box with a dancing ballerina, delicate porcelain figurines, and crystal swan paperweights, but they held no appeal to her. Eventually Coronis fell silent, simply listening as the weight of her grief filled the air. Father looks so unwell. How could Balthasar do this to him? She asked again, her voice cracking under the strain. She must have asked for the 1,000th time, but Coronis had no answer for her. All he could say was,
He had his reasons.
Isabella's shoulders slumped as she absorbed his words. They didn't feel like enough. Can I go back to the throne room? I would like to speak to him, she requested. Though Coronis was uncertain whether that was a good idea, he couldn't refuse the sight of a tear-streaked face. Isabella hadn't eaten a morsel since morning, and he suspected she wouldn't until she had an answer from the beast. Nothing was more depressing to Coronis than seeing a human without an appetite, especially since he could no longer enjoy the foods he once relished. He had even stopped eating poultry on principle.
We can go back, if you want to,
he replied gently. I would appreciate that, she whispered. The brokenness of her voice further tugged at his heart. This was not the impression Coronis wanted Balthasar to leave with her. But now it was too late to change that. Why hadn't he listened to him earlier? Why had he locked Marcel in the dungeons? Of course, Coronis knew the reason. It was his guilt making him melodramatic. Balthasar couldn't trust the others not to harm the human. Still, Coronis would have to think of a different way to win the girl to the castle, and ultimately to his beastly friend. As they made their way through the dimly lit halls, Isabella remained silent on their return to the throne room.
God, this is so depressing. How much longer will this go on?
He wondered vaguely. He fully expected Isabella to be tearful and sad, perhaps even intimidated by the prospect of facing Balthasar again. However, upon entering the throne room, she transformed into a storm in her own right. The moment she laid her eyes on the beast, her demeanour shifted to one of pure fury, much to the astonishment and delight of the raven. Coronis, with his penchant for drama, felt the tension crackling in the air as Isabella's anger ignited. Isabella marched right up to the beast, her fist clenched at her sides. Balthasar loomed by the window, his back turned. "How dare you keep my father in your dungeon?" she shouted. Balthasar turned slowly, his piercing eyes narrowing as he faced her.
"He trespassed and deserved it,"
he growled in his deep voice. Coronis was taken aback by their verbal clash. Despite the beast's imposing size and intimidating appearance, the two were equally strong in spirit. He certainly hadn't expected the girl to be so fearless, especially considering how she had been just moments before. His heart swelled with delight. This was shaping up to be quite interesting. Isabella didn't back down, even in the face of the beast's threatening growl. "My father looks so pale and weak! How could you be so cruel to a fellow human?" Her words dripped with indignation, a fierce fire blazing in her eyes.
"That is where you went wrong. I am not human,"
Balthasar shot back, his voice edged with bitterness.
"Clearly you are not, for to be human, you must possess a shred of humanity.
Isabelle retorted, each word laced with righteous fury.
You are a monster!
Balthasar winced, as if a word had slapped him across the face. A shadow passed over his rugged features, and for a brief moment he seemed almost vulnerable.
Weren't you the one who said, not long ago, that I wasn't a vicious monster when I rescued you?
Now it was Isabella's turn to be stunned, her bravado faltering for a heartbeat, as the memory of their previous encounter refreshed in her mind. Meanwhile, Coronis watched, mouth agape, his head shifting between Balthasar and Isabella, following their intense exchange like a tennis ball in a match.
You might have saved me from the wolves, but that doesn't mean I will forgive you for how you treated my father,
she declared.
Perfectly understandable. I wouldn't expect you to,
the beast replied. He hesitated, his dark eyes glinting with something unreadable before he added,
You should know that the creatures that attacked you were not wolves.
What were they then?
Isabella asked, her curiosity momentarily eclipsing her anger, her mind racing to piece together the fragments of the strange encounter.
They were humans once. They were members of the royal guard not too long ago.
The revelation hung in the air, heavy and unsettling. A realization dawned on her, a detail she had missed before. She now knew about the human voices she had heard just before losing consciousness.
The grey wolf. He stopped when you asked him.
Yes,
Balthasar replied.
That was Atlas, the captain of the guards. He has not yet succumbed entirely to the curse.
Is that why the beast didn't attack, only defended himself? She wondered. Balthasar soon confirmed her suspicions, his voice low and filled with a deep sorrow.
I cannot hurt them. I am the reason they were cursed and transformed into the animals they are now. Their protection falls under my responsibility.
Balthasar must be holding on to the hope that they could all change back.
Why is the curse your fault?
Isabella pressed.
I cannot tell you. Just as my court is under my protection, so are you.
He seemed to wrestle with the weight of his unspoken truths, contemplating how much to share with her. Knowing she was angry had a profound effect on him, making him want to tell her everything. Yet he resisted the urge.
I have made a bargain with your father, and until he returns, it is my responsibility to keep you safe.
Isabella bristled.
You don't have to worry about keeping me safe, just keeping me alive,
she replied.
I am ready to go now.
Where do you think you are going?
Balthasar questioned.
To the dungeons, where you kept my father,
she replied.
You won't be going there,
Balthasar asserted, his expression firm.
As long as you stay within the castle limits, you will be treated as a guest.
I would have preferred if you had shown my father the same courtesy.
Her words struck a chord, and for a brief moment the beast's stoic facade cracked, revealing a flicker of remorse, but whether it was genuine or simply a fleeting moment of vulnerability, Isabella could not tell.
Before you leave this throne room, there are only a few rules you must follow. Do not leave the castle, and whatever you do, do not go into the garden, especially not in the west wing.
His tone turned serious, a warning layered beneath his words.
Understood,
Isabella responded through gritted teeth, her anger simmering beneath the surface. Balthasar gestured to Coronis, who had been observing the exchange with keen eyes. The raven quickly flew to his side as Balthasar spoke to him in a low voice, ensuring that Isabella couldn't overhear.
Make sure that...
Balthasar paused, clearly at a loss for words. The raven had never seen him so uncertain. What was Balthasar trying to say?
Make sure that she remains comfortable,
the beast said finally. Coronis blinked in disbelief. He couldn't believe his ears. Was Balthasar finally feeling compassion? The beast sounded more like his old friend again. There was clearly something special about Isabella. Her presence seemed to inspire a change in Balthasar, pulling him closer to the man he once was.
I will do my best,
the raven promised in return. He followed, as Isabella marched out of the throne room. With her head held high, she didn't glance back at the beast even once. Chapter 15. Isabella wouldn't wait to be freed. She would find a way out of the castle herself. She lied to the beast, having no intention of staying, even if he considered her a guest rather than a prisoner. Certainly not after hearing how Balthazar had kept her father in the dungeons. This thought burdened in her mind, causing her hand to clench with anger. The castle was a labyrinth of countless halls, each filled with ornate decorations and exquisite paintings. Servants moved above, tending to various tasks, blissfully unaware of her intentions. She moved stealthily, slipping into an empty room whenever she spotted someone approaching from a distance. Most of the rooms were empty and the doors stood open. Only occasionally would she find them locked. In those moments, she pretended to be captivated by the decor. It wasn't difficult to feign interest, as the paintings and decorations were exquisite. Isabella's heart raced when she discovered an elegant oak table in one of the rooms. On it lay something she hadn't expected to see, or want to see, especially considering the turmoil of the past week. A phone. Her heart leaped at the thought of contacting Mira at the tavern to inquire about Louis and see if her father had arrived. But as she picked it up, hope turned to disappointment when she found there was no dial tone.
Why did I expect anything different?
Isabelle muttered in frustration as she put the phone down.
Because you're an optimist,
A voice replied, startling her. Isabella jumped, looking up to see the raven, Coronis, perched above her, his beady eyes glinting with mischief.
The curse also deprived us of technology,
he added as a matter of fact.
That is horrible,
Isabella said, her voice laced with genuine dismay. Not having a working phone was a significant problem, even if it provided a temporary escape from Gustave's incessant calls.
Who were you trying to call?
Coronis inquired, tilting his head.
I was calling a friend,
Isabella replied absent-mindedly, her mind racing as she scanned the room for another phone. Finding nothing, she turned her attention back to her escape plan. The corridors and rooms twisted like a puzzle, and every window was locked tight, reinforcing her feelings of entrapment. She peered out of one window, discovering a sheer drop to the ground below. Breaking the glass was out of the question. The last thing she wanted was to risk serious injury or worse, in her desperate bid for freedom. Isabella thought she had left the raven behind with the phone, so she startled again upon hearing his voice.
What are you doing?
Still here, are you?
Isabella asked. The dark bird had perched himself atop a suitor farmer, looking down at her like a harbinger of bad omens. Had he been following her in the shadows?
Of course I am,
Coronis replied, amusement dancing in his voice.
What are you doing?
Exactly what it looks like. I'm trying to escape,
she said, her frustration bubbling to the surface.
That's a terrible idea. You won't make it far,
he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Isabella shot him an irritated glare.
Not with that attitude. Are you here to snitch on me?
Why would I do that? I have no stake in your little game,
he replied, the corners of his beak curling upward in a smirk.
Then why aren't you leaving?
She challenged.
Because this is highly entertaining. Watching you fail will be an excellent diversion,
Coronis said, his dark feathers ruffling in laughter.
You're quite the cheerleader,
Isabella retorted, crossing her arms defiantly.
I will find a way out of here.
And you are quite the optimistic fool,
the raven said, his voice laced with condescension. Isabella narrowed her eyes, but resisted the urge to stick out a tongue.
Takes one to know one,
she shot back. The raven cawed in delight.
Touché! I consider myself an optimist, but never a fool.
A strange kinship formed between them, and Isabella couldn't help but see Coronis as the wise, cracking friend she never had, even if his sarcasm sometimes grated on her nerves. She couldn't quite explain how she knew he was older, given that all ravens looked alike and never seemed to age.
Are you always this pleasant?
She asked, half joking.
That's a loaded question,
he replied with a chuckle.
You got the wrong creature if you expected sunshine and rainbows.
Isabella smiled despite not wanting to.
Cheeky bird.
With renewed determination, she resumed a search for an escape route. Yet every time she glanced up, Coronis was there watching her.
Are you done creeping up on me?
She asked, annoyed.
Will I ever be able to leave this wretched castle?
Nevermore,
the raven replied with a foreboding air. Isabella sighed audibly, but redirected her focus to her task. Her senses heightened as she navigated the endless maze of rooms, hallways and doors, With each footstep, she heard the flapping of wings following closely behind. Isabelle had almost given up. It seemed impossible to find a way out of the labyrinthine corridors of the castle. Turning down another dimly lit passage, the raven startled her by letting out a scoffing sound. She retraced her steps, glanced back to see the bird perched on a nearby ledge. This time, the raven remained silent, watching her with an unsettling, intelligent gaze. Was Coronis actually helping her escape? Did he feel sorry for her plight? Despite the doubt swirling in her mind, Isabelle didn't have time to wonder or to slow down. She sped down one flight of stairs, the echoes of her footsteps bouncing off the marble floors, and found another corridor. The further she descended, the emptier the hallways became, and she felt an exhilarating sense of hope. She was getting closer to the exit, now running. The world around her blurred into a dizzying haze of chandeliers, candelabras, crystal vases, and lush carpets. Soon she spotted the grand doors leading outside, the glorious sun shining brightly in the distance, like a beacon of freedom. She had made it, or so she thought. The only obstacle standing between her and the outside world was a guard stationed at the exit. He was a towering presence in a dark uniform, arms crossed over his wide chest, a serious expression on his face.
"Why did you slow down?"
The raven croaked from somewhere above her, flapping his wings lightly. Isabelle shouldn't have been surprised that the raven had followed her. She caught glimpses of his wings whenever she turned a corner.
"You found the way out,"
Coronis chirped. "Yes, but he's guarding it," Isabelle replied, gesturing toward the man stationed at the door. The guard's dark eyes scanned the area with an air of vigilance, and he seemed utterly unyielding.
"Oh, that's just Felix,"
the raven said, as if that explained everything. The raven's casual demeanor was disconcerting. "You know him?" Isabelle asked, concerned. Coronis tilted his head, observing Felix with a hint of amusement. The raven had a very different reaction to seeing Felix stationed at the door than Isabelle did. The boy looks better than before, he thought. The pallor had disappeared from his face, though his eyes were still tense.
"Sure, he's harmless, though he may look intimidating. Besides, we all know you won't get far from the castle."
Isabelle wanted to glare at him, but the raven had been surprisingly helpful, even if his advice tended toward the mischievous. "If you truly want to help me, and it isn't one of your tricks, tell me how to get past him," Isabelle said.
"Oh, that's easy. Just ask him nicely,"
the raven replied cheekily. Was Coronis joking with her? She took a deep breath, steeling herself with a determined smile. She approached Felix, her heart hammering in her chest. "Hello there. Are you Felix?" she began, her voice bright and cheerful, masking her nervousness. "I've been feeling quite stuffy in the castle. If you don't mind, could I spend a few minutes in the garden to get some fresh air?" She might have said the words too fast, but Felix's demeanor shifted immediately. He flushed, his face resembling a cherry tomato, dimples appearing in his cheeks.
"Sure,"
he replied in his deep voice.
"It won't be a problem, as long as you don't wander off too far."
"I promise I won't," Isabelle said, feigning sincerity, her heart swelling with triumph. Felix simply nodded to both of them, his posture relaxing as he stepped aside to allow her passage. She felt the weight of the raven as he took advantage of the moment to perch on her shoulder, his sharp beak brushing against her ear. "That was easy," she remarked with a grin, glancing back over her shoulder at the guard.
"I told you so,"
the raven whispered, conspiratorially, full of mischief. Isabelle couldn't help but smile, but she knew this was just the first hurdle. "Why was it so easy, though?" she asked suspiciously.
"Well, for one, you are our guest, not a prisoner. And for the second point, you'll find out for yourself."
Coronis seemed awfully smug, and that rubbed Isabelle the wrong way. His attitude only made her more determined to prove him wrong. It took her only a few steps to realize she was in over her head. The garden was a far more intricate maze than the castle. Lush topiaries shaped like mythical creatures and whimsical figures, intertwined with countless flowers in every conceivable hue. Shrubs and bushes formed dense thickets, while ornate fountains trickled serenely, their silver waters glinting like jewels as they danced. The garden stretched for miles around, and she didn't even know where to begin, yet alone to find the exit. The raven seemed to understand her expression and let out a raucous caw.
"Not so confident now, are we?"
he croaked, his voice dripping with mischief.
"You can always turn back."
"Never," Isabelle declared, her voice steady despite the flutter of nerves in her stomach. She squared her shoulders, determination hardening her features. Her mind raced, grasping for the words the beast had spoken to her earlier, his voice a haunting whisper in the recesses of her memory.
"There are only a few rules you must follow. Do not leave the castle, and whatever you do, do not go into the garden, especially not in the west wing."
A rebellious smile spread across her face. She had already broken the first rule by wandering into the garden. Now it was time to test the limits of her newfound freedom. "Where is the west wing?" she asked the raven. Coronis had left the perch on her shoulder and settled nearby, perching upon the outstretched arms of the topiary that resembled a ballerina, poised in a delicate arabesque. The intricate details of the topiary, from the tiny leaves mimicking a dress to the graceful curve of its neck, seemed almost alive. When he heard a question, the raven nearly lost his balance, flapping his wings in surprise.
"Why do you want to know that?"
he squawked, a flicker of concern momentarily shadowing his beady eyes. His gaze darted toward one end of the garden, and Isabelle caught it before he looked away. There, massive hedges lined one side of the garden, their thick foliage concealed whatever lay beyond. Isabelle felt a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. "I believe I shall go there," she declared, gesturing towards the direction in which the raven was trying to look away from. The shadow seemed to deepen around the hedges.
"That would be a terrible idea. The worst in a list of bad ideas,"
the raven warned. "Honey, your words make me want to do it even more," she said with a cheeky grin.
"Isabella, wait!"
The raven called her name, but Isabelle continued walking toward the forbidden location. She stepped boldly toward her destination, her heart pounding with every step. The hedges loomed even taller up close, towering over her head. Their thick, tangled branches formed an impenetrable wall of green. There was only one narrow opening, and when she peeked inside, the green structures created a life-size maze, twisting and turning in a way that seemed almost alive. The raven caught from her head, its black wings slicing through the air as it ominously circled the sky, casting long shadows over the garden. "What's in there?" she wondered aloud.
"Nothing good, that is for sure. You're not seriously thinking about going in there?"
Isabelle had expected the question from Coronis, but it was a different voice. Felix. He had followed her, for he wasn't looking at her. His gaze was fixed on the maze's entrance, his brow furrowed. "Why wouldn't I?" Isabelle asked.
"Because the maze leads straight into the old forest,"
Felix replied, his voice low and urgent, as if the very mention of the forest could summon something sinister. "Did you follow me?" She raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. "I thought I was going to be treated as a guest."
"You are, but you were taking too long to return,"
the guard said, shrugging nonchalantly.
"I got bored. Hardly anyone wants to leave the castle, and it could be hours before I see another person."
Coronis had been right. Felix was nice and friendly, but he seemed almost fearful when he mentioned the forest, his eyes darting nervously toward the maze. It was clear that neither of them wanted to see her hurt, and a shiver of doubt crept into her mind. Perhaps it would be wiser for her to return to the safety of the castle. Isabelle glanced back at the maze. The dark entrance looked like a gaping mouth, ready to swallow anyone who dared to enter. She would have turned back immediately, if not for the gust of wind that carried with it a heady, enticing scent. The beautiful fragrance of roses drifted from deep within the maze, sweet and intoxicating. What mysteries could be waiting for her inside? It was as if the maze was calling to her, tempting her with its secrets. The thrill of the unknown tugged at her heart, battling against the lingering caution she saw in Felix's eyes. "Just a quick look," she said to the guard, stepping forward, mesmerized by the beautiful aroma of the roses. "I'll be in for just a moment, and we'll be back before you know it."
"All right, but don't take too long," the guard said nervously. "I will wait for you here."
Felix wasn't going to follow her or even stop her. Did that mean the beast's warning was meant only for her? Unease prickled at the back of her mind. The situation was growing stranger by the moment, and now Isabelle was too curious to turn back. Why had Balthasar forbidden her from going inside? Was he confident that the others would stay away, but not her? Was there something he was aware of that she was not? In a way, he was right. So he must have understood her well. The moment Isabelle stepped into the maze, all else faded away, and a deadly silence enveloped her, pressing against her ears. She could see only a few meters ahead. An impenetrable aura of gloom and darkness hung within the edges. Every few moments she felt the urge to turn back. A visceral instinct told her to retreat, to escape the oppressive atmosphere and the secrets it held. But something compelled her deeper into the heart of the labyrinth. Perhaps a curiosity, or something much darker. As she rounded the next bend, she saw light and colour ahead. It was a stark contrast to the gloom, and her steps quickened involuntarily, drawn toward it. The fragrance of roses grew stronger, enveloping her senses in a sweet embrace, intoxicating and overwhelming all at once. When she finally stepped into the clearing, she found herself surrounded by thousands of beautiful flowers, their vibrant colours a vivid rebellion against the shadows. What was this magical place? She felt like Alice, who had stumbled into Wonderland. The roses were a deep shade of pink, each one larger than her head, their petals impossibly soft under her fingertips. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the perfume rich and intoxicating, making her feel light-headed. But as she reached out to touch the nearest bloom, a low growl jolted her back to reality. So, this wasn't just an innocent fantasy after all. Heart racing, her eyes searched for the source. There, lurking just beyond the vibrant petals, was a shadow, its orange eyes glowing. The beauty of the roses faded, overshadowed by an undeniable sense of dread that clawed at her insides. The air grew heavy with a foul odour, rancid and unnatural, and her heart nearly stopped as she spotted piles of animal carcasses and bones scattered in one corner of the clearing, grotesque offerings that marred the otherwise idyllic scene. Why hadn't she noticed it before? How could she see death among the roses that loomed larger than life? The grotesque tableau pulled her back to the present, grounding her in the terrifying reality of the situation. She stepped back, her breath quickening as the growls grew louder and closer. Panic surged through her veins, and she stumbled as the shadow lunged from the bushes, a mass of fur and fangs that seemed to emerge from the very darkness itself. Isabelle didn't wait. She turned and started running back into the maze, the sound of her pounding heart drowning out the frantic whispers of her mind. The panting and the sound of 4 feet chasing her down the dark labyrinth urged her onward, each step desperate for escape. The walls of the maze closed in around her, the shadows twisting and shifting as if they were alive, and she fought against the overwhelming urge to look back, knowing that whatever pursued her was closing in fast. Something swiped at her back, and she felt hot air rush past her neck, like the breath of a predator that had just missed its prey. Isabelle pushed her legs harder, every muscle straining as if her life depended on it. The underbrush whipped against her skin, thorns snagging her clothes, but she didn't care. She could no longer hear the creature, but she was lost, both in the twisting parts of the maze and in the chaos of her own thoughts. Even worse, she felt paralyzed, caught in an invisible web of terror that threatened to bind her to the ground. The darkness closed in around her, thick and suffocating, leaving her suspended in a state of fear. Shadows danced at the edge of her vision, and with every breath she expected to feel the claws of the beast on her back, dragging her to her death. She screamed a desperate sound, but it felt swallowed by the oppressive silence of the maze. At any moment, she expected the shadows to engulf her completely, or for the monstrous figure to devour her, tearing her limb from limb and adding her to the pile of carcasses she had seen earlier. The unfortunate remains of those who had not escaped. Time came to a standstill, each second stretching agonizingly as she fought to catch her breath, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest. But then, out of the darkness, a sudden force began pulling at her arm, though she could neither see nor hear them. It was as if a ghost had descended, a presence that felt both familiar and foreign. Their mouth formed her name, but the sound was swallowed by the tumult of her fear. The mysterious figure then pushed her to one side, a gentle yet insistent nudge that sent her stumbling forward towards her escape. By the time she staggered out of the maze, the world seemed to explode into colour, its brightness momentarily blinding her. She gasped for breath, her lungs burning, but the monstrous creature did not follow. It was as if the maze's edges acted as a barrier, sealing the horror inside.
"Are you all right?"
Felix asked. He was the one who brought her out of the maze, risking his life in doing so. Felix looked as shaken as she was, but he had pushed past his fears for her. It took her a moment to catch a breath.
"I'm okay,"
she replied, grateful.
"Thank you for saving me. I couldn't have made it out without your help."
Felix flushed, pleased, but simply nodded his head, still shaken by the ordeal. Coronis flew down, his wings folding neatly against his body as he hopped quickly on the ground to reach her.
"I couldn't see you in the dark maze,"
he said, tilting his head to one side.
"Did you see something? You were screaming, and Felix ran inside to get you."
Isabelle shuddered.
"It was a monstrous creature,"
she said, her voice strained.
"But I couldn't see it in the shadows. I ran before I could get a clear look."
The memory flooded back, vivid and unsettling. The sensation of hot breath on her neck and the haunting sound of something far too large, prowling after her.
"Good thing, too,"
Coronis replied, ruffling his feathers in what seemed like an attempt to shake off the chill that had settled over them.
"You might not have lived to tell us otherwise."
His tone was grave, and his eyes darted towards the darkened maze, as if expecting the creature to emerge at any moment.
"Do you know what it is?"
she asked anxiously.
"No, but I'm not risking my life to find out,"
the raven replied. Felix nodded in agreement, his muscles still tense after the ordeal.
"Aren't you the least bit curious?"
Isabella pressed, surprised by their lack of interest.
"We have enough to deal with already,"
Coronis said.
"I'll add it to the other horrors this curse has brought us."
He glanced at Felix, whose gaze remained fixed on the maze.
"Come on, let's go back to the castle. It's getting late."
This time, Isabella did not protest. There was an unspoken understanding in his words. The castle walls provided a degree of protection from any outside threats. Felix followed them back and resumed his watch at the castle doors from which no one left. Finally, Isabella understood why. If she wanted to survive, she would have to learn to do the same. After ensuring the girl was safely back in her room and posting additional guards by the door, Corona set out to search for Balthazar. Despite Isabella's insistence that she had no intention of running away again, he wasn't going to take any chances. She didn't seem like the lying type. In fact, seemed quite the opposite. But the raven could not risk irking the beast, especially after her recent attempt to escape. Coronis finally found Balthazar, not in the throne room or any of the grand spaces, but in his quarters by the balcony. The beast looked forlorn, more pensive than Coronis had ever seen him, and it troubled the raven deeply. Balthazar's room was in shades of onyx and midnight blue, moody just like him, and positioned closest to the darkest part of the forest. This proximity always filled Coronis with an unsettling feeling. The swaying shadows of the trees seemed to mock his fear. Even more, the secrets lurking among the trees terrified him. It was the same part of the forest from which the goddess who had cursed them had come. Ignoring his fears, Coronis flew toward his friend, the soft rustle of his wings barely audible, even in the stillness of the night. As he landed on the balcony railing, he noticed the light from the wall torch casting elongated shadows across the stone floor, illuminating the beast's rugged features. In Balthazar's large hands, he cradled a familiar figurine gently between his palms, a girl with bright eyes, masterfully crafted by an artist who had once been a prisoner in the castle.
"There you are,"
the raven croaked. He hopped a few inches closer to examine what lay in Balthazar's hands. Surely, it was the artist's figurine, the one he had made of his daughter, Isabella. The beast absent-mindedly ran his thumb over the figurine's face, his expression a mixture of longing and regret.
"She is even more beautiful in person,"
he murmured.
"Is that what's upsetting you?"
Coronis asked, his tone serious.
"I made a terrible mistake, Coronis. I should have never put a father in the dungeon,"
Balthazar confessed, his voice full of remorse. The raven had thought it had been a mistake too, but what was the point of gloating when his friend was upset?
"So, what if you did?"
Coronis pressed. Balthazar sighed deeply, his massive frame slumped against the cold railing.
"He was the first human to breach through our protection in 10 years. What did I do? I put him in the dungeons and never cared to see if he was dead or alive.
Isabelle was right about me. Coronis tilted his head, curious.
What was she right about?
I have lost my humanity, Balthasar lamented. His voice reflected his broken heart. Isabelle didn't see me as a monster before. Not truly, but after learning how I treated her father, she surely sees me as one now. I am sure that she hates me. A heavy silence followed the words, charged with regret. The raven didn't seem the least bit worried, his feathers ruffling slightly as he considered his friend's plight.
Then show her your better side, Balthasar. She saw fur, fangs, and terror. Now replace that with elegance, poise, and the sophisticated side of you.
How can I do that? Balthasar asked, his brow furrowed. Coronis almost scoffed. His eyes had a spark of mischief.
You own a castle and an army of servants. Host a grand ball and dazzle her. Fill the halls with music and laughter, and let her see that beneath the surface there's more to you than just a beast.
Will having a ball make a difference? Balthasar questioned, skepticism in his tone. He could already envision the opulent decorations, the flowing gowns and elegant attires, the grand orchestra. But could that truly change the way she saw him?
If you want to change her impression of you, this will be the fastest way to do it,
Coronis replied, confident.
Alternatively, you could take a gradual approach to win her over. But as you know, time is a luxury none of us in the castle can afford. Every moment you delay is another moment lost forever.
I will take your idea into consideration, the beast said finally, though his tone lacked enthusiasm. Thank you, Coronis. While grateful for the raven's efforts, doubt plagued him.
It's not as dire as it seems, my friend. You can, and will win her heart if that's what you truly want.
The raven said. The beast nodded, but the raven noticed his grip on the figurine had tightened.
Go to sleep, Balthasar,
Coronis urged gently.
Don't let daytime worries haunt your night dreams.
With a reluctant nod, Balthasar watched as the raven took flight, its dark silhouette disappearing into the night. Alone, the beast remained lost in thought. The raven left his friend feeling somewhat lighter, though a haunted look lingered on Balthasar's face. Isabelle isn't the kind to be impressed by those sorts of things, he mused. The beast had thought this as soon as he heard Coronis's idea for the ball. Yet, seeing how his friend was trying to help him, he couldn't dismiss the idea outright. Perhaps Coronis was right. Maybe a grand gesture could bridge the chasm he had created. Yet, something deep within him whispered that the grand gesture Coronis envisioned was not the one that would win Isabella's heart. No, it had to be something more personal, more profound, something that truly spoke to her. What would she want? What would make her trust him again? The beast did not return to bed. He could not. Winning back Isabella's good opinion of him consumed his every thought, a puzzle he felt compelled to solve. It was a wrong he had to make right. Balthasar lingered on the balcony, the cool night air brushing against his fur, as he gazed into the darkened forest below. It looked even more ominous under the cloak of night, where the gnarled branches of ancient trees twisted into grotesque shapes, and the shadows danced menacingly, twisting and turning like phantoms lurking just beyond the edge of perception. He recalled how frightened Isabelle had been when he first found her there, trembling alone and utterly vulnerable, a fragile beauty to his own imposing grotesque figure. But despite his appearance, in that moment he had been her saviour, but now he had transformed into someone she could neither understand nor trust. Suddenly, a snippet of their conversation played back in his mind, sharp and clear. The beast straightened up, rising to his full height. He knew how he could redeem himself, how he could prove to Isabella that he was more than a monster. If he was lucky, perhaps even return to Isabella's good graces. With several hours until the dawn broke, he would have to hurry. He needed to return to the castle before anyone noticed his absence or suspected his plans. The clock was ticking, and every second felt precious. Balthasar quickly penned a note at his desk, his clawed fingers gripping the pen upright with some difficulty. He wrote in large, hurried scrawls, instructing Coronis to meet him in the parlour at 10 o'clock, and to bring Isabella with him. This was a meeting to redeem himself and reveal the truth of his heart. Once the beast wrapped himself in his dark cloak, the fabric billowing around him like a shroud, he felt a sense of purpose wash over him. He would blend into the night, becoming a wraith among the trees. Scaling down the balcony with practiced ease, he relied on his powerful hands and beastly strength, landing silently on the ground below. His destination was a forest that terrified everyone else, except for him, because the beast knew that, save for the one who had cursed him, he was the most terrifying thing out there. Chapter 16.
I can't believe the king is dead,
Mira said in disbelief. Marcel had somehow made his way back to the tavern, half dead and shivering from the biting cold that seemed to seep into his very bones. He sat at the bar, recounting everything that had happened over the past few weeks. The villagers had turned their backs on him, whispering rumors and casting judgmental glances, but all he needed was a friend to confide in, remembering the kind-hearted girl from the great oak who had warned him of the dangers lurking in Chambord. He sought out Mira to share his findings with someone who would listen. To his relief, he also found another ally, her uncle Louis, who had met his daughter Isabelle and understood his plight. Louis's arm was in a cast, a grim souvenir of his encounter with the notorious robbers. Yet despite his injuries, he wore a look of relief when he learned Isabelle was alive, albeit trapped in another perilous predicament.
"Of all the things you heard today, this is what you're focusing on?"
Louis asked, raising an eyebrow as Mira passed him a drink, the amber liquid sloshing in the tankard.
I'm still digesting it all. It's a lot to take in,
she replied, her brow furrowed in thought, as she processed the news of the king's untimely demise, along with the revelation of a cursed beast holding a friend hostage.
"I know how you feel,"
Marcel said, his voice low and shaky.
"I was there in the beast's presence, and still can't believe it."
He took a sip of his cider, feeling its warmth spread through him.
Do you think Isabelle is in danger?
Mira asked, concerned.
Will this creature keep his word and protect her?
Yes, I believe he meant what he said, but if the curse continues to take effect, he might not even remember the promise he made. I must find the goddess before that happens.
Marcel's voice trembled slightly. The thought of Isabelle alone with that monster haunted him, a relentless ache that overshadowed every other worry.
Why aren't we going back to the castle with some people to rescue her?
Mira asked, her voice rising with urgency. The tavern around them buzzed with the chatter of patrons oblivious to the turmoil at their table. But for them, time felt suspended.
"It's too risky,"
Louis replied, his gaze distant.
"The beast isn't the only creature at that castle. Besides, who would take the risk? People would be difficult to convince. And even if they believe us, they're afraid of the beast. Would they really want to face him?"
"I can think of a few people,"
Mira said defiantly, a slight blush rising to her cheeks.
"They wouldn't back down from a challenge."
"I didn't expect you to volunteer your future fiancé,"
Louis teased, a smile teasing the corners of his mouth.
"Kelvin is brave and would want to do the right thing,"
she stated confidently.
"I believe you, Mira, but bravery isn't the solution here. Finding a cure for the curse is,"
Marcel said, his tone turning serious. The burden of his daughter's fate weighed heavily on his shoulders, and he felt the pressure of time slipping through his fingers.
"Have you thought about where to start?"
Louis asked the artist.
"I'll begin with the local archives and then see where it leads,"
Marcel replied with a sigh, the task before him feeling impossibly daunting. Dusty tomes and forgotten scrolls awaited him in a dimly lit chamber, their spines cracked and faded, each whispering the secret of a time long past. Knowledge that might hold the key to lifting the curse that had befallen the beast. Deep down, he knew the answer lay not in the dusty archives of the village library, but in the lore passed down through generations, tales that lived in the hearts of the people. His courage faltered at the thought of facing the villagers again. They had dismissed his pleas and turned their backs on him, but he refused to abandon Isabelle. Not again. Since he had been unsuccessful with the villagers, he needed a new avenue to direct his efforts, at least for the time being, unless he could think of something else. Thoughts of Isabelle anchored him to his purpose. The journey ahead would not be easy, but he was resolute. For Isabelle, he would navigate the tangled web of lore and legend, seeking the threads that lead to the salvation he so desperately needed. He had to find the goddess. He had to, If Marcel ever wanted to see his daughter again and hold her close, safe from harm, I would go with you, but with my injuries, I'd probably slow you down, Louis said, wincing as he moved. I have to wait for a delivery, otherwise I would have come along, Mira replied apologetically, her eyes darting to the door as if the delivery might arrive at any moment. I can't burden you both with my task, Marcel said. I'd rather you stay here in case, by some miracle, the beast releases Isabella and she returns to the tavern. Mira and Louis nodded solemnly. We'll keep an eye out, Louis assured him. They both wished him good luck on his journey. Marcel felt a swell of gratitude. He took a final sip of his drink, steeling himself for the search ahead. If I'm not back, he started, but the thought was too grim to finish. Instead, he forced a reassuring smile. I'll find the goddess and bring back Isabella. He just had to believe it, too. Mira had been wiping the same counter for the past 15 minutes, her eyes riveted on the door. The rhythmic movement of her rag against the polished wood was almost hypnotic, but her thoughts were anything but calm. Are you waiting for someone? Louis asked, curious. What? No, she replied defensively, her cheeks warming slightly. Louis raised an eyebrow knowingly, and she looked away, realizing how transparent she must seem. By the way, when is Calvin coming with the delivery? He asked casually, and she felt her heart skip a beat. As if on cue, Mira's cheeks flushed a deeper pink. He was supposed to be here an hour ago. I wonder what's delaying him. Calvin is never this late. Her voice trailed off, an anxious edge creeping in. Punctuality is an honourable quality, her uncle remarked, his tone teasing. One that I do not possess, he added with a chuckle. He expected Mira to join him, but she remained focused on the front door. Finally, someone arrived, and Bruno jumped up from his corner bed, barking excitedly, tail wagging ferociously. Calvin walked in, carrying 2 large sacks, one slung over his shoulder and the other in his hand. He smiled up the dim tavern, and Mira felt a flutter in her stomach. But before he could respond, Bruno was already darting toward Calvin, barking his welcome. Whoa, good boy! Looks like someone's excited, Calvin said good-naturedly, dropping one bag on the floor and bending down to ruffle Bruno's fur. He seemed genuinely pleased to see the dog, which only made Mira's heart race faster. He only does that with people he likes, Mira replied, a teasing lilt to her voice, causing her uncle to nearly choke on his drink. It's good to see you, Calvin, Louis said, clearing his throat and trying to hide his amusement. How's your dad? Dad's doing great, though his arthritis is acting up a bit this morning. Calvin replied, his voice warm and friendly. I was helping him at the docks, which is why I was late. I'm sorry about that, he said, his gaze shifting to Mira, visibly apologetic. You're late? I didn't even notice, she lied, trying to sound casual. Louis was intrigued by what he had just heard, leaning in slightly. Were you at the docks? Yeah, a pair came in this morning. I suppose you'll have some new customers today, Calvin replied, wiping his brow as he shifted the weight of the sacks. It's a good thing you brought the potatoes and onions, then, Louis observed. We will need them to feed the hordes. Where should I put them? Calvin asked Mira, who seemed momentarily distracted by his presence. She blushed again, unable to help herself. Oh, let me help you with it, she exclaimed. It's no problem, Calvin said quickly, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his tone. I wouldn't hear the end of it from my dad if I let you carry these. Just place them in the storeroom in the back, Mira instructed, a smile sweet and inviting. Thanks. Calvin was momentarily thunderstruck by her smile, standing frozen for a couple of seconds, while his cheeks turned crimson. Then, flustered, he quickly made his way to the back room, with Bruno bounding happily after him. You should really stop doing that to that poor boy, Louis said, shaking his head with a grin. All I did was smile, Mira protested, though she felt a thrill at the thought of Calvin's reaction. It looked like he was getting electrocuted, Louis replied, laughter bubbling up. Don't! It's not funny, Uncle Louis. Mira crossed her arms, trying to suppress her own giggles. All right, I'll stop. I was young once, too, even if it is hard to believe," Louis continued, a playful glint in his eye. "Your uncle knows the feeling of getting butterflies all too well. Too bad I'm a cranky old man now, and can't appreciate it fully any more." "Right, right," Mira's voice trailed off, her attention already drifting. She craned her neck toward the storeroom, her heart fluttering like butterflies, trying to catch another glimpse of Calvin. Louis sighed, recognizing the familiar look of infatuation lighting up her face. Mira straightened up and fixed her hair as soon as she saw Calvin coming back. Her crush finally emerged from the back room and was a sight to behold, his easy smile and tousled hair making Mira's cheeks flush. Bruno, her loyal Great Dane, trotted eagerly alongside him, tongue lolling as he basked in the boy's attention. "Well, that is everything," Calvin said, his voice warm yet hesitant. He lingered just a moment longer as if wrestling with the urge to say something more. "We might need a delivery soon," Mira suggested, her voice brightening as her smile broadened. But as the words left her lips, she recalled the last time, and she quickly sobered, her gaze flickering to Calvin's face, worried about how her smile might affect him. "Yeah, of course, that would be great. I'll bring you as many sacks of potatoes as you need." Calvin's eyes sparkled with genuine delight, and Mira nearly swooned, feeling the flutter of her heart as he leaned down to give Bruno a few more scratches behind the ear.
"I'll see you soon, buddy."
As soon as he left, the Great Dane howled sadly, his deep voice echoing through the small tavern. Mira quickly knelt beside her dog, wrapping her arms around his neck. "I feel the same, Bruno," she whispered softly in his fur. "You know, I've never seen a lad get this excited over potatoes," Louis remarked, his tone laced with amusement. Mira tried not to roll her eyes. She wouldn't give her uncle the pleasure of teasing her. "I wonder who will come into the tavern today," she said, attempting to steer the conversation away from her crush. "Last time it was Marcel, however. Whoever it is, I hope they're nice." Louis nodded, but his naturally suspicious nature led him to think otherwise. His brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of a frown crossed his face. Something was telling him they might not be so lucky this time around. Chapter 17. Balthasar was late. The nerve of him, Coronis thought, fuming quietly as he glanced at the ornate clock on the wall. He was the one who arranged the meeting in the first place. Frustration bubbled within him. He hoped Balthasar might still arrive, perhaps with some grand excuse that would justify his tardiness. Coronis had taken an extra 40 minutes to reach the parlour, mainly because Isabelle had taken longer than expected to agree to accompany him. After much coaxing and charming, she had finally relented, but not without a frown still plastered on her face. This was going to be a long day, Coronis thought miserably. Despite Balthasar choosing the least opulent room, which sometimes served as his office, it was still remarkably impressive. The space featured elaborate mouldings, intricate wallpaper with a deep floral pattern, refined woodwork polished to a sheen, and plush seating that invited one to sink into its embrace, along with beautiful artwork that lined the walls. Coronis hoped that the room would impress Isabella, but she appeared rather bored, her gaze flitting across the room with no interest.
"Balthasar will be here any moment now,"
he said confidently, even though he had no idea if that was true. He tried to inject enthusiasm into his voice, even if it sounded out as a hollow promise. A fire blazed in the fireplace, casting a warm glow that made the golden ornaments scattered throughout the room gleam. However, two objects seemed out of place in this elegant setting. Resting in the corners of the mantel, roughly crafted figurines that clashed noticeably with the refined decor. Isabella's eyes widened in wonder when she saw them. Perhaps recognizing her father's work, she picked up a figurine and examined it closely, the bird's feathers skillfully carved and almost lifelike in its details. "These look familiar," she remarked, studying the figure of the raven. However, Coronis noted she did not reach for the other figurine, the one of the beast.
"Yes, Marcel worked on them,"
Coronis replied, trying to keep the mood light. "Father made these while he was in the dungeon?" she asked, a tinge of surprise colouring her tone.
"Yes. Once your father stopped eating, I thought it might help to give him something to distract his mind,"
Coronis said, the words tumbling out before he could stop them. As soon as they left his mouth, he regretted them, sensing the horrified look on Isabella's face. The raven realized he had said too much. and instead of helping Balthasar's case, he might have just made it worse. He could feel the tension crackling like static electricity. Father had stopped eating, Isabella asked in a low voice. She set down the delicate figurine in her hand.
He was fine afterward.
The raven lied quickly, his voice a little too high, a little too eager.
Marcel even grew to like it here.
He could see the flicker of doubt in Isabella's eyes, but he pressed on, desperate to save the situation. I would like to return to my room, Isabella said quietly. There was a chasm of hurt behind those words. The light in her eyes dimmed, and the raven felt a pang of remorse deep within his chest.
But we haven't met Balthasar yet,
Coronis protested, grasping at the last straws of their conversation. Can you please give him an excuse on my behalf? Isabella asked.
What should I tell him?
The raven asked, knowing full well the truth was far too dangerous. I don't know. Whatever, Isabella replied, irritation creeping into her voice. You are good at convincing people. I'm sure you can think of something. Coronis wanted to say something, anything to save the day, but it was too late. The girl had already left the room, her footsteps echoing in the distance.
I am an idiot,
the raven muttered to himself, ruffling his feathers in agitation.
Why do I talk so much?
That's what I keep telling you, but when I say it, it's considered rude,
came a deep voice from behind him, cutting through the silence like a dagger. Balthasar had returned, his presence darkening the room. He looked worse for wear, his fur tangled and matted, his eyes shadowed with exhaustion.
Where's Isabella?
He asked. The raven tried to remain calm, but it felt as perilous as walking a tightrope.
You just missed her a moment ago.
Balthasar sighed, a heavy sound that seemed to carry the weight of the world.
Sorry, I'm late.
Why are you late, by the way?
The raven asked. Instead of answering, Balthasar posed a question of his own.
Why didn't Isabella wait for me?
Both questions hung in the air, curious, yet laden with unspoken truths. Neither individual would answer the other honestly, a widening gulf of secrecy building between them.
She wasn't feeling well,
Corona said, offering a half-truth, while guilt gnawed at him. He could feel the burning weight of his deception. Revealing his secret now would be akin to sealing his fate, a death sentence for his advising career, or perhaps just for him. He resolved to find another way to convince Isabella, at least until the memory of their little parlour conversation faded from her mind.
I didn't even get a chance to talk to her, or give her the invite, the beast said. I will go to her now and apologize for being late.
Coronis's mind was racing, formulating a plan. If Balthasar spoke to Isabella now, they would no doubt delve into the delicate topic of her father, a conversation that could lead to unintended revelations and him being caught. Better, he reasoned, if someone other than Balthasar approached her, at least until the memory of their awkward conversation faded into the background noise of daily life.
I think Cherie should be the one to tell her about the ball,
the raven proposed, his voice smooth and confident. Balthasar looked at him, his expression one of bewilderment, as if Coronis had just suggested they fly to the moon.
Cherie's? But why?
He asked, his brow furrowing in confusion.
The two of them haven't met yet, and this would be a perfect opportunity for a first encounter.
The raven explained, his wings twitching with enthusiasm.
Cherie's will undoubtedly bubble with excitement over the ball, and that energy will transfer over to Isabella. It would give them a chance to bond over a common interest.
Balthasar's eyes narrowed. Skepticism etched across his features.
I really think that I should be the one to tell her,
he protested.
Trust me on this, Balthasar,
the raven insisted, his tone unyielding.
It is a brilliant idea, the best one I have had yet.
He leaned forward, his beady eyes locking onto Balthasar's.
Imagine the scene. Cherie's bursting into the room to share the news. Isabella won't just hear about the ball. She will feel the anticipation, the thrill. It will be infectious.
Balthasar seemed too tired to protest. He slumped into his chair, the weight of his worries pressing down on him. Only then did Coronis notice the mud stains on Balthasar's cloak, which further fueled his suspicions. Why had Balthasar been out of the castle? The thought nagged at the raven.
Where have you been?
Coronis asked, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial tone.
You look dishevelled.
I was in the garden and lost track of time, the beast replied. It was an outright lie, and the raven knew it. However, given the dilemma he faced, he couldn't probe further.
I'll ask the servants to draw you a bath,
he suggested.
I would appreciate that,
Balthasar said, his expression pensive.
I'll make sure they add bucket loads of soap so you stop smelling so much,
the raven teased.
Sure, that would be great,
the beast replied, offering no protest. Was Balthasar even listening? It seemed as though Balthasar was falling head over heels in love. He could think of no one else but the girl. While this was a positive development, it was also devastating. Coronis knew he had to win Isabelle over somehow, for his friend's sake. She was a stubborn sort and wouldn't forget what happened to her father easily. All the more reason to make the ball the best one they had ever hosted, Coronis thought, feeling a surge of excitement. The grand hall had to sparkle like the night sky, with chandeliers that shimmered like constellations and tables laden with delicacies that would tantalize even the most discerning of palates. It would be marvelous, a night that would not only showcase the splendor of the castle, but also highlight what a catch Balthasar was, or so he hoped. In his moment of panic, he blurted out Chérice's name, surprising himself even more than Balthasar appeared to be. Upon reflection, it might not have been such a terrible choice. After all, once Isabelle dealt with Chérice's notorious temper and sharp tongue, Balthasar would seem positively kind and angelic by comparison.
I am a genius,
the raven congratulated himself, puffing out his chest a little as he soared through the air. It would all work out beautifully, he mused. Now, though, he just had to talk to Chérice and pray she didn't bite his head off. The last time they had crossed paths, her words had been as sharp as daggers, and he had barely escaped with his feathers intact. He still had a ball to plan, and he couldn't afford to let her wrath derail his grand vision. In the end, Chérice agreed far too quickly, a smile wide, yet somehow unsettling. It made Coronis's feathers ruffle with unease, and he couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was amiss. What horrors awaited Isabelle once Chérice turned her attention to the artist's daughter? The raven's mind raced with possibilities, each one darker than the last. Perhaps it was a mistake to involve Chérice so soon, yet the ball must go on, and it was too late to turn back now.
I am Chérice Delacourt,
she said, her voice smooth and confident, a subtle smile gracing her lips. After Chérice introduced herself, Isabelle stood silent, somewhat in awe as she took in the striking figure before her. Chérice, however, remained unfazed. Realizing she was blocking the door, Isabelle stepped aside and Chérice glided inside. Chérice eyed Isabelle from head to toe, circling her and scrutinizing her from every angle. She was beautiful, the kind of beauty that seemed to emanate from her very pores, as if she were crafted from the finest ivory. Each movement was deliberate, her long flowing hair cascading around her shoulders like a golden waterfall. Isabelle felt dwarfed by her presence, as if she were standing in the shadow of a towering statue, polished to perfection over centuries. Isabelle had never given much thought to her own appearance, often treating it as an afterthought. But under Chérice's gaze, she suddenly felt inadequate. Isabelle offered her a seat, but Chérice dismissed it with an imperious wave of her hand. Nervously, she tugged at the sleeve of her dress, a simple cotton garment that paled in front of the luxurious silks and brocades Chérice wore.
So, you're the one I keep hearing so much about, the great beauty who seems to have tamed the beast.
Chérice purred, a hint of mockery threading her voice. Isabelle blushed, warmth creeping up her cheeks. I think you're mistaken, she stammered, her confidence wavering under the weight of Chérice's scrutiny.
It seems I am, but you certainly do not live up to expectations,
Chérice replied with a cruel smile, her lips curling like a cat's ready to pounce.
Balthasar used to have better taste.
The insinuation hung heavy in the air, and Isabella's heart raced. Was Chérice his former lover? Jealousy erupted within her, sharp and unwelcome, deepening her flustered state. She didn't even like the beast. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Perhaps that was the effect Chérice had on others, she thought. But why was Chérice even there? Had she come solely to insult her and remind her of her own insecurities?
I have been instructed to inform you about tonight's ball,
Chérice said, her tone becoming formal, as if she were a messenger rather than an adversary. She handed over an invitation written in elegant cursive on paper that resembled ivory.
"Thank you,"
Isabelle replied, holding the invitation in her hands.
"I can provide you with a servant and a seamstress, or you can choose one of my old dresses, though I doubt it will fit you."
Isabella hated to admit that Charisse was right. The other woman was a statuesque beauty, light and elegant, with an effortless grace that seemed to mock Isabella's own awkwardness. Again, she felt a rush of embarrassment, but she steeled herself, forcing her chin up.
"Thank you for going to the trouble, but I will not be attending."
She straightened her posture, meeting Charisse's gaze with unwavering confidence as she handed back the invitation. Charisse laughed, her voice ringing like a bell.
"Who ever said it was an option? You are to attend to the ball or face the beast's wrath. I'm sure you've only seen his sweetness, but make one wrong move, and you'll witness his true form, an ugly, hateful monster."
The words dripped from her lips like venom, sharp and deliberate. Was she telling the truth, or was she simply trying to slander Balthazar? The flicker of disdain in Charisse's eyes suggested a history steeped in bitterness, an old grudge that twisted her words into a weapon. Resentment was in the cadence of her voice, the way she pronounced Balthazar's name as if it were a curse. But was Charisse being fair in a betrayal of him? The question lingered in the air. Isabella would find out soon enough. Isabella was determined not to show any sign of vulnerability.
"Thank you for the warning, but I haven't changed my mind,"
Isabella replied, her voice steadier than she felt. Charisse's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily breaking her icy facade.
"Suit yourself,"
she said, her tone dripping with contempt. She dropped the invitation on the floor, as if it were a dirty thing.
"Wouldn't it be a riot if Balthazar went through all this trouble for you, and his guest of honor never showed up?"
With another sarcastic smile, she turned on a heel, her slender figure gliding out of the room with an ethereal grace, more goddess than human. Isabella felt painfully ordinary in comparison, a lowly mortal standing in the shadow of a celestial being. As the door clicked shut behind her, Isabella let out a sigh, her heart racing as she processed the bizarre exchange. What had she gotten herself into? The conversation had been surreal, but even stranger by the insane notion that Balthazar was holding the ball for her. That couldn't be right. Surely Charisse must be mistaken. Wasn't she? That Isabella Beaufoy was a rival to Charisse for the affection of the beast. What could be more bizarre than that? Despite her insistence that she wanted nothing to do with the ball, a servant stood at the door, waiting to take her measurements. She introduced herself as the seamstress assistant, her voice barely above a whisper.
"I'm not going, so I won't need a dress,"
Isabella told her firmly.
"You don't have to worry about sizing." "Please, miss, I cannot leave without completing my task,"
the young girl replied, her eyes wide and pleading. She seemed shaken, the tremor in her hands betraying a fear.
"I will be punished, miss. Please let me take your measurements."
Isabella raised an eyebrow, now intrigued.
"Who would punish you?" "The master will toss me out of the castle."
The girl's voice cracked, and tears glistened in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Would that be a bad thing? Isabella wondered, her thoughts swirling.
"Then you can be free,"
she said softly, trying to offer comfort. The prospect of leaving the castle instilled greater fear in the girl than did the beast's wrath. She shook her head violently, her expression one of utter despair.
"I would sooner face the master's anger than wander outside."
Seeing her miserable state, Isabella felt a pang of empathy. Reluctantly, she relented. What harm could it do to give her what she wanted? After all, she wasn't going to the ball, anyway. What difference would it make for the seamstress to have her measurements when there was no dress to be made?
"Please, come inside,"
Isabella said, stepping aside to allow the girl entry. The girl hesitated, glancing nervously inside. The girl was shaking all over, and it took a few minutes for her to calm down. Isabella offered her a glass of water, but she shook her head, her focus shifting to her task. Quietly she began her work, her fingers quickly measuring Isabella's waist, arm length, and other necessary dimensions, noting them down in a small worn book that had seen better days.
"I am done. Thank you so much,"
the girl said, relief washing over her features as she closed the book with a gentle snap.
"It wasn't a problem,"
Isabella replied, her heart softening further. Can you stay a bit longer? Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about Balthazar? The girl's eyes widened, and she quickly stepped toward the door.
I really should be going,
she said, a hint of panic in her voice.
There isn't much time remaining until the ball, and we have a lot of work to do still.
Was Cherise right about Balthazar? Isabelle wondered. His actions had been conflicting. He had saved her from the wolves, yet he had locked her father in the dungeons. Now he was treating her as a guest, even though he had made a bargain with her father to release her only when he found a cure for the curse. Now, this ball. Her mind struggled to make sense of this beast, but she came up with nothing. Perhaps, as Cherise suggested, she will uncover his true character once she declines the invitation. When he notices her absence at the ball and feels the sting of her rejection, everything she needs to know about his character will be made clear. Chapter 18. Isabella remained in her room, despite the lively bustle of activity outside. The temptation to look outside was immense, but she stayed determined. The seamstress's assistant, still meek and nervous, returned with the boxed gift cradled in her arms. She placed the delicate package on the bed. Inside lay a shimmering gown, but Isabella didn't even glance at it. She felt it bound her to expectations she refused to meet. Isabella thanked the girl for her time, signaling her to leave, though she could tell the girl expected her to try it on. A pang of guilt washed over Isabella at the sight of the girl's disappointment, but did not change her mind. Coronis visited her several times, his words smooth and persuasive, painting vivid pictures of a magical evening. He urged her to join, yet she remained resolute in her decision. After several attempts to entice her to attend and hearing her refusal each time, even the raven had given up. To her relief, Cherise had not sought her out. Then again, neither had the beast. On the night of the grand affair, the air was thick with excitement, punctuated by the muffled sounds of laughter and animated chatter, wafting through the corridors. Occasionally, Isabella peeked through the door, watching as the servants flitted back and forth, their faces aglow with anticipation of the grand ball. A tinge of curiosity ignited within her, urging her to join their revelry. Her mind drifted to the alluring strains of music that floated through the air, beckoning her to join them. As the night of the grand event unfolded, Isabella felt a pull stronger than ever to escape the confines of her room. The melody spiraled and danced through the hallways, wrapping around her. She longed to catch a glimpse from afar, so she followed the sound of the music. At first, she thought she would never find the ballroom, now that the sounds echoed everywhere. But then, just as she was about to turn back, she noticed a trail of delicate flower petals scattered across the carpet. They were a riot of colours, crimson, lavender, and ivory, clearly dropped by a florist or decorator in their haste. The petals formed a perfect path, leading her to where she wanted to be. A smile crept across her face, and a thrill of adventure surged through her veins as she stealthily followed the trail. With each step, the music grew louder, and her heart raced in tandem with the lively beat. She moved silently and unseen, like a shadow, while everyone else remained absorbed in the grand event. In the end, Isabella stood before a magnificent balcony overlooking the ballroom. As she peered over the edge, a breath caught in her throat. The sight before her was nothing short of breathtaking. The ballroom was alive with movement, a sea of swirling fabric and glittering jewels. Dancers of all shapes and sizes converged at the center of the room, their movements fluid and mesmerizing, as if they were all part of the music itself. Some dancers still appeared human, their features elegant and refined, while others were barely recognizable, grotesque transformations rendering them monstrous. Yet as the music played on, something miraculous happened. The ferile expressions that once marred their faces melted away, replaced by a joy that was achingly human. Laughter erupted like bubbles, and a warmth spread through the crowd, lively and wonderful. Isabella gasped at the beauty and splendor of the inhabitants of Balthazar's castle. Who were these people? What caused their transformation into monsters? Her eyes fell again to the dancers in the ballroom. Cherise glided across the floor with a handsome man who had grey hair and piercing grey eyes. His wolfish features seemed familiar, but Isabella found herself too distracted by Cherise's beauty. Tonight, she looked even more ethereal. Dressed in a flowing white gown that shimmered in the soft candlelight, the fabric whispering against her skin with every graceful movement, the gown clung to her waist and flared out elegantly, accentuating her figure, while the neckline delicately embroidered with silver thread, drew attention to her radiant collarbone. Her long, sleek, blonde hair cascaded down her back, and a tiara caught the light, framing a face in a halo of golden brilliance. Given their earlier conversation and Cherise's barely masked jealousy, she assumed Cherise would dance with Balthazar. This, however, wasn't the case. Where was he then? Isabella's gaze searched for Balthazar, who sat on the throne at the far end of the grand hall. Jubilant dancers filled the opulent room with laughter and music, yet he appeared detached from it all. Startled, she found him staring back. His intense eyes met hers across the space. A rush of heat flooded her cheeks, and she quickly hid behind the curtains, her heart pounding in her chest. It was too far away for him to recognize her, wasn't it? Isabella had promised herself that she wouldn't attend the ball. It was embarrassing to be caught spying on them, lurking in the shadows like a thief. Shaking her head, she turned and made her way back to her room, her footsteps echoing softly against the marble floor, feeling a tinge of regret about her decision. She wouldn't have fit in anyway. It would have been like dancing among the bright stars. Who would dance with her? She imagined Balthazar asking for her hand in the ballroom, his voice low, the way his gaze would soften as he pulled her close. The image made her blush, a thrill of warmth spreading through her as she envisioned the two of them gliding across the polished floor, the world around them fading away. But she was being ridiculous. He went ahead with the ball, despite her absence, surrounded by laughter, music, and the company of stunning women like Cherise. Cherise had been wrong. The ball was not being held in her honor. Not that it mattered. Isabella had almost turned the corner when she noticed a shadow out of the corner of her eye, perched so still on the edge of the railing that he could have been mistaken for a statue, was Coronis, his glossy black feathers glinting faintly in the warm glow of the ballroom lights. He gazed wistfully down at the couples dancing, their laughter and music drifting up like a sweet melody. She approached him quietly, but the raven was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice her. "I thought you would have been down there with them," she said gently, her voice barely rising above the distant strains of the orchestra. The raven startled at her voice, his head snapping up. He quickly composed himself, though a shadow of melancholy lingered in his gaze.
"It was my idea to have the ball in the first place,"
he replied, bitterness in his words.
"I see it has failed spectacularly, considering you did not attend."
"I don't think I belong there," Isabella admitted, her cheeks warming.
"Neither do I. Not any more,"
Coronis said sadly, his voice lowering to a mournful croak.
"I miss it so terribly, the dancing, but since I no longer have arms to hold someone—"
He stopped mid-sentence, yet Isabella could feel the heartache that lingered in the silence of his unspoken thought. Isabella felt a pang of guilt for missing the ball, realizing that Coronis couldn't attend despite his deep longing to do so. "Were you a good dancer?" she asked, trying to lighten the somber mood.
"The very best,"
the raven replied haughtily, puffing out his chest as he had been a master of rhythm and grace. "I would have loved to see you dance at the ball," Isabella said with a smile.
"I know you would have,"
Coronis sighed, the sound deep and wistful, echoing the longing of his soul.
"The curse has robbed us of so many joys."
"I'm sorry, Coronis," she said softly.
"Don't be. The curse is not your fault,"
he replied, his tone growing serious.
"But neither is it Balthazar's. The beast may seem angry and rough on the surface, but he genuinely cares about everyone and wants to keep them safe, including you, Isabella. He regrets how he treated your father. I hope you can see that he's trying, and consider giving him another chance to make amends."
Isabella was stunned into silence, but without waiting for her response, Coronis spread his wings and took off toward a beam in the ceiling, his silhouette momentarily framed by the dim light, no doubt to find another quiet corner to brood in solitude. His words left Isabella with much to ponder, and she saw Balthazar in a light she hadn't before. She recalled how his eyes had flickered with pain during their last encounter, the snarl that seemed more a mask than a true reflection of his heart. The curse was terrible. It had taken so much from them. Perhaps the beast's reaction stemmed from genuine fear rather than a cruel heart. While it didn't absolve him of what he had done to her father, she considered perhaps she should not be so harsh with him. What if, beneath the layers of fury and despair, there lay a creature yearning for redemption? She thought of the way he had stood guard over the wolves, the way he had protected her. However, her emotions prevented her from acknowledging his virtues. Isabella's anger subsided, and her heart softened. Balthazar might be a beast, but she wouldn't turn into one. When Isabella returned to the room, she felt the dress staring at her from the bed, its fabric glistening under the soft glow of the chandelier above. It was a beautiful dress. What harm could there be trying it on? With a flutter of curiosity, she approached the bed, her fingers grazing the cool fabric. As she slipped into the dress, it fit her perfectly. She barely recognized herself in the mirror. Whoever chose the dress clearly knew how to transform her into someone who wouldn't seem out of place in the ballroom below, all without being ostentatious, a far cry from the simple girl who had entered this grand estate. She gave a little twirl, watching the fabric swirl around her ankles, halting when she heard a knock at the door. It must be the servant bringing her dinner, she thought. They had completely forgotten her, she thought with relief, but when she opened the door, she found none other than the person she was thinking about. Balthasar looked stunned, gazing at her in awe, his dark eyes wide with surprise. A warm tingling sensation spread throughout her body under his gaze, and she instinctively tried to hide behind the door. The flickering candlelight in the hallway cast a soft glow around him, making the moment feel surreal. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence.
"I was hoping to find you at the ball,"
he said, his voice raspy, as though he had just been searching for her all evening.
"I'm sorry,"
Isabella replied, blushing furiously, her cheeks burning like embers.
"I didn't think I would fit in the company."
She almost wished she could disappear entirely, the weight of her insecurities pressing down on her.
"But you tried on the dress I sent you,"
Balthasar said, stepping forward slightly, his voice a blend of curiosity and admiration.
"It was too beautiful to resist,"
she blurted out. It felt as if her mouth had a mind of its own, spilling out the truth even as her mind raced with embarrassment.
"So you like it?"
Balthasar asked, his lips forming a subtle smile that made her stomach flutter.
"It's my favorite color. I'm honored to see you in it."
So he picked the dress. The realization sent her mind spinning, making her feel as though she was floating. She had never considered that he would have gone to such great lengths for her.
"I'd hoped to give you this downstairs,"
Balthasar said, as he reached into his pocket, his movement slow and deliberate. Her heart pounded louder in her chest as he pulled out an object. The dim light catching its surface, he gently placed it in the center of her palm. It couldn't be. Her breath caught in her throat as she recognized the delicate locket. Her mother's locket.
"Where did you find this?"
Isabella asked, her voice trembling with disbelief. Balthasar paused for a moment before answering, his expression turning serious.
"It was in the forest, just as you mentioned."
Isabella had lied about its location, fabricating a story to protect herself from the pain of loss. Did that mean the beast was lying too? Had he tracked down the robbers and retrieved it from them? The thought sent a chill down Isabella's spine. The robbers had knives and other weapons and were extremely dangerous. Still, she shuddered to think what the beast might have done to them once he had found them. Yet, as unsettling as the thought was, she couldn't help but feel a swell of gratitude for the return of her mother's locket. It was more than just a piece of jewelry. She wore it around her neck, the familiar weight restoring a sense of comfort that had long been absent. As she traced her fingers over the delicate engraving, a sense of peace enveloped her.
"Thank you,"
she whispered, her voice barely above her breath.
"It is my pleasure,"
the beast replied, his voice low and resonant.
"I'm glad to see the smile return to your face, Isabella."
His unexpectedly tender words sent a warmth through her chest. The way he looked at her, with those deep-set eyes that seemed to hold 1,000 untold stories, made her heart race. Feeling compelled to explain herself, Isabella knew she needed to account for her absence, especially since Balthasar had put in so much effort to make her happy.
"I'm shy around people. I don't think I can handle being around so many at once,"
she confessed.
"Then it could be just the two of us next time,"
Balthasar suggested, a hint of hope in his voice.
"I would like that,"
Isabella replied, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. The thought of spending time alone with him, away from the prying eyes of others, ignited a fluttering sensation in her stomach.
"Would tomorrow night work for you?"
he asked, his gaze steady and inviting. Isabella nodded, a shy smile breaking across her face.
"Yes, I would love that."
"Very well. I'll see you tomorrow night, Isabella."
He seemed much happier than before as he turned to leave, the shadows of the corridor swallowing him whole. As the door clicked shut behind him, Isabella leaned against it, her breath escaping in a soft sigh. It was probably a terrible idea, yet despite the warning bells ringing in her mind, she could hardly wait. All she knew was that she felt differently about Balthasar than she had just moments ago. No longer was he simply the beast who lived in the shadows of the castle and lurked in the forest. As she touched the locket resting against her chest, Isabella thought that maybe, just maybe, there was more to Balthasar than the rumours had ever suggested. Chapter 19. Isabella had a surprise visitor in the morning. Charisse greeted her in a much more cordial mood than before, almost like they were friends. Whether this newfound amiability would last remained to be seen. A gnawing suspicion grew in her. Had Balthasar said something to soften Charisse's demeanour? Or was there a deeper, more insidious motive lurking behind a polished smile?
"I believe we got off on the wrong foot,"
Charisse said smoothly, her voice like honey, but with an undertone that suggested something far sharper.
"I would never want to be seen as inhospitable, especially to Balthasar's special friend."
The emphasis on the word special was subtle, yet deliberate, leaving a bitter aftertaste that Isabella couldn't ignore. Isabella nodded her head cautiously, avoiding saying anything that might be misconstrued or used against her.
"I saw you didn't attend the ball,"
Charisse asked in a casual tone, but it seemed at odds by the tenses of her shoulders. It was an attempt at conversation, but the question felt like a probing hand, searching for weaknesses.
"I said that I wouldn't,"
Isabella replied calmly, her voice steady as she met Charisse's gaze with a fortitude she didn't entirely feel.
"A girl of your word! I like that,"
Charisse said with a Cheshire smile, though the corners of her mouth barely reached her eyes.
"You would have liked the ball, I think. Your company was definitely missed,"
she added, the sentiment dripping with insincerity.
"That is very kind of you, Charisse,"
Isabella replied, keeping her tone neutral, aware that flattery could be a double-edged sword.
"I am kind, aren't I?"
Charisse said, her smile widening, but the glint in her eye suggested otherwise.
"Come, you must be bored out of your mind, stuck in that room of yours. Let me show you the best places in the castle."
The invitation hung in the air, sweet and dangerous. Should she trust her? The thought of following Charisse through the labyrinthine halls of the castle felt like a trap. What if Charisse intended to push her off a wall? But then again, Balthasar wouldn't have allowed Charisse near Isabella. If she posed any real danger, Isabella surprised even herself by how much she trusted the beast. With a measured breath, Isabella weighed her options. Curiosity battled caution within her. The allure of the castle's secrets beckoned, even if she doubted Charisse's intentions. For now, she would play along, keeping her wits about her, hoping to uncover the truth behind Charisse's charming facade. Charisse led the way through the corridors, arriving at a set of doors that opened into a sprawling terrace. Isabella would have never found the place on her own. The crisp mountain air was enough to revive anyone's spirits, even as a companion's flawless smile sent shivers down Isabella's spine.
"What are you doing here, Atlas?"
Charisse exclaimed, fixing a gaze on the guard stationed in front of her. He met her gaze with a charming smile, but when his eyes fell upon Isabella, it transformed into a feral grin that made Isabella's stomach twist with unease.
"Shouldn't you be guarding the forest?"
Charisse asked, trying to divert his attention away from Isabella, who was feeling uneasy under the weight of Atlas's gaze. Charisse didn't like being overlooked, even for a moment. She was determined to remain in the spotlight. "Balthasar has assigned me patrol duty, a punishment for my indiscretion," Atlas replied, his tone light, yet laced with residual resentment.
"Oh my, how the mighty have fallen,"
Charisse said, a pretty laugh ringing like crystal chimes. Atlas shrugged nonchalantly in response, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, clearly enjoying the discomfort on Isabella's face. Noticing Atlas hadn't taken his eyes off Isabella, Charisse felt compelled to introduce them, beginning.
"I don't know if you've met Isabella."
Atlas reached out to take Isabella's hand, his grip firm. "We've met before, when I was hunting her as my prey," he said, his voice low and dangerous. The flicker of something dark danced in his eyes. He stared at Isabella openly, as if he were appraising a rare object, rather than acknowledging a fellow human being. With another chilling smile, Atlas leaned closer, kissing the back of her hand with unsettling grace. "Balthasar may have saved you then," he murmured, his breath warm against her skin. "But he won't be able to save you forever." Leaning in even closer, Atlas playfully nipped at her earlobe. Isabella quickly stumbled back, her instinct screaming at her to distance herself. Atlas grinned, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk, his eyes glinting with satisfaction at her reaction. "I'll leave you two lovely ladies to your walk. I'm sure you have many secrets to share." He bowed once more, his gaze locking intently on Isabella. Then, with an air of purpose, he turned and strode away. Only then could Isabella breathe again, the tension in her chest easing as she watched him retreat.
"Atlas can be intense,"
Cherise said, breaking the hold his presence had cast over the moment.
"But don't mind him. He's all bark and no bite."
Cherise's voice had a hint of amusement. Isabella nodded meekly, still feeling the weight of the grey wolf's gaze. He didn't seem the type to bluff carelessly. He had seen straight through to her fears and left her feeling unsettled.
"I think it's too chilly for a walk. We should probably head inside,"
Cherise suggested.
"There's so many more places you must see."
Without waiting for a response, she led the way, leaving Isabella no choice but to follow her. Cherise took Isabella to the art gallery, a place steeped in history and mystery. As they stepped through the grand entrance, Isabella's breath caught in her throat. The magnificent hallway stretched before them, resplendent with portraits and paintings that reached up to the intricately painted ceiling, each piece telling a story, capturing the ancestral legacy of Rose Castle, a once thriving stronghold now inhabited by monsters and beasts. Most of the artwork depicted family portraits, their subjects adorned in regal attire, gazing out with eyes that seemed to hold secrets of bygone eras. Isabella could almost feel their presence, the weight of their stories pressing down on her. At the center of the gallery hung a large, imposing portrait of a kingly figure, his presence commanding the attention of the room. He stood tall and proud, a magnificent crown resting atop his head, his gaze fixed somewhere beyond the canvas. Beside him stood a beautiful queen, her expression regal. A young toddler stood tall beside his father, innocence radiating from his cherubic face.
"Is that the king of Chambord?"
Isabella asked, as she stepped closer, captivated by the painting.
"Yes, he was,"
Cherise replied. Isabella's curiosity deepened, her heart racing with the thrill of the unknown.
"So, is it true, then? Is he missing?"
she inquired, trying to piece together the fragmented tales shared by Mira and Louis back at the Great Oak Tavern. There's a familiarity in the king's face that tugged at her memory, though she could not quite place it.
"Not missing, but lost."
Cherise's words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Cherise was being evasive, so Isabella summoned her courage, pressed further.
"Is Balthasar the king?"
asking what she had suspected all along. A smile spread across Cherise's face.
"You are close,"
she said, her eyes gleaming.
"Balthasar's much like his father,"
she continued, to Isabella's astonishment. The revelation stirred something deep within her.
"Bastien may be the king we lost,"
Cherise said.
"but his son is the forgotten prince."
The words echoed in Isabella's mind, and it shook her to her core. Balthasar was the Prince of Chambord. Why hadn't he said anything? She felt the weight of a dreadful revelation, a feeling she couldn't ignore. Did it have something to do with his father?
"What happened to King Bastien?"
she asked, half afraid to know the truth.
"The same thing that will happen to all of us if we don't break the curse,"
Cherise replied, her voice low and sombre.
"The curse transformed him into a sea turtle, and he lost his human mind. I'm sure he is happily wandering the sea somewhere, unable to grasp what he once was. King Bastien was the first of all, and his wife followed him soon after. Unlike him, she turned into a great crane and flew away into the skies, never to be seen again. All of this happened before Balthasar even turned 11.
Isabella's heart sank. What a terrible thing to happen, she exclaimed, her voice trembling with empathy. She looked back at the young boy in the painting, who gazed up at his father with admiration in his eyes and a smile on his face. The innocence of that moment struck her like a lightning bolt. To lose both of her parents at such a young age, to carry the burden of a terrible curse, while forced to wear the form of a beast. How much had Balthasar suffered? She imagined Balthasar, once a bright-eyed boy, now a beast haunted by the spectres of his past. Had he spent sleepless nights, tormented by visions of his mother soaring through clouds, or his father gliding through the depths of the ocean, forever trapped in their animal forms? The thought of Balthasar's loneliness twisted in her gut, and she couldn't help but wonder how he managed strength and resolve in the face of such overwhelming loss. "Why didn't he tell me?" she murmured, half to herself. "Why keep such a secret?" Cherise had a damning smile on her lips as she watched Isabella's reaction. "Do you really feel sorry for Balthasar?" Cherise said, her voice laced with venom. "Or is it only after learning that he's a prince?" Isabella's cheeks flushed with indignation. No one who would listen to his story would help but feel sadness for having such a tragic life. I cannot imagine losing both parents. I know that I have never been the same after losing my mother. Her voice softened at the end, the rawness of her own grief surfacing momentarily. Cherise raised an eyebrow, a sly grin spreading across her face as she leaned in closer. "What a perfect answer!" She gave a low, slow clap, the sound echoing in the otherwise quiet hall. "I must admit, you have some talent with words. I only spoke what I felt in my heart," Isabella said, her tone firm. "I have no interest in his wealth or status." Cherise's expression darkened. "Perhaps, but you must admit, it's not every day you meet a prince with a story as tragic as his. There's something alluring about that, isn't there? The forbidden nature of it all." Isabella chose to remain silent in the face of such offensive questions. Cherise leaned back, looking at her perfectly manicured nails. "You wouldn't have stood a chance anyway, even if you did." The words hung in the air, teasing and taunting, watching the storm of emotions play across Isabella's face. Isabella felt the heat of embarrassment rise in her cheeks as she met Cherise's unwavering gaze. "What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?" Cherise smirked, tilting her head just enough to give her an air of superiority. "I wonder what Balthasar sees in you. You have a very rustic, villager type of charm, but you are nothing special." The words cut deeper than Isabella thought they would. She felt her heart quicken, a mixture of embarrassment and a strange, unfamiliar sense of defiance bubbling up within her. "Rustic? Nothing special?" Isabella could feel her cheeks warming, and she fought the urge to respond with a sharp retort. Instead, she swallowed hard and considered Cherise's words. Perhaps he sees the person's character before their appearance, Isabella thought. "You are probably right," Isabella replied, not wanting to stoke her jealousy further. "I mean, you are nothing much to look at," Cherise added, in a saccharine voice. Isabella's stomach twisted at the harshness in Cherise's words. The woman's intent was clear, to belittle her, to remind her of her place. So this was the reason behind the encounter. Cherise was here to stake a claim, to assert her dominance in the game of hearts. "You see, Balthasar isn't just a prince. He carries the weight of an entire kingdom on his shoulders. His future is already paved with alliances and expectations, far beyond the reach of someone like you." What about his heart? Isabella wondered. Doesn't his heart get to decide? Cherise must have seen her as a threat to go to such lengths. She wondered why Cherise would go to such an effort unless she felt threatened, or was extremely jealous. Considering Cherise's beauty, Isabella found it hard to believe that she could be jealous of her. "Once the curse ends and his momentary distraction with you fades, Balthasar will realize the truth and return back to me," Cherise said with a cruel smile. "We belong with one another. You are, and will be nothing to him." Isabella knew she shouldn't care, but a part of her rebelled at being labelled as nothing to Balthasar. Was she developing feelings for him? Or was it just her pride that was hurt? Charisse wasn't finished yet. She delivered what she thought would be the final blow. "You know you shouldn't feel bad if Balthazar ignores you from now on." Isabella was taken aback. "Why would he ignore me?" "Because you refused his invitation and didn't attend the ball, silly girl. Balthazar's known to hold a grudge. I wouldn't be surprised if he acts like you don't exist." "Actually, I have dinner with him tonight," Isabella said, trying to break the news to her as gently as possible. The confidence in Charisse's voice seemed to falter for a moment, but she quickly recovered, her laughter ringing out again. "You are funny," she said. "I'm being serious," Isabella replied. Charisse offered a dismissive smirk. "You're cute," she said, undeterred, "but delusional. It's probably a ruse. He will probably stand you up to get his revenge for you doing the same." Isabella found Charisse's words bizarre. Was this woman truly in denial? There was an unshakable confidence in her demeanour, but it felt misplaced, as if she were trying to convince not just Isabella, but herself. "I think we're done here," Charisse said abruptly, her voice coming out as a hiss, sharp and cold, an unmistakable dismissal. "I hope you found our talk illuminating." "Yes, it certainly cleared up a lot for me," Isabella replied. "Thank you for the tour." Charisse's expression shifted to one of calculated politeness. It was a mask she wore with practiced ease. "Any time," she said, her voice dripping with syrupy sweetness, yet the glint in her eyes held a darker promise. "Do enjoy your date with Balthazar tonight." There was a sinister undercurrent in her tone, a threat, a warning. "I will," Isabella replied, forcing herself to sound casual. As she turned to leave, each step felt heavy, weighed down by Charisse's gaze, which seemed to bore into her back. The last thing she heard as she exited the gallery was Charisse's laughter, an eerie sound that echoed through the expanse of space. Isabella couldn't shake the feeling that Charisse was watching her every move, lurking in the shadows like a spider, waiting for its prey. Did she want Charisse as an enemy? The cruel word Charisse had spoken was still etched in Isabella's mind, as sharp as glass. Each insult and veiled threat felt like a wound. Yet Isabella felt that the power dynamics had shifted drastically in that brief encounter. As she waited for Balthazar's dinner that evening, Isabella felt a mix of anticipation and dread. She had no intention of cancelling, even if that was what Charisse wanted, but she couldn't help but wonder if she was stepping into a trap of her own making. Chapter 20. Balthazar gifted Isabella another dress, a stunning creation, a flowing gown of chiffon and lace in the softest shades of pink, reminiscent of rose petals, with intricate embroidery that traced delicate patterns along the hem. The fabric hugged her figure perfectly. As she gazed into the mirror, her heart soared, and she felt a surge of excitement for the magical night ahead. Coronis, being her guide, led her through the opulent corridors of the castle. As they approached the dining area, Isabella's heart raced with anticipation. Upon entering, Balthazar rose from his seat at the long, elegantly set table, adorned with fine china and crystal goblets that sparkled in the candlelight. He greeted her with a formal bow, his eyes gleaming with warmth.
"You are beautiful,"
the beast said, his voice deep and resonant, his eyes softened with admiration. "Thank you," Isabella replied, feeling a rush of warmth creep into her cheeks as she met his gaze. "I have been looking forward to this dinner."
"As have I,"
Balthazar replied, his tone earnest. An unspoken tension permeated the space between them. It was just the two of them, with the servants discreetly entering and exiting to present the meals, their presence fading as quickly as it appeared. Coronis had left abruptly, likely to give them both the privacy they needed. As they sat at opposite ends of the long dining table, the distance felt paradoxically intimate. The flickering candlelight cast soft shadows across Balthazar's features, highlighting the rugged handsomeness of his beastly form, a striking contrast to the elegance of his surroundings. Before them lay a copious collection of meals, each dish a work of art, arranged like a painter's palette. The presentation was exquisite, each element carefully crafted to please both the eye and the palate.
"Shall we?"
Balthasar gestured towards the food, his eyes reflecting a genuine desire to share this wonderful meal. The aroma of roasted meats and fragrant herbs wafted through the air, mingling with the sweet scent of baked pastries, making Isabella's mouth water in anticipation. Balthasar had only a small finger bowl filled with water and a neatly folded cloth napkin beside his plate. No knives, forks, or spoons in sight. The reason for this lack of cutlery became clear soon enough. With a dexterous flick of his wrist, he used his elongated claws to carve the succulent meat on his plate, the sharp tip slicing through with ease. He then employed one claw as a makeshift fork, popping a morsel into his mouth with a cheeky grin.
"Those must come in handy,"
Isabella remarked, observing the way his claws moved with both agility and grace.
"Yes, they have cut down the use of cutlery significantly,"
Balthasar replied, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes.
"Besides, they were always scratching or marring the surface of the utensils, ruining them,"
he added with a casual shrug.
"Very costly, even for one who lives in a castle."
Isabella suppressed a smile.
"So, you really are a prince?"
she asked, her tone playful. Balthasar didn't seem the least bit surprised.
"What gave it away?"
he asked, leaning back slightly. Isabella thought for a moment, her eyes sparkling.
"First, it was the ball, then little cues here and there, but mostly it was Coronas."
"Coronas?"
The beast arched an eyebrow.
He repeatedly complained about not receiving the appreciation he felt he deserved, as Grand Advisor, stating that you were a royal pain.
Balthasar's deep, rich chuckle filled her with warmth.
"I'm surprised that Coronas did not use more colourful language to describe me. Usually, he has a lot more nice things to say."
"I'm sure he was itching to," Isabella replied, "but perhaps he felt obligated to be polite in my company. He shouldn't have. I appreciate honesty."
Now Balthasar laughed heartily, the sound echoing off the stone walls of the grand dining hall.
"I'm glad that the raven is giving you interesting company, at least,"
he said, his eyes glimmering with warmth.
"Yes, he is,"
Isabella thought, a fondness growing from the quirky creature.
"But I want to learn more about you, Balthasar."
They continued their meal in comfortable silence, the soft clinking of cutlery against porcelain the only sound. The last course had been a heavenly slice of chocolate cake, rich and decadent, with velvety frosting that melted on their tongues. The aroma of fresh coffee lingered in the air, blending with the sweet remnants of their dessert. As soon as they finished dinner, the orchestra began playing, the first notes of a waltz floating through the grand hall. The music wrapped around them like a warm embrace, filling the space with a sense of magic and anticipation. The chandeliers above sparkled like stars, their light reflecting off the polished marble floors.
"What is it?"
Isabella wondered aloud, her eyes wide with curiosity as they found the musicians on the balcony above, elegantly dressed in formal attire, their instruments glistening under the soft glow of the lights.
"This is our cue to dance,"
the beast replied. He rose from his seat, extending a large clawed hand toward her. The contrast of his rugged appearance against the delicate beauty of the evening only added to the surreal nature of the moment. Isabella hesitated for a moment, her heart skipping a beat. The thought of dancing with the beast was both thrilling and intimidating, yet something in his gaze, an earnestness, a yearning, compelled her to take his hand. As she stood, the music swelled and the world outside faded away, leaving only the two of them in this moment, poised on the brink of something extraordinary. The beast's grip was surprisingly gentle as they moved to the center of the dance floor. Balthasar was holding her gently, like she was porcelain, his powerful hands cradling her with a surprising tenderness that belied his fearsome beastly form. The warmth of his touch seeped through, igniting a warmth in her.
"I won't break,"
Isabella said softly.
"No sooner would my heart break,"
the beast growled, his voice low.
"And the pain, unimaginable."
Isabella felt a heat rise to her face, a blush creeping across her skin as a flutter of something stirred in her chest. She thought of Cherise's warning that painted Balthasar as a monster.
"What is it?"
Balthasar asked, seeing her expression.
I'm having a hard time reconciling the person I see in front of me with the accounts I've heard of you,
Isabella said.
What have you heard?
The beast asked solemnly.
That you're dark and vicious, someone to be feared,
she replied, searching his gaze.
The accounts are not wrong,
he admitted, his voice tinged with regret.
Until recently, my dark thoughts consumed me. I was, as the rumors say, a dark and vicious man.
Isabella's heart ached at the weight of his words, a flicker of sympathy igniting within her.
What changed?
She pressed, intrigued by the sudden vulnerability he revealed.
Before my rage blinded me, the rush of blood in my ears deafened me, and fear silenced me. But I learned to contain those dark thoughts.
Balthasar replied, his voice softer now, almost pained.
If I hadn't, things would have been dire.
When you say you contained your dark thoughts, what do you mean?
Balthasar felt silent. She could see the conflict in his eyes, the way the shadows danced behind them, hinting at a storm of emotions he struggled to keep at bay. Isabella's heart raced, fear flooding her senses, her own thoughts running wild.
Why did you forbid me from going into the west wing of the garden? What's in the maze?
The beast stiffened, the hair rising along the back of his neck, as if the mere mention of the maze had awakened something primal within him.
How do you know about the maze?
He growled low, his tone suspicious.
I saw it from a window,
Isabella lied, feeling the guilt twist in her stomach.
What's in there?
Balthasar inched closer, an intensity in his gaze that made her pulse quicken.
Promise me, you will never go there.
He took one of her hands in his, warm and firm, grounding her to the moment. His voice was urgent. The words on his lips were a plea, a desperate prayer.
Why are you so frightened, Balthasar?
She pressed, searching his eyes for answers.
Promise me, Isabella.
He insisted, his grip tightening slightly.
All right. I promise I won't go in there,
she replied, though a part of her longed to know the truth.
But you have to give me a reason first.
He hesitated, as if weighing his words carefully.
I may have contained my dark thoughts,
he began, his voice low and serious.
But that means that every time I lose control over them, it becomes harder for me and more dangerous for those around me. Do you understand?
Yes, I think I do,
she responded, her mind racing with implications. For the first time, Isabella understood perfectly what the beast had said. The maze, with its dark passages, was a physical manifestation of his fears, twisting corridors that spiraled into shadow, each turn an echo of his torment. It was an endless void that contained all of his dark thoughts. But then, what was the creature at the center, the one that lurked in the rose garden? As she wandered deeper into his world, Isabella learned more about Balthasar. She should have been frightened, should have recoiled from the knowledge of his darkest secret, but she found herself drawn to him. He appeared more human to her than ever, his vulnerability shining through the rough edges of his exterior.
Do you promise to stay away from the West Wing?
He asked, desperation in his voice.
I will never go in there, even if someone forces me to,
Isabella vowed. The beast must have sensed the truth behind her words, for he relaxed, the tension in his shoulders easing. As soon as their waltz ended, Corona stepped out from the shadows.
I am here to chaperone Isabella back to her room,
he declared, his tone formal and slightly stiff, as if he were reciting a line from a play.
Already?
The beast groaned, his expression causing Isabella to giggle softly.
Well, someone has to be the adult around here,
Coronis replied, puffing out his chest slightly.
Thank you for a truly magical evening,
Isabella said, her eyes sparkling. The beast nodded sadly, a flicker of disappointment in his gaze. Then, in a moment that felt suspended in time, Isabella extended a delicate hand and brushed the fingertips against the beast's rugged face. He leaned into her touch, surrendering to the warmth of the gesture.
I mean it. Thank you, Balthasar,
she whispered with utmost tenderness. The beast took her hand and placed it over his heart. Isabelle felt the steady, powerful rhythm thrumming beneath her fingertips, a heartbeat that echoed the rapid thuds of her own heart. In a gesture as old as time, he kissed the back of her hand, his lips brushing against her skin in a way that sent shivers down her spine. Isabella nearly swooned, her breath hitching in her throat, her cheeks blooming with colour.
"Perhaps when things are better, we can try another ball?"
he asked, his voice tinged with hope as his eyes searched hers for an answer. There was a vulnerability in his gaze that tugged at her heartstrings.
"I would love to join,"
Isabella replied, her smile radiant. Now that she knew him better, she felt no reason to be afraid, her fears diminished by the warmth of their shared time that evening. Balthasar beamed, a rare and beautiful smile spreading across his face, transforming his features, and momentarily melting away any traces of the beast. Coronis cleared his throat once more, a reminder that the magical night was drawing to a close. Isabella glanced at him, then back at Balthasar, her heart sinking slightly at the thought of leaving. Reluctantly, she stepped away from the beast's company and followed the raven. As she closed the door to the room, the soft click resonated in the night. She returned with a smile on her face, her mind replaying the moments they had shared, the promise of another ball, another chance to dance with him. At that moment, Isabella knew something was blossoming between them. Balthasar was no longer the beast that kept her captive. He was transforming into someone else entirely. Chapter 21. Isabella did not see Balthasar for the next few days, and each passing hour felt heavier without his presence. Coronis offered Isabella company when he could. However, the task that kept Balthasar preoccupied also consumed Coronis's time. Bored, Isabella sought out Felix, the guard she had befriended on her first day. She had visited him a few times at his station by the front gate, and Felix always appreciated her company. However, she could sense that the castle was not entirely safe. Felix's duties often kept him alert, his keen eyes scanning the horizon for any signs of trouble. Isabella didn't want to disturb him too often for that reason. She sensed that something had him, and everyone else, on edge. She even considered looking for Charisse, but it seemed Charisse was avoiding her or genuinely unavailable. It had been another dull morning when someone finally tapped on her door. She opened it to find the raven waiting outside. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he led her to the throne room, where Balthasar sat looking exhausted. Coronis appeared equally wary. His feathers drooped, and he was not his usual chatty self.
"We apologize for neglecting our guest,"
Balthasar said, offering a weak smile. He looked as though he hadn't slept in days. Coronis croaked in agreement, but the raven was too tired to add anything further or provide an explanation. Isabella didn't want to pry, yet a question lingered in her mind.
"I understand,"
she said.
"It's just that the days are long. If you were in my place, what would you do to pass the time?"
"When you are a cursed creature, time passes on its own," Balthasar replied cryptically. The conversation broke off, and he sat in silence, lingering in his strange mood.
"What about your hobbies? Is there nothing that brings you joy?"
she asked gently. Balthasar considered the question.
"I could ask you the same. What brings you joy, Isabella?"
"I like to read,"
Isabella said, awkwardly trying to steer the conversation back to life. She fiddled with the hem of her sleeves, searching for a way to ease the tension.
"Do you have a library?"
The beast's eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before settling back into an unreadable expression.
"What would I need a library for?"
Isabella frowned, unsure how to respond to his melancholy mood.
"Books can transport you to other worlds, to other lives. They offer comfort, knowledge, and sometimes even hope."
"What else?"
the beast asked stubbornly, as if challenging her to come up with a better answer.
"It's a way to connect with the world, even when you feel disconnected from it."
Isabella stammered. Her heart raced as she searched for the right words to express her passion.
"Wouldn't you like to have a collection of your own?"
"Once is enough. Why would I need a collection?"
The creature's tone was flat, as if the concept of books were entirely foreign to him.
"Once is never enough,"
Isabella pressed on, her voice gaining strength.
"It's like
having a conversation with the past or engaging with ideas that challenge your own. You learn something new each time, or gain fresh perspectives. She couldn't quite believe she was having this conversation, listing the reasons for having a library. She wished she could find the right words, to be more articulate and less tongue-tied. Balthasar's expression remained unreadable, but he sensed a flicker of something. Isabella didn't think she was making a strong argument until the beast turned to Coronis and ordered,
"Build her a library and get her whatever she needs for it. Just because I don't read doesn't mean Isabella should suffer for it."
Coronis sputtered. "Excuse me? Do you expect me to bring in books one by one? I'm just a bird."
"Yes, that is exactly what you will do."
The beast's voice was deep and commanding, echoing off the stone walls.
"And how many do you want for this library?"
the raven asked with disdain, ruffling his feathers in indignation.
10, 20, 50.
The beast looked toward Isabella, his eyes softening momentarily as they met hers. Then he turned his gaze back to Coronis and said,
"I think 10,000 would suffice."
Isabella's heart sank.
"No, no, no,"
she stammered, mortified. She hadn't meant to impose such a burden on someone who had become a dear friend.
"I didn't mean it that way. I just wanted a few books to read."
10,000 books? That would take a lifetime, and it still wouldn't be enough,"
Coronis exclaimed, flapping his wings in an exaggerated display of exasperation.
"My corpse will carry the last of your books while my soul has long departed."
The raven pretended to faint, collapsing theatrically to the ground as he let out a dramatic sigh. Isabella's heart raced, and she rushed to his side, her eyes wide with panic.
"Cronus, say something. Please don't die because of me."
Her voice trembled. To her bewilderment, both Coronis and Balthasar erupted into laughter, deepening her confusion. The raven rose to his feet with a flourish, ruffling his feathers as if shaking off the remnants of an elaborate performance.
"I have to admit that was good,"
Balthasar chuckled, glancing at Coronis.
"You even convinced me for a second."
"I don't understand what's going on,"
Isabella stammered, her brow furrowed as she looked between them.
"Is this some kind of joke?"
"Perhaps you can clear up the confusion,"
Balthasar suggested, his tone deadpan as he gestured toward the raven, a mischievous glint in his eyes.
"Me? Why should I? You're the one who started it."
Coronis shot back. Isabella watched the exchange, her heart still racing, but for different emotions.
"You were just pretending,"
she said to Coronis.
"We were both partners in mischief,"
Coronis replied with a wink.
"Balthasar here has a flair for the dramatic, but I bring the theatrics."
He spread his wings wide and gave a low bow.
"I think we've had our fun. Now give Isabella what she asked, Coronis,"
Balthasar said, his tone suddenly serious.
"What about yourself? Shouldn't you be the one? Or are you busy? Your royal grumpiness."
Balthasar's expression shifted slightly, but he remained evasive.
"Something like that,"
he replied, his voice low and measured, hinting at some unspoken burden.
"Fine,"
the bird huffed, straightening its posture.
"But you owe me one, Balthasar."
The raven's tone was mock-serious. The beast dismissively waved his hand, a gesture suggesting his familiarity with such exchanges.
"Add it to your list, and I know you love to do that,"
he replied, rolling his eyes ever so slightly. Coronis hopped ahead her, nearly blending in with the intricate patterns of the hallway carpet, a tapestry of swirling vines and blooming flowers that seemed to come alive beneath his feet. Isabella followed, caught between outrage and amusement at the prank the beast and the raven had pulled on her. Everything hinged on what Coronis was about to reveal, a secret he had kept to himself. They continued walking, the raven whistling a cheerful tune. Isabella's mind raced with possibilities. What could Coronis possibly want to show her? Would it be another one of his elaborate pranks? The raven stopped at their destination, and Isabella stared at the ivory doors. The golden handles sparkled invitingly, hinting at secrets hidden behind the barrier.
"Are you ready for this?"
Coronis asked brightly.
"What is it?"
Isabella inquired.
"Something you've been searching for,"
he replied.
"Open it."
the raven urged.
I would, but, no arms.
He gestured with his beak. Isabella pushed the doors open with trepidation, the sudden burst of light nearly blinding her. Her gaze first landed on the large sunlit windows, then drifted towards shelves stacked wall to wall with thousands of books. It was the most books she had ever seen, and likely would ever see in her life.
"This is a library!"
she exclaimed, dumbfounded.
"I thought Balthasar said he didn't read."
"That is the biggest lie I've ever heard him tell,"
Coronis scoffed, his voice echoing slightly in the vast room.
"He's the biggest book lover in this entire country, with a collection to match his eccentric passion."
Isabella overlooked Coronis's characterization of reading as an eccentric passion.
"Why would he lie?"
"I suppose he didn't want to feel embarrassed admitting it in front of you. Who knows? I've known Balthasar my entire life, and still can't comprehend what goes through his mind."
"Has he always been so—"
Isabella hesitated, unsure if finishing her thought would be rude. Fortunately, Coronis had no such qualms.
"Has he always been a royal pain?" "Definitely."
That was not what Isabella intended to ask. She wanted to know if Balthasar had always been thus secretive, but she noticed the raven grin, a glimmer of mischief in his dark eyes, as he perched regally on a nearby table. What an odd relationship they had, she thought, more siblings than friends.
"If that's all, I'll be off. Enjoy your little reading,"
Coronis said abruptly, a hint of finality in his tone.
"Wait!"
Isabella exclaimed, a voice echoing in the library. She stood frozen in place as she surveyed the towering shelves that stretched toward the ceiling, laden with books of every size and colour. The smell of aged paper mingled with the faint scent of dust.
"What if I need help to find something?"
"You can ask who for help?"
the bird replied, almost bored. Coronis was itching to leave, but he maintained a facade of politeness for her sake.
"Who?"
Isabella tilted her head.
"Yeah, that's right."
Coronis fluffed his feathers, clearly unimpressed with her line of questioning. Without waiting for her to process his cryptic response, he took off in a flurry of wings, a black speck against the vast expanse of the library's high ceilings. Isabella's instincts kicked in, and she bottled after him.
"Where are you going?"
she called.
"I am an important bird with important things to do,"
Coronis retorted cheekily. More likely, he was looking for mischief, or perhaps spying on what Balthasar was up to, Isabella thought, although she too was curious why the beast was being secretive. Right now this remarkable place completely captivated her attention. The library stretched endlessly in every direction, with shelves teemed with books. Dust moths danced lazily in the beams of light, creating a magical atmosphere that felt like stepping into a storybook itself. Balthasar would be a mystery to solve at another time. For now, the allure of this enchanted place drew her in. She was all alone, in the place of her dreams. Normally she felt like she was among friends in a library, surrounded by familiar titles and the comforting scent of aged paper. But here, she was unacquainted with any of the volumes, and the sheer enormity of the space made her feel awkward. The silence was almost palpable, punctuated by the soft rustle of her own movement as she wandered deeper into the labyrinth of knowledge.
"Now, what do I do?"
she murmured to herself, her voice barely breaking the stillness. She looked through the shelves, her fingers grazing over the spines, and there was every subject she could think of, and many that she couldn't. She opened a few, the pages crisp and inviting, but quickly placed them back in their place, her heart ecstatic with a thrill of choice. There were books translated into different languages, their scripts curling elegantly across the pages, and some in ancient ones, their meanings lost to the sands of time. She wished she could read them all, to unlock the secrets each held within, but right now she needed one in particular. But how would she find it? As if drawn by an invisible thread, her gaze landed on a wooden post, standing proudly in the center of the library. Crafted from dark polished oak, a golden plaque affixed to its surface, engraved with the word, "Who?"
"Who?"
she read.
"So, you're real? But where are you?"
As if summoned by her words, a large, majestic white owl swooped down from the lofty ceiling, its wings gracefully spreading wide. casting a fleeting shadow across the old wooden floor. It perched itself in front of her, its amber eyes glinting with intelligence. The owl hooted softly, a sound that seemed to echo in the hushed library, as if to ask why she had called. Isabella tried not to show her surprise. "Are you who?" she asked, her breath catching in her throat. To her astonishment, the owl responded to its name with a gentle bob of its head, its feathers ruffling slightly in the dim light. Even though she had already met Coronas, she was still awestruck by this new being. It felt as though magic was swirling in the air, tangible and alive. Eager to uncover more of the library's secrets, Isabella tested the owl's abilities. "Can you please show me where the fairy tale section is?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The owl took a brief moment to think, then elegantly pointed its wings toward the second floor, which she hadn't even noticed until now. Her eyes widened as she gazed upward. Thousands of books peeked back at her from that level, their spines a kaleidoscope of color and titles. "More specifically, I want to read Beauty and the Beast," she added, her heart aching with nostalgia. It was her mother's favorite story, one she had shared with her on countless evenings, wrapping in blankets and surrounded by the soft glow of the fireplace. Being in this unfamiliar place, Isabella longed for something that would bring her familiarity and a feeling of old comfort. The owl hooted once more, a sound rich with understanding, then took flight again, its wings a blur of white against the darkened library. Moments later, it returned, clutching the book she had requested in its beak. The book was an illustrated version, adorned with beautiful roses on the cover, their petals delicately embossed with shimmering gold accents that glimmered in the light. A rush of warmth flooded over Isabella as she carefully took the book from the owl and hugged it tightly. "Thank you, Who," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. The owl blinked knowingly, as if it understood the significance of the moment, before it settled back onto its perch, watching her with an air of patience and wisdom. "I will come back to you once I'm done," she promised. "I will need your help again." The owl blinked once more, one eye at a time, and Isabella offered a smile to the odd librarian. She then found a comfortable chair by the fireside, nestled in one corner, and settled in, ready to immerse herself in the story. As she opened the book, the pages whispered to her, the illustrations bursting to life with vibrant colors that seemed to leap off the paper. Each turn of the page drew her deeper into the narrative. The characters felt like old friends. Their joys and struggles resonate with her. Time slipped away as she lost herself in the tale, her fingers brushing against the delicate illustrations that danced around the text, each one a portal to another moment in the story. Isabella didn't know when she had fallen asleep, but she woke to find herself wrapped in a warm blanket. The book she had been reading lay on the tabletop, its pages open from their earlier perusal, and the beast sat across from her, watching her intently with his piercing gaze. For a moment, she thought she might still be dreaming. She rubbed her eyes, trying to shake off the remnants of sleep. He seemed almost content, a rare sight indeed. The corners of his mouth had softened, devoid of the usual scowl. Isabella quickly got up, straightening her spine in a nervous attempt to regain her composure. "I'm sorry, I must have dozed off. You should have woken me instead of waiting," she said, her cheeks blushing a deep crimson as she realized how vulnerable she must have looked while sleeping.
"You looked peaceful. I didn't want to disturb you,"
he replied, his voice surprisingly gentle, a soothing baritone that resonated in the quiet room. Isabella blushed again, the warmth creeping up her cheeks as she caught Balthasar's gaze.
"Peace is hard to find in this castle,"
Balthasar said in a low voice, his mulling over something deeper, a worried expression crossing his face. "Peace is hard to find outside of this castle, too," Isabella replied.
"What do you mean?"
Balthasar asked, slightly alarmed. "How long has it been since you were last in Chambord?" she asked. Isabella suspected the beast hadn't ventured beyond the castle gates in quite some time.
"It has been years,"
he admitted. "Chambord is no longer a safe place," Isabella continued, her thoughts racing back to the chaos she had narrowly escaped. "I was being chased by robbers and trying to flee, but my horse lost control, taking me off the path and away from my guide. Then I heard a voice that brought me back to safety." She paused, refraining from mentioning that the voice sounded hauntingly familiar, waiting for Balthasar to admit himself. But he remained silent, lost in thought. Instead of going back to the inn, I saw Coronis and followed him, which led me to the gates of the castle. You know the rest. Isabella chose not to mention how he had carried her for 4 hours up the mountain, the strength of his arms cradling her. The memory was too intimate, too revealing, and she didn't want to embarrass either of them.
The robbers must be a rare occurrence, I gather,
he remarked, his brow furrowing as he processed her words. It has become more commonplace than you think, Isabella replied, her heart heavy. The people of Chambord live in constant fear of violence and looting. The roads are no longer safe.
I did not know,
he said, his voice thick with concern.
This is terrible. The Chambord I knew was a very different place.
How was it then? Isabella asked.
Balthasar sighed. It was ruled by a selfish king who sought only to please himself, and lived by his whims. But at least the people were safe.
Isabella thought that if Balthasar became king, perhaps he could restore Chambord to its former glory, or even make it better. She sensed that he genuinely cared about the people around him. Before she could pose a question, the library door swung wide open, and Therese made a graceful entrance, gliding effortlessly across the floor, even in high heels.
There you are, Balthasar. I was wondering where you were hiding.
She turned to Isabella, her expression shifting.
Ah, so this is what has been diverting you.
What is the matter, Therese?
Balthasar asked, his brow furrowing in concern.
Why are you looking for me?
I know you are cozying up with your guest,
Therese replied, her tone laced with venom.
I hate to interrupt this bonding moment, but your presence is required, immediately.
Balthasar stood up at once. He could sense the urgency behind a calm facade, and with a resigned nod he asked, Where?
The greenhouse,
she replied. With regret, Balthasar addressed Isabella, saying, It seems our conversation must come to an end. I will join you another time, Isabella. She nodded, attempting to mask her feelings with a smile. Balthasar might be her captive, but he was one of the few she could converse with without feeling judged or resented. She could not say the same for Therese, who stood beside him, her expression radiating a triumphant smile that was anything but reassuring. Her posture was tense, as though she was ready to pounce at any moment, and Isabella couldn't shake the feeling that Balthasar was being drawn into something dark and dangerous.
Isabella,
he said softly, hoping to leave her with something warm to hold on to.
I promise I'll find you later.
Enjoy the library,
Therese said sweetly, her voice laced with the undertone of sarcasm. At least someone can, she added, turning her attention to the beast standing beside her.
Not many here have the luxury of enjoying it nowadays.
Therese's tone subtly painted her as lazy and indulgent, an accusation that hung in the air. Yet Isabella disregarded the insinuation, her heart set on gratitude rather than resentment. Thank you. I am grateful for the chance, she replied. Therese responded with a mocking smile. Meanwhile, Balthasar, with a grace that seemed to come naturally to him, bowed his head in acknowledgment of Isabella's gratitude. The difference between the two was striking. Therese was all sharp edges and polished beauty, while Balthasar embodied a quiet strength, a protective aura that drew Isabella in. As they turned to leave the room together, Isabella couldn't shake the feeling of envy that bubbled up from within her. Therese and Balthasar were an impressive pair, formidable in their own right, both exuding an effortless majesty that made them seem almost otherworldly. The way they moved together, in sync, reminded her of a well-rehearsed dance. What could be so urgent that Balthasar had to leave so abruptly? She'd just got to know him. Her heart sank at the thought of him reconciling with Therese. Was that why he had seemed distant, almost like a stranger again? The idea twisted in her stomach, forming an icy knot of insecurity. She had believed there was something special between them, but now it felt overshadowed by Therese's presence. As they stepped into the hallway, Isabella couldn't help but peek through the library doors, half expecting to see Balthasar looking her way. Instead, she found him engrossed in conversation with Therese. Doubts crept in, gnawing at her heart. Did he even think about her at all? Chapter 22. Balthasar heard the screams before he saw the chaos. The greenhouse was as large as an arena, but he could tell where the trouble was. He just had to follow the shouts. "Felix! No!" Both Coronis and Atlas were there, desperately trying to calm the now transformed Felix, and one sight made Balthasar realize what a terrible idea it had been to place him in the greenhouse. Felix was no longer the friend he knew, but a gigantic rhinoceros. His massive frame thrashing against the rows of delicate herbs and vegetables, the once lush green leaves crushed beneath his weight.
"I don't want to say I told you so,"
Coronis said as soon as he caught sight of Balthasar.
"but I told you so."
Balthasar's heart sank as he took in the surrounding devastation. It had been a calculated risk placing Felix in the greenhouse, but he had underestimated how volatile the transformation would be. The air was thick with tension, and the scent of crushed plants and earth hung heavily in the atmosphere. The trampled rows of corn lay pulverized into mushy globes, the vibrant yellow kernels now unrecognizable beneath the weight of Felix's rampage.
"Get him out of here!"
Atlas shouted, his voice strained as he tried to maneuver close to the behemoth without provoking him further.
"We need to contain this before he destroys everything."
A few more guards arrived, tossing ropes over the rhinoceros and pulling at it. The creature roared in pain as the ropes bit into its thick skin, burning and drawing blood, while it struggled against its captors. The sound echoed through the greenhouse, a primal cry of anguish that sent shivers down Balthasar's spine.
"We are not treating him like some animal,"
Cherise protested, her voice trembling. A look of terror appeared on her face as she watched Felix thrash in agony.
"He is one of us. Stop this, Balthasar."
"Are you crazy?"
Corona shot back.
"He will crush everyone if we don't restrain him."
The raven hopped out of the way, fully aware of the creature's immense strength.
"She is right. Let him go,"
Balthasar said. Coronis attempted to warn them, but Atlas lunged forward and cut the ropes with a swift motion. The moment the last strand fell away, the rhinoceros reared back, its eyes wild with fear and fury. With a thunderous roar, it charged forward, crashing into the walls of the greenhouse. The glass shattered with a resounding crash. The shards rained down as the creature broke free.
"We should have opened the door first,"
Coronis exclaimed, dismayed, his voice barely audible over the wind that rushed in, tearing through the remnants of the greenhouse. The gusts whipped around them, uprooting plants and scattering debris, the remaining crop suffering under the onslaught. The rhinoceros barreled through the chaos, its massive form a blur as it burst into the open air, finally liberated, but still consumed by panic. Cherise stood frozen in shock, watching as the creature galloped away towards the old forest, its roars fading into the distance, leaving shattered glass and uprooted earth in its wake.
"This won't be happening if you weren't so distracted by that human,"
Cherise spat.
"We need a leader. We need to find that goddess witch."
"I'm working on a plan,"
he said, trying to quell the rising storm around him. Cherise scoffed, her eyes narrowing.
"You mean the artist? You're placing all your hopes on him. That's your so-called plan."
She stepped closer, her frustration palpable, the air thick with disdain. Balthasar remained silent, staring at the ground.
"We are losing precious time while you dawdle, Balthasar,"
Cherise pressed, her voice rising.
"The longer we wait, the more power she gains. The others agree with me as well."
She glanced around, her gaze sweeping over the anxious faces gathered before her. Some present averted their eyes, clearly uneasy about dissenting against Balthasar. Their loyalty to him was clear, despite the turmoil, yet a few seemed to support Cherise's stance. Still, all of them wore grim expressions, revealing their worry. Balthasar felt the urgency gnawing at him, the need to act weighing heavily, even if it went against his instincts.
"You never listen to me,"
Cherise said resentfully.
"I am listening,"
Balthasar replied.
"I hear what all of you are telling me, even without words. We will do as you wish. We will conduct a search party, despite past failures. I do not believe we will find the goddess, but it will not be for lack of trying."
Cherise exchanged glances with Atlas and the other dissenters, who appeared momentarily assuaged by Balthasar's words. Now, we must salvage what we can from the greenhouse, Balthazar said. We will have to ration until the next harvest. We also need to draw on those who are awake. But a few will need to return to the sleep cycle to conserve our resources. Though disappointment flickered across their faces, a quiet understanding settled among them. They all knew the stakes were high, the balance of their world was disrupted, and the scarcity of provisions made every decision critical. Without another word, they sprang into action. The greenhouse lay in disarray. Broken glass crunched underfoot as they navigated through the remnants of what had once been. They gathered tools, baskets, and whatever edible plants remained. Atlas and Cherise did not linger. They had to create a search party and get the supplies. Meanwhile, Balthazar took Coronis aside, careful to keep his voice low. "I will have to be away from the castle and from Isabelle," he said, his brow furrowed with concern. "While I'm gone, you must protect her. Inform me immediately if anything goes wrong." Coronis's feathers bristled with indignation.
"I won't be going with you,"
the raven exclaimed. "This is more important, Coronis. I can only trust you to protect her," Balthazar replied, his voice pleading.
But I have the best eyesight. Who will scout for you?"
Coronis protested. Balthazar sighed, running a hand through his hair. "We will make do," he said. "Please, Coronis, I need you to keep Isabelle safe while I'm away."
"You really care for her, don't you?"
Coronis asked, a hint of surprise in his voice as he studied Balthazar's expression. The truth hung between them, unspoken yet undeniable. Balthazar didn't answer, but Coronis saw the worry etched on his face and the way his hands clenched slightly.
"Fine,"
he said at last, relenting.
"But I will join the next search party."
"Thank you, Coronis," Balthazar said, relief washing over him. "I trust you more than anyone."
"Don't let these idiots boss you around,"
the raven replied, glancing at the others.
"Do what you feel is right."
That was the problem. Balthazar didn't know what was right, but he appreciated his friend's advice. They would search for the goddess, putting themselves at great risk, but he silently prayed that the artist would find her first, and soon. Chapter 23. Marcel's mission was to find a cure for the beast, but the village of Chambord offered little in the way of answers. He had spoken to every villager twice, yet each conversation brought him no closer to unravelling the mystery. Desperate for answers, Marcel had turned to the villagers, hoping their folklore might provide a clue. The first old woman he approached, her hands gnarled and trembling, whispered about a rare potion that could supposedly weaken the curse. However, she added, a voice quaking, that no one had ever successfully brewed it. As he wandered through the village, each encounter deepened his sense of hopelessness. The prevailing sentiment among the villagers was that it was better to accept fate than to chase shadows. A young girl, clutching a tattered doll, whispered,
"My mother said the goddess could hear our cries, but she hasn't answered in years. Maybe she's angry with us."
He listened to their tales. An unsettling thought took root in his mind. Perhaps there was no way to break the curse until he found the goddess herself. Marcel had spent hours in the dimly lit archives of the village library, poring over ancient texts and crumbling scrolls. He discovered several key pieces of information about the goddess who cursed Balthazar, but nothing that could help him free his daughter from the monster. Each entry told a fragmented tale, hinting at the goddess's wrath and the dire consequences of incurring her anger. The text spoke of her insatiable thirst for vengeance, with curses deemed unbreakable unless one could appease her in a manner that was both daring and profound. With each passing day, he felt his hope of ever seeing Isabelle again dwindling. When he pored over the archives, one line caught his attention, almost hidden among the countless passages. "In the shadows of the forgotten, the cult of the goddess whispers her name." The mention of the cult sparked a flicker of hope within him. If there was a group dedicated to the goddess, perhaps they knew where to find her, but the passage concluded by stating that there was no tangible evidence ever found of the cult, suggesting the idea was likely just a fabrication. Marcel was on the verge of giving up. He sat on a weathered bench, his head cradled in his hands. The weight of his worries pressed down on him like an anchor, dragging him deeper into despair. As he sat there, Lost in thought, a frail voice pierced through the haze of his troubles.
"Spare a coin for the poor."
The voice was soft, yet carried a certain strength, as if it had weathered the storms of many years. He looked up to see an old woman standing before him, a palm upturned in a gesture of need. Marcel nodded mechanically, reaching into his pouch. His fingers brushed against the fabric until he found the last coin nestled at the bottom. It gleamed dully in the fading light, a solitary remnant of his dwindling savings. With a heavy sigh, he withdrew the coin, its metallic surface cold against his palm, and handed it over to the old woman, who accepted it gently, her fingers trembling slightly.
"Bless you, child,"
she said, her voice softening, as if the simple act of kindness had lifted some weight from her weary soul. Her eyes, though dim, sparkled with a flicker of gratitude.
"What worries your heart?"
Marcel was on the verge of tears, touched by her warmth.
"I can't save my daughter,"
he replied sadly, his voice trembling.
"What ails her?"
the beggar asked, the voice raspy.
"A monster has taken her, and only a miracle can save her now,"
he said, his hands clenched into fists at his sides.
"Why don't you make an offering to the goddess, and she will grant your wish?"
The beggar's eyes brightened as she said it.
How can I do that? I have spent weeks trying to find her, scouring every inch for a trace of the goddess,"
Marcel exclaimed.
"I know the way to a temple,"
the old lady said, her voice firm despite a frail frame.
"It's hidden deep within an abandoned place few dare to tread. But since you have been so kind to me, I will tell you where it is."
Marcel's heart raced at the prospect of finding the temple. The old woman must be a devotee who worshipped the goddess. Village archives only considered her cult a rumor.
"Please tell me where it is,"
Marcel begged, his eyes pleading. The old woman leaned closer and whispered the secret location in his ear. Marcel's heart raced as he absorbed her words. Upon receiving directions to the temple from the old woman, Marcel nodded, his resolve hardening. He would find the hidden path and uncover the secret that had eluded so many. Late in the evening, after all the other customers had left, a handsome man entered the tavern, closely followed by another. They must have arrived on the ferry, Mira thought. Calvin had mentioned it during his last visit. She felt a warm glow at the thought of him. How he smiled when he spoke, and how his presence brightened the tavern. The man with the chiseled features surveyed the room with an air of importance, as if he owned the very place he stood in. His well-tailored suit, a deep navy blue with crisp lines, accentuated his masculine frame, but did little to mask his arrogance. Mira found herself rolling her eyes at the sight. The suit felt out of place in the rustic tavern, as did his snobbish demeanour. The other man, however, was different. He was younger, with tousled hair and a friendly face that radiated warmth. His softer features seemed to invite conversation, and Mira couldn't help but notice his smile, which conveyed a genuine desire to connect. Despite their contrasting appearances and attitudes, it was clear both men were brothers.
"How can I help you?"
Mira asked politely, when they approached the bar she was standing behind.
"Do you know who I am?"
The man with self-importance retorted, his voice dripping with arrogance. It seemed annoyingly familiar, but Mira could not place where she had heard it before.
"Am I supposed to know you?"
the bartender asked cheekily, raising an eyebrow.
"You might not recognize me, but I recognize you,"
he replied, a smug grin spreading across his face as if he believed his identity was a matter of great significance. Mira's mind raced as she scrutinized his features. Then it clicked. A surge of recognition made her stomach churn.
"You're Isabelle Storka, aren't you?"
she blurted out, her voice steady despite the tremor in her heart. The younger brother with him flinched visibly, his eyes darting between Mira and Gustave.
"I am her fiancé,"
Gustave replied, a smirk curling his lips as he leaned slightly closer. Mira narrowed her eyes, refusing to back down.
"Did she agree to your proposal, or are you planning to marry yourself?"
Her tone dripped with sarcasm, a defense mechanism kicking in against the unsettling energy radiating from him.
"You might have gotten away with your cheekiness over the phone,"
he said, his voice low and menacing.
"But now that I am here, things are going to be very different. Bruno had risen from his corner bed, now on high alert. The Great Dane growled low in his throat, sensing the threat to Mira. The dog stepped toward Gustave, his fur bristled and teeth bared. Hearing the loud voices, her uncle came downstairs from his room, the creaking of the wooden chairs echoing in the quiet tavern. "What is going on, Mira?" he asked, concern etched across his features as he took in the scene before him. Bruno, the Great Dane growling low in his throat, his hackles raised, and the unmistakable scowl on his niece's face, directed at the stranger in a crisp tailored suit. "I was just telling her I'm running this tavern now," Gustave declared smugly, a self-satisfied smile spreading across his lips as he straightened his tie. "Is that so?" Mira challenged. "How do you plan to do that, may I ask?" "With their help," Gustave whistled sharply, the sound echoing ominously in the tavern. As if on cue, a few burly men entered, their faces shrouded in shadow, muscles coiled and ready for action. Bruno barked furiously at them, a warning of his fury, but Gustave merely waved a dismissive hand. "Contain the dog," he said cruelly. "Gustave, wait," the younger man who had arrived with him said, a look of horror on his face. "What are you doing?" "Watch and learn, Gregory. You might learn something," his older brother replied. One thug lunged forward, striking the dog with the back of his pistol. The sickening thud echoed in Mira's ears, prompting her to scream for her beloved pet. "Bruno!" she cried. The dog whimpered pitifully, curling into himself. Mira's heart broke as she watched him suffer. The loyal creature who had always been a protector was now cowering in pain. Without thinking, she lunged forward, her instinct to defend her dog overpowering all other feelings. But her uncle's firm grip held her back, his voice urgent. "Mira, listen to me. These men are dangerous, and if given the chance, they will use more violence or even kill. We shouldn't provoke them." His eyes were wide with concern, and she could see the tension in his jaw as he struggled to restrain her. Mira's gaze shifted back to Bruno, who was now trembling, his eyes filled with fear. "Oh, my poor boy, Bruno." Tears streamed down her cheeks, each drop a testament to her helplessness. She felt as if the world were closing in around her, the injustice of the situation pressing down, a heavy weight on her chest. "Not so cheeky now, are you?" Gustave taunted, a smug grin spreading across his face as he revelled in their suffering. Mira's blood boiled at the sight of his satisfaction. She wanted nothing more than to wipe that smirk off his face, to make him feel the pain he was inflicting. She pivoted sharply towards Gustave, the fire in her eyes matching the storm brewing within. "Touch my dog again, and I will kill you," she spat, each word laced with venom, a mocking smile creeping across Gustave's face. "I'm not interested in hurting anyone. I just want one thing," he replied, his voice smooth like honey, but his eyes glinting with malice. Mira's stomach twisted. "What do you want?" she demanded, her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her insides. "Tell me where Isabelle is, and I will leave you and your dog alone in peace." His tone was deceptively calm, but the threat was unmistakable. Mira's heart sank as she clenched her jaw, unwilling to betray a friend even in the face of danger. "I don't know where she is," she said through gritted teeth, each syllable a struggle. "See, that is not the answer I was hoping for." Gustave's eyes narrowed as he gestured to his hired goons, who shifted forward menacingly, ready to pounce on Bruno again. Before they could make a move, Mira's voice rang out, fierce and desperate. "Wait! I don't know where she is, but I know her father was here not too long ago. He is the only one who could tell you." The words spilled from her mouth, a gamble that could either save or seal their fate. Gustave's smirk returned, a triumphant glint in his eyes. "What did I tell you, Gregory?" he said. "I knew we would find them here." "Marcel was here?" Gregory asked. Mira's heart raced as the truth spilled from her lips before she could stop it. "Yes," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. "Marcel was here just a few days ago, but he left. I don't know where he is, but I know he will come back to the tavern." Gustave stepped closer, narrowing his eyes. "You must have some idea."
Don't play coy with me, Mira. You're smarter than that.
Mira glanced down at Bruno, who trembled at her feet, then back up at Gustave. She couldn't allow them to hurt him again. A thug was shoving Louis into one corner.
I swear, I don't know. All I know is that he was worried about Isabella and was looking for her.
Gustave's smirk widened, but it didn't reach his eyes. He leaned in closer, his breath hot against her cheek.
You expect me to believe that? You're not helping yourself, or your little dog, by withholding information.
He straightened up, his men shifting restlessly behind him.
You have until the count of 3 to tell me everything you know. After the dog, the old man will be next.
Gustave threatened.
1.
Mira's mind raced.
I really don't know where Marcel is,
she shouted, desperation creeping into her voice.
Please, just let Bruno go.
2.
Gustave continued, ignoring a please as his goon shifted menacingly behind him, ready to pounce at any moment. One held Louis in a chokehold.
Wait!
She cried, feeling the walls close in around her.
I don't know where he is, but I know he will come back to the tavern.
See? That wasn't so hard, was it?
Gustave said, grinning. He leaned back, relishing the moment.
Looks like we're staying here,
he told his brother, a hint of triumph in his voice.
Make yourselves comfortable, boys,
Gustave announced to his hired goons, who exchanged smirks and jeered in response. Gustave turned to the petite bartender, his expression shifting to one of Fawkes' charm, though underlined by a chilling edge.
Keep them well fed and entertained,
he instructed, his voice dripped with an unsettling sweetness that only amplified the menace lurking beneath. Mira inwardly prayed that Marcel wouldn't return to the tavern, for only danger awaited him there.
Chapter 24. Have you seen Felix?
Isabella asked the third person on that morning, only to be met with a shake of the head.
No, I haven't.
That's odd, Isabella thought, her brow furrowing. She had been trying to find Felix for days, but he wasn't in his usual spot by the castle door. She spotted a young maid gingerly cleaning the intricate ornaments inside the glass-encased cupboard. The maid's hands trembled slightly, and Isabella noticed how intently she focused, as if the fragile crystal might shatter under the slightest misstep.
"Do you know where Felix the guard is?"
Isabella asked, her voice light but laced with urgency. The young girl nearly dropped the crystal vase she was holding, her eyes widening in panic, before she steadied her grip just in time, before it dropped and shattered into a million brilliant pieces.
"Oh, no, I haven't seen him,"
she said, a hint of fear creeping in as she glanced nervously at the fragile treasure she nearly dropped. Isabella nodded, feeling a pang of guilt for interrupting the maid's work. She made a mental note not to bother people while they were busy, but she was desperate to find Felix. They had been having conversations about life at the castle before the curse. He was the only one willing to engage her in such discussions. Others gave her weary stares, or worse, silence. Isabella's curiosity about Balthasar deepened with each story she heard from Felix. Upon discovering that Felix and Balthasar had been childhood friends, she bombarded the friendly guard with a million questions. What was he like as a child? What did he do for fun? Felix, with his ever-present warmth and good-natured smile, was more than happy to answer. Her most surprising discovery was that the beast had been mischievous and loved to pull pranks on his parents. Her heart raced at the thought of the serious beast being so carefree.
"What did he do?"
she asked, captivated by the image of a young Balthasar racing through the castle halls. Felix's eyes twinkled as he continued.
"One of his most memorable pranks was when he stole his parents' crowns and hid them. He refused to tell anyone where they were, and the entire castle was turned upside down looking for them."
Isabella gasped, her imagination painting a vivid picture of the chaos.
"And did they find them?"
she asked, almost breathlessly. Felix nodded, his smile widening.
"Yes, after an exhaustive search involving an army of servants and even the king and queen themselves, they discovered the crowns atop the heads of 2 plump snowmen in the garden. Can you imagine the sight?"
Felix had helped Balthasar in building the snowmen, carefully shaping the snow into perfect mounds, and packing it tightly so that their creations would stand tall and proud. Once their masterpieces were complete, Felix lifted the young Balthasar onto his shoulders, his little hands supporting his friend. Balthasar, giggling with delight, reached up to place the crowns on the heads of the snowmen, their snowy faces grinning down at the children. The day concluded with an epic snowball fight that saw everyone getting involved. Snowballs flew through the air as Balthasar's parents joined the fray, their laughter mingling with that of the children. Their fiercely competitive spirit shone through as everyone dodged and weaved, retaliating with snowballs that sent everyone into fits of giggles. A look of pure happiness lit up Felix's face as he recounted the day's events, his eyes sparkling with the warmth of the memories. He spoke of the snowmen and the laughter, painting a picture of playful chaos. However, for Isabella, it was difficult to reconcile the beast's serious, solemn, and melancholic demeanour with the joyful person Felix described. She glimpsed a different Felix, one who hadn't yet been affected by the horrible curse. It was the same for all of them. The curse had stripped away their peace of mind, along with their joy and laughter. Within the confines of their cursed existence, moments like these had become precious and rare. She had been wandering the castle for what felt like hours, her mind swirling with worry about her friend Felix, and feeling increasingly isolated. Lost in thought, she barely noticed when someone brushed past her, jolting her back to reality. She looked up just in time to see Atlas, the captain of the guards, striding away. His shoulder-length grey hair swayed slightly with each powerful step. A flicker of hope ignited within her. If anyone knew where Felix might be, it would be him. Without giving herself a moment to reconsider, she called out, "Atlas!" The grey wolf came to an abrupt stop, his muscular frame tensing. Though he didn't look back, his voice was a low growl, laced with irritation.
"What do you want?"
The words came out like a warning, and Isabella could sense his frustration. It was clear he had more pressing matters on his mind. "I was wondering if you could tell me where Felix is stationed." Now the grey wolf turned to face her, fury burning in his grey eyes. The tension cracked in the air as he leaned forward, his powerful frame radiating primal strength and unyielding dominance.
"Felix, why do you want to know about him?"
Atlas asked, his voice low and menacing. "Felix and I are friends," Isabella replied, the words tumbling out in a rush, the tremor in her voice betraying her unease. "I was concerned for him." Atlas's snarl deepened.
"You think your concern means anything to me?"
Isabella stood, stunned by his words. "I just want to know where Felix is. I just want to know he's safe," she said, struggling to keep her voice steady.
"Let me make one thing clear,"
Atlas growled, his lips curling to reveal sharp canines.
"We are not friends."
His gaze bore into her, unrelenting and fierce.
"Balthasar might think you are something special,"
he continued, his tone dripping with disdain.
"But that won't protect you for long. Do not cross my path again if you value your life."
He leaned in closer, his breath hot against her skin.
"I won't be so gentlemanly next time."
Isabella's heart raced, the weight of his threat settling heavily on her chest. She took a cautious step back, the intensity of Atlas's glare sending a shiver down her spine. "Sheesh! What put him in such a bad mood?" she wondered, her mind racing. But then again, bad temper seemed rampant in both Atlas and Charisse, the two figures she now dreaded in this unfamiliar world. With a heavy sigh, she turned away from him, feeling the sting of defeat wash over her as she walked back to her room. She needed a moment to collect her thoughts and catch her breath. Perhaps tomorrow would bring a better chance of finding Felix. For now, she needed rest, a brief respite before she faced it all again. At the library, something Charisse implied persistently nagged at Isabella, until she could no longer ignore it. The words drummed in her head, each repetition fueling her frustration. She was not lazy. From a young age, Isabella had worked hard for her father, learning to run their small business and become responsible. The insinuation, especially coming from a pampered court princess who had never known her life or her struggles, upset her deeply. Charisse's suggestion that Isabella was exploiting Balthasar couldn't be more wrong. It was utterly ridiculous. Isabella felt a fire ignite in her chest as she recalled the moment she had shared with the beast, the way he listened to her, his understanding, and his fierce protection towards her. She was grateful for everything he had done, particularly for honouring his promise to her father to ensure safety, despite the challenges posed by opposition within his court. Perhaps it was time for her to do something for him in return, to show her gratitude. The thought of repaying his kindness stirred a sense of purpose within her. However, she hadn't seen Balthasar in days. He and a small, selected group, including Charisse, were spending much more time outside of the castle. He pushed away the thought of Charisse convoluting her way into Balthasar's attention. Coronis had become her only companion, although the raven was undeniably funny, and possessed a sharp wit that often made her laugh. She missed Balthasar's warmth and kindness. His gentle reassurances and the way his eyes would light up when he spoke to her made her heart ache in his absence. Early in the morning, soft light filtered through the tall windows of the library, illuminating the dust motes that danced lazily in the air. Isabella sat in one of the plush armchairs, her fingers nervously tracing the delicate spine of a leather-bound book, but the words blurred before her eyes. She had been trying to immerse herself in the text, yet her thoughts drifted, restless and unfocused. With a sigh, she glanced toward the open library doors and summoned a servant. "Could you please fetch Coronis for me?" The servant nodded and hurried off, leaving Isabella to her thoughts once more. As she waited, her gaze settled on the library's most unusual feature. Who? The owl librarian, perched regally on the wooden post, observing her with large, expressive eyes. He hooted once, a low, concerned sound that echoed softly in the quiet room. "I'm all right, thank you," Isabella replied, forcing a smile. The owl blinked slowly, then returned to his watchful silence, his head swiveling slightly as he scanned the room for any signs of disturbance. Minutes dragged on, feeling like hours, and when Coronis finally arrived, he swooped down, looking annoyed, his feathers ruffled.
"Did you call for me?"
the bird asked, each syllable laced with exasperation. He perched on the back of a nearby chair, casting a disdainful glance around the room, as if assessing whether it was worth his time. "Did I catch you at a bad time?" Isabella asked gently, trying to mask her disappointment at his demeanour.
"Of course you did,"
Coronis replied with a dramatic flair, rolling his eyes as he ruffled his feathers.
"But I am here. What do you require of me?"
Isabella hesitated, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her dress. "I'm not sure I want to bother you," Isabella said, uncertainty creeping into her voice. "I was thinking of doing something for Balthasar. I needed your help." The raven perked up at her words.
"Do something for Balthasar? Do you have a prank in mind? I have a few classic ones we could try."
He squawked, his beady eyes glinting with mischief. Isabella shook her head, her expression earnest. "No, nothing like that," she quickly replied. "I wanted to do something nice for him."
"Oh!"
His tone shifting slightly, then added suspiciously.
"Why?"
Isabella felt heat rush to her cheeks, a faint blush creeping up her neck.
"Do I need to give a reason?"
she asked.
"I just want to ensure this isn't you attempting to escape,"
Coronis said, suspicion lacing his voice. "Fine." Isabella hesitated, her fingers twisting nervously in the fabric of her dress. "I wanted to thank him for being kind to me." Coronis looked shocked, which was both comical and surprising.
"You want to thank him for being kind? Is this the same Balthasar we're talking about? The furry beast with a furious temper?"
Isabella felt her cheeks flush. "I mean, he has been kind to me," she stuttered.
"You really like the library, don't you?"
Coronis asked, but before she could respond, he continued.
"Very well. I was dying of boredom anyway, and this will be a welcome diversion. What do you have in mind?"
Isabella hesitated, glancing round at the dusty volumes and the soft glow of sunlight filtering through the glass windows. What could she get for a beast who had everything, except for a cure for the curse? She wasn't sure what she could do for him. She knew Balthasar wanted nothing more than salvation for his people, and in his quest he had neglected himself. "I wanted to spruce up the throne room a little," Isabella said. "Do you think he would like it?" Coronis considered her proposal.
"He'll either love it or hate it,"
he mused, a sly grin spreading across his face.
"But I'm willing to gamble just to see his reaction."
Noticing Isabella's flustered expression, he added,
I'm sure he'll appreciate the gesture, at the very least, since it's coming from you."
Isabella wasn't sure what he meant by that, but she felt relieved that the raven hadn't dismissed the idea outright. "Can I get a few supplies to repair the broken throne and the window?" she ventured.
"I can do one thing better. I can provide you with free labor,"
the raven replied, his dark eyes glinting with unmistakable mischief. Isabella wanted to ask what he meant, but before she could form the words, the raven quickly spread his wings and took off in a flurry of feathers.
"Wait for us by the throne room,"
he called back, his voice echoing slightly as he soared away. "Wait for us?" Isabella wondered aloud. Who was Coronis referring to? Was there someone else involved in this peculiar arrangement? Another key difference between the raven and the beast was in their level of patience. The beast displayed an endless capacity for it, while the raven was a creature of impulse. His very essence thrived on action, his mind racing ahead to the next task, the next thrill. Isabella found comfort in the steady presence of the beast, who never rushed her. As she pondered the raven's cryptic words, a flicker of apprehension coursed through her. She sighed, knowing she would find out soon enough. With that thought in mind, she closed the book she had intended to read and headed toward the throne room. Chapter 25. An amazing sight awaited Isabella in the throne room. As she stepped inside, her eyes widened in disbelief at the whimsical scene before her. Coronis had gathered a most peculiar and unexpected assembly of helpers, each one a master of their craft. She never imagined them to be quite like this. The royal carpenter woodpecker, with his vibrant plumage and sharp beak, was already busy tapping rhythmically against a wooden beam, assessing where to do repairs. Nearby, the royal mason beaver was meticulously organizing an array of stones, his strong teeth and dexterous paws prepping to mend the crumbling walls. A flurry of activity surrounded them as the royal smith, a sturdy and industrious sparrow, flitted back and forth, delivering tools and supplies with tiny, energetic Finch assistants assisting him. "This is incredible!" Isabella exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement. "I never thought I'd see a throne room come to life like this."
"I know,"
Coronis replied, his eyes sparkling with pride.
"I have my league of assistants, non-par. Just look at them go."
Isabella couldn't contain her joy. "It's just like something out of a storybook. This is magical." She twirled around, taking in the enchanting atmosphere, relishing the sound of chiseling, hammering, and the cheerful chatter of birds at work.
"I know,"
Coronis said, puffing out his chest with a grin.
"I make a great fairy tale prince, don't you think?"
He struck a pose, mimicking the gallant heroes from her favourite tales, and the woodpecker paused, then gave a nod of approval, as if in agreement. Isabella laughed, her spirits lifting even higher. "You certainly do, and with this amazing crew, we'll fix this throne room in no time." She felt she was part of something truly extraordinary.
"I had meant to do it for ages, but the beast never agreed. But since he's not here to interfere,"
the raven croaked happily,
"and he can't get mad since you were the one who suggested it."
"Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence," Isabella said, rolling her eyes. There was hardly anything for her to do. Yet as she surveyed the scene, a keen eye caught a sight of a loose nail. "Where are the tools?" she asked, glancing around. The raven turned his glossy head to the nearest pelican, who was lounging lazily.
"You got any tools in your toolbox?"
Coronis asked, his tone both hopeful and slightly sarcastic. Isabella squinted, trying to see if the pelican had any tools stashed away. To her surprise, the bird opened its beak wide, with a comical flourish, spit out a rusty wrench that landed with a dull thud on the ground.
"Splendid!"
the raven said, his feathers ruffling with excitement.
"Do you have a hammer?"
The pelican's beak opened again, and with a burp, it produced a small hammer, complete with a bright yellow handle. Isabella couldn't hold back any longer. She burst into laughter, trying to disguise it as a cough. The sight of the pelican, a creature more accustomed to catching fish than fixing things, becoming their makeshift handyman, was just too funny.
"Stop giggling like a monkey and help us out, will you?"
Coronis squawked.
"You're the only one with hands."
Isabella wiped a tear of laughter from her eye and composed herself. "Of course," she said matter-of-factly. She quickly hammered down the loose nail, feeling somewhat useful. "Does anyone else need a hammer?" she asked, but the pelican promptly gulped it back down. "Does anyone need a wrench?" she asked, smiling.
"Whatever you do, keep it away from the woodpecker," Cronus warned. "He gets highly offended by any tools other than his beak. The beaver has no such qualms. He'll use anything you hand him."
Hummingbirds flitted about the room, their delicate wings ablur as they busily picked up the debris left on the floor, clearing the space and making it pristine. With each tiny beak, they gathered up the scraps of paper and bits of dust. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, illuminating their iridescent feathers. "Can I ask you a question?" Isabella hesitated.
"Didn't you already?"
Cronus replied cheekily, his dark eyes glinting with mischief. But seeing her furrowed brow, he added more seriously,
"You may."
Isabella took a deep breath, her curiosity outweighing her apprehension. "I was wondering how the curse works. It has changed them into birds and other animals, yet
they retain their human minds, which is the last step before the curse takes complete hold."
The raven sighed, his feathers ruffling slightly as he settled on the edge of the ornate wooden table, his gaze fixed on her.
"We have Balthasar to thank for that."
"Balthasar?" Isabella echoed, intrigued.
"He has taken a lot of measures to keep us safe," the raven replied. "All these animals before you have not succumbed to the curse entirely because they still cling to their purpose. They also have not set a foot outside of this castle."
"Is that important?" Isabella asked.
"All of it is important."
The raven paused.
"There's more. We take turns going through a sleep cycle," he continued, "and there are at least a few hundred beds in the infirmary, with the remaining court members trying to stave off the curse's grip."
The raven shifted, ruffling its feathers nervously.
"Balthasar believes we must keep our minds at peace, be it through work or rest, and that the more we spend outside of the castle walls, the faster the curse takes hold. He believes the curse hungers to be free, and every moment spent beyond these walls weakens our resolve."
Isabella's heart sank. The beast had indeed been spending much more time outside lately, venturing deeper into the woods. "Does that mean the search party is placing themselves at risk, including Balthasar, by spending time in the forest?" she asked, her voice trembling with worry. The raven tilted its head and let out a low, mournful caw.
"Yes, but it is the only way Balthasar can prove that what they are saying is wrong."
The weight of the raven's words hung heavy in the air. "What do you believe?" she pressed. Cronus the raven ruffled its feathers, a gesture that seemed almost human in its frustration.
"We are only delaying the inevitable. Unless we can find the goddess, we have no chance of avoiding her curse."
Balthasar's throne room was finally finished, returning to its former glory with repaired throne and restored broken window. The once dusty chamber now gleamed under the soft glow of sunlight, streaming through the freshly restored glass. The throne stood proudly at the far end of the room, its deep crimson upholstery no longer faded or marred by claw marks, now shimmering with renewed life. The air was thick with anticipation as they made the final touches. All that remained was for Balthasar to see their hard work. Excitement and nervous energy crackled in the atmosphere. The team of artisans and labourers, who had poured their hearts into every detail, waited with bated breath. Would he appreciate the painstaking efforts they had made to restore the throne room? As the grand doors creaked open, anticipation peaked. Would this be a moment of triumph or disappointment? The fate of their labour rested on the reaction of one man. Balthasar joined them in the throne room, but Charisse also followed, her presence like a persistent shadow clinging to his every movement. As Balthasar stepped into the grand chamber, his gaze swept over the assembled figures before him. The royal smith stood proudly next to the royal carpenter and all the assistants. The birds twittered excitedly when Balthasar first entered, but then became quiet, seeing his subduedness.
"It was all Isabella's idea,"
Cronus blurted, as he caught Balthasar's eye.
"Was it really?"
Balthasar asked.
"This is marvellous,"
he declared, a smile on his lips as he took it all in. Before he could fully appreciate the work done, Charisse interjected, her tone laced with disdain.
"Balthasar needs a proper throne, not this refurbished garbage,"
she hissed, her words sharp like a blade.
"Is this why we came back? What a waste of our time! We could be looking for the witch right now."
Her frustration echoed in the vast room, and the vibrant colours of the birds seemed to dim in response. Teresa's reaction stung Isabella, but as she glanced around the room, the sight of the long faces of those who had worked tirelessly alongside her to restore Balthasar's throne offered her a different perspective. She didn't feel the need to dismiss Teresa's comment, who stood with an ugly scowl on her pretty face. Instead, inspired by the unwavering support surrounding her, she took a deep breath and stepped forward. "All of your subjects came together to do this for you," Isabella said, her voice trembling slightly with emotion as she addressed Balthasar, the prince, now trapped in the form that belied his true nature. "I didn't even have to convince them. They did it all without a word." Her gaze swept over the assembled crowd, now birds, but once the human members of his court. "They believe in you, Balthasar, as do I. I believe you can restore your kingdom, and perhaps even make it better than it once was, for you have a heart that beats for its people, not just for yourself." She articulated what the others couldn't say. The curse had stripped them of their voices, but it hadn't extinguished their spirits. Their actions spoke volumes more than words ever could. Balthasar listened intently, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. He surveyed the faces of the loyal subjects gathered around him, feeling their unwavering faith push back against the shadows that had long clouded his heart. With a deep, reverent bow, Balthasar acknowledged the gathering as he lowered his majestic head. The birds burst into a flurry of twittering, their song a jubilant celebration of the moment, a symphony of vibrant chirps and cheerful whistles that fill the air with an infectious joy. The strength of a leader is not merely measured by power or title, but by the loyalty and love they inspire in those around them, as Balthasar had proven. Charisse opened her mouth to retort, but no words came out. She choked on what she was trying to say, a feeling of helplessness washing over her as she clutched her neck in alarm. No one else noticed her distress. The others were too busy gathering around Balthasar in a show of admiration and respect. Before Isabella could ask Charisse what was wrong, she had already hurriedly left the room.
Charisse couldn't handle the attention going to anyone but herself,
Coronis quipped, his tone laced with irony. Isabella disagreed. Her instincts whispered that Charisse's abrupt departure stemmed from something deeper than mere jealousy. The pallor of Charisse's face told a different story, one of deep-seated terror that flashed momentarily in her wide eyes before she turned away.
"I commend you on a great idea,"
the raven said, flapping his wings slightly as he perched on Isabella's shoulder.
"It was almost on par with one of my own."
"Do you think Balthasar liked it?" Isabella asked.
"If he's not yelling at me, it means he likes it,"
the raven replied, tilting his head as if to emphasize his point. There was a strange comfort in his words. Isabella's gaze flicked to Balthasar, a radiant smile illuminating his face, and her heart swelled with warmth at the sight. Despite the crowd surrounding him, one person was noticeably absent. "I wish I knew where Felix was," Isabella said, worried. "I feel like I haven't seen him in weeks."
"Don't you know?"
the raven asked, surprised.
"The curse got to him."
Coronis recounted everything that had happened in the greenhouse, and Isabella listened in shock.
"Oh, no!"
Isabella gasped, her heart sinking.
"That's why Balthasar seems so down."
A single tear slipped down her cheek.
"I didn't know. I would have never done this if I had known."
The raven tilted its head.
"You brightened the atmosphere and made it less grim. We need more of that, Isabella. Balthasar needed it."
Coronis replied, his voice low.
"We've been stuck in the past. Perhaps it's time to dare look toward the future."
Isabella nodded, though tears still glimmered in her eyes. Felix was gone, the one who had rushed into the dark maze to save her, despite his fears. The thought of never seeing his friendly face again shattered her heart.
"I hope Father can find a cure for the curse,"
she thought.
"My heart cannot bear to lose anyone else."
She thought of Balthasar, Coronis, and everyone she had met in the castle, even Charisse and Atlas, and realized that none of them deserved such a terrible fate. Her eyes scanned the crowd for Balthasar, longing to speak with him. However, he was deeply engaged in conversation with a guard, their heads bent together as if sharing secrets too important for anyone else to overhear. Balthasar's brow furrowed in concentration, and for a moment she felt a pang of envy toward the guard, who had his full attention, even with the evidence before her. A persistent feeling told her he was avoiding her on purpose. Whether he was genuinely busy, or intentionally keeping his distance, Isabella realized. She couldn't linger any longer. She braced herself and turned to Coronis, who had perched nearby, enjoying himself. "I think I'm going to bed," she said, striving to keep her tone casual, though a tinge of disappointment seeped through.
"But aren't you going to meet with Balthazar?"
the Raven asked, surprise flickering in his sharp eyes. "I'm tired," Isabella replied, forcing a yawn to punctuate her words. "I'll see him tomorrow." The promise felt hollow, but she couldn't reveal the truth.
"Oh, all right,"
Coronis said uncertainly, tilting his head as he studied her. There was a hint of concern in his voice, but he followed her as he walked away toward her room. The Raven had been watching over her, initially in secret, until she caught him sleeping on a balcony railing, his beady eyes closing in a rare moment of vulnerability. When she confronted him about it, the Raven confessed. She had offered him a spot to perch on the chair by the fireplace, to keep out of the cold, but Coronis felt offended at being regarded as weak. In a bed, Isabella lay awake, her mind racing with thoughts. She thought she saw a shadow stop just outside her door, a dark silhouette that seemed to linger for a moment before leaving. Her heart raced as she strained her ears for any sound, but whoever it was did not knock. Finally, exhaustion overtook her, and she drifted into a restless sleep. When morning arrived, it brought with it a light that felt almost too bright after the night's turmoil. Groggily, she pushed herself up from the bed and noticed something on the floor beside her bedroom door. Curious, she swung her legs over the side of the bed and padded over to investigate. There was a folded note, its edges slightly crumpled, as if someone had hastily shoved it under her door in the dark. Her heart raced again as she knelt to pick it up. The paper felt cool in her hands, as if it had been there for hours. She unfolded it slowly. The handwriting was hurried, each letter an urgent scrawl.
"Isabella, please meet me for breakfast. Balthazar."
With a heart pounding, she made her way to the breakfast nook. The smell of freshly brewed coffee and baked croissants wafted through the air as she approached. Isabella hesitated at the threshold of the room, her heart thudding in her chest. Balthazar sat at the round table. He looked up, his expression shifting from mild surprise to something warmer. But beside him sat Cherise, a cunning smile plastered on her beautiful face. Chapter 27. The moment Isabella stepped into the maze, everything else faded away, plunging her back into the invisible web of terror. This time, the darkness was even more oppressive than before, pressing against all her senses. The world around her felt like an abyss. She could see, hear, or feel nothing but the weight of the gloom. Isabella, however, knew its darkest secret, and would no longer let it frighten her. All she needed to do was reach the roses. She stumbled repeatedly, following the sweet, intoxicating scent deep into the maze, where the creature of death awaited. As she rounded the next bend, she saw moonlight and muted colors ahead. Her steps quickened as she approached her destination, irresistibly drawn to it. When she finally stepped into the clearing, the fragrance of roses took her into a sweet embrace, intoxicating and overwhelming all at once. There among the thousands of beautiful flowers lurked the shadowy monster, its orange eyes glinting, even more massive than before. As it growled, the ground shook with its rumble, and all she could see was a mass of fur and fangs, made of the very darkness itself. The stench of the rot and death hit her hard, but instead of running, she stepped forward, addressing the creature. "Balthazar!" The creature that was staring back at her was not the beast. Even if he looked like him, it couldn't be. It was the terrifying monster that the rumors had warned her about, and it was looking hungrily at his next meal. With a guttural growl, the beast prowled closer, muscles ripping underneath its molted fur. Snarls erupted from its throat, and before she could fully comprehend the danger, it lunged at her. The claws slashed through her nightdress, the delicate fabric tearing like paper under the weight of the creature's ferocity. Beads of blood fall from where it meets flesh, each droplet glistening like rubies in the dim moonlight. Isabella cried out, cowering back into one of the rose bushes. The thorns dug into her back, sharp and unforgiving, and her breath quickened as she realized she was cornered. She pressed herself against the prickly stems, their barbed edges biting into her skin. The monster stared at her, its eyes glinting with bloodlust, a malevolent glow that promised only pain.
Balthazar, please!
She whimpered. The creature stopped. Its massive form tremors as it struggles within.
Run!
A voice that belonged to Balthazar rasped from deep within the creature's throat, the sound fragmented and strained, the body tensed, claws extending in sharp, deadly arches, but the voice, a desperation in it she could not ignore.
I can't! The others are outside waiting for me.
Her eyes dart toward the shadows beyond the clearing, where 3 figures lay in wait.
Help me!
Balthazar's eyes, now more human than beast, pleaded with her.
I don't want to kill you.
What can I do?
Fear laced her words, but she was determined to save both Balthazar and herself.
Story. Tell me a story.
The beast struggled to say. She could see Balthazar battling to stay in control of the beast within him, so she quickly recalled the only fairy tale she could remember. In that garden maze of roses, bathed in moonlight, Isabelle told Balthazar the tale of Beauty and the Beast.
Once upon a time,
she started, her voice steady, despite the fear still lingering in her bones.
In a land far, far away.
The words poured out from her, familiar and soothing. Isabelle glanced up at Balthazar, whose eyes flickered with recognition. She could see his massive frame tensed, but as she continued, she sensed him leaning into her. As she spoke, she felt the tension in Balthazar's massive form ebbing, the beast within him soothed by her words. His fierce dark eyes, once wild and stormy, glazing over with drowsiness, the weight of the world slowly lifting. The creature yawned, resting his giant head on her lap.
Stay with me,
Balthazar murmured. Isabelle sighed, and she felt her eyes grow heavy. Isabelle had been running on adrenaline, but now that she felt safe, it all came crashing down. She drifted off to sleep, holding the beast in her arms. The sun's warm rays shone brightly overhead, and Isabelle was the first to wake. Her heart raced as she blinked against the brightness, wondering if last night had all been a nightmare. But then she felt the weight of the giant beast curled against her, his massive form rising and falling with each slow breath.
Balthazar,
she whispered gently, brushing a strand of hair from his face. He groaned softly, shifting slightly, and for a moment she held her breath, worried that he might awaken in a frenzy.
We made it through the night.
Her fingers trembled as she searched for the claw mark she had feared would mar her skin, a remnant of the violent struggle that had nearly claimed her life. But as she inspected her body, she found nothing. No gaping wound, no blood, no sign of the terror she had faced. Confusion washed over her. How could this be? The tear marks, the red stains on her clothes, and the faint smell of blood, her spilled blood, lingered.
While you were asleep, I licked the wound and healed it,
Balthazar murmured, his voice a deep rumble in the stillness.
How?
Isabelle wondered.
I'm not sure. A gift from the goddess, perhaps.
He blinked awake, his dark eyes searching hers, clearly as astonished as she was by the miracle.
Thank you,
she said, her heart swelling with gratitude.
Don't thank me. I was the one who hurt you,
Balthazar said, guilt washing over him as the shadows around him seemed to deepen.
But you stopped. I'm glad you didn't eat me,
Isabelle replied, relief in her voice.
I'm glad too,
the beast said, his voice low.
When I get into that state, I can't hear anything. I can't see anything. But I heard you. I saw you. And I stopped.
It seems I'm the cure for your curse,
Isabelle joked with a smile.
You are,
the beast replied, his gaze softening as he looked at her.
I wish you would stay close to me. I won't lose myself when you are near.
Each word was a plea from his broken heart. She had never seen him so vulnerable. The way his shoulders slumped and his voice trembled sent a wave of empathy crashing over her. Witnessing his raw, honest fears, her heart ached at his confession. Just at that moment, Coronis came crashing down, abruptly interrupting the emotional moment with a flutter of wings and a frantic caw.
"Balthazar, you're still here! Thank goodness the curse didn't get to you!"
the raven exclaimed. His eyes were wide with panic.
"What happened, Coronis?"
Balthazar asked, noticing the raven's distress.
"Cherise? Atlas? Who? Gabriella? Nearly all the court has turned,"
Coronis blurted, delivering the devastating news with a shaky voice.
I don't know what will happen to the rest when we wake them.
Balthasar felt the ground shift beneath him.
We need help,
he said, realizing they had lost control of the situation.
My father should know by now. He has to,
Isabella insisted, the voice rising with urgency.
We need to find him.
Coronis nodded, his wings twitching with impatience.
I can locate him and let him know, but I don't know if Marcel will listen to me,
he replied.
I must write him, then. Can you deliver my letter?
Isabella asked.
Father will recognize my handwriting and know that I am safe. He will then trust you.
I will do it,
the raven assured her.
I can deliver the letter and bring back his response.
It's too risky, Coronis,
the beast warned.
Isabella's father is likely far past the gates, in the village or beyond.
I have to do it. It cannot be you,
the raven replied.
Besides, I can fly, and you cannot. I'll be back before you know it.
He spoke with the bravado he desperately tried to convince himself was real, masking the anxiety that clawed at his insides for his friend's sake. The goddess's voice was already calling out to him, a whisper in the wind, but he ignored it with a determined shake of his head.
Please be careful,
Isabella said, her voice trembling. Fear flickered in her eyes. She reached out, a small hand brushing against his feathers. Coronis nodded, his heart heavy with the weight of a worry, then turned to Balthasar for his final approval.
We will wait for your return, my dear friend,
Balthasar said solemnly.
If you don't return, I will come and find you.
His words were a promise. Coronis felt a swell of emotion as tears threatened to spill, while he looked at his friends, his family. Instead of answering, he looked to the skies, circling over the maze once before setting off to find Isabella's father, their last hope. Marcel stood before the altar of the goddess, the one sacred site now completely abandoned, much like the deity who had forsaken them. The broken white columns, remnants of a grand temple, their weathered surfaces entwined with thick ivy that cascaded down like fervent curtains. Cracks ran along the columns, each fissure a testament to the march of time. As he stepped closer, Marcel felt the cool, damp moss beneath his feet, each step sinking slightly into the plush greenery that blanketed the ground. The sensation was soothing, a soft carpet that cushioned his every step and grounded him in this forgotten place. He had shed his shoes at the entrance, a sign of reverence, paying respect to the spirits that lingered in the shadows. Above him, the sky was a muted grey, heavy with promise of rain, casting a sombre light over the ruins. Sunlight struggled to break through the thick clouds. Amid the desolation, a lone cardinal, a flash of red against the muted greens and browns, flitted between vine-covered temple columns. Marcel seized the moment to think, pausing to watch the birds' playful hops across the temple's crumbling stones. Now that he was here, what should he do next? What had the old lady advised him to do? He recalled her words.
Give an offering to the goddess. If it pleases her, she will grant you a wish,
she had said in a frail voice. The goddess, she explained, valued the arts and personal creations, tokens of devotion that reflected the heart and soul of the giver. His heart, Marcel scoffed, thinking it was a burden. And his soul, it felt weary. Marcel scanned the ruins, his mind trying to come up with something. What could he craft that would impress a fickle entity? He envisioned a delicate sculpture, perhaps chiseling a figure of the goddess herself. But then he thought of the cardinal, its carefree spirit. Maybe a small, intricately carved bird would be more fitting. He settled on a tree stump, lost in deep contemplation. They say music can tame the wildest beast, and that thought sparked an idea within him. He picked up a branch from the ground and began carving it with a small knife he always carried. Hours must have passed as the light dimmed, but finally he had completed it. He gazed at the small carved flute and played a few notes. The soft, haunting melody floated through the air, weaving its way around the ancient stones of the ruins. Each note he played sounded sorrowful, even to his own ears. Nothing changed, except perhaps for the arrival of a small green bird that looked at him curiously. He played a few more notes for his small audience.
I have failed Isabella once more,
he lamented, unable to contain his sorrow.
How I wish I could save her, that I could find the goddess.
What would you ask of her, human?
The small bird opened its mouth, and a divine voice emerged. Marcel stumbled back, nearly knocking over one of the broken columns of the temple.
"Did you just talk to me?"
The bird's beak moved as the goddess spoke.
I am using this bird as a vessel. You need not be afraid.
Marcel blinked in disbelief. He had spent countless hours in the solitude of this forgotten place, and now a creature of myth stood before him.
Why did you call for me, human?
The goddess asked through the bird's beak. Marcel fell to his knees.
Grant me my wish and save my daughter. Grant you a wish?
The goddess asked, unimpressed.
Your offering is nothing as good as your wife's. Hers was special for me, crafted with love. Yours, while competent, lacked the essence I require. However, I will grant you the answer to one question. Choose wisely.
Marcel's heart yearned to know more about his wife, but he needed to save his daughter, and he could choose only one question.
"How can I cure the beast's curse?"
he asked urgently.
I cannot reveal the answer to that,
she replied, her tone cool and distant. Marcel felt a surge of anger bubbling up.
"You turn them into monsters,"
he countered, his voice rising.
Humans are the actual monsters,
the goddess replied.
They use weapons to destroy everything. I merely replace them with fur, fangs and beaks.
"How can they end their curse?"
he implored again, desperation seeping into every syllable.
They cannot. They must give in,
the goddess said, her voice now a whisper.
I have given you 2 answers, and will grant no more. Do not call for me again, nor try to find me.
Marcel listened helplessly. He reached out a hand to stop her.
"No, wait!"
he cried, but the goddess had vanished. The bird stood there, dazed and confused, as the goddess's spirit detached from it. The poor creature, lost and bewildered, blinking its eyes, its small chest heaving as if trying to comprehend what had just transpired. It hobbled uncertainly, its feathers ruffled and dishevelled. Then, with a sudden burst of instinct, it spread its wings wide and took off into the sky, soaring upward until its silhouette became a speck against the grey backdrop. Marcel stood rooted to the spot, his heart heavy with despair. Just moments ago, he had achieved the impossible. He found the goddess. He had hoped to uncover an answer for the beast, but now he felt the crushing weight of that loss. Left with nothing, the promise he had made to his daughter crumbled to dust. What was he to do now? The clouds rumbled overhead and bolts of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the landscape in brief, blinding bursts that felt like cosmic laughter, mocking his misery. The wind howled, carrying with it the stench of rain-soaked earth. A raven's call pierced through the noise as it landed in front of him.
"We need your help,"
the bird said, its voice eerily clear against the backdrop of the storm. Marcel's eyes widened in disbelief. The creature before him was no ordinary raven. He recognized it now as the companion of the beast, a shadowy figure that often perched on its shoulder. Anger surged within him, mingling with his grief.
You are the beast's pet. You're just as bad as he is. Why should I listen to you?"
His voice trembled, the sorrow that consumed him pushing him to the brink of madness. The raven hopped behind him, keeping pace, but he refused to heed the creature that trailed him.
"Listen to me,"
the raven urged, its tone insistent.
"I have a message from your daughter, Isabelle."
Hearing his daughter's name pierced through the fog of despair that clouded Marcel's mind, he halted, his heart pounding.
"Isabelle?"
he asked, as if in a dream.
"Yes,"
the raven replied, its glossy feathers glistening with raindrops. With an important flick of its beak, it pecked at his leg, and a small, withered letter fell from the rope tied to its leg, fluttering momentarily in the breeze before settling at his feet.
"Here,"
it said, picking up the letter in its beak and dropping it in front of the artist. Marcel knelt, his heart racing as he took the letter in his trembling hands. Raindrops splattered onto its surface, mingling with the ink. He recognized his daughter's distinctive handwriting, the familiar loops and swirls, a letter pleading for help and asking him to trust the vile creature.
"Please,"
Corona said, his voice desperate.
"have you found anything about the goddess?"
"I met her," the artist replied, his tone heavy.
And what did she say?
The raven asked, its wings fluttering with excitement, but Marcel hung his head in defeat.
Just tell me,
the raven urged, sensing the weight of disappointment that clung to Marcel. Marcel took a deep breath. I have found no other method to locate the goddess. Only she can reveal herself when she chooses, he replied.
Did you find a cure for the curse? Will she break it for us?
The raven pressed. Marcel did not respond. Instead, he jotted down a single haunting sentence and handed it to the raven, his fingers brushing against the bird's glossy feathers. Will the beast let go of my daughter now? He asked Coronis, his voice strained with worry. Will this help him?
I'm not sure this will be enough,
the raven replied, studying the words on the paper intently. His honest answer devastated the artist in a way that no lie ever could. Then, just as suddenly as the goddess had left him, the raven took flight, disappearing among the violent, thundering skies. Chapter 26. Isabella hesitated at the threshold of the breakfast nook, her heart thudding in her chest. The morning light streamed through the small window, casting a warm glow over the round table where Balthasar sat. He looked up, his expression shifting from mild surprise to something warmer, a flicker of genuine happiness igniting in his gaze. But then the moment was shattered by Cherise, leaning over him with a playful smirk. A chill raced down Isabella's spine. She had hoped for a quiet breakfast alone with Balthasar, a chance to connect without distractions, but Cherise's interruption felt deliberate, as if she had plotted this encounter from the start. Cherise was elegantly dressed, a gown, a vibrant shade of green, that accentuated her golden hair and sharp features. The fabric clung to her figure in all the right places, a calculated choice to draw attention. She had always been a master of manipulation, a charm often veiling her cunning nature. The way she leaned closer to Balthasar, her laughter spilling over like sweet poison, sent a knot tightening in Isabella's stomach as she approached. It was as if Cherise's keen eyes were assessing her with the precision of a hawk, sizing up its prey, and Isabella felt exposed under that scrutinizing gaze.
"Good morning, Isabella,"
Cherise chirped, her voice syrupy sweet, feigning innocence with an exaggerated brightness that made Isabella's skin crawl. "Good morning," Isabella replied politely, forcing a tight smile as she took a seat across from Balthasar. "I'm glad you're here," the beast said, beaming at her, his smile genuine and disarming. Cherise's expression darkened into a scowl behind his back, but she quickly schooled her features into a smile when he turned toward her, the mask slipping back into place. They ate in silence, an odd gathering, but it was Cherise who seemed on edge, her fingers drumming against the polished wooden table. She constantly fidgeted and shot daggers in Isabella's direction. Balthasar wanted to address Isabella, but Cherise interrupted him rudely.
"Balthasar, do you know what day is coming up?"
she asked, a tone dripping with a sickly sweetness that made Isabella's skin crawl. "No, I don't," Balthasar replied patiently, his brow furrowing slightly. "Would you be so kind as to remind me?" Cherise's expression shifted, revealing a fleeting disappointment that crossed her face like a shadow. Isabella almost felt sorry for her, until Cherise added,
"Even you should remember our anniversary."
Isabella's heart sank. Balthasar reacted to Cherise's words with alarm, not dismissal, as she expected. "Is it coming soon? I did forget," he said in a low voice.
"See how useful I am,"
Cherise chimed in, a smile wide yet devoid of warmth. She directed a hard stare at Isabella, as if daring her to respond. Balthasar, still preoccupied with his own thoughts, nodded. "Yes, thank you for reminding me. I will make the arrangements right away." Isabella's heart shattered at his words. So Balthasar considered them as a couple. He must be contemplating preparations for the day, a celebration of their bond, however tenuous it might be. Balthasar summoned the captain of the guards. When Atlas arrived, flanked by several guards and wearing a mask of seriousness, Balthasar ordered firmly, "Everyone is to remain inside. No one leaves the castle." He addressed Atlas directly. "There will be no more search parties until the anniversary day has passed." To the guard he commanded, "Take attendance. No one should be missing or uncounted for." The guards nodded, their expressions grave and fully aware of the seriousness of their mission. Isabella felt an overwhelming urge to fade into the shadows, to become invisible, but Balthasar's intense gaze locked onto hers.
"Wait here, Isabella. I have something important to tell you,"
he said. Her stomach knotted as she nodded, unable to voice her reluctance. The uncertainty gnawed at her. What could he possibly have to say? Would he finally clarify his relationship with Charisse? The thought made her chest tighten painfully. She didn't have the heart to listen to him admit this truth, yet she had little choice but to stay and hear him out. Balthasar whispered a few more words to Atlas and the guards, who listened intently before they departed. He said,
"We have survived this day before, and will do so again together."
Survived? Isabella wondered at his choice of words. This time, Charisse left the room with the others, but not before delivering her parting shot. "It'll be all right, Isabella," she said, her words a mixture of pity and something more calculating. Oddly, Balthasar glanced at her with appreciation for her concern, as if recognizing a thread of camaraderie in a feigned kindness. Balthasar returned to her with a grim expression on his face.
"Thank you for waiting, Isabella."
"What did you want to tell me?" she asked, her heart racing as she studied the tension in his features.
"The next few days will be the most difficult time of the year for me and my court. It marks the anniversary of the day we were cursed."
He paused, his voice heavy with emotion.
"Each year, without fail, we lose more of our court to the curse. It's a traumatic time for survivors, and even more so for those who remain, knowing anyone could be next."
A chill ran down Isabella's spine. So that was the significance of the anniversary. Charisse had made her believe it was something entirely different. Isabella didn't know whether to be relieved or mad at herself for falling for her deception. How could she have been so easily misled? "Is there anything I can do?" she asked. Filled with concern, Balthasar's expression darkened further.
"Lock your doors and windows, and do not open them for any reason, not even if it's me knocking on your door."
He knit his brows, worry etched into his features.
"I will find a way to get you food. Only open your door at noon each day, and close it immediately afterward."
Isabella nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. She had to heed his warning. It was the only way to protect herself. She went to the window, turning her face away from the beast, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. She sensed him coming up behind her, the air thick with unspoken words and heavy hearts.
"What's the matter, Isabella?"
he asked gently, placing a hand on her shoulder and turning her to face him. His eyes searched hers, seeking answers. "I thought you were avoiding me," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The tremor in her words betrayed the turmoil she felt inside. The beast sighed.
"I didn't want to, but I was keeping a close eye on Atlas and Charisse,"
he explained, his brow furrowed with worry.
"I had to make sure they didn't venture too far or push themselves too much. We can't lose anyone else."
Isabella's heart ached at the thought. "I heard about Felix," she said, tears brimming in her eyes, threatening to spill over. "I don't want that happening to you, Balthasar." Balthasar's expression softened as he reached for her hand, placing it on his chest. His heart thrummed steadily beneath her fingertips.
"As long as you are with me, Isabella, that will never happen,"
he promised, his voice tender. He leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, a token of his devotion, and in that moment, Isabella realized her worries had been for nothing. The beast's heart belonged to her alone. The next few days were torture, with no one else to give her company but herself. With the windows and door locked tight, she felt more trapped than ever. The once airy room now felt like a tomb, its walls closing in on her with every hour that passed. Coronis had stood guard by a balcony railing, only on the first day, but then he had mysteriously vanished, leaving her alone in her confinement. The silence that enveloped her was deafening. Each day bled into the next, marked only by the oppressive rhythm of the solitude. Every day at noon, she would muster the courage to open a door just a crack, enough to drag in the plate of food and jug of water left outside by Balthasar. The sound of the door creaking open felt too loud, announcing her vulnerability to the empty hallway beyond. She would snatch the offerings quickly, her heart racing as she closed the door behind her, the soft click echoing in the stillness. On the fourth day, as she opened the door, a wave of dread washed over her. There was nothing outside, no plate of food, no jug of water, just the cold, empty corridor stretching before her. Balthazar had forgotten, or perhaps the curse was proving too difficult to manage. The gnawing anxiety in her stomach twisted tighter, threatening to suffocate her. Today must be the anniversary, Isabella thought, a shiver running down her spine. It only got worse at night. As she lay in bed, she heard the sounds of glass shattering, objects breaking, and the muffled thuds of something large hitting the floor, eerily followed by an unsettling silence. Each morning she gathered her courage and opened the door at the designated hour, hoping to find some clue, some trace of the chaos from the night before. But there was nothing. No shards of glass, no overturned furniture, no sign of disturbance at all. The polished floor gleamed as if it had just been scrubbed. The servants cleaned up the mess without a word. What was happening in the castle? Curiosity gnawed at her, forcing her to press her ear against the heavy oak door at night, straining to hear the world beyond. Yet, no matter how closely she listened, there was only oppressive silence. The castle walls seemed to absorb sound, muting the life outside, and trapping her in a bubble of isolation. The sixth night proved to be the most difficult for Isabella. The oppressive darkness of a room seemed to close in around her like a vice, the air thick and stale, making it feel as though she was suffocating. Despite Balthazar's stern warning about the dangers lurking outside, the overwhelming need for fresh air compelled her to act. With trembling hands, she creaked open the window just a sliver, allowing a faint breeze to slip through, carrying with it the crisp mountain air. "I just have to survive the night," she thought, her heart racing at the prospect of dawn. "Then Balthazar will tell me everything." She clung to that thought like a lifeline, allowing herself to drift off, comforted by the idea of seeing Balthazar again. Yet sleep did not come easily. Isabella tossed and turned, her dreams a chaotic swirl of shadows and whispers. It was with a sudden jolt that she awoke, the hair on the back of her neck standing on end. Moonlight trickled in through her window, casting eerie, elongated shadows across the room. Then she felt it, the unmistakable sensation of something heavy slithering up the foot of her bed. Her heart raced as a low hissing sound pierced the silence, chilling her to the bone. "Isabella!" The serpent-like whisper coiled around her name, sending waves of dread coursing through her. She blinked in disbelief, the moonlight illuminating the creature that had claimed her bed. A giant snake, its scales shimmering in the dim light, coiled languidly, its eyes like twin pools of molten gold, fixed on her with an unnerving stare. "What does he see in you?" the snake hisses. "Who are you?" Isabella gasped, her eyes widening. "I should be with Balthazar, not you. He belongs with me." The snake's voice rises, echoing with the bitterness of lost love, the longing that had twisted Charisse into this cursed form. "Charisse?" Isabella asked, her voice trembling. But the creature did not listen. The snake hissed again, a sound vibrating with fury, and lunged forward, its fangs bared and glistening with venom. Isabella's instinct kicked in. She stumbled out of bed, her heart pounding in her chest as she narrowly avoided the strike. "Charisse, stop! You're under a curse! You don't want to hurt me!" "But I do, Isabella," Charisse hisses, her voice dripping with venomous resentment. "I wanted to hurt you the moment we met, the moment Balthazar stopped looking at me, and I became obsessed with you." Isabella was racing out of her room to save her life. Panic surged through her veins as she sprinted down the dimly lit corridor of the castle, the echo of her footsteps mingling with the ominous slithering sound of the snake behind her. She could hear the crash of pottery and the splintering of wood, as Charisse, now transformed into a serpent form, tore through the rooms in pursuit. As Isabella burst through the castle's front doors, the cool evening air hit her like a refreshing wave, but there was no time to breathe. She darted into the sprawling garden, her heart racing in tandem with the frantic footsteps. The moon cast an eerie glow over the manicured hedges and blooming flowers, the beauty of the place starkly contrasting with the terror that gripped her. From the shadows, a large crocodile emerged, its teeth bared, eyes burning with predatory hunger. Facing the other way, Atlas, now a grey wolf with silver fur gleaming in the moonlight, stood snarling. They flanked her, effectively cutting off any chance of escape.
"There's nowhere for you to run,"
Charisse hissed, her voice dripping with malice, her forked tongue flicking out as she spoke.
"We have you surrounded. Isabella, surrender now and die a peaceful death. It will only be painful for you if you resist."
But there was one part left. The labyrinthine hedge maze stretched before her, its towering hedges looming overhead, each twist and turn a potential trap. She was aware of the dangers lurking within its depths, an overwhelming darkness and a creature that hid in the shadows. Yet there was no choice. The only way forward led directly into the maze's dark entrance. Now that Isabella knew what she would face, she took a deep breath and plunged into the darkness. The maze's entrance swallowed her like a gaping mouth, leaving the others behind. Chapter 28. By the time Marcel reached the village, he was soaking wet and burning with fever, but he couldn't stop. His daughter was in danger, and he needed to help rescue her from the beast. He would snatch her back from the monster's claws if it came to that. Taking shaky steps toward the Great Oak Tavern, he hoped to find support. Nearly all the lights in the Great Oak were off, and for a moment, Marcel wondered if the tavern was closed. However, his gaze fell on the sign on the door, which still read, "Open." Perhaps there was a power outage. That wouldn't be a surprise in Chambord, a place that seemed to be in a worse state than his small village. Inside the tavern was a hushed silence, and only a couple of patrons occupied the stools at the bar. Mira was subdued, not her usual chatty self, and Bruno, a dog, was nowhere to be found. Her Uncle Louis was also absent, though he might have returned to Cambrai. Marcel almost approached her when someone blocked his path. It was a tall figure who looked familiar, until he recognized Gustave, a young man interested in his daughter, but for whom she did not return the affections. What was Gustave doing here?
"Marcel, it's so good to see you."
Gustave smiled, a flawless smile that couldn't reach his eyes. He was handsome and cordial, his tailored coat hugging his broad shoulders, but there was an unsettling tension in his demeanor. Marcel couldn't shake the feeling that his daughter must have a good reason for avoiding him.
"I'm surprised to see you here, Gustave,"
Marcel replied, trying to keep his voice steady. He glanced around the dimly lit tavern, noting the murmur of patrons and the crackle of the fire, which felt far too warm for the chill in his heart.
"Where's Isabella?"
Gustave asked, his gaze darting over Marcel's shoulder, as if expecting to see her appear at any moment. Marcel hesitated, grappling with the truth that had weighed heavily on him for far too long. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, another figure stepped beside Gustave. It was Gregory, the younger brother, his brow furrowed with concern.
"Marcel, we came to Chambord looking for you and Isabella. She came to the Daily Truth to report that you were missing. Then she went missing too. We were worried about both of your safety."
Gregory's presence brought a flicker of relief to Marcel's heart. The boy had always been a friend to Isabella. Marcel found comfort in Gregory's earnest eyes, which mirrored his own fears. A lump formed in Marcel's throat.
"The beast has my daughter captive."
The confession hung in the air, the weight of it almost too much to bear. With those words finally released from his chest, Marcel broke into tears, the dam of his anguish breaking under the pressure of his grief.
There, there,"
Gustave said, giving him an awkward pat on the back. The motion felt clumsy and forced, but it was an attempt at comfort nonetheless.
"That's why we're here, to help you. Tell us everything, Marcel."
Mira watched from behind the counter, her fearful eyes wide and her pale fingers gripping the edge of the wood. The flickering candles cast shadows that danced across her face, making her appear even more fragile. She seemed to shake her head slightly, a subtle movement that Marcel couldn't quite decipher. Was she warning him? Perhaps she feared the beast would harm him, or worse.
"I have men who can handle the beast,"
Gustave asserted, his voice rising with a hint of bravado.
And Gregory's the best shot around. He brought his rifle with him, anticipating the kind of danger we might encounter in Chambord. It was fortunate he did too. Isn't that right, Gregory?"
Gregory nodded, though he shifted his weight uneasily from one foot to the other. "Please, Marcel, let us help in any way we can. Isabelle is my friend as well. I care about her, and only want her to be safe." His voice was steady, each word dripping with sincerity, a marked contrast to his brother's bluster. Marcel found Gregory's kind words more genuine than his brother's. Having no other option before him, Marcel spilled everything he knew about the beast. Gustave scanned the horizon, shielding his eyes with his hand.
"The old man said the gates were here."
Gregory surveyed the landscape before them, a sprawling expanse of dense trees under the leaden sky.
"Perhaps he was mistaken. Marcel may have many flaws. He's as loony as a bat, but he's no liar,"
Gustave asserted, his voice sharp with a mix of frustration and desperation.
"Not when it comes to his daughter."
Gregory sighed, crossing his arms tightly across his chest as a gust of wind whipped through the air.
"Perhaps your emotions are misleading you, brother,"
he replied. "Listen, I want to find Isabelle as much as you do, but this is increasingly feeling like a wild goose chase. Marcel was burning with fever when we saw him."
"Good thing, too, or else he would have tagged along with us,"
Gustave snapped, his temper flaring. He narrowed his eyes at the worn piece of paper. Marcel had sketched on, crumpling it slightly in his grip. The drawing, though rough and hurried, had shown the gates flanked by twisted trees. He carefully compared it to the landscape ahead. It was an exact match, yet there were no gates. The worst of the rainstorm had passed, leaving a thick mist that clung to their clothes and chilled their bones, but the ground remained soggy and unpleasant, squelching beneath their boots with every step. The air was heavy with the promise of more rain, and the distant rumble of thunder echoed ominously. Gustave clenched his jaw, feeling the frustration boiling within him.
"He lied to me,"
he muttered darkly. A crow cawed in the distance, mocking him. Frustrated, Gustave kicked a small stone, only to strike something much harder.
"Ouch! What the bloody—"
He reached down, his fingers brushing against the cold, unforgiving metal bars of an invisible gate, which shimmered into view before the astonished eyes of his companions. The gate loomed before them, ornate and imposing, adorned with intricate engravings of mythical beasts. He quickly compared it to Marcel's drawing, noting each detail matched perfectly.
"You found it,"
Gregory said, still staring at the gates in disbelief.
"Told you I would,"
Gustave replied, a self-satisfied smirk spreading across his face.
"Now, let's go save my woman."
Just then, a raven that had been hiding in the shadows of the nearby trees perched on the gate. It cawed loudly before swooping toward Gustave's head with alarming speed, pecking at him forcefully.
"What is with this blasted bird?"
he exclaimed, swatting it in annoyance, nearly punching the air in frustration. The raven dodged effortlessly, its wings flapping in a frenzy as it circled back for another attack. Swearing loudly, Gustave evaded the bird's onslaught, as did the other men, realizing that his attempts to shoo them away were futile. Corona soared upward at high speed. He needed to warn Balthasar about the intruders before they reached the castle. Gustave watched the bird's retreating figure, now a sleek black figure against the backdrop of the sky, with an odd expression on his face.
"Oh, at least that problem took care of itself,"
Gregory joked, trying to lighten the mood.
"Shoot the bird!"
Gustave demanded, his voice sharp and commanding.
"Do it now!" "But why?"
Gregory replied, furrowing his brow in confusion.
"Marcel mentioned the monster has a pet bird. That creature is with the beast. It's going to warn him,"
Gustave insisted, his eyes darting to the tree line where the raven had vanished.
"Shoot it now! If you can't do it, then I will."
He grabbed the rifle slung over Gregory's shoulder and fired, missing by a wide margin. The shot echoed through the dense underbrush, sending startled birds flapping towards the sky. Frustrated by his poor aim, he shoved the rifle back into his brother's hands with a huff.
"Be useful for once in your life and take down the damn bird."
Gregory steadied himself, the rifle trembling slightly in his grip as he focused on the raven, now darting between the trees. He breathed in deeply, trying to calm his nerves, and aimed carefully before pulling the trigger. The sharp crack of gunfire rang out again, and this time he felt a surge of adrenaline as the bullet struck true. hitting the raven squarely on the shoulder. The bird let out a piercing cry of pain, a sound that echoed through the stillness of the woods, and plummeted several feet before flapping its wings frantically, rising unsteadily into the air again. "Did you hit it?" Gustave asked eagerly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I think so," Gregory replied, his voice strained. He wiped the sweat from his brow, a lingering adrenaline rush coursing through him. Gustave clapped him on the shoulder, the sound sharp as a whip cracking in the silence, while the other men looked at Gregory, impressed by his aim. "With any luck, it will die before it warns the monster," Gustave said. "Now, let's go. We have a mountain to climb, and Isabelle is waiting for her hero." His tone was buoyant, almost reckless, as he strode forward. Gregory glanced at the mountain top, worry etched on his face. The imposing peak loomed above them, shrouded in mist and snow. It was one thing to hunt a creature in the woods, but scaling the mountain brought with it a new level of danger. "Gustave, wait!" he called out. "Should we be doing this? We don't know what's up there." "Marcel said that's where Isabelle is, and that's where we're going," Gustave said, a hint of madness creeping into his tone. "Do you have a problem with that?" "No," Gregory stammered, eyeing his brother with concern. Gustave was in an unusual mood, bloodthirsty, if he dared to admit it to himself. "Come on, let's go!" Gustave barked at Gregory and the other men, impatience etched on his face as he waited for them to follow. The thrill of the hunt had awakened something primal in Gustave, and Gregory couldn't shake the feeling that they were teetering on the edge of something dark and terrible. He could only hope he was wrong about his brother, and they were not heading towards self-destruction. Isabella and Balthasar stood in the dim light of the tower, high above the castle grounds. This was the very spot where Coronis and Balthasar had their secret meetings, away from the prying eyes of others in the castle. But now there were hardly any people left to hide from. The silence around them was unnerving, amplifying the sense of isolation within the castle. The grand halls felt like a mausoleum, a lingering consequence of the curse that had swept through, leaving only despair in its wake. They made a quick stop at a room where Balthasar stood watch outside, but no one else was around. It seemed the sleeping occupants of the infirmary were the last remaining souls in the castle, their dreams a fragile thread, keeping them safe, preventing the curse from taking hold. As she changed into fresh clothes, peeling off her torn, bloody nightdress, Isabella shivered from the dread settling deep within her. The chill was more than just the cool air. She grabbed a warm fur-lined travelling cloak, just in case she needed it. They had been waiting for Coronis in the tower for quite some time, both of them on edge. Balthasar shifted nervously. "Do you think he's okay?" he asked. Isabella nodded, her heart racing as she thought of Coronis. Had he found a father? Did her father have an answer? These questions swelled in mind. They heard his cry, a piercing sound that chilled their hearts, just before the raven came crashing through the tower window, flapping wildly as it struggled. "Coronis!" Balthasar shouted. The raven opened its beak, but no human sound emerged. Only a guttural croak. Blood stained the feathers on his shoulders, dark and glistening against the glossy black plumage. It spoke of violence, of a struggle that had wrenched Coronis from him. "No, no, no!" Balthasar's world was crumbling. The walls of his reality were closing in. Panic clawed at his throat. "Say something, Coronis! Anything!" His voice trembled as he seized the raven with both hands before it could fly away, gripping it tightly. But the recognition had vanished from his friend's eyes, replaced by a hostile creature. The raven croaked angrily, its beak snapping at Balthasar's hands, each sharp peck drawing blood. It fought fiercely, a tempest of feathers and rage, trying to escape the predator that held it captive. A monster in its mind, a figure of death that it must fight with all its strength. "Coronis, please!" Balthasar pleaded. "I can't lose you too!" But it was too late. Trying to stem the tide of a tsunami felt futile and heartbreaking. The curse had taken hold, a dark and relentless force, leaving his most trusted adviser and friend with no memory of their bond or recollection of his sharp, witty human self. Balthasar released the creature, blood dripping from his hands as Isabella sobbed beside him, a grief raw and palpable. His heart bled too, as the raven soared into the sky, not looking back at the broken man it left behind. As the last whispers of Coronis's presence faded, A piece of paper dislodged from the raven's feet and fluttered to the stone floor. Balthasar picked it up, his fingers trembling slightly as he examined the crumpled paper.
"We have to get him back,"
Isabella cried, her voice shaking, but he wasn't listening. He was transfixed by the words on the paper, his eyes darting across the lines, trying to make sense of them.
"What is it?"
Isabella asked, her heart pounding.
"Your father sent a reply,"
he murmured, his gaze somewhere distant.
"It seems like Coronis completed his last task."
Isabella's breath hitched.
"What did my father say? Is there a way to find the goddess?"
"Yes."
Balthasar's voice was hollow, a mere shell of itself, as if the words had siphoned all the warmth from his spirit.
"How?"
Isabella's voice trembled, fear clawing at her insides. She could see the shadows around him deepening. What had he read that made him so sad?
"You can read it yourself,"
Balthasar said as he handed her the scrap piece of paper.
"Don't fight the curse. The only way to meet the goddess who cursed you is to give in."
"No, that can't be."
Isabella couldn't believe her eyes, but it was undoubtedly her father's handwriting. The ink was slightly smudged, as if he had hurriedly written the words.
"Failure is to be my fate,"
the beast said in a hollow voice. After Coronis turned, it left Balthasar completely devastated. His shoulders slumped, and the light that usually sparkled in his eyes was gone.
"No, it won't be. There must be another way, and we will find it together,"
Isabella insisted. She reached out, taking his hand into hers, feeling the callous texture of his palm, the warmth of his skin.
"We will find the others too. Just have faith."
"I have lost all faith,"
he replied with heartbreaking sorrow.
"And I have faith in me,"
Isabella said, squeezing his hand tightly. They heard the distant shouts of men from below and looked down from the tower window. Balthasar's eyes blazed with fury as he saw one of them brandishing a rifle. He growled,
"He must be the one who shot Coronis. I will tear him limb from limb."
His words dripped with venom. The thought of his fallen friend ignited a primal rage within him. Just as he was about to leap down the tower in his fury, Isabella cried,
"Wait, Balthasar!"
"Why?"
the beast asked, his voice a low grumble. The urge to unleash violence clawed at him, a visceral need for revenge that threatened to consume him. Isabella leaned closer to the window, squinting to get a better look in the dim light. Among the throng of angry faces, she recognized two.
"Because I knew them,"
she replied, spotting both Gustave and Gregory in the crowd.
"Before you do anything, let's just see what they came here to say."
Chapter 29. Meeting him outside the castle, Isabella felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. The grey skies threatened rain again, and the air was thick with tension.
"What are you doing here, Gustave?"
she commanded, unease coursing through her.
"Is that any manner to greet me?"
Gustave asked, stepping forward as to embrace her, his arms outstretched. But he halted when Balthasar growled threateningly from behind.
"Keep your distance,"
Balthasar warned in a low voice, his dark eyes fixed on Gustave, radiating a fierce protectiveness.
"What's this, Isabella?"
Gustave asked, feigning surprise, a smirk playing on his lips.
"You've taken up with the beast. How quaint."
Isabella's patience was wearing thin.
"Tell me why you are here, and then leave,"
she replied sharply, her eyes narrowing at the unwelcome intruder.
"No good deed goes unpunished,"
Gustave said, shaking his head in mock offense.
"I'm only here on behalf of your father. He wished to see you safe home again. Poor thing, half worried to death. And here you are, having the time of your life, playing castle."
He gestured dramatically at the ornate surroundings, his gaze lingering with disdain on the beast. Gregory had been quiet the entire time, standing slightly apart, as if unsure of his role in this tense encounter. Isabella shifted her attention toward him, desperate for reassurance.
"Is this true?"
Isabella asked, her voice trembling slightly.
"Did my father send you?"
"Yes," Gregory replied, his brow furrowing with concern. "And he didn't look too well when we left him." It wasn't like him to lie, but Isabella sensed Gregory might not be telling the whole truth. There was a shadow in his eyes, a flicker of doubt that suggested he was hiding something.
"See?"
Gustave said smugly, his lips curling into a sly grin.
You might not believe me, but you can trust your good friend Gregory here.
I can't go with you, Isabelle replied firmly, crossing her arms defensively. The thought of leaving her father frail and vulnerable gnawed at her insides, filling her with dread.
Would you leave your father sick as he is?
Gustave sneered, his tone callous and biting as he picked on a weakness.
I didn't think you were so cold, Isabella.
Isabella flinched at his words, the sting of his accusation cutting deep. But then the deep growl of Balthasar broke through, a low rumble that seemed to shake the very ground beneath them.
Go with him,
the beast said from behind, his voice a steady anchor amidst the worry.
Go with him and return when your father is better. Please, Isabella.
His plea was earnest, an unguarded moment that flooded her heart with warmth.
But, Balthasar,
Isabella protested, her eyes wide with worry.
What will happen to you?
I will be all right,
Balthasar reassured her, though for the first time his voice sounded uncertain.
I will wait for you.
You heard him. He will wait for you,
Gustave said mockingly.
We should go now, before the storm starts again.
Isabella turned to Balthasar, her heart aching at the thought of leaving him behind.
I promise I will come back,
she said, reaching out to place her hand on his cheek. The beast leaned into a touch, feeling a sense of peace from a gentle caress. Gustave watched this tender moment, burning with jealousy. His eyes narrowed in contempt as he witnessed Isabella's affection for the creature he deemed vile, a monster. Gustave controlled his anger, choosing to wait until they were much further from the castle, where the threat of the beast no longer loomed over them. He had alerted Gregory to keep his rifle ready to shoot at a moment's notice, but the creature left them alone and didn't follow them. The party passed through the gardens in silence, though the men occasionally pointed out the sights to one another, exchanging hushed comments about the glimmering gold statues and crystal fountains that sparkled like diamonds. Isabella was avoiding him, keeping her distance, with her gaze fixed on the ground. Each time he saw her, it felt like a dagger to his chest. Her beauty was still breathtaking, but she had erected a wall between them. As they approached the narrow path down the mountain, she could no longer maintain her distance. A broad smile spread across Gustave's face. The cramped path ahead meant she could no longer ignore him. He commanded Gregory to lead, instructing the other men to go ahead, deliberately positioning them side by side. Isabella's shoulders tensed, sensing his scheme. They reached the narrowest point of the mountain path, with jagged rocks looming ominously on either side, almost as if they were closing in on them. To avoid falling, Isabella had to stay close, almost a breath away. Seizing the opportunity, he said,
You lied to me, Isabella. There's no Aunt Marie.
Resentment tinged his voice. Isabella's heart raced, not just from the exertion of the climb, but from the confrontation. She finally turned her head to face him.
How did you find me?
She asked, ignoring his accusation.
I found your note to your father,
Gustave replied, a triumphant grin spreading across his face.
But you conveniently failed to mention the location.
He paused, his eyes glinting with malice.
Luckily, I also found this.
He unfolded the crumpled paper from his pocket. It was the correspondence she had left behind in a bedroom dresser.
You broke into my home?
Isabella asked, horrified.
Of course,
Gustave replied, a smirk curling the corners of his lips.
But that was only the first clue. You must admit it was quite genius of me to find you here.
They stepped into an even more precarious part of the mountain.
I was worried about my fiancé. You can't blame me for breaking and entering.
I'm not your fiancé,
Isabella snapped.
I will never be.
What? You think you can do better?
Gustave's tone shifted, a strange glint igniting in his eyes. Just then, Isabella stumbled, teetering dangerously close to the edge of the narrow path. Gustave lunged, grabbing her by the waist and pulling her closer to him, his grip possessive.
I am the best thing that has happened to you,
he said, his voice low and intense.
It's the best thing that will ever happen to you.
Isabella felt a surge of anger and pushed him away.
I do not agree,
she said firmly, regaining her balance. She placed her hand on the rough stone wall for leverage, and quickly took a few steps away from Gustave, putting a greater distance between them. "So, you found someone else, then?" he called after her, his tone turning dark, fuming with jealousy. Isabelle remained silent, concentrating on her steps and trying to get away from him as fast as possible. He pressed again.
"Who will marry such a poor girl with such an odd father?"
His tone dripped with derision, each word cutting deeper than the last. Isabelle looked back, anger blazing in her eyes, a fire ignited by Gustave's careless words.
"Don't you dare speak a word against my father,"
she warned. She could feel the heat rising in her cheeks and her heart pounding in her chest. Gustave had crossed a line, and she would not tolerate it. He only smiled, delighting in her incessant reaction, as if her anger were a performance just for him.
"What I don't understand is why you want to stay here, of all places, and with a monster?"
he asked, his tone dripping with derision, as if he were talking about a grotesque creature from a fairy tale, rather than the man who had shown her kindness and understanding.
"He is not a monster,"
Isabelle shot back, her voice fierce.
"Balthasar is kinder than you ever have been or will ever be."
They had finally reached the bottom of the mountain and onto safer ground. Isabelle strode forward, putting as much distance between herself and Gustave as possible. She's gone mad, Gustave thought.
"You've fallen for him, haven't you?"
He laughed, a cruel edge to his voice. The idea seemed absurd, yet it intrigued him. Isabelle blushed.
"What if I have?"
Gustave's laugh echoed around them.
"You've gone out of your mind. You're even crazier than your strange father."
"You'll never understand,"
Isabelle replied.
"You don't have a heart to know how it feels."
"So that's it. You're staying with the cursed beast who can't even leave his own damn castle?"
Gustave asked.
"You know nothing of the truth, Gustave,"
Isabelle said, offering no further explanation. They were at the gates now. Once, Isabelle had longed to escape back through them, but now, as she stood there, her heart sank at the thought of leaving Balthasar behind. Throughout the rest of the journey, Isabelle remained silent, despite Gustave's incessant badgering and snide remarks. Each comment fell like a sharp dagger, meant to provoke her. It was difficult for her to tolerate his behavior, but she endured it solely for the sake of seeing her father again. Gustave realized he needed to take action. As the situation had spiraled out of control, Isabelle was his, and only his.
"I will destroy the beast," he thought. "Then you will come crawling back to me on your hands and knees, Isabelle. If I'm feeling generous, I might forgive you, but your refusal will cost you dearly. You will work until you pay off the debt of rejecting me. I've plenty of ideas on how you can make it up to me."
He noticed Gregory inching closer to her, trying to strike up a conversation. A flicker of annoyance surged within him, but then he heard Gregory ask, "Are you mad at Gustave?" Truly, he was a good brother. He never should have doubted him. Isabelle mumbled something he couldn't hear, so he stepped closer. She must have changed the conversation, for they were now discussing the tavern. Gustave watched as her eyes lit up at the mention of the bar owner, who she considered a friend. Unable to resist, Gustave interjected.
"Friends?"
He made a face.
"You've always had such strange tastes in your so-called friends. First, crazy old Miss Jenkins, then Loony Lewis, and that little witch. But don't worry. Once you're my wife, I'll guide you. I'll let you know who is worthy of your friendship, and who's better off alone."
"That will never happen,"
Isabelle replied, her breath hitching.
"We will never get together. Stop deluding yourself, Gustave. I will never marry you."
It was almost amusing to watch her get so worked up.
"I never took you for the selfish sort, Isabelle. What about your father? Don't you care about him?"
he asked, arching an eyebrow.
"You wouldn't want anything to happen to him, do you?" "Are you threatening me, Gustave?"
she asked, her voice trembling slightly. He stepped closer, invading a space.
"I never threaten what I can promise,"
he replied, his gaze intense. Isabelle shot him a withering look before turning away. Meanwhile, Gregory, standing awkwardly to the side, had the audacity to look ashamed, his eyes darting between the two.
"My dear Bella, I promise you will come begging to marry me,"
Gustave thought, a cruel smile spreading across his lips. Gustave needed to pull off a scheme, and for that he required his little brother. He pulled Gregory aside and whispered in his ear.
"Take Isabelle back.
I'm staying here with a few men. I have something to take care of.
What are you going to do? Gregory asked, alarmed. Gustave grinned, a wild look in his eyes that sent a chill down Gregory's spine.
I'm going to be the hero,
he declared, his tone deceptively light, almost mocking the gravity of the moment. Gregory instinctively grabbed Gustave's forearm, tightening his grip as he asked urgently, "What are you planning to do, brother?" His heart raced, pounding against his ribcage. Gustave snatched his hand away.
"I will kill the beast and save the people of Chambord from his tyranny,"
he said with a vicious intensity.
"Does Isabelle know what you're planning?"
Gregory asked, almost pleading, hoping against hope there was still a chance to sway him. Gustave scowled, the grin vanishing as quickly as it had appeared.
"Breathe a word of it to her, and lives other than the beast's will be at risk."
His voice had turned ice-cold, each word laced with a menacing undertone that made Gregory's skin crawl. Gregory's mind struggled to process Gustave's chilling words. He had always looked up to his older brother, but this revelation was terrifying.
"You would harm others?"
he asked, a tremor betraying his disbelief. Gustave's face revealed a fervor Gregory had never seen before, as if a mask had slipped to expose something monstrous lurking beneath.
"I never did like that little tart in the tavern, or her loony uncle. They will be the next to go,"
Gustave confessed. He leaned closer, the intensity of his gaze pinning Gregory in place like a deer caught in a hunter's sights.
"Do you understand, little brother?"
The phrase, little brother, felt like a taunt now. Gregory swallowed hard, a lump forming in his throat as he grappled with the weight of what was being asked to accept.
"Yes, I understand.
I won't tell Isabella," he finally managed, the words feeling like a betrayal of his very being.
"Good boy."
Gustave's voice dripped its sickening sweetness.
"Now, hurry. Don't let her come back before I finish it all."
He turned to the other men.
"It will be glorious tonight. The beast dies."
Chapter 30. Calvin's heart hammered in his chest as he stood outside the tavern, the familiar scent of roasted meat and spiced ale wafting through the door. He had been looking forward to this delivery, eager for the chance to see Mira again. A beautiful smile had haunted his thoughts for days.
"Today is the day,"
he thought, taking a deep breath. Today was the day he would ask Mira out on a date. Calvin had even worn his favorite flannel jacket, hoping it would bring him good luck. But as he approached the entrance, two burly men loomed in front of him, arms crossed and expressions stern, blocking his entry. The first, with a thick neck and a scar running down his cheek, stepped forward.
"What do you want?"
he growled, his voice deep and gravelly.
"I'm here for a delivery,"
Calvin replied brightly, trying to keep his tone light despite the unease he felt. He shifted slightly, glancing past the men into the dimly lit tavern. The second man, equally imposing but with a rough beard and a tattoo snaking up his forearm, exchanged a look with his companion.
"There will be no delivery today,"
he said flatly, his eyes narrowing.
"Mira is expecting me,"
Calvin said, frustration creeping into his voice.
"She is busy,"
the man replied, blocking Calvin's way with crossed arms. Calvin peeked inside the tavern. Mira stood by the counter with her back to him, but even from this angle, he could see her wiping at her cheek. Had she been crying? The dim light accentuated the pallor of her face, making her look even more fragile. The tavern had a few patrons scattered around inside, their conversations muted and indifferent, not resembling her regular customers. His dad wasn't there either. Calvin called her name and waved to get her attention. She looked up, her eyes wide, betraying a whirlwind of emotions, but when their gazes met, she shook her head slowly.
"You saw her,"
the man said over his shoulder, noticing the flicker of disappointment that crossed Calvin's face.
"She said no. You should just turn around and go home."
Calvin shifted his weight from one foot to the other, the chill of the air biting at his skin.
"Can I go in for a moment? I just want to give a treat to Bruno,"
he said.
"Who?"
the man asked, narrowing his eyes suspiciously.
"Bruno?
He's a dog," Calvin explained, his patience wearing thin.
"He isn't inside,"
the man replied stubbornly, arms crossed tightly over his chest, blocking the doorway with a stubbornness that seemed almost comical. "Then where is he?" Calvin asked, perplexed. "Why do you need to see him?" The man asked. "I have a great treat for him," Calvin said. The thought of Bruno's excited tail wagging brought a smile to his face, but the man remained unmoved. The man shook his head, his expression hardening further. "I don't know where that dog is." The situation was becoming absurd. "Listen, I just want to see the dog, and then I'll be on my way," Calvin said, his voice strained. "Fine. The mutt is tied up over there," the man said dismissively, pointing his thumb over his shoulder at a gnarled tree looming in the shadows. Calvin squinted, trying to make out the figure on the ground. It was a sorry-looking lump, huddled and shivering. "Thanks," Calvin said uncertainly, swallowing hard as he approached. As soon as he caught sight of Bruno, a heavy weight settled in his stomach. Something felt terribly wrong. Mira would never have tied Bruno outside like this, especially not on a chilly night, on the bare ground. Louis, her uncle, had always been protective of the dog. They wouldn't just leave him out here, exposed and vulnerable. "Bruno!" Calvin called, his voice breaking slightly. The dog whined softly as he cautiously made his way toward Calvin, tail tucked between his legs. He was a big dog, but now he seemed to have shrunk, folding in on himself. "What's the matter, buddy?" Calvin asked, crouching down. Bruno hesitated, casting a weary glance back at the two men, their silhouettes lingering in the distance. His usually bright eyes were dim, clouded with fear. Calvin extended a hand, palm up. "It's okay, boy. I'm here now." Bruno sniffed Calvin's hand, and for a moment he seemed to relax. Calvin could feel the tension in the dog's body. His muscles coiled tightly as if ready to spring away at any moment. Calvin slipped a treat from his pocket, a chewy biscuit he had bought just for this occasion. "Look what I've brought for you," he said, trying to keep his voice steady and soothing. "I bet you've been a good boy, haven't you?" But Bruno only took a half-hearted nibble of the treat, his big brown eyes filled with fear. The dog trembled, his fur soaked from the frigid evening air. "What's the matter, buddy?" Calvin asked softly. "Are you cold?" Without waiting for a response, he removed his flannel jacket and fashioned a makeshift bed for the dog, laying it gently on the damp ground. It wasn't Bruno's usual bed, but the fabric was warm and soft, and Calvin hoped it would offer some comfort. Bruno hesitated for a moment, then cautiously approached the jacket, sniffing it warily before settling onto the soft material. As he did, Calvin noticed a bump on Bruno's head, an ugly swollen lump that looked painful. His thoughts immediately turned to the two thugs blocking the tavern's door. Now it all made sense. No wonder Mira had looked so frightened. These goons, along with a few others, were holding the tavern hostage. They were the ones who had hurt Bruno, his hands clenched into fists in anger. "Is Mira in danger?" Calvin asked, scratching Bruno behind the ears. Bruno whimpered again, conveying all he needed to know. "Don't worry, boy. Your friend Calvin is here. I will save Mira," he promised. "Are you done?" The man approached Calvin from behind, having been watching him. The corners of his lips twisted into a knowing smirk, his eyes full of malice. "Yeah, I think I'm done here," Calvin replied gruffly as he dusted the dirt off his pants. A fierce determination burned in his eyes, ignited by the knowledge that Mira was in danger and that he had to save her from these thugs. Again, Calvin made his way back to the tavern, flanked by a few loyal friends, those he trusted with his life. They moved in silence, their expressions serious, as Calvin whispered his suspicions. "I think the tavern's being held up by goons. We need to be cautious. I'll signal you when it's time." Calvin reached into his pocket and felt the cold metal of the extra key, a precaution for nights when the front was too busy and deliveries needed to be made discreetly. He knew the tavern like the back of his hand, every nook and cranny, every hidden passage. With a quick nod to his friends, he slipped through the back door leading to the storage room. The dim light barely illuminating the crates piled high around him. He heard muffled voices and the sounds of scuffling. Calvin's instincts kicked in as he quickly scanned the room. In the far corner, bound and gagged, were Louis and Marcel, their eyes wide with terror and their faces pale. Calvin hurried to them, his hands trembling slightly as he worked to untie the ropes that bound their wrists. The rough fibers dug into their skin, and he could see the marks they left behind. Marcel's body felt too warm against Calvin's, burning with fever, his skin clammy and pale. With a final tug, the last knot came free, and Louis rubbed his wrist, wincing at the pain. He glanced back at Marcel, whose eyes fluttered open, then closed again, struggling to stay conscious. "Stay with us, Marcel," Louis urged. Calvin steadied Marcel with a firm grip, while both he and Louis lifted Marcel's arm onto their shoulders. "We have to move," he whispered. The fear of being recaptured loomed over them. He could hear faint angry shouts in the distance, coming from the front bar. "Come on, we can't stay here," he urged, his voice low. He glanced over his shoulder, heart racing, as he led Marcel and Louis out the back door to safety. The cool night air hit their faces, bringing relief. His waiting friends guided them into the thicket of trees behind the tavern, the sound of the bar fading into the distance, yet the adrenaline coursing through Calvin's veins only intensified. Once they reached a small clearing, Calvin paused, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He instructed Louis and Marcel to stay hidden, while he and the others attempted to save the tavern. The weight of the night pressed down on him, and the urgency of their mission ignited a fire in his chest. "Are you ready?" he asked, scanning his friends' faces for signs of resolve. They nodded in silent understanding. They were in this together. Together, Calvin and his friends ventured back into the tavern through the back door, the heavy wooden panel creaking ominously as they pushed it open. Warm light spilled out briefly, illuminating the rough-hewn interior before they peeked inside. They loomed over her, their laughter sharp and mocking, their hands gesturing wildly as they sloshed their drinks, splattering ale across the polished wood. Calvin's heart tightened at the sight. He could see the defiance in her eyes, but the thugs outnumbered her far too much. Mira grew more frustrated as their jeers grew louder. "Don't worry, Mira," Calvin thought. "I'm here now. Your cavalry has arrived."
"Where's Gustave going?"
Isabelle asked, suspicion knitting a brow as she watched him fade among the trees, his silhouette swallowed by the dense underbrush. Gregory also looked at the retreating figure of his brother. Gregory felt a knot tighten in his stomach. What should I tell her? Telling the truth was dangerous. Opening up questions he wasn't ready to answer. He thought quickly of what to say. "One man dropped his wallet, so they're going back to search for it," he replied, forcing a casual tone, hoping Isabella would buy the flimsy excuse. She didn't. "They all going back to find it?" she asked, her voice sharp. The suspicion in her eyes deepened, and Gregory felt the weight of her gaze. "Yes," he replied. He could feel the lie curling around him, like a tightening noose.
"And Gustave is going because he wants to help them?"
she pressed. A shadow of doubt lingered on her worried face. She definitely did not believe him at this point. The tension in the air was becoming stifling, and Gregory shifted uneasily. "Why are you so worried, Isabella?" A dismissive laugh escaped Gregory's lips, though he meant to sound reassuring. "I'm the only one with a rifle. I'm not going with them." He feigned his nonchalance with a smile. That response seemed to relax her a bit, her tense shoulders dropping just slightly. To keep her mind diverted, Gregory switched the subject, asking about a journey in Chambord. Isabella's face brightened instantly. "You wouldn't believe what I have to tell you," she said. Intrigued, Gregory leaned closer. Her excitement was plain to see. He was glad he asked, for what an adventurous tale she shared. Everything from the moment she crossed the bridge in a horse-drawn carriage to the ambush by a group of robbers leaping from the shadows came rushing back to her. She recounted how her heart raced as they demanded her valuables, her thoughts spiraling with fear. The sudden roar of a beast pierced the night, sending the robbers fleeing and her horse into a frenzy.
"And then there were the wolves,"
she continued, her eyes widening.
"They surrounded me, their eyes glowing in the mist. I thought it was the end, but then—"
She paused for dramatic effect, her voice dropping to a whisper.
"The beast appeared. I thought he wanted to eat me too."
At first, Gregory sensed Isabella's hostility toward the beast named Balthazar, but as she continued the story, her feelings seemed to soften. The way her voice wavered when she spoke of the creature hinted at a deeper connection. When she mentioned Coronis, Gregory furrowed his brow in confusion and had to pause her. "Are you saying that this raven was once a human named Coronis?" he asked, guilt weighing heavily on him. Isabella nodded slowly.
"Yes, he can be a bit silly, but he's one of the most wonderful souls I've ever met,"
she replied, tears welling in her eyes, which only deepened Gregory's remorse over having shot the raven. "But I couldn't possibly have known any of this," he thought to himself, but that didn't take away his guilt. They had almost reached the tavern when someone shouted from behind.
"Isabella!"
Mira rushed toward her friend, pulling her into a tight embrace.
"I'm so glad you're safe!"
the pretty bartender from the tavern exclaimed, her relief palpable as she held Isabelle at arm's length, taking in a familiar face. There was another man with Mira, a tall figure with broad shoulders, one they hadn't seen before, who stood protectively beside her.
"How's father?"
Isabella asked breathlessly.
"His fever's getting down, thank goodness,"
Mira replied.
"Uncle Louis is taking him to a doctor, just to be sure."
Isabella nodded, her heart aching at the thought of their father's frail figure, worn down by illness. She let out a shaky breath, her shoulders relaxing slightly.
"I was so worried when I heard. I thought—"
She trailed off, her thoughts too heavy to articulate. Mira reached out, squeezing Isabella's hand tightly. After hearing about Marcel's fever, Gregory shifted uncomfortably beside Isabella. When Mira's eyes fell on him, she gasped.
"What are you doing with Isabella?"
she demanded, stepping in front of her friend and pushing Isabella gently behind, as if to shield her from danger.
"Stay away from her!"
"What are you doing, Mira?" Isabella asked, laughing, surprised by Mira's sudden ferocity.
"This is my friend, Gregory."
"Friend?" Mira replied with disdain.
"Here, his brother, and their hired goons tied up Louis and Marcel and took over the tavern. I only got it back thanks to Kelvin and his friends."
Mira's lips trembled, the memory flooding her with anger.
"They even hurt Bruno."
Isabella's laughter faded into a heavy silence, Mira's accusation shocking her.
"Is this true, Gregory?"
she asked, with an edge of disbelief in a question.
"Look, Isabella, I can explain,"
Gregory stammered, running a hand through his hair, his confidence crumbling under the weight of her gaze.
"We thought you were in danger." "So you tied up my father and took my friends hostage? You let them hurt an innocent dog?"
Isabella interrupted, her hurt showing in the way her eyes glistened. Isabella took a shaky breath, trying to keep her emotions in check.
"I thought you were my friend,"
she said, her voice trembling. The words struck Gregory like a physical blow. He could not bear to see the pain in her eyes. It would have been easier if she had slapped him instead. He opened his mouth to protest, but the words wouldn't come. If he wanted to save his friendship, he had to say something.
"I couldn't stop Gustave. I don't know what has gotten into him,"
Gregory said sadly.
"Isabella, I did not agree with what he did. You must believe me. But I'm even more afraid of what he might do next." "What do you mean?"
Isabella asked, horrified.
"What aren't you telling me?"
Gregory shifted uncomfortably, the weight of his confession pressing down on him.
"Gustave went back to the castle with his men because he wanted to harm the beast,"
he heard Isabella gasp.
"I didn't know you cared about him, or that he was human once,"
he added weakly.
"We must go save him at once,"
Mira said. "My friends and I can help too," Kelvin offered. Isabella looked at them, her heart swelling with gratitude.
"Thank you,"
she breathed, feeling the weight of their support.
"I'll come with you,"
Gregory said. He took a step forward, desperation etched across his features. But Isabella shook her head in anger, her eyes flashing like storm clouds ready to burst.
"I think you've done enough,"
she said, her voice cold and piercing, each word a dagger that struck deep into Gregory's heart. The weight of her words landed heavily on him, devastating him more than any physical blow could. He felt as though the ground beneath him had crumbled away. Gregory watched Isabella, Mira and Kelvin walk away, the latter too steadfast beside her. They were heading toward the castle, intent on warning the beast before Gustave and his men could reach him, before Gregory's brother could unleash his malice intent. As they rounded a bend in the path, Gregory's heart sank. They were leaving him behind, and he understood why. He clenched his fist, overwhelmed by regret and frustration. He had made mistakes, blinded by loyalty to his brother, but now he needed to make amends. After waiting 10 minutes, Gregory took a different path up the mountain, hoping to find his brother first. Chapter 31. As they climbed and the chill of the mountain air settled in, Mira shared how Kelvin had come to her rescue during her harrowing ordeal.
"Kelvin hit them over the head with a sack of potatoes and knocked them out,"
she exclaimed. Mira gestured dramatically, mimicking the way Kelvin had swung the sack with all his might, the dull thud echoing in her memory.
"I couldn't believe it. One moment I was terrified, and the next they were both on the ground,
completely dazed. She laughed, shaking her head at the absurdity of it all. Her glee was infectious, and everyone else joined in the laughter. As they reached the rocky outcrop, Mira caught her breath. Her cheeks flushed from the climb and the excitement of recounting a story. "And you should have seen the look on his face afterward," she continued, her laughter brightening the chilly air. "He was just as shocked as I was. It was like he couldn't believe he'd actually done it." All of his friends chuckled, poking him in the ribs with their elbows, but Calvin wore an expression that revealed he would do anything for Mira. "You weren't so bad with the frying pan yourself," Calvin said proudly, a grin spreading across his face as he recalled the moment. "She was swinging the pan like a warrior. You should have seen her." He mimicked the motion, arms flailing, which made Mira chuckle even harder. Isabella's heart swelled with joy as she witnessed the love between the two of them, their eyes sparkling with affection and their laughter ringing like music in the air. It was a sight that warmed her soul, but as the laughter faded, a shadow fell over her heart. At that moment she felt a sharp pang of longing for Balthasar, a fierce yearning that clawed at her sides. She needed to return to him as quickly as possible, before Gustave and his goons could harm him. Her worry was overwhelming. Coronis's loss had shattered Balthasar's spirit, and without his court guards, he was defenseless. The thought of him alone in the castle sent a chill down her spine. The rocky part beneath their feet crunched with each determined step, the air growing thinner and cooler as they ascended. Finally, Mira reached the mountain summit, and gasped in horror at the sight before her. When Calvin arrived next, his expression was equally somber. Isabelle trailed closely behind, her senses sharp as she inhaled the acrid scent of smoke swirling in the air. It trickled her nostrils, a bitter warning that sent shivers down her spine. As she reached the ridge, a horrifying scene unfolded before her. The sky was a deep shade of unsettling orange, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. Rose Castle, Balthasar's home, was engulfed in flames. An intense fire roared and crackled, the flames licking hungrily at the stone walls, devouring centuries of history and memories. The silhouettes of the castle towers, once proud and majestic, now appeared to bow under the weight of the inferno, a legacy consumed by Gustave's wrath. As Isabella watched, the implications of what she saw caused her heart to sink. "Gustave did this," she whispered. "What should we do?" Mira asked, as she surveyed the raging inferno consuming the ancient castle. "We should try to put off the flames and see if anyone is inside," Calvin said, his eyes darting between the fire and his friends. He gestured urgently, rallying Isabelle and the others to action. Isabella stood frozen, her heart racing in her chest as she absorbed the chaos unfolding before her. The smell of smoke filled the air, acrid and suffocating, causing her to choke back a wave of panic. "Isabella?" Mira's question jolted her back from a daze, but the sight of the roaring flames made her stomach turn. The flames licked at the sky, crackling and hissing as they devoured the wooden beams and stone walls. Calvin and Mira, with their other friends, began frantically gathering buckets and anything else they could find in the chaotic aftermath of the fire. They dashed to the nearby fountains, the cool water glistening under the harsh light of the flames. The air was thick with smoke, stinging their eyes and making it difficult to see. As they filled their makeshift containers, Mira's hand trembled as she tipped a bucket over her head, the water cascading down her back, but it felt like a futile effort. Each splash seemed to evaporate almost instantly upon contact with the searing heat, leaving the inferno unyielding. Calvin shouted instructions, his voice barely piercing through the chaos, urging his friends to work faster. They formed a line, passing buckets back and forth like a human chain, their faces smeared with soot and panic. The flames danced higher, licking hungrily at nearby objects. Isabella felt an invisible weight pinning her to the spot. The heat from the flames licked at her skin, but it was the fear gripping her heart that truly immobilized her. No one was running out of the castle, nor did she hear screams for help. Only the relentless crackle and pop of burning wood, and the occasional thud of falling debris. As her mind raced, she desperately tried to piece together what had happened. She had a feeling that Balthasar must have escaped, but where was he now? She glanced around, half expecting to see other survivors emerge from the smoke, but the courtyard remained eerily empty. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a flicker of movement, a shadow flitting across the garden. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be him? She squinted through the haze, and there it was again, a figure darting between the garden statues. With no time to inform others, she followed the shadow, her pulse quickening. The figure moved with a grace that was unmistakable, and as she drew closer, she recognized Balthasar. He was heading toward the west wing, towards the maze.
"Balthasar!"
she cried in a hoarse voice, causing him to stop, his shoulders slumping, as if the weight of the world had come crashing down upon him.
"What happened?"
she asked, her voice trembling, fear gripping her heart like a vice at the sight of his expression.
"Did everyone from the infirmary make it out?"
She stepped closer, her hands outstretched, wanting to comfort him, yet unsure of what words could ease the anguish etched on his face.
"I had to wake them, or they would have all suffocated in the smoke,"
he said, his voice hollow, and as if it were merely an echo of the man he once was. His eyes were haunted and lost.
"But when they awoke, they all turned. Every single one of them."
The intensity of his pain washed over her, and she gasped, her hand flying to her mouth to stifle the sob that threatened to escape.
"You did what you had to save them,"
she whispered, but the words felt inadequate against the enormity of his grief.
"The curse got everyone. I failed them, Isabella."
His voice broke, saying her name.
"I'm sorry, Balthasar,"
Isabella said, choking on the tears that spooled down her cheeks, hot and unrelenting.
"I have lost everything!"
Balthasar screamed in anguish, a wild, feral cry that echoed through the twisted maze, the sound raw and primal, a desperate lament that chilled Isabella to her core. He covered his ears with his hands, as if trying to muffle the phantom voice that only he could hear, the anguish spilling from him without relent.
"What is it?"
Isabella asked, her voice trembling as she watched him suffer. She felt hopeless, rooted to the spot, as a wave of horror washed over her. Balthasar was slipping away, replaced by something primal, something tormented. She took a hesitant step forward, her heart pounding in her chest like a war drum. The beast raised his head and roared at the moon, his features contorted, barely recognizable from just moments before. He was now on all fours, growling low in his throat, baring his teeth like a cornered animal. His eyes, once warm and familiar, had turned dark and vacant, devoid of any shred of recognition.
"Balthasar?"
Isabella took a tentative step backward, her voice trembling as she struggled to keep her fear at bay. The creature before her was a stranger, consumed by anguish and rage.
"Please, it's me."
Her words fell on deaf ears, as he was in the throes of his madness, swallowed by overwhelming darkness. The creature let out another low growl, its body tense, before lunging at her in a blur of motion. She barely had time to react as his sharp teeth caught her arm, a fierce grip that sent a jolt of pain through her body. Just before he could bite down, a desperate cry escaped Isabella's lips.
"It's me, Balthasar! It's Isabella!"
For a split second, the creature paused, confusion flickering in its wild eyes, a glimmer of recognition battling its primal instinct to hunt.
"Don't you remember me?"
she pleaded. The creature's internal struggle was palpable, two forces colliding within it, each vying for dominance in its tormented mind. Dark instinct screamed for control, urging it to assert its primal nature, while a flicker of something deeper fought to break free. With a pained growl, it released her arm, the sharpness of its teeth giving way to a fleeting gentleness. Then, in a sudden burst of energy, the creature bolted forward. It sprinted on all fours, branches snapping and leaves rustling violently as it crashed through the maze's hedges, leaving Isabella behind and plunging deeper into the old woods. Isabella's breath hitched as the beast disappeared into the dense underbrush.
"Balthasar!"
she called out.
"Please stop!"
She chased after him, her feet pounding against the ground, adrenaline surging through her veins. The world around her blurred, the towering trees, the undergrowth, the stars and the moon. Everything became a backdrop to her frantic pursuit. The beast plunged deeper into the forest, with Isabella desperately trying to keep up. Each step felt like a battle. The underbrush clawed at her, sharp thorns and branches tearing at her skin, leaving deep scratches on her face and arms. A stitch in her side made it hard to breathe, but she pressed on, determined. Finally, after what felt like eternity of weaving through the dense thicket, she stumbled into a moonlit clearing. In the center stood a beautiful goddess, facing the beast, draped in a flowing gown that shimmered with the hues of the forest, the fabric as vibrant as nature herself. She had woven wildflowers into her long green hair, which cascaded down her back. But it was her eyes that terrified Isabella. They were wild and feral, gleaming with such raw magic and unbounded power that sent a shiver down her spine. The goddess radiated otherworldly beauty, something unsettling about her smile, especially in light of the pain Balthasar had endured and continued to endure. With a graceful motion, the goddess spread out an arm, her voice a melody that danced through the clearing. "Come, child, come to me." The beast listened intently, taking a few hesitant steps forward, almost blindly entranced by her ethereal presence. But Isabella shouted,
"No, Balthasar!"
He halted abruptly, muscles tense, caught between the allure of the goddess and the fierce loyalty he felt toward Isabella. Undeterred, the goddess continued her enchanting call, a tone as soothing as a lullaby. "Come, child, you are part of the wilderness now." In an instant, Isabella rushed forward. With both arms raised at her sides, she positioned herself like a shield between the beast and the goddess.
"Balthasar belongs with his kingdom and his people."
The goddess regarded her with a serene smile that hinted at amusement, as if she found the exchange entertaining. "But they are all here," she replied, her voice soft yet laced with an undertone of undeniable power. "What does he possess that remains in the human world?" It was then that Isabella's gaze drifted, and she noticed the myriad creatures encircling them. The animals were still as statues, barely breathing. A raven, its glossy feathers shimmering in the moonlight, perched confidently on a shoulder. A giant turtle rested at her feet, its shell a mosaic of colors. There was a crane that stood elegantly on the other side, its long legs poised. A massive snake hung from a tree above, hissing at Isabella, while a wolf lurked behind her, its eyes glowing in the shadows. Many other creatures remained hidden in the darkness, away from the moonlight. Coronis, King Bastian, Queen Florence, Cherise, Atlas, Felix, and countless others. They were all there, present yet absent, no longer possessing their human minds. They had become mere accessories for the divine goddess. It was an injustice that tore at her soul, a fate far too cruel to comprehend or allow to continue.
"The people of Chambord need Balthasar as their rightful ruler," Isabella said passionately. "The human world has been in chaos without him and his court."
The goddess regarded her with an unimpressed expression.
"Is that so? But they chose this life." "It is you who placed the curse on them,"
she replied, her voice rising.
"I only wanted them to understand what it feels like to be one with nature. They had not been very kind to it before."
The goddess stood resolute. Isabella stepped closer, her heart racing, as she fought for Balthasar and the others.
"Your curse gave them no choice to redeem themselves."
"It wasn't me who isolated them. They did it themselves," the goddess said coldly. "They orchestrated their own seclusion." Isabella countered.
"They couldn't change while struggling to control their own thoughts. It was an impossible situation."
"I believe I've been far too generous. The land on which they built their castle was mine, and the forest they burned down was my home, full of ancient magic," the goddess replied, her voice brimming with both fury and sorrow.
"I'm sorry for the terrible things they did. I'm sure they realized their mistake and regret it,"
Isabella said, her voice faltering. She felt small and fragile in the presence of the goddess. "In nature, there's no room for mistakes. One misstep can lead to death," the goddess said coldly. Isabella understood why the goddess punished them. but she had to fight back and advocate for the good of humanity.
In the human world, there is room for remorse, the opportunity for individuals to change, and the possibility of second chances.
The goddess regarded Isabelle with an unflinching gaze, her expression inscrutable.
Remorse?
She asked, a voice like the crack of thunder.
What have any of them done to show remorse? Balthasar has painstakingly planted a garden of roses,
Isabelle replied, her voice trembling slightly.
He has cultivated it for many years, nurturing each bloom with care and devotion.
The goddess raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a derisive smile.
He planted one garden, so what? He and his court have burned down thousands of my creations, turning vibrant fields into ash, leaving desolation in their wake. A single garden does not atone for the destruction of an entire world. Surely there must be room for mercy in your heart,
Isabelle pleaded.
I know he can be a great ruler, with the influence of changing others and inspiring them to do better. Why should I be the one to show mercy?
The goddess's eyes gleamed with wild intensity, a storm brewing within her depths.
Because you are an immortal being among mortals,
Isabelle said in a low voice.
Is it not the essence of your divinity to uplift rather than condemn?
The goddess laughed, a sound both haunting and beautiful.
You have a way with words, just like your mother.
Isabelle could not hide her astonishment.
You knew my mother?
Yes,
I knew her well. You're wearing the same necklace she used to wear around her neck,
the goddess said, surprising her further. The delicate gold chain glinted in the soft light of the forest, and Isabelle instinctively touched the heart pendant.
When did you meet her?
Isabelle asked, spellbound by her revelation.
When she was a girl no older than you,
the goddess replied, her voice taking on a wistful tone.
She came to my temple, bearing a gift of words, but in exchange she asked for nothing in return, even when I promised her a wish. Her only desire was to see me.
What did my mother give you? Isabelle felt a mix of pride and longing, eager to learn more about the woman who had shaped her life so profoundly.
A song,
the goddess said, her eyes shimmering like the stars. When the goddess recited the song, Isabelle remembered it as the lullaby her mother used to sing to her as a child. I walk this forgotten path, among the twisted trees and a sunless sky. Mother, please hear me, for 1,000,000 times I have tried. Countless years I have sought for your spirit in these lands. Countless times my eyes have caught your divine light among the sands. Mother, please speak to me. Let me feel your love. Mother, please hold me in your embrace. Give wings to this flightless dove. Mother, please find me. Let me bask in your warmth. Mother, please share your grace. Give me shelter from the storm. Claudette, Isabelle's mother, was a quiet woman. She seldom spoke about her life before she met Isabelle's father, Marcel. Whenever the topic surfaced, she would simply smile wistfully and say there was nothing special to share, as her life was complete and whole after she met Marcel and had a daughter, Isabella. Her eyes filled with tears. Isabella was hearing a side of her mother that she had never known before.
I sense you have a kind heart.
Only because you intervened will I listen to your words, the goddess said, her voice echoing with an ethereal quality that filled the air.
Since your mother refused my gift, I will bestow upon you the one she denied.
Isabella choked on her words.
Thank you, goddess.
I will give the beast a choice. He may choose his path forward. If he comes to me, he will remain by my side forever. The goddess, bathed in ethereal light, looked at the creature with an air of authority, her beguiling voice echoing through the ancient trees. Come now, ease your suffering, and stay in the forest with your mother. With each word she spoke, the air shimmered with magic, and the shadows of the forest seemed to sway, beckoning the beast closer. The beast stepped forward, and Isabella sank to her knees, desperation flooding her heart.
No, Balthasar, You can't give up now. Not after everything you have endured. Please remember who you are.
Her voice trembled. He took another step toward the goddess, who offered him a radiant smile.
Yes, come to me, my child.
Isabella wept, her heart aching as tears fell down her cheeks.
Please, Balthasar, I love you.
Her voice trembled, filled with desperation and sorrow. The beast stopped, its massive form frozen in place. It turned its head slowly, dark eyes glinting. There was a moment of silence, heavy and thick, as Balthasar stared at Isabella's tear-streaked face. He looked back toward the goddess. With a low rumbling growl that reverberated through the clearing, he asserted his refusal.
No!
The single syllable emerged from his throat amidst the growl. The goddess raised an eyebrow, her surprise palpable.
Are you denying your mother?
Yes,
the creature said with utmost difficulty, like the words were tearing at his soul.
But why?
She asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. The beast went back and stood beside Isabella, nudging her gently on the shoulder with its massive velvety nose.
Ah, I see,
the goddess said, her tone shifting from curiosity to understanding.
There's only one force, more powerful than even my magic. Is this truly what you want, my child?
The beast bowed, bending his front paws in reverence. The goddess, regal and ethereal, gazed upon him with eyes that held the wisdom of eons. Her expression softened, as if she were looking at a long-lost son returned home. A surge of hope swelled within Balthasar. He had endured darkness and loneliness, but now he stood on the precipice of a decision that could alter his fate forever.
Balthasar has made his choice,
she said, with a magnanimous smile.
So let it be done.
The goddess waved her hands, and the air shimmered like a heat wave, twisting and swirling with iridescent colors. In an instant, the beast transformed. His bestial form shifted and melted away to reveal his human body once more. Balthasar stood before Isabella, now radiant and unrecognizable, taking her breath away. Balthasar looked at his hands, fingers now smooth and unblemished, no longer ending in the twisted, gnarled claws that had once been his reality. He flexed them slowly, the sensation of skin against skin feeling foreign. With cautious curiosity, he touched his face, tracing the contours of his cheeks, the familiar outline of his jawline, and the smoothness of his forehead. The veil of his cursed existence lifted, revealing features almost forgotten over the years, returning to how it should have been.
I have a question for you,
the goddess said, curious.
How did you resist my spell for so long?
Balthasar took a moment to gather his thoughts.
I figured that if we stayed within the castle, away from the powerful magic of the old forest, we could delay the curse,
he explained.
Some of us fell asleep so that we could keep our minds intact, to remain aware of who we were.
The goddess's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she studied him.
So, it was your determination and stubbornness that thwarted my magic.
I think it was those same qualities that prolonged our sufferings, Balthasar said, his voice heavy with regret. Perhaps we should have returned to you sooner and begged for your mercy. The days turned into months, and the months into years, yet our pride kept us away.
Then you would have not found her.
The goddess pointed to Isabella, who stood a few paces behind Balthasar, her delicate features illuminated by the soft glow of the goddess's light.
It was her love that saved you today.
I would not have forgiven you otherwise. Balthasar's voice was full of warmth, a stark contrast to the chill of the goddess's reprimand.
I am forever in your debt,
he declared, glancing at Isabella. The goddess rose to her full height, her ethereal light glowing brighter, filling the forest with an emerald green glow that painted the leaves and the ground in vibrant hues.
Don't mistake this chance as forgiveness,
she warned, her voice echoing through the glade like a distant thunder.
You and the rest of your court may return,
But the king and queen will stay with me. Only when I see that you have truly changed can they return to you." Both the crane and the turtle bowed their heads, signaling their agreement to the goddess with movements that were both graceful and conciliatory. "I will set you free, mother and father," Balthasar promised, casting them a lingering glance as they disappeared back into the forest. "Return to your castle. I will free the others in time," the goddess said. "But before you go, I have a message for you." She addressed Isabella, a gaze piercing and wise. "Yes, yes, my goddess," Isabella asked. "Tell the driver to continue taking good care of my animals, and he may cross the bridge into Chambord safely and securely." There was an undeniable warmth in her words. She was speaking about Louis and the horses that pulled his carriage. Isabella had always sensed an aura of enchantment surrounding the magnificent creatures, and now the goddess had confirmed it. "I will tell him that," Isabella promised solemnly. "You may both leave." The goddess permitted. Balthasar bowed deeply before turning to Isabella. He quietly reached for her hand, his fingers intertwined with hers, a weight of gratitude in his heart. "Balthasar, look at me," Isabella said softly, searching his gaze. When their eyes met, she saw a reflection of endless love mirrored back at her. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. The tranquility they shared shattered like glass. Without warning, Balthasar collapsed onto the forest floor, his body contorting in agony. Isabella gasped as she rushed to his side, fear gripping her heart. Blood seeped from a wound in his shoulder, a dark crimson stain spreading across his shirt. Isabella screamed, a raw, piercing sound. "Balthasar!" Panic surged through her veins as she knelt beside him, her hands trembling as she tried to stop the bleeding. What happened? Did the goddess go back on her word? Balthasar's eyes were fixed on the two figures that emerged from the thicket, their forms sharply outlined against the landscape. One of them, tall and menacing, gripped a rifle with steady hands. It was Gustave. "Stay away from her, you beast!" Gustave growled, his voice dripping with venom. His eyes blazed with triumph as he looked at Balthasar, having finally found the one he had been hunting. Chapter 32. "What did you do, Gustave?" Isabella cries. She sees the person next to him is his brother, Gregory, who stands frozen, his face pale as a ghost. "Gregory, how could you let him shoot Balthasar?" Gregory seemed as horrified by his brother as she was, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water, searching for words that would never come. Gustave, his face twisted in rage, picked up the rifle again, the cold metal glinting ominously in the dim light. "Move out of my way, Isabella! Let me end this!" he growls, his voice low and dangerous, full of fervor that is chilling. "No!" she protests, instinctively shielding Balthasar's body with her own, her tears mixing with the blood-soaked fabric. "I'll just aim for his head then," Gustave said callously, a cruel smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he readied his rifle. The metallic click of the bolt echoed ominously in the stillness, a sound of death. Isabella tried to stand, her limbs trembling, but Balthasar pulled her down, anchoring her with a fierce grip. His fingers dug into her shoulder, yet his eyes were soft. He held his head high, facing Gustave with brave eyes, refusing to show any sign of fear. He would protect Isabella, no matter the cost. Suddenly, a powerful wind surged from the ground, swirling around them like an unleashed tempest. The air thickened, charged with a crackling energy that set their hairs on end. Dust and debris whipped around them, creating a vortex that seemed to pulse with life. The goddess appeared cloaked in ethereal light, a presence commanding and fierce. Forks of lightning danced across the darkening sky, illuminating her fierce countenance. "Why do you trespass on these lands?" she demanded, her voice resonating deep within her chest. "I did not call for you." Her piercing gaze fell upon Gustave, and in that moment the atmosphere shifted, heavy with the weight of her anger. "Who are you? Or what are you?" Gustave said dismissively, narrowing his eyes as he took in the figure before him. The goddess stood tall, her long green hair woven with wildflowers, and her dress shimmered with the hues of the earth, greens, browns, and golds. I am nature, the mother of all beasts and plants. The goddess replied, her voice echoing like the rustle of leaves in the wind. You have trespassed on my domain, and your presence here is not welcome.
Mother,
Gustave scoffed, a sneer twisting his lips.
are these monsters and twigs your children?
He let out a cruel laugh.
Move out of the way. I will kill him today,
he said, casting a hateful glance at Balthasar. I will not let you do that. Balthasar is on the path to redemption. He has much to learn. Must do. You can't harm him, the goddess declared. A luminous presence cast a soft glow, illuminating the shadows that curled around her. Gustave's eyes narrowed, his determination hardening into a fierce glare.
Move, or I will burn down your forest, and on its back build my newspaper empire,
he retorted, his words dripping with venom. The forest, alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant creatures, felt suddenly tense, as if nature itself were holding its breath. The goddess's eyes blazed with fire, a flicker of wrath igniting within her ethereal form.
You are the one that cuts my trees to print your lies.
You deserve a fitting punishment.
The voice was like thunder, and the ground trembled slightly beneath her feet, as though the earth itself was responding to her righteous fury. Gustave, undeterred, picked up the rifle, but just as he was about to pull the trigger, his brother interjected in a shaky voice.
Please, Gustave, stop this,
Gregory said, his eyes wide with fear.
That is your problem, brother. You're weak. You have always been weak.
Gustave sneered, his voice dripping with disdain.
If I am lucky, the witch will turn you into the scared little mouse that you are.
His gaze hardened as he aimed the rifle at the goddess's heart, with a twisted sense of satisfaction. The goddess, unfazed, stepped forward, closing the distance between them, a presence radiating an ethereal light that seemed to push back against his darkness.
So much hate in your heart,
she said, her voice melodic, with an otherworldly resonance.
This weapon is nothing in front of a goddess.
Her fingers glide gently over the surface of the rifle, and as she does, a vibrant ivy sprouts from the metal, emerald tendrils unfurling and weaving their way around the barrel and stock. The plant's lush green leaves shimmer with life, the ivy's creeping embrace, inching closer and closer to Gustave, as if they were alive, sensing his malice. As a desperate show of strength, Gustave shoots, but instead of the expected bang, the sound comes out as a muffled thud, like a pillow absorbing a blow. Confusion flickers across his face, replaced quickly by anger.
What did you do?
He snarls at the goddess. He tries to shoot again, but the rifle jams, the mechanism refusing to cooperate, as if enchanted to thwart him. With disgust, he throws the rifle aside, the weapon clattering uselessly to the ground.
I will come back for you, witch,
he threatened.
I will burn down everything.
His fists clenched at his sides, fury radiating from him in waves. As he turned to leave, a huge towering shrub suddenly burst forth from the earth, its thick gnarled branches twisting and stretching to form an impenetrable barrier. The leaves shimmer with an otherworldly glow, their colours shifting from deep emerald to a fiery crimson. Gustave stares in disbelief.
Who said that you could leave?
The goddess smiles, her feral eyes glowing like embers in the dim light of the forest. The air around them crackles with an otherworldly energy as she takes a step closer, her presence both alluring and terrifying.
What now, witch? Have you fallen in love with me?
He grins, a mixture of bravado and fear flickering across his features.
Is that it? You don't want me to leave?
The goddess tilts her head, a smile twisting into something more sinister.
You have excessive pride over your appearance, don't you? What if I was to take it all the way?
Her voice is a silken whisper, laced with threat. Gustave steps back, aghast.
You will turn me into a monster, like them?
He stuttered, the words tumbling out in a frantic rush.
No,
something else. A voice, a melodic purr, intoxicating and dangerous. She stepped forward, the forest seemed to bend and sway around her, drawn to her power. Terrified, Gustave now runs through the dense underbrush, his heart pounding like a drum, the sound of his frantic footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of leaves beneath him. The ancient trees whispered around him, but all he could focus on was the presence behind him, silently following him. He emerges out of the forest, gasping for breath, skidding to a halt at the edge of a serene pond, its surface like glass, reflecting not just the sky above but the horror in his own wide eyes. He barely recognized the man staring back at him, panic etched into every line of his face. The tranquil water belied the storm raging within him, but he had no time to ponder his reflection. Behind him, the goddess arrived. She emerged with an elegance that seemed to defy gravity, illuminating the grove like a celestial dawn. Her presence is both beautiful and terrifying, an aura of power radiating from her as she steps forward. She twists her finger with a subtle flick, and suddenly Gustave's legs lock into place, as if they are bound by an unseen force. Panic grips him as he leans forward toward the water, desperately trying to escape the fate that looms before him. But his limbs betray him, unyielding and immovable. He cannot escape.
"I won't be so cruel as to take away what you are proud of,"
she says, her voice echoing like a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves, yet laden with iron will. With a flick of her wrist, the magic weaves around him like a silken thread, transforming his legs into gnarled roots that burrow deep into the earth, anchoring him to this very spot. His arms twist and elongate, morphing into smooth branches that stretch upward, their tips adorned with delicate leaves, leaving only his face etched and framed eternally in the tree. Gustave stood, still leaning over the pond's edge, his reflection rippled in the water. The handsome features he always admired.
"You can continue to gaze at your face,"
she said with a smile, "but now you will know what it feels like to be a tree, since you have taken so many of my creations without a thought. You will spend the rest of your life as one." The goddess had cursed Gustave for his arrogance, a punishment as ancient as the forest itself. His screams echoed through the glade, but as the bark crept up his body, silencing his cries and stretching branches skyward, Gregory slinked away into the shadows, unable to watch his brother transform into a tree, his heart heavy with the weight of helplessness. Meanwhile, Isabelle and Balthasar remained on the forest floor, unaware of the events unfolding just beyond the thicket. Balthasar lay propped against a moss-covered stone, his shirt stained crimson, the warm blood pooling around him like a dark halo. The bullet wound drained him of life, each heartbeat a laborious effort. His once beautiful face now appeared ghostly pale, his breathing laboured. He could barely keep his eyes open. Isabella sobbed, her face hidden behind trembling hands, her heart breaking under the weight of despair. Each shuddering breath felt like a dagger twisting deeper within her, a physical ache that mirrored the turmoil in her soul. Balthasar lay on the cold ground, his breath shallow and ragged, dimmed to an alarming quiet. His eyes were closed.
"My dear child, why do you cry?"
A voice, smooth and melodic, resonated like a gentle breeze through the chaos of her grief. It was the goddess. She knelt beside Balthasar, her gaze tender as she surveyed the scene before her. Isabella's tears flow unchecked, pooling on the ground and mingling with the soft earth. The goddess reaches into her hair, her fingers deftly weaving through the strands until she pulled free a wild rose, its vibrant petals glistening with dew. She crushed the delicate petals in her hands, releasing their sweet, intoxicating fragrance into the air. As the crushed petals cascade down, they shimmer like stardust, settling upon Balthasar's wound. A soft golden light envelops him. His wound pulses with warmth as the petals work their magic. The jagged edges of the flesh knit together, the blood ceases to flow, and within moments the bullet wound is nothing more than a faint scar, glowing softly with the remnants of divine energy. Balthasar's eyelids flutter, and he gasps, awaking to the world anew. His eyes, once clouded by pain, are now clear. Seeing him awake, Isabella can breathe again, a rush of relief flooding through her. Her heart, once heavy with dread, now dances like a bird, released from its cage. She instinctively turns to thank the goddess who granted them this miracle. But as she does, the air shimmers, and the divine presence fades like a fleeting dream, leaving only the echo of her grace in the soft rustle of the leaves. Balthasar stands, his strength renewed, and instinctively offers a hand to Isabella, giving her a beautiful smile. His touch is warm and reassuring, grounding her in this moment of joy. Isabella hesitates for a heartbeat before taking his hand, their fingers intertwining. Together, hand in hand, they walk the long path back towards the castle. They walked in a comfortable silence, a serene expression on their faces, and the faint scent of blooming roses lingering in the air. Balthasar spoke only after they had crossed back into the rose garden. "What are you thinking about, Isabella?" he asked.
"Nothing,"
Isabella replied truthfully, her heart feeling content. "You don't have to hide. I saw the disappointment in your eyes," he teased.
"What are you talking about?"
Isabella asked, her brows knitting together. "You miss me being the beast, don't you?" Isabella hadn't expected him to ask that question.
"What? No. It's just that it will take time to adjust to this change."
Her voice faltered, and she averted her gaze, focusing instead on a cluster of roses, their petals unfurling like secrets. A muscle twitched in his jaw as he stepped closer, the air between them charged with an unnameable tension. "Come on, Isabella. You can tell me the truth." His tone was softer now, coaxing, encouraging her to share her thoughts, to confess that he was the most beautiful creature she had ever seen. Even she didn't have that much courage. Balthasar pressed on. "In the brief time I've known you, I've never once seen you afraid to tell the truth."
"Why do you think I'm not being truthful?"
Now she was curious about why he was being so insistent. What was it Balthasar knew that she didn't? "When I was carrying you up the mountain on my back, you were muttering in your sleep," he confessed, his eyes sparkling with mischief.
"I was not."
Isabella felt mortified, her cheeks heating as she recalled the dreamlike haze of her slumber. "You were," he insisted. His smile was vexing, but all she could focus on was the light in his eyes, the way his gaze seemed to hold her captive. She knew she should end the conversation. It would only lead to more embarrassment for her. Yet she couldn't resist, asking,
"What exactly was I muttering?"
He leaned in slightly, his voice low and playful. "Only that my fur was so soft, and that I was like a warm, cuddly blanket." There was a glint in his eyes, a mixture of amusement and something deeper, as if he were savouring the memory. Isabella's heart raced, and she felt herself blush furiously. His words rang true. She had found his fur incredibly soft, but had she really said it out loud?
"Balthasar, I don't know what to say."
"Tell me the truth. Tell me you miss the beast body, and are disappointed by my human one. I could ask the goddess to turn me back. What do you say?" His voice held a playful edge, but she could hear the vulnerability beneath it, the fear that she might actually prefer the creature he once was.
"What do you want me to say?"
she teases. Maybe Balthasar was saying all of this in jest, but she wouldn't let him doubt how she felt about him, not even for a moment.
"Perhaps your beastly form was more huggable,"
she started, a teasing smile breaking through her nervousness.
"But I will feel the same way about you, Balthasar. No matter what form you take, for you have the most beautiful soul I have ever met."
Balthasar gasped. She had literally taken his breath away.
"Your kindness, humility, and concern for your court and kingdom have made me realize what a generous heart you possess,"
Isabella said.
"Any time I've spent with you, whether as a beast or a human, has been a gift. I consider myself incredibly fortunate to have met you, Balthasar. It was only a matter of time before I lost my heart to you."
"It couldn't have been sooner than when I lost mine to you." His words came out as a whisper, but she heard them loud and clear. They had reached the part of the maze where Balthasar's darkness had once ruled, a place thick with despair. Now there were no more shadows lurking in the corners, only the ethereal glow of the moonlight filtering through the leaves above, illuminating the path before them. "I love you, Isabella. I have from the moment that I met you," he continued, his voice trembling with the weight of his confession. "When I was a beast, I didn't think that I could ever deserve your love. But now that I am a prince once again, those same doubts linger within me. One thing I know is, regardless of your answer, I will keep loving you for an eternity and more." He shuddered. "Isabella, Will you accept my love as I am?"
"As you are?"
Isabella asked, her brow furrowing as she searched his eyes for clarity.
"Why do you speak as if you are still under the curse?"
The skies darkened overhead, casting a shadow over the landscape. Tiny drops began falling from the overcast clouds. One particular raindrop lingered, tracing a slow path down his cheek, running like a solitary tear. The air soon thick with the scent of wet earth and the distant rumble of thunder. "The beast's body has been a curse, but strangely, it was also a reminder of what we'd done," Balthasar replied, his gaze drifting to the ground. "Now that I have my human body again, what if I become that person again, the selfish prince who cared only for himself, who let his heart harden against the world? What if I lose sight of the love that saved me?"
"You won't,"
Isabella insisted, stepping closer. She reached out, placing a hand on his cheek, feeling the warmth of his skin beneath her palm.
"You are not that person, Balthasar. You have fought too hard, endured too much."
"How can you be so sure?" he asked, his voice breaking under the weight of his fears. The gentle patter of rain intensified, becoming heavier and more urgent.
"Because your heart is true, and it won't let you stray. It's the same heart that I fell in love with,"
Isabella replied, her voice unwavering. As Balthasar stood there, memories of the last 10 years under the curse flashed before his eyes, vivid and haunting. He had been just 11 when it all began, a boy thrust into a world of darkness and despair. The memories held a terrifying grip on his heart, and the rain transformed into relentless downpour, mirroring the storm within him. "So the stakes are only higher this time. If my heart changes for the worse, I'll lose you too," he said, his voice trembling.
"And you won't let that happen,"
Isabella said gently, trying to revive his courage. "I will fight to the end of the world before I let that happen," he declared. Suddenly the weight of his emotions crashed down on him. He dropped to his knees, head bowed and eyes downcast. Overwhelmed, he felt the dam within him break, and a torrent of vulnerability flooded forth. "I know the curse is gone, but I feel so broken," Balthasar murmured, his voice barely audible above the deluge. The skies opened up even more, the rain falling relentlessly until all they could hear was the roar of the water, a symphony of grief and release. Isabella held back her tears, her heart aching for the man before her. She knelt beside him, the mud soaking through her clothes, but she didn't care.
"Balthasar, please look at me."
He did, slowly, as though the weight of his heart was dragging him down.
"You cannot be broken, for you make me whole,"
she said, her voice a soft melody against the raging storm. She gazed deeply into his eyes, her heart laid bare beneath the tempest.
"I want nothing more in this world than to spend a lifetime with you, Balthasar. I love you."
Balthasar's breath caught in his throat, the words echoing in his mind like a promise he had longed to hear. He could not speak. Instead, he pressed their foreheads together, feeling the warmth of her skin against the coolness of the rain. His heart swelled with a love that felt as vast as the sky above, the light in his eyes rekindled by her unwavering belief in him. In that moment, they existed in a world of their own. They would have stayed like this in the pouring rain, lost in each other's gaze, if not for the distant shouts that pierced through the sound of the storm. "I found him!" Kelvin's voice rang out, relief flooding his tone as he and Mira approached, their figures emerging from the curtain of rain. Mira rushed after him, her eyes wide with excitement. "Isabella, come with us. You need to see this." Kelvin extended his hand to Balthasar, pulling him up from the muddy ground with a firm grip. Meanwhile, Mira knelt beside Isabella, gently lifting her from the earth and brushing away the remnants of dirt and grass from her clothes. The two exchanged warm smiles and hugs, linking their arms together. "Is that Balthasar?" Mira asked in a harsh voice, almost in awe of the prince, to which Isabella responded with a beaming smile and a nod. As they made their way toward the courtyard, their footsteps splashed through the puddles that had quickly formed beneath them. Upon emerging from the maze, a breathtaking spectacle greeted them. Hundreds of people had gathered, their laughter and shouts rising above the sound of the rain. Children danced in the downpour, their joyous squeals mingling with the rhythmic patter of raindrops against the stone. The castle fire that had raged was now extinguished, its last flickers snuffed out by the relentless rain. The courtyard had transformed into a scene of celebration. People raised their faces to the sky, welcoming the rain as if it were a blessing. And it was. The goddess had given a final reprieve to the court of Chambord and its future ruler. Excited chatter filled the air as old friends reunited, their voices merging into a chorus of joy and nostalgia. Yet amidst the lively reunion, a trio stood apart, arms crossed over their chests, their eyes fixed on the grand castle, now marred by the scars of a devastating fire. The royal smith, a burly figure with soot-streaked arms and a furrowed brow, surveyed the damage with grim determination, shifting his weight. The leather apron around his waist squeaked slightly. "We have a lot to do," he said, his voice deep and somber. "Luckily most of the fire damage is at the front, but still, it's going to be a lot of work." He let out a heavy sigh. "At least we have hands to do it," the royal mason said with dry humour, as he gestured to his own sturdy hands, calloused from years of labour. "I will miss having the energy of a beaver, though." "I miss my beak," the royal carpenter, formerly a woodpecker, said, pouting. "It was nice not having to carry tools. I could just use my beak, not hammering, just pecking away at the wood until it was perfect." "I'm sure the repairs and restoration of the castle could not fall to more talented, capable minds and hard-working hands," Balthasar said from behind them. The trio turned in surprise, their eyes widening in disbelief upon realizing who spoke. They quickly bowed deeply, astonished upon seeing it was Balthasar. "Thank you, Prince," they said in unison. "I have faith in you all," he said, a warm smile spreading across his handsome face. The trio straightened, bolstered by the prince's confidence in them. The royal mason nodded vigorously, though his voice wavered slightly as he spoke. "We will not let you down," he said, choking back a wave of emotion. Isabelle gave them an encouraging smile before they left, and the trio bowed to her, showing their gratitude and respect. They found more people the closer they got to the castle, the air thick with laughter and music that spilled from the grand hall like a waterfall of joy. Felix was animatedly engaged in conversation with a handsome dark-haired man, his striking features made more dramatic by coal-lined eyes. The dark-haired man, with a devil-may-care grin, gestured towards his own arms. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he seized the nearest girl, spinning her into a graceful embrace. She squealed with delight as he twirled her effortlessly into an elegant waltz. In one fluid motion, he dipped her low, their bodies close, and sealed the moment with a passionate kiss. "That scoundrel," Balthasar muttered under his breath. "Coronis, you sly crow." Coronis, hearing his friend's exclamation, pulled away from the dazed girl, who swayed on her feet, bewildered by the unexpected whirlwind of romance. With a playful spark in his eye, he bounded over to Balthasar, pulling him in a jovial embrace that left Balthasar momentarily speechless. "You just kissed Gabriella!" Balthasar exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. "I thought you were terrified of her." "She was terrifying as a crocodile," Coronis replied sheepishly, a hint of laughter in his voice, as he glanced back at Gabriella, who was still recovering from the kiss, her cheeks flushed and a dreamy smile on her lips. Isabelle stifled her laugh. When he saw her, Coronis instinctively dropped into a low bow. He took her hand and pressed a gentle kiss to the back of it. Balthasar stiffened beside her, his posture rigid. "It won't work on me, Coronis," Isabella warned, with an amused smile on her face. Coronis flashed a perfect smile, one that could melt the iciest of hearts. "I knew it was a good idea the moment I saw Isabella and showed her the gates," he said, poking at Balthasar's ribs with his elbow playfully. "Admit it." "Okay, fine," Balthasar relented, "but you can't change what was to be." "What do you mean?" Coronis asked. Balthasar's gaze was to the horizon, where the skies had cleared, the rising sun painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. "The moment I saw her eyes, carved in her father's figurine, it was then that I knew that my heart was no longer mine." He gazed at Isabella, the sunlight catching in her hair and casting a halo around her, making her look ethereal. He stepped closer, leaning down to kiss her, and time itself seemed to stop. Their lips met in a gentle yet fervent kiss, igniting a warmth that coursed through his veins. In that moment, The world faded around them. It was just the two of them, two hearts, uniting as one. The prince gazed fondly at the ancient stone walls of Rose Castle.
"Come, let's go home,"
Balthasar said with a smile, and Isabella returned it warmly. Together, they took their first steps toward the castle. The weight of the uncertainty lifted. The future shone brightly, and a world full of wonderful possibilities lay ahead. Epilogue. Lewis released the carriage horses back into the wild, returning the goddess's gift back to her. The kelpies ran into the water, finally free to assume their true forms again. Lewis retired to spend more time with his family and friends, much to the delight of his beloved Great Dane Bruno. At Mira's and Calvin's engagement, the happiest person there was old Bernie, thrilled that his son had courage to propose to the girl he loved and dreamed about. Of course, the old man celebrated his future daughter-in-law with a free drink at the Great Oak Tavern. Cherise refused to stay in Rose Castle, and did not attend Isabella's and Balthasar's upcoming nuptials. Similarly, Atlas resigned as captain of the guards, and travelled to another kingdom to offer his services. Felix took over as captain in his stead, a change that relieved Coronis. Gabriella was the only one to apologize for her previous behavior toward Isabella. She revealed that she was constantly cranky and hungry in a crocodile form. Isabella forgave her immediately, holding no grudges, and sympathizing with how terrible the curse had been for everyone. Beatrice's inn became more popular than ever, especially after news spread that Princess Isabella had stayed there during her time of need. Meanwhile, Sparrow the cat gained a bit of fame herself. Although the cat was indifferent to her newfound recognition, she continued to terrorize Freddie, using his legs as a morning scratching post. Gregory takes over the Daily Truth, but renames the news agency Daily Kindness. The newspaper focuses on sharing stories of good news from across the region. While it is not as profitable as it was under Gustave's control, it has gained much more respect. The turning point for Gregory came after the shooting at Coronis. The realization he'd shot a man, not a raven, spurred deep regret and a decision to change his behavior. Gregory still held on to the hope that the goddess would forgive his brother Gustave, and they would reunite one day. Balthasar and Isabella had their wedding in the rose garden, surrounded by the most beautiful blooms anyone had ever seen. All their friends, both old and new, attend, including Mira, Calvin, Beatrice, Pierre, Charles, Freddie, and Sparrow, along with Isabella's elderly neighbour, Mrs. Jenkins, who brings the dog Toby. Coronis officiates the ceremony, surprisingly serious for once, and shocks everyone by bringing Gabriella as his date. After marrying off his daughter and Isabella becoming the Princess of Chambord, Marcel resumes his travels in search of his next great discovery. Years later, the kingdom of Chambord flourishes under its new king and queen, with prosperity extending to Cambrai and beyond, as the goddess bestows a favour upon the people. It has transformed into a fairy tale realm, reminiscent of the legendary tales from long ago. The end. Thank you for listening to the audio production of Troubled Throne, written by Aisha Urooj, narrated by Fairytales. Copyright 2025 by Aisha Urooj.